Lu Yu found himself transported to the Marvel Universe, a journey he had not desired yet was compelled to embark upon. Nevertheless, despite his unexpected predicament, life must persist. In pursuit of a better existence, Lu Yu activated a system, crafted an editor, and established a clandestine organization that exerted control over S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, Leviathan, and other factions. You question why my technology defies scientific rationale? The transformation of consciousness into various forms of energy is deemed impossible? I revel in the absurdity of it. You assert that mutant abilities and inhuman powers are unparalleled and enigmatic. My diverse array of mutant and inhuman technologies vehemently contest that notion. Chapter 1. A Moment of Hubris. Lu Yu initially believed that S.H.I.E.L.D's independent utilization of a piece of Terrigen crystal would facilitate mastery and minimize flaws. While this proved to be true, as her shockwave release had nearly eradicated its detrimental effects on her arm, her control had yet to reach its zenith, leaving her incapable of refined manipulation. That he had overestimated her capabilities. Give me your hand, Lu Yu instructed S.H.I.E.L.D. Caught off guard, S.H.I.E.L.D. hesitated momentarily before finally extending her hand to him. Lu Yu grasped her hand, its softness and delicacy prompting him to gently squeeze it. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cheeks flushed slightly. Now, release a shockwave. Lu Yu coughed lightly and urged her. S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly focused her mind, raising her hand to emit a relatively feeble shockwave towards the floor before her. The air trembled, creating circular ripples reminiscent of water waves, which ultimately collided with the ground and dissipated. The shockwave lacked the potency to damage the flooring or ground. Quite commendable. Shifting his attention from the shockwave, Lu Yu employed wormhole technology to retrieve a block of tofu from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s room, using his mental prowess to position it where the shockwave had just vibrated. Then, still holding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hand, he reiterated, "Now, experience the shockwave I am about to release for you." S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately concentrated on the sensation. Initially, she felt nothing, but soon a familiar energy emanated from the genes in her arm, coursing through her bones and muscles to her palm, surging forth to morph into shockwaves akin to rippling water, propelling towards the tofu on the ground. The tofu glided forward, as if nudged by an invisible hand. To her astonishment, the shockwave was under Lu Yu's precise control. "How on earth did you accomplish that?" S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired, her voice filled with wonder. "First, you must comprehend the maximum frequency a substance can endure when subjected to shockwaves." Lu Yu began to explain. "But have you experienced that process yourself?" S.H.I.E.L.D. interjected. "How do you know I haven't undergone that process?" When the tofu appeared before me, I had already fully grasped its limit of endurance. That process had indeed been completed. Lu Yu replied with a smile. "I must admit, I did not witness that." "That is quite normal," Lu Yu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. His understanding of phenomena stemmed from his ambition. The understanding that Xiongxin possesses regarding certain matters is not easily comprehensible to others, nor is it something that can be readily perceived by just anyone. That I do not require you to grasp everything immediately and thoroughly. Rather, I expect you to proceed gradually, incrementally increasing the frequency of the shockwaves. Now, give it a try." Lu Yu grasped S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hand, guiding her to release the shockwave once more. A shockwave surged through the air, causing a slight distortion. The tofu remained utterly still, unshattered, silently resting in its place. "Well done. Now, gradually elevate the frequency of the shockwaves until you reach the state I previously guided you to feel." Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. released another shockwave. Once, twice, thrice. It was not until the 23rd attempt that the tofu finally reacted, quivering slightly without shifting its position, but at least it remained intact. "It didn't break?" S.H.I.E.L.D. exhaled in relief. "Does it feel closer to the sensation I previously introduced to you regarding shockwave release?" "Yes, it's getting there." "Then keep going." Under Lu Yu's direction, S.H.I.E.L.D. intensified the shockwave. This time, the tofu shifted, yet it remained unbroken. "Excellent, continue," Lu Yu encouraged. S.H.I.E.L.D., seemingly invigorated, released another shockwave. However, this time, as soon as she initiated the action, she sensed something amiss. Just as the word "oops" escaped her lips, the tofu shattered, scattering into fragments that splattered against the ceiling, walls, and surrounding objects. "One must not become overconfident." S.H.I.E.L.D. chuckled awkwardly. "To accomplish this, speed is not paramount. What matters most is patience. Gradually increase and maintain that feeling, and you will succeed." After allowing a brief pause for S.H.I.E.L.D. to absorb this, Lu Yu continued, "Once you have mastered this entire process to the point where you can complete it in just 2 steps, you will have truly accomplished this stage of learning. I understand." S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded earnestly. Lu Yu smiled and finally released S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hand. He then raised his hand, pointing towards the scattered tofu fragments. With a wave of mental energy, the fragments lifted from their positions and reassembled into their original form, but a perfect block of tofu re-emerged before Sky's eyes. Despite having witnessed Lu Yu's remarkable abilities before, Sky could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Unbothered by her reaction, Lu Yu utilized his mental powers to retrieve the tofu back into his hand, reprogramming it with his Xiongxin energy. Here, take this block of tofu for practice. After a moment, Lu Yu said to the puzzled Sky, "This tofu, it's different now. I have imbued it with a self-repairing property. Sky looked at Lu Yu in confusion. That it means you can use it without worry no matter how you manipulate it. It will ultimately restore itself. Otherwise, I fear the tofu you purchased may not suffice." Sky fell silent for a moment, pondering that she had long exceeded her limits. In truth, she was now utilizing her third purchase of tofu. She found herself at an impasse, not due to lack of effort, but rather because she had nearly exhausted all the tofu available for purchase. If she could not proceed, she would either have to seek out a different vendor or resort to using silken tofu. However, the very thought of employing silken tofu to practice her wave abilities was nearly inconceivable. She received the block of tofu from Lu Yu. Sky commenced her experiment. With a gentle application of pressure, the tofu crumbled. 1 second, 2 seconds as the third second began, the pulverized tofu, under the influence of an unseen force, soared into the air and returned to the palm of Sky's hand, reassembling itself into a complete block. Sky, astonished, inquired, What is the principle behind this?" "You may consider it a form of magic," Lu Yu replied. "Magic?" Sky recalled Lu Yu's previous practice of magic and found herself believing this assertion, nodding earnestly in agreement. This display of conviction even left Lu Yu feeling somewhat bashful. In truth, Lu Yu intended to elaborate further, yet Sky interrupted him, resolutely declaring, "I will practice diligently with this block of tofu and strive to master it as soon as possible." "Very well, then go ahead and practice." At this point, Lu Yu seemed to have exhausted his words. Observing Sky leave with such vigor, perhaps this was indeed for the best. Her spirited determination should sustain her enthusiasm for training over a considerable duration, undoubtedly aiding her in mastering this ability. "Doing this is also in your best interest," Lu Yu remarked, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Amidst his embarrassment, Lu Yu refrained from saying more, redirecting his focus to the meeting scheduled for that evening, preparing himself accordingly. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Night. "Whose subordinate are you?" Garrett inquired tentatively. "I belong to no one," came Lu Yu's enigmatic response. "I am neither affiliated with the S.H.I.E.L.D. you envision, nor with the Hydra you suspect, but rather, I am part of a mysterious organization." "A mysterious organization?" Upon hearing Lu Yu's answer, Garrett felt an unexpected sense of relief. It appeared that after exposing Hydra and exerting so much effort, Lu Yu's intentions were not merely to eliminate him. He suspected that Hydra had already been turned. "What do you intend to do?" Garrett asked directly. "I wish to recruit you into our ranks." "Recruit?" Garrett couldn't suppress a laugh, incredulous that someone would seek to enlist him, a high-ranking official in S.H.I.E.L.D. who had collaborated with Hydra. "Can they afford the price? How much longer can your body endure?" Lu Yu remarked with a smile, unfazed by Garrett's shifting expressions. This phrase caused Garrett's demeanor to shift dramatically, the mockery on his face evaporating. "Is there an issue with my body?" he demanded. "Indeed, there is," Lu Yu replied, his tone serious, "and it is quite grave. Though you appear to be in good health at present, your life is sustained solely by mechanical devices. Very few are aware of this fact. The number of those in the know is scant." "I do not comprehend what you are implying." After regaining his composure, Garrett retorted. Unperturbed, Lu Yu raised a finger towards him. Instantly, Garrett felt a lightness in his body as all his upper garments, including the concealed weapon on his back, disintegrated into minute particles and fell away. Now, Garrett sat bare-chested, revealing a muscular physique marred by horrifying wounds, evident gunshot scars, and biological metal that nearly encompassed his entire upper body. "Now, do you have anything to say?" Lu Yu asked, disregarding Garrett's wariness, his smile unwavering. Garrett fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu. He then closed the door, approached Lu Yu, and sat directly across from him. Witnessing Lu Yu's extraordinary abilities, he comprehended that escape was futile. Thus, he resigned himself to sit before Lu Yu with a sense of acceptance. "Your bioprosthetics are not the issue. Rather, your organs have decayed beyond repair. You should have sensed it recently. Your body cannot endure much longer, at most just a few years," Lu Yu stated. Garrett did not deny this. In fact, the cybernetic technology firm that crafted his bioprosthetics had conveyed a similar message. He had only a few fleeting years left, after which technology would be powerless to save him. "What do you truly desire?" Garrett inquired, his expression darkening slightly. "If I told you I could save you, what would your reaction be?" Lu Yu replied calmly. Though Lu Yu's words were unremarkable, to Garrett, who harbored ulterior motives, they resonated like thunder in his ears. His emotions surged towards the brink of chaos as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Yu, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He was filled with anticipation regarding the proposition Lu Yu had laid forth. "So, joining you is the price I must pay?" Garrett inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure as he posed the question to Lu Yu. "Simply restoring my body, and you expect me to pledge my loyalty to you? I cannot even believe that myself." Lu Yu's response was unexpectedly unconventional, completely defying expectations. This individual was certainly not an ordinary person. He had lingered between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra for an extended period. To think that he could be genuinely swayed by such trivialities was utterly fanciful. Lu Yu was certainly not naive to that extent. "What other plans do you have?" Garrett inquired with curiosity. "There are many. In simple terms, whatever you require." "I can provide," Lu Yu replied. "I need power. Can you offer that to me?" Garrett responded, half skeptical. "What kind of power do you seek?" Lu Yu smiled in reply. "What kind?" Garrett's jaw nearly dropped. It seemed there were indeed numerous types available. Enhanced physical capabilities, advanced technology, superpowers. If you demonstrate sufficient contribution and loyalty, all of these can be bestowed upon you. Upon hearing this, Garrett was left utterly astonished. "Our organization is more formidable than you can possibly imagine," Lu Yu remarked, observing Garrett's astonishment. Listening to Lu Yu, Garrett felt a flicker of temptation within him. The prospect of resolving his issues while acquiring power was undeniably alluring. Perhaps it would be wise to agree and see how things unfold. Garrett was not dissatisfied with his future. If necessary, he could always renege later. For him, betraying an organization had become a commonplace affair. "I agree." After contemplating everything, Garrett responded decisively. John Garrett had made his choice to join. "Have you thought this through?" Lu Yu had a glimmer of insight into Garrett's thoughts, yet he remained indifferent. From the moment Garrett entered that room, everything had slipped beyond his control. "I have made up my mind," Garrett answered with seriousness. "Very well." Lu Yu nodded in understanding and then drew a handgun, aiming it at Garrett. Startled by the sudden appearance of the firearm, Garrett leapt from the sofa, kicking over the coffee table in front of him. The table toppled, sending its contents scattering as they surged towards Lu Yu. However, as those items neared him, they seemed to become ensnared in a quagmire, halting abruptly and gently descending to reassemble before Lu Yu, as if nothing had transpired. Only Garrett had swiftly taken cover behind an obstacle. "You should know this won't work on me. Come out," Lu Yu stated. "Rest assured, I do not intend to kill you. I merely wish to offer you something." After a moment's consideration, Garrett realized that hiding was futile. Just as he hesitated to emerge, his body suddenly lost control, his feet lifting off the ground and propelling him towards Lu Yu. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed as a beam of blue light struck Garrett squarely in the forehead, causing his brain to convulse instantly. Much like what had happened to Hitler before him. Something feels amiss. Garrett's first reaction was alarm. "What have you done to me?" he coldly demanded. "Since I am granting you such benefits, I must ensure your loyalty. This is the method to secure it." Garrett felt as though he had stepped into a den of wolves, and it appeared exceedingly difficult to escape, leaving him in a dire predicament indeed. He was acutely aware that Lu Yu would not act without reason, that blue light was undoubtedly an extraordinary object, capable of exerting control over him. The age-old adage, "With gain comes loss," rang true, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Garrett nodded gloomily. Manipulated yet powerless to resist, he found himself momentarily at a loss. "When do you intend to assist me in resolving my issues?" "We shall address a portion first. Once you can genuinely pledge your loyalty to me and accumulate sufficient merits, I will assist you with the remainder," Lu Yu replied calmly. "Could you provide a sample first?" "Certainly." Garrett offered no further words. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu beckoned to Garrett with a finger. Under the influence of an invisible force, Garrett's feet once again left the ground, slowly floating towards Lu Yu. Chapter 3. Emerging from fear to compel them to obey S.H.I.E.L.D's commands was nothing short of a fantasy. S.H.I.E.L.D possessed merely the power of allocation. In contrast, Garrett wielded command over a formidable force of over 1,000 armed agents, trained not as mere street thugs, but as highly skilled operatives. "Take this." Lu Yu produced an object resembling a syringe along with 12 cylindrical boxes, pushing them towards Garrett. These were provisions prepared for his subordinates, now proving their worth. "What is this?" Garrett inquired, puzzled. "This is a simplified version of a nanotechnology chip designed for a specific substance in your brains. Once injected, it connects directly with the brain, creating a biocomputer-like effect. Administer this injection to your subordinates. Each box contains 100 units, which should suffice. Here are the instructions for use. Why not provide them with the same items?" Garrett recalled the gun from earlier. "How do you know this is not the same product?" Indeed, They are essentially identical, differing only in their manifestation. Moreover, their effects vary. This was merely a ruse to convince someone like Garrett, a layman, that it was genuine. In truth, the actual mechanism was not this product. The blue dots represented electrical currents, and the so-called nanotechnology chips merely served as vessels for the soul program. Once inside the brain, they would automatically activate, enabling the program to be inscribed into the target's soul. This was a method Lu Yu conceived to input programs without personally attending to each subordinate. He had tested this approach and found it indeed effective. Is that so? Upon hearing Lu Yu's response, Garrett's gaze flickered momentarily as he contemplated the implications. Subsequently, his loyalty index dropped by 7. You may wish to explore additional possibilities to ascertain your survival. Lu Yu regarded him coldly. The evidence suggested that in dealing with such specialized operatives, beyond mere program constraints, the self-regulating force of loyalty was also essential. Solely relying on program constraints was insufficient to ensure that he would not harbor subtle ulterior motives. Program constraints could only prevent deviations in their conduct. However, the thoughts within remained, potentially leading them to act in ways that contravened established guidelines. Only by integrating programmatic constraints with self-restraint can we truly eliminate such occurrences. Garrett serves as a vivid illustration of this principle. Gazing upon the loyalty index before him, which had turned a dark crimson, nearly entirely black, his countenance darkened significantly. From this moment forth, he dared not entertain any superfluous thoughts and resolved to adhere strictly to Lu Yu's directives. However, this time, his loyalty index did not rise. It remained stagnant at the precarious threshold of life and death. After the injection, your subordinates will possess a semblance akin to yours, albeit with elevated authority, Lu Yu stated. Myself, Hitwell, and a few others. Without allowing Garrett to further inquire, Lu Yu continued, I shall refrain from reiterating the existing rules. But I must clarify the significance of your newfound higher-level authority. Garrett assumed a posture of attentive listening. Yet, Lu Yu did not expound immediately. Instead, he summoned Hitwell and elucidated the reasoning to him, wishing to avoid redundancy. Eventually, Lu Yu remarked, the paramount utility of higher authority lies in the ability to determine the life and death of those with lesser authority. Life and death. Garrett and Hitwell exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening instinctively. After all, this implication meant their own fates rested in Lu Yu's hands. Without allowing them to ponder excessively, Lu Yu added, furthermore, this includes comprehensive, real-time, omniscient surveillance of your thoughts, experiences, and everything you see and hear. Have we lost our lives and freedoms? Hitwell and Garrett began to question the intent behind Lu Yu's revelations. Was it truly to inform them of the advantages of elevated authority? Why did it sound more like a threat? A chill enveloped them, a sense of inescapability gnawed at their hearts. They felt ensnared within a convoluted organization, tightly bound by an invisible net. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, and Leviathan, this organization appeared excessively intricate and cohesive. They fell into a prolonged silence, oblivious to the passage of time until Lu Yu departed. Only after he had left behind some diamonds, manufactured by Xiongxin Corporation as funding for recruiting more subordinates, did they gradually awaken to their surroundings. Subsequently, they exchanged a knowing smile and began conversing. It seems we are truly unable to escape. Hitwell expressed his profound pessimism. Indeed, Garrett replied, tinged with a sense of reluctance, his words subtly echoing a similar sentiment. How long have you been part of this organization? Garrett attempted to shift the topic, directing his question to Hitwell. One day? Garrett immediately comprehended the reason for Hitwell's earlier reaction. No wonder he was astonished. What is your loyalty index? Garrett glanced at the loyalty index, slightly elevated from the earlier intimidation, and continued his inquiry, hoping for some psychological solace. Not high, as he had surmised. Attaining a high loyalty index as a newcomer was no simple feat due to the recent tremors. The danger level had temporarily receded to 80. Garrett was left speechless, his gaze towards Hitwell filled with bewilderment. Such is the way of survival. In response to Garrett's look, Hitwell awkwardly suggested, if you wish to prolong your existence, it would be wise to adjust your mindset swiftly. One cannot bear the brunt of scorn alone. It is preferable to have a scapegoat. He added, moreover, there are certain things that can be exchanged. Do you not desire to possess infinite life? Upon hearing this, Garrett recalled Lu Yu's earlier description, and despite his tough exterior, his heart inexplicably fluttered. Loyalty levels surged once more. In Hell's Kitchen, before the apartment building where Lu Yu resided, a middle-aged man with slightly curled hair and an air of scholarly sophistication approached. He must be around here. Clutching a crumpled note, he confirmed the address repeatedly before finally exhaling in relief. Just then, Lona Danon happened to arrive. The middle-aged man, filled with delight, intercepted her. Excuse me, miss. Does a person named Lu Yu reside here? You mean the landlord, Liu? Lona Danon replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Indeed. The man quickly grasped the situation, his heart brimming with joy. May I inquire whether you are a relative or a friend of his? Lona Danon, observing the distinguished yet somewhat disheveled gentleman before her, asked again. I would consider myself a friend. A friend? The notion of a friendship did not surprise Lona Danon in the least. Chapter 4. The metal target. What price must I pay? Bruce Banner inquired pragmatically. The usual terms apply. I require your knowledge. Not only what you currently possess, but also that which you will acquire over the next 20 years. Periodically, you will need to input new information. And throughout these 20 years, your knowledge base must be consistently updated. Understood. Bruce Banner agreed without hesitation. The prospect of exchanging 20 years of knowledge for the cessation of his dissociative identity disorder seemed exceedingly worthwhile to him. Do you have a place to stay? Liu asked once their collaboration was confirmed. No, Bruce Banner replied after contemplating. The place he once called home was likely uninhabitable now, and neither his ex-girlfriend nor acquaintances were suitable options for refuge. Despite returning discreetly, the might of the military was formidable. If they sought him, they would undoubtedly find him. Presently, he truly had nowhere to turn, especially concerning his ex-girlfriend. Though she might not betray him, her father had been keeping a close watch on her, never relenting in his surveillance. Then you may stay here for now. There are plenty of vacant rooms. Liu offered. But I am currently being hunted by the military. Is it safe to reside here? My location is already a priority target for S.H.I.E.L.D. Who is truly less safe remains to be seen. Liu said nonchalantly. Bruce Banner, bewildered, asked, what is S.H.I.E.L.D.? The level of danger he posed was not significant, so there was no need for further elaboration. Thus, he decided to stay. However, this arrangement was not without its costs. After he settled in, he took it upon himself to manage the myriad of mundane responsibilities in the apartment, including clearing clogged pipes, repairing equipment, ensuring electrical safety, and addressing conflicts among neighbors. Liu specifically granted him the title of apartment manager and provided a corresponding salary. Prior to this, there had indeed been a designated individual responsible for the apartment's management. However, following the incident involving S.H.I.E.L.D., the previous manager resigned. Consequently, this role naturally fell to Bruce Banner, a man endowed with 7 doctoral degrees. For him, even the repair of production lines was within his capabilities, making the handling of such trivial tasks seem almost beneath him. To prevent this from becoming a mere exercise in futility and to better tap into Bruce Banner's potential, Liu engaged him in a series of special discussions that delved into topics such as the effects of gamma rays on biological genetics, the feasibility of manufacturing Type 01 weapons utilizing gamma ray beams, and whether a gamma ray bomb could obliterate a planet. While Liu certainly gained a wealth of knowledge from these dialogues, Bruce Banner regarded him with a peculiar expression, clearly apprehensive about the ominous nature of their discussions. After all, the subjects they broached were exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, Liu had no intention of putting any of these ideas into practice. Otherwise, Bruce Banner might have felt compelled to leave, as Liu's pursuits were indeed fraught with danger. While the risks were undeniable, Bruce Banner could not help but acknowledge that Liu possessed a vast reservoir of knowledge and some rather audacious ideas. These concepts might appear somewhat unrealistic to him, at least from his perspective. Meanwhile, in a subterranean space, Liu stood before a sleek silver firearm, approximately half a meter in length, resembling a submachine gun but larger and imbued with cutting-edge technology. He scrutinized this weapon closely, with numerous similar items displayed on a nearby platform. Had Bruce Banner been present, he would have recognized that these objects were tangible manifestations of the impractical ideas he and Liu had previously discussed, now quietly exhibited and exuding an aura of danger. Is this what you refer to as a gamma-ray bomb? It doesn't seem particularly remarkable, remarked S.H.I.E.L.D., who had found a rare moment of leisure to visit, holding a bomb the size of a hand grenade as she inquired of Liu. Externally, it appeared unremarkable. Yet this bomb was potent enough to devastate half of New York, leaving behind residual radiation that would render the blasted area uninhabitable. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fingers involuntarily trembled, nearly causing her to discard the seemingly innocuous bomb. She fought to suppress this instinctive reaction, carefully placing the bomb back in its original position and retreating several paces before finally stopping, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Liu cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, if it were to explode, retreating further would be of little consequence. S.H.I.E.L.D. silently mused. Is this when you come to that realization? Could you not devise some form of protective measures? I am utterly unable to feel at ease while resting atop a cache of bombs. She thought, you seem unfazed while sleeping near other explosives. Other bombs? S.H.I.E.L.D. pondered, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, we possess a plethora of such formidable explosives. S.H.I.E.L.D. pondered, Does this mean we are slumbering atop a bomb? Your courage is truly remarkable. She began to contemplate whether she ought to seek alternative accommodations. At that moment, Lu Yu discerned her thoughts and cast a glance her way, remarking, "Should these bombs be detonated simultaneously, New York would be obliterated. If my concealed possessions were to be included in the explosion, the entire nation, perhaps even the globe, could suffer dire consequences. Where then would you find refuge?" After hearing Lu Yu's words, S.H.I.E.L.D could no longer contain herself and felt faint. Such antics are unprecedented. You claim we are not a terrorist organization, yet why manufacture such exaggerated weaponry? This is merely a byproduct of the research process. What then is the nature of your research? S.H.I.E.L.D's body and countenance stiffened in response. Fear not. No calamity shall befall us. We have comprehensive protective measures in place. If protective measures exist, why did you not mention them sooner? S.H.I.E.L.D gazed at Lu Yu with a look of deep resentment, questioning why he could not discuss the latter before the former. Many have met their demise or been terrified under such circumstances. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D was about to voice another thought, a peculiar sound resonated. Lu Yu's firearm emitted a beam of light, accurately piercing a metal target 100 meters away. Is that a gamma ray? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired. Indeed. Lu Yu casually adjusted the firearm in his hand, affirming her question. I sense there is radiation as well? A slight amount. After receiving Lu Yu's confirmation, S.H.I.E.L.D turned and fled, instantaneously vanishing into the subterranean space with the power of her ring. Once S.H.I.E.L.D departed, Leviathan appeared. Having witnessed S.H.I.E.L.D return to the room in a state of shock, she questioned Lu Yu directly about the events that transpired. She was merely startled. There is no need for concern. What brings you down here today? I detected suspicious individuals outside. My abilities sensed they were armed. Oh, with that brief acknowledgement, Lu Yu shifted his attention from the gamma ray gun to Leviathan. Chapter 5. Soaring into the air, the old soldier ascended into the air. In truth, he was not alone. Everyone within the vehicle was ejected, the car tumbling, its roof becoming its undercarriage, and vice versa. Everyone was left disoriented. Subsequently, they experienced an explosion resonating in their ears, drowning them in a cacophony of buzzing. An attack. This was the old soldier's immediate thought. Quickly, seize that individual named Lu Yu. Ignoring the buzzing in his ears, the old soldier hastily issued his command. However, before his order could be completed, Lu Yu adjusted the dial on his firearm once more and fired again. This time, no brilliance was revealed. Yet, the power unleashed was even more terrifying. The old soldier felt as though he had been struck by a massive truck, his body crashing against one end of the command vehicle, propelling the car forward towards the direction Lu Yu had aimed. After 4 or 5 meters, the vehicle finally rolled to a stop, and he lost consciousness. Others were also groaning in agony, their faces contorted in pain. Among them, one individual suffered gravely. His leg was completely shattered, with the fractured bone piercing through the knee, and he was desperately clutching the wound, screaming in torment. Yet, none of this concerned Lu Yu, who was engrossed in data collection at that moment. The weapon operated in cluster mode, exhibiting exceptional penetration power, effective against singular targets. In scatter mode, it delivered significant impact against multiple targets. Furthermore, it could deliberately obscure the brilliance of the attack, enhancing its stealth. Indeed, a magnificent weapon, Lu Yu murmured to himself. To prevent friendly fire, he had intentionally adjusted the color of the firearm as a guide. If necessary, this color could be eliminated to achieve a deadly stealth effect. Overall, the weapon had performed remarkably well. What do you want? Just say it directly. Lu Yu suddenly interjected, addressing the armed personnel who had encircled him. Lower your weapons, commanded a figure who appeared to be the leader. The last directive from the old soldier was to apprehend individuals. You want me to lower my weapon? Lu Yu chuckled softly, his gaze swiftly scanning the soldiers surrounding him, before adding, you all lower your weapons. As soon as Lu Yu's words fell, every soldier felt their bodies lose control. Their firearms involuntarily slipped from their grasp, their hands instinctively searching their bodies for concealed weapons, which they discarded carelessly onto the ground. Before long, they found themselves devoid of any weapon or item that could serve as one, even their belts. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, particularly at the sight of the men whose trousers sagged under gravity, revealing their awkwardness. Let us forego the belts. Upon hearing this, the group of burly men finally shed their previous discomfort. This looks much better, Lu Yu remarked, gathering them together and instructing them to raise their weapons, aiming at them. So, what power level would you prefer to use? Lu Yu inquired. The group fell silent for a moment, offering no response. If you prefer silence, then I shall make the decision myself. Lu Yu casually turned a knob and then pulled the trigger. In an instant, all the soldiers were catapulted into the air, blood spewing from their mouths, cascading like petals scattered by the wind. Thus, a spectacular home run was accomplished. The tremendous noise attracted the attention of Bruce Banner, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Leviathan, who emerged from the apartment to confront Lu Yu. What happened? Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Nothing significant, just a few individuals seeking trouble. I've dealt with them. The trio thought to themselves, do you truly believe we cannot see? It was evident that those present were no ordinary foes. Especially to Bruce Banner, who could recognize them as military personnel merely by their scent. A pang of guilt surged within Bruce. He thought that had he not remained with Lu Yu, this incident would likely not have transpired. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you. He gritted his teeth and proposed, why not hand me over to them? Although this action may not entirely resolve the incident, it could at least alleviate some of the trouble. As Lu Yu listened to Bruce Banner's words, he refrained from responding immediately, instead gazing at him in confusion. Sky and Lorna Dane shared a similar sentiment. What's wrong? Bruce Banner inquired, sensing their puzzlement. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so principled. Rest assured, since I dare to take action, I am fully confident that everything will turn out fine. Really? Of course. Lu Yu affirmed with unwavering conviction. Bruce Banner felt a slight sense of relief, yet he remained cautious, opting to stay behind and observe the unfolding situation. How should we deal with these individuals? In contrast, Sky appeared more composed and directly addressed the crux of the matter. Call the police and inform them that we are being monitored, our privacy invaded. And there was an attempted robbery. We have subdued them. Please send someone to handle the situation. After a brief pause, Lu Yu added, make sure to emphasize to the police that these individuals have already been restrained. Otherwise, they might not respond promptly. These officers are quite pragmatic. The three of them couldn't help but think, you must frequently call the police, given how familiar you are with the procedures. What if the police discover their identities? Bruce Banner warned Lu Yu with concern. Identities? I have no idea what identities they possess. I am merely dealing with thieves who invaded our privacy and attempted robbery. Are they not? Bruce Banner, quick-witted, readily concurred. Nevertheless, he did not share Lu Yu's level of assurance, believing that the police would not be so easily deceived. Lu Yu had no objections to this arrangement, and Bruce Banner proceeded to call the police, while Lorna Dane shifted her attention to the unfortunate military personnel on the ground. Curious about their condition, she wasn't inclined to rescue them. Her curiosity about certain circumstances was piqued. How did they manage to throw all their weapons to the ground? Lorna Dane asked Lu Yu with intrigue. It's just a little trick, Lu Yu replied, choosing not to elaborate further as he began to attend to subsequent matters. He erased all items that could prove their identities from those individuals, transforming them into indistinguishable particles. Once everything was settled, it was time to wait. As expected, the response time of the American police was astonishingly slow. Even after informing them that everyone had been subdued, their arrival was still remarkably delayed, taking nearly 20 minutes. Witnessing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly, reflecting, at this pace, one can only chuckle. If it were an emergency, the thief would have long escaped. Feeling disinclined to engage in lengthy discussions with the police, Lu Yu utilized his mental prowess to simplify the process, making everything significantly easier. Chapter 6. Self-preservation. Can my subordinates be released now? Ross inquired in a cold tone. Although Ross was no longer as imposing as he once was, with his head bandaged, his arm in a cast, and leaning on a cane, he still emanated an air of inviolable authority. This caused beads of cold sweat to form on the sheriff's forehead. I will release the individuals immediately. After the sheriff finished speaking, he turned to the relatively composed middle-aged detective, George, and urgently instructed, George, release them immediately. However, Detective George appeared to have something to say. Release them now, the sheriff urged impatiently. Under Ross's watchful gaze, the sheriff felt immensely uncomfortable and was eager to conclude the matter to avoid further complications. Reluctantly, Detective George complied. Soon, everyone except those severely injured and requiring medical attention was released and followed Ross out. Finally, there were no further disturbances, and only then did the sheriff breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, Detective George was not so easily relieved. What shall we do next? What do you mean? The sheriff retorted. We haven't apprehended the wrong individuals, so it doesn't concern us. However, since I've already detained them, I inevitably find myself entangled in this situation. Without their release, we could easily shift the blame onto them, considering they failed to present identification promptly. And now, the sheriff felt an unsettling premonition. To release them without any documentation, hire instructions, or do legal processes implied we apprehended the wrong individuals, which would be our fault. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The sheriff's anxiety was indeed validated. I intended to, but you didn't afford me the opportunity. The sheriff was at a loss for words. After a moment, an idea struck him, and he turned to Detective George. What if I were to rearrest them? Do you think that would be feasible? Detective George looked at his superior, utterly bemused. People often claimed he had climbed the ranks through nepotism. He had previously been skeptical, but now it seemed undeniably true. Rearrest Ross. He was presently under the protection of a general, whose identity had been confirmed. Arrest him? That would be sheer madness. Did the sheriff truly believe they could apprehend someone just because they were police officers? Did he not fear that the military might surround the police station? Detective George was no longer inclined to engage with this evidently misguided sheriff. Meanwhile, while the two were deliberating whether to apprehend Ross, he was being cornered at the police station's entrance. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. Coulson and Melinda presented their credentials, revealing their identities as they blocked Ross's exit. Clearly, they had learned their lesson from their previous encounter with Ross and, without preamble, stated their identities outright. Ross was, of course, aware of the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. After instructing his subordinates to get into the vehicle, he allowed the two of them to accompany him into a new command vehicle. "What do you want with me?" Ross asked, displaying a hint of impatience. Being from a military background, he was not particularly interested in these agents and showed no courtesy upon speaking. Coulson and Melinda seemed to have anticipated this reaction and were not surprised, promptly getting to the point. "It's regarding your military operation. Are you trying to pry into our mission?" Ross furrowed his brow in response. "Actually, it's not that. It's just that your mission intersects with ours in some capacity. Who is your target?" Ross paused momentarily, slightly relaxing his furrowed brow, and pressed for further details. Coulson remained silent, instead handing Ross a frontal photograph of Lu Yu. Upon gazing at the image, Ross's eyes instantly reddened, and an uncontrollable fury ignited within him. The cigar he had just extracted crunched ominously under his grip. "I demand his information." Ross forcibly restrained his emotions and addressed Coulson. "I'm afraid that's not possible," came Coulson's calm reply. "Why not?" Ross's brow knitted once more as he glared at Coulson, determined not to relent without an explanation. "He is classified as a high-level secret, and you are not authorized to access this information. Our primary purpose here is not to furnish you with details, but rather to advise you, for security reasons, to cease any further interaction with our target." Coulson responded, unfazed by Ross's ire. "Are you protecting him?" Ross's disdain for Coulson and his ilk intensified. "No, our actions are not intended to safeguard his well-being, but rather to ensure your safety." "My safety?" Ross retorted. "I shan't elaborate further. But I must inform you that the individual in question is not something a mere couple of special operations teams can contend with. Continuing to engage with this individual will only lead to peril. You must halt your endeavors." Coulson warned gravely. Ross remained unyielding. Coulson vividly illustrated the life-threatening crises that might ensue involving Lu Yu. However, true to form, Ross, the indomitable general, did not exhibit fear. Rather, his interest was piqued. And he looked down upon Coulson and the ineptitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. After leaving Coulson and Melinda standing in place, Ross departed without a backward glance, clearly intent on pursuing Bruce Banner and Lu Yu further. "What now?" Melinda inquired, glancing at Coulson. "Do not worry, everything is under the director's control. Although we did not succeed in making him recognize the danger Lu Yu poses or in persuading him to desist, we have at the very least momentarily prevented him from taking immediate action," Coulson added, asserting that this was sufficient for the time being. Melinda regarded Coulson with skepticism. "This is the director's directive. The specific rationale eludes me as well." "Then why mention it?" Melinda shot Coulson a cold glare. "Ahem. Let us swiftly attend to the ensuing matters. Today's events have stirred quite a commotion," she concluded, proceeding towards the vehicle that had arrived for them. Coulson offered an awkward smile before following her. Meanwhile, within Lu Yu's apartment, he had activated his communication device linked to his program and established contact with Hitweiler. "You called for me." Lu Yu heard Hitweiler's voice resonate in his mind. "Are you referring to me?" "Indeed." Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. "Is there something you need from me?" Hitweiler seemed to have an inkling, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, precisely what you were anticipating. You have another opportunity to earn merit." "How much merit?" 100. 100? Hitweiler's enthusiasm waned slightly, yet even the most minuscule of gains is still a gain. "What do you require me to do?" Hydra, invigorated, inquired of him. "Have you heard of General Ross?" "General Ross?" Hydra searched his mind and recalled various attributes associated with the general: a commanding presence, significant authority, an obsession with the super soldier serum, and an unyielding pursuit of his son-in-law. "I am aware of him. Is this mission related to him?" Chapter 7. The mission approaches. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in blue, his expression one of astonishment, matching the likeness in the target's photograph. "Are you Samuel Stern?" Ross demanded, pushing aside the soldier who had been assisting him, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon the man. "Yes, I am." Samuel Stern attempted to explain further, but before he could utter another word, the others swiftly took action. Before he could finish speaking, he found himself subdued, pressed to the ground, his hands twisted behind his back, rendering him utterly helpless, reduced to desperate pleas. Though he might excel in scientific endeavors, in every other aspect, he was merely an ordinary man, devoid of any capacity for resistance. It was without a doubt that Samuel Stern had been captured, rather than being immediately relocated. Samuel Stern was pushed back into his office, where two soldiers seated him in a movable chair. General Ross took a seat opposite him. I truly did nothing wrong. Nor did I disclose any state secrets. Samuel Stern hastily defended himself in the tense atmosphere that enveloped him upon Ross's arrival. But you assisted someone the military sought to apprehend, Mr. Green, the very individual in blue. Ross's gaze flickered, responding sternly. Samuel Stern, feeling a wave of guilt, refrained from foolishly admitting to anything, stubbornly maintaining his denial. We were merely conducting standard scientific research. Besides, I had no knowledge that he was the person you were after. I was merely curious about him. To bolster the credibility of his words, Samuel Stern added, you cannot possibly imagine the potential applications of his cells. The advancements in gamma technology could lead to monumental breakthroughs. We could create hundreds of antidotes, rendering countless diseases unable to afflict humanity, and we might even be in contention for a Nobel Prize. Is that the reason for your collaboration? Indeed. Samuel Stern nodded, a hint of unease in his response. To what stage has your research progressed? Ross seemed quite intrigued. We haven't commenced yet. All my focus has been on eliminating what resides within him. Wait, are you intending to destroy it? Ross interrupted Samuel Stern, his sharp gaze fixed upon him, demanding an answer. He had devoted his life to the study of the Hulk and could not allow it to perish so easily. Not yet complete. Under Ross's piercing scrutiny, Samuel Stern apprehensively contradicted his own intentions. In truth, he had devised a method, yet he lacked the assurance to proceed, currently assuming a scenario of failure. Otherwise, he feared Ross would take direct action to obliterate everything. Do you possess any other findings? Articulate them clearly, word by word. Or prepare to spend the remainder of your life in prison. Ross threatened Samuel Stern. There has been notable progress, and the birth of the Hulk captivates my interest. I aspire to achieve something even greater. At this juncture, Samuel Stern appeared somewhat agitated, seemingly undeterred by the looming threats. Something greater? What do you mean? Ross disregarded his emotional state and seized upon his pivotal statement. Can you create the Hulk? I possess only a modicum of data and cannot truly replicate it. The Hulk was an unforeseen result of experimentation, and I am unable to genuinely manufacture it. I merely utilize some blood for research, hoping to forge something superior. As he delved into his expertise and studies, Samuel Stern's enthusiasm intensified. Have you succeeded? Ross inquired, equally animated. There are certain results, he replied modestly. Yet the confidence emanating from Samuel Stern was unmistakable. A bold idea flickered in Ross's mind. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Lu Yu's consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a lottery opportunity. Lu Yu paused in his actions, a captivating smile gracing his lips. It seemed his influence had borne fruit. He had not anticipated it to be genuinely feasible. Contemplating the unfolding narrative, Lu Yu's thoughts raced. How many such occurrences could he instigate? If each time yielded a lottery chance, how splendid. As for the potential of an unmanageable situation, Lu Yu deemed it a trivial concern, merely a playful distraction. Perhaps another lottery opportunity could be gained. That would be even better. After striving to compose himself, Lu Yu ceased his current endeavors and opened the lottery space. A familiar environment, the renowned lottery wheel, and the customary lottery proceedings greeted him. Without hesitation, Lu Yu initiated the wheel, and the pointer spun rapidly. Even with his current vision and mental acuity, he could not discern its slightest trace. The system's anti-cheat mechanism was truly ruthless. You ask, what harm is there in allowing me to cheat once? Does it mean I would consume less? Indeed, the system's voice retorted in due course. Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly. Yet he ultimately stabilized the wheel's pointer. A bean-like object materialized before him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a celestial bean. Celestial bean? A glimmer sparkled in Lu Yu's eyes. What a remarkable item. Consuming one could restore all injuries, making it quite exceptional. Furthermore, Lu Yu could utilize the male core to gather data, infinitely replicate celestial beings, making them a viable source of sustenance. However, Lu Yu's expression soon returned to normal. This item seemed to hold little practical utility for him. In terms of recovery capabilities, Lu Yu's male core far exceeded that of the celestial being, offering a more comprehensive solution. After all, the celestial being could not remedy certain ailments, whereas Lu Yu's male core could. Fundamentally, it bore little significance for Lu Yu. Of course, he harbored no dissatisfaction. If he could not utilize it, he could bestow it upon others, such as Sky, Lorna Dane, and several others. It would conveniently address some deficiencies while also serving to intimidate or win hearts. How splendid. After retracting the mystical beans, Lu Yu decisively commenced the next round of the lottery. The pointer whirled rapidly, ultimately halting upon an object resembling a card. In a flash of light, a card materialized before Lu Yu, one he recognized all too well. A Hearthstone card? Congratulations, host. You have acquired the card of seduction. Is it truly so? Observing the card before him, Lu Yu's expression grew somewhat peculiar. System, what purpose do you intend for me to serve with this card? Are you suggesting we engage in a card game? Before Lu Yu, the card floated serenely. Remarkably, it was indeed a card of seduction. Its function was to expend 2 mana points to copy an enemy minion into one's hand. In the realm of Hearthstone, this was undoubtedly a valuable card. Yet, this is the real world. This card can exert its influence here. The system's voice echoed. What? Lu Yu was taken aback, clutching the card as he began to ponder its potential. If applied to Ancient One, would it? Host, do not overthink it. The system interjected once more. What is it? Please note, this card is meant for minions, not for others. Is Ancient One a minion? Well, that is indeed correct. This card is exclusively applicable to minions, targets possessing a subordinate relationship. It functions as such in Hearthstone, and logically, it should not affect non-minion subjects in reality. Chapter 8. Well done. So, what brings you here, file in hand? What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Our research department has recently upgraded and replaced certain weaponry, and some items can no longer be supplied. Thus, this document necessitates modification. Hitweiler presented his pre-prepared justification. Originally, this matter was intended for discussion in tomorrow's internal meeting. But since Lu Yu has a current need, it is fortuitous to seize the opportunity. I must first examine the new equipment and personally test it. Lang Muro replied solemnly, holding the document. Hitweiler had anticipated such a reaction. He did not feign surprise, but instead displayed a semblance of annoyance as he said to Lang Muro, "Here are the data regarding the new equipment. Surely a glance will suffice." "No, I must see the physical item and test it personally." Lang Muro unceremoniously interrupted Hitweiler. Upon hearing this, a fleeting joy flickered in Hitweiler's eyes. Then he feigned impatience, exclaiming, "How troublesome." He then deliberately delayed further, telling Lang Muro, "You are just about to finish work. Let us postpone this to another day." "No. What must be done today must be completed today," Lang Muro asserted firmly. Hitweiler had indeed discerned Lang Muro's character. He capitalized on Lang Muro's seriousness and dedication. And in response to Lang Muro's disdain towards him, he deliberately provoked him towards a path he disdained, ensuring that all matters progressed in accordance with Lang Muro's anticipated trajectory. In the end, Hitweiler carelessly stored the document away, providing Lang Muro with an address and a set of permissions, dispatching him to test drive the new equipment. Interestingly, the new equipment had yet to arrive on site, leaving Romulo with no choice but to pilot the latest model of fighter jet for a considerable distance. This journey serendipitously provided Lu Yu with an opportune moment to approach Romulo. Utilizing his authority, S.H.I.E.L.D continuously relayed the coordinates of the fighter jet as received by S.H.I.E.L.D computers to Lu Yu in real time. "Well done, 500 merits belong to you." "Thank you, boss." S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but smile subtly. "That is your due reward. You needn't linger. I shall take care of the rest." "Understood." Subsequently, S.H.I.E.L.D terminated the communication with Lu Yu, powered down his computer, and, as per routine, departed for home, as if nothing had transpired. Noticing the communication had ceased, Lu Yu wasted no time and, based on the last transmitted coordinates, instantaneously transported himself to a high altitude. The fierce wind stirred, causing his garments to flutter erratically in the turbulent air. However, he paid no heed to this, surveying his surroundings until he finally pinpointed a distinct trail left by the fighter jet. Following this mark, he located the aircraft, now appearing as a mere dot in the distance. After a brief calculation, Lu Yu employed his teleportation skill once more, vanishing from his original location and silently infiltrating the somewhat cramped confines of the jet. This was not a large aircraft, but rather a compact one, accommodating only a handful of passengers. Lu Yu's sudden appearance undoubtedly drew attention. As the jet was in autopilot mode, an unburdened Romulo instinctively drew his weapon towards Lu Yu. And had it not been for the concern of potentially striking critical objects, he would have likely fired. Given Romulo's disposition, Lu Yu was certain he would have acted thus. However, Lu Yu seemed to disregard the weapon pointed at him, raising a hand to present a card at the same height as Romulo's head, infusing it with magical energy. Before Romulo could express his curiosity, the card began to emanate light. Not perceiving this as a mere magic trick and disregarding all else, he prepared to pull the trigger. Yet, before he could act, Lu Yu's mental force surged forth, instantaneously immobilizing him, rendering him unable to pull the trigger or even move. Romulo could only remain in a state of shock, watching as the card in Lu Yu's hand grew increasingly luminous, ultimately transforming into a beam of light that shot from Lu Yu's grasp, momentarily hovering before swiftly returning to Lu Yu's side, where it materialized into a humanoid form. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The radiance of the humanoid gradually diminished, revealing a figure before him, one he was all too familiar with. Romulo's pupils constricted sharply, for the figure was none other than himself, strikingly identical in posture, attire, facial features, and even demeanor. At that moment, Romulo could hardly focus on anything else. His gaze fixed solely on this doppelganger. The figure addressed Lu Yu as master, though Lu Yu suggested the title boss instead. Very well, boss. Romulo's replica readily accepted this new appellation. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction before inquiring, "Do you perceive anything amiss?" The clone stirred its body and replied, "No. I feel perfectly normal and have not detected any abnormalities." Nonetheless, Lu Yu did not fully trust this response. He activated his core scanning function and conducted multiple comprehensive scans on both Langmulo and his clone, examining their souls, physical forms, memories, and mental wave frequencies. Upon completion, Lu Yu was compelled to acknowledge that, aside from a subtle difference at the soul level due to absolute loyalty, there were no discernible discrepancies in any other aspects. If it were another individual, even with Lu Yu's capabilities, it would be challenging to distinguish any differences without directly comparing their souls. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, that was an altogether different matter. After learning all this, Lu Yu finally felt at ease and turned his attention to Langmulo, who was becoming aware of what was about to transpire. Indeed, as you suspected, Lu Yu confirmed his hypothesis. The corners of Langmulo's eyes nearly split with fury as he glared at Lu Yu, the flames of anger within him no longer concealed. He harbored a deep hatred for Lu Yu, wishing to eliminate him immediately to vent his wrath. However, Lu Yu did not afford him such an opportunity and delivered a powerful strike directly to Langmulo. Like a stack of blocks, Langmulo was instantly shattered. His soul was torn into fragments and vanished, while his body disintegrated into countless black particles, scattering across the ground and enveloping the entire area beneath him. Lu Yu utilized his mental power to gather all the black particles, ensuring none were overlooked, and then compressed them into a single mass, relocating it behind the aircraft. After retracting his mental power, tranquility was restored. Chapter 9. Terrifying. This dilemma left Hit-Well thoroughly perplexed. Based on his understanding of Langmulo, this was simply implausible. Garrett was equally astonished. Just as Hit-Well was familiar with Langmulo, Garrett, who had collaborated with Hydra for many years, was privy to certain inside information. Hit-Well's voluntary participation stemmed from a specific purpose, and Garrett's willingness to join was not inherently flawed. However, that did not imply Langmulo would be equally agreeable. Yet, Langmulo had now been recruited. In his surprise, Garrett sent a message to inquire why Langmulo had consented to the recruitment. Soon, Langmulo received Garrett's message and promptly reported to Lu Yu, "John Garrett, the all-seeing eye, sent me a message asking why I agreed to your recruitment. Just provide him with any excuse," Lu Yu instructed, wishing to keep his cloning abilities concealed. Langmulo understood Lu Yu's intent and, after a moment of contemplation, crafted a reason to send back. "What excuse did you come up with?" Lu Yu inquired curiously. "I was inspired by the organization's mission. It's all nonsense anyway. He knows my character and won't believe it. Since that's the case, I'll just give him a random excuse. The effect will be the same." Well, that may be crude, but it's not incorrect. Lu Yu accepted the reasoning. However, Garrett, upon receiving the message, found it utterly unacceptable. "Inspired by the organization's mission? Do you think you're a 3-year-old child? You were just casually inspired? Do you truly believe I am as naive as a 3-year-old child, capable of accepting such words?" Despite the difficulty of acceptance, the truth remains evident. Romulo has indeed been recruited. Garrett's thoughts align with Sitwell's. Such matters are challenging to conceal. And once the truth is sought to be revealed, it becomes exceedingly simple. Thus, Romulo has unequivocally joined their ranks. I, Sitwell Romulo, and a significant portion of Hydra have already allied ourselves, leaving only a few remnants of opposition. Hydra, alas. Garrett could not help but feel sympathy for Pierce. Within S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra is led by Pierce. Beneath him stands the formidable Romulo, who commands the Special Operations Team and the majority of Hydra's armed forces. Following him is Sitwell, responsible for coordination and oversight, managing Hydra's extensive network of relationships, both overt and covert, as well as nearly all intelligence agencies. Now, all these individuals have fallen under Lu Yu's command. Additionally, Lu Yu himself has long collaborated with Hydra and possesses substantial influence within S.H.I.E.L.D, being a person who easily shifts allegiances. Although various factions may still exist within Hydra, they are no longer capable of exerting decisive influence. Today, should Lu Yu eliminate Pierce, a mere call to arms would render Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D almost entirely at his disposal. This transformation has occurred with such ease that if it were to be revealed, few would believe it. How tightly organized Hydra once was. Yet, Such a formidable organization has been infiltrated in such a brief span of time, completely under control in less than 10 days. To speak of it would evoke disbelief. However, upon reflection on Lu Yu's methods, perhaps there are traces to be found. Not everyone possesses the foundational strength that Lu Yu does to deftly resolve such intricate issues. Take Rumlow, for instance. He was once a staunch devotee of Hydra, seemingly impossible to recruit. Yet the reality is that he has joined Lu Yu's camp. A transformation so profound it is astounding. Garrett sighed with a wry smile. I seem to be increasingly ensnared in this web. On one hand, the power he now wields has rendered his escape exceedingly difficult. The conversation returns to Lu Yu and Rumlow. At this moment, Lu Yu remains aboard Rumlow's aircraft, with no intention of departing. Rumlow, how much longer until we reach your destination? Lu Yu contemplated for a moment before inquiring. Half an hour more. Rumlow replied after checking the flight log. Half an hour? That will suffice, Lu Yu remarked, retrieving a syringe and a small vial containing a green liquid from his bag. As he drew the green liquid into the syringe, Lu Yu simultaneously informed Rumlow. Next, I shall enhance you. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D and Garrett, Rumlow possesses an almost unwavering loyalty to Hydra, allowing Lu Yu to dispense with elaborate tactics. Thus, Lu Yu intends to directly bestow various enhancements upon Rumlow. The first is serum-based physical enhancement. At this moment, Rumlow has reached the pinnacle of human capability, proficient in various combat techniques, firearms operation, and vehicle navigation. However, he remains an ordinary individual. For instance, when confronted by Captain America, he appeared to be at a disadvantage. Despite the latter being dubbed a formidable figure within the Marvel Universe, victory still eluded him. Lu Yu recognized the necessity of a formidable ally. Thus, he resolved to augment Rumlow's abilities. The initial step involved the administration of a newly developed serum. This serum would not manifest its effects immediately. Rather, it would gradually enhance Rumlow's capabilities, ultimately enabling him to transcend human limitations and perhaps even attain greater strength. Crucially, aside from a transient period of agony upon initial usage, the serum would elude detection by any means thereafter. This aspect was of paramount importance for Rumlow, who navigated the dual identities of S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra, as it would spare him from numerous unnecessary complications. After Lu Yu consumed the serum and ensured that no air bubbles remained in the syringe, he utilized his unique abilities to expel it. Without hesitation, he thrust the syringe towards Rumlow's heart. This method starkly contrasted with conventional injections, as it initiated from the heart itself. Frankly, such an approach was indeed quite terrifying. Nonetheless, Rumlow exhibited no signs of resistance, allowing Lu Yu to inject the serum without a hint of defiance. This demonstrated the strength of absolute loyalty. Upon completion of the injection, Lu Yu returned the syringe to his backpack. You will endure approximately 20 minutes of torment, after which the effects will gradually manifest. The sensation of weakness within you will dissipate within 3 minutes, and half an hour should suffice for you to regain your composure. Exercise caution and avoid revealing any signs of change, Lu Yu advised Rumlow. However, Lu Yu did not intend to accompany Rumlow through this painful period. Rumlow voiced no objections and readily accepted Lu Yu's words. Satisfied, Lu Yu nodded and promptly vanished, leaving Rumlow alone within the aircraft. As Rumlow prepared to return to his seat and await the onset of the painful phase, he suddenly felt a sharp twitch in the area where the serum had been injected into his heart. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of heat akin to molten lava surged through his veins, searing him and radiating throughout his body. Even the stoic Rumlow found this agony unbearable. He knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, his face contorted in anguish as he gasped for breath. He could only inhale the frigid air to alleviate his suffering slightly. Just as Lu Yu had predicted, this torment persisted for approximately 20 minutes. After this duration, the pain receded rapidly, akin to a flood being released. Chapter 10. The Big Mouse. To his surprise, Coulson accepted his explanation, nodding in understanding. He then remarked to Lu Yu, the military may resort to certain measures this time. Are they still planning to pull this stunt in Hell's Kitchen? If it were Washington, Wall Street, or the Capitol, they might hesitate, but in the impoverished, gang-ridden Hell's Kitchen, they may very well take action. Those military personnel, humph. Coulson expressed his disdain for the military's conduct, to which Lu Yu concurred, believing that such actions were indeed plausible. After all, if they dared to confront Bruce Banner at the university, what would stop them from acting in a place like Hell's Kitchen? Humph. It's hardly a matter of great consequence. Lu Yu pondered for a moment, concluding that perhaps this was simply how things were. Whether love arrived or not mattered little to him. It might even serve as an opportunity for discovery. He once again displayed an air of calm. Seeing Lu Yu suddenly become so composed, Coulson felt a tinge of confusion. You will understand in due time. Lu Yu interrupted Coulson's impending words. No need to see me off. Coulson was taken aback. I haven't even mentioned that I was leaving. Oh, and there is a message from our director that I was asked to convey to you. What message? Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. The military is currently conducting the Green Giant experiment. Coulson replied. Lu Yu questioned, what on earth does your director mean by this? Such confidential matters can be so casually disclosed to me? He regarded Coulson with suspicion. Cough, cough. Well, to be honest, I am not entirely sure. Coulson stammered, attempting to explain to Lu Yu. Are you certain you don't know? I have a feeling you are well aware of the details. All right. It seems I cannot evade your keen perception. The truth is, the director is quite displeased with certain individuals in the military. Keep fabricating your story. Lu Yu cast a scornful glance at Coulson. Can you not even tell a decent lie? Coulson fell silent, feeling awkward. It must be because the military has caused your director some trouble, right? I recall that the last time you intended to take over Bruce Banner's case, the military vehemently opposed it. Now that they have unearthed something new, your director failed to gain any advantage. Hence he intends for me to intervene? Coulson remained silent. I am merely speculating. If I am mistaken, so be it. Your guesses are alarmingly accurate. This will not do. A more thorough investigation is required. It turned out that Lu Yu's deductions were largely correct. Indeed, the director had not managed to procure benefits from the military and had even faced embarrassment. However, Coulson had no intention of exploiting Lu Yu for any purpose. His plan was simply to inform Bruce Banner through Lu Yu, allowing him to prepare. Lu Yu held no expectations of the inept director. This individual knew far too much. Who could predict what might transpire if he were involved? The director merely wished for Bruce Banner to address the issue. Since he could not have it, he resolved that no one should, hoping instead for Bruce Banner to mishandle the situation entirely. Perhaps such an outcome would be preferable. The military already had too many Green Giants, posing a significant threat to the peace maintained by S.H.I.E.L.D. One Green Giant could wreak havoc, let alone multiple. If they spiraled out of control, no one would be spared. In truth, this message was not meant for you. Seeing Lu Yu's skepticism, Coulson hastily clarified. Bruce Banner? Lu Yu made the connection. Indeed. Coulson affirmed. Oh, it seems I was overly sentimental. But, do you genuinely intend for him to go? I must say, he hasn't transformed into the Green Giant in quite some time. If he were to do so now, he might struggle to maintain control. Better than facing a horde of Green Giants. Coulson quoted the director's words. Indeed. Lu Yu concurred. Then you may as well seek out Banner to discuss this matter. Lu Yu displayed an air of indifference, while Coulson hesitated, showing no intention of rising. What was the matter? Such matters were not easy to convey directly to him. His naivety necessitated a more subtle approach, avoiding bluntness, lest it backfire. In other words, you wish to preserve the carefully crafted facade. Akin to a courtesan desiring to uphold the virtue of chastity, Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words. That being said, could we not employ a less jarring expression? Is it truly wrong to speak candidly? Yet, such a statement cannot be made, can it? Coulson departed, leaving with a sense of frustration and helplessness, primarily incited by Lu Yu's demeanor. However, as Lu Yu had previously articulated, he made no further moves, continuing to play both roles, of a courtesan and a virtuous figure. After all, this was the modus operandi of S.H.I.E.L.D. Consequently, the matter was ultimately entrusted to Lu Yu. Over the ensuing 3 days, all remained tranquil. Lu Yu did not immediately disclose the information Coulson had mentioned to Bruce Banner, instead opting to delay, ensuring the confidentiality of the matter was impeccably maintained. Until today, even now, Lu Yu refrained from revealing the information to Bruce Banner. First reaching out to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D., what is the current status of the military's experiments with the Hulk? Lu Yu inquired. Human trials have already commenced. Given that Lu Yu had previously instructed S.H.I.E.L.D. to closely monitor this issue, he provided the answer without hesitation. It seems the progress is quite satisfactory. Indeed, it has been remarkably smooth. Previously, a small lab rat successfully transformed into the Hulk. The Hulk rat. The very name conjured an image of a massive rodent, muscular and adorned in a shade of green. It sounds rather amusing. What became of that Hulk rat? Lu Yu asked. It would have made a splendid pet. It died. S.H.I.E.L.D. extinguished Lu Yu's hopes. Died. How could that happen? The military underestimated the Hulk rat's strength, leading to a failure in safety measures that resulted in the experiment going awry. Oh, that is to be expected. Which experiment does not encounter some hiccup? S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked. Nonetheless, the probability of mishaps during experiments in the Marvel Universe is alarmingly high, particularly within the military. For any significant experiment, there is a 9 out of 10 chance that something will go amiss. This is also a significant source of inspiration for Hollywood blockbusters. Otherwise, how would Hollywood generate so many thrilling films? What transpired next? Lu Yu inquired once more of S.H.I.E.L.D. A major incident. Chapter 11. Counterattack. Had it not been for the gamma suppressor he wore, he likely would have lost control and transformed long ago. Even now, he was breathing heavily. His eyes a fierce crimson, his expression grave. We cannot allow them to proceed, Bruce Banner declared emphatically, slamming his hand on the table. I share S.H.I.E.L.D's sentiments. We must not permit them to act in this manner. However, we cannot afford to act impulsively. In other words, we cannot take immediate action. Liu Yu candidly articulated his perspective. Do you wish for me to resolve this issue? Bruce Banner is not foolish. Indeed, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency believes that, given the military's involvement, they cannot intervene with military personnel. Their experiments are supposedly grounded in rationale. Liu Yu unhesitatingly divulged S.H.I.E.L.D's secrets. Can one aspire to be a harlot while seeking to uphold a facade of virtue? Absolutely not. I comprehend. I shall handle it myself. Bruce Banner, with a sense of magnanimity, readily acquiesced. He did not wish for more tragedies akin to his own to occur. Where are the experiments conducted? Provide me the address. I shall proceed at once. There is no need for such trouble. I shall escort you. Liu Yu offered no further explanation, opting instead for immediate action. After calculating the route, he guided Bruce Banner to a vast desert. Surrounding them was an expanse of sand, with a few resilient desert plants defiantly standing against the winds. Where's this place? Did you not witness it before? I indeed have seen it, but can one bring others here? Of course, this is the site of the experiments. Underground? Not underground. It is behind you. Following his gaze, Bruce Banner beheld an abandoned military base standing starkly before him. Why here? There were previous complications, leading to new protective measures, and thus the location was changed to this site. Are all the documents and my blood samples also here? That would be my assumption. Liu Yu could not provide a definitive answer, for who knows if the military would store the documents and blood samples separately. Most of the materials should be here, otherwise, their experiments could not proceed smoothly, just as Samuel Stern would be essential for the experiment to commence. You may begin, Liu Yu instructed Bruce Banner. However, Bruce Banner showed no immediate intention to act, instead fixating on the military base ahead. It appears you have other plans? Liu Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, I do. After a brief pause, Bruce Banner added, I wish to attempt persuading them to abandon this experiment. In that case, you are merely a bookworm, destined to be hunted down like a stray dog. Do as you wish. Liu Yu did not impede him, allowing him to personally experience the complexities of human nature. Otherwise, he would never comprehend. Moreover, Liu Yu had no time to spare on him. Leaving a casual remark, he vanished from sight. The military had been conducting research on him for some time, and it was high time for Liu Yu to reap some rewards. Despite Liu Yu's disappearance, Bruce Banner's resolve remained unaltered. He lingered for a moment, removing the radiation source resembling a ring from his finger. He was not naive, unwilling to recklessly charge ahead. It was prudent to first remove the radiation source. Should negotiations falter, he would still possess a chance for resistance. Perhaps the base lies merely a stone's throw away. Or perhaps it is the weight of prolonged pressure that bears down upon him. The moment Bruce Banner removed the source of radiation, an overwhelming sensation engulfed him, as if a ferocious beast lurked within, yearning to break free from its confines. Bruce vigorously shook his head, striving to regain his composure, and tucked the radiation source into his pocket before proceeding toward the military base, once abandoned but now reactivated. After taking a few steps, a thought seemed to cross his mind, prompting him to halt once more. He reached into his pocket to retrieve the radiation source again, subsequently shoving it into his trousers. Regardless of the attire he donned, it could not hinder his transformation. Placing the radiation source in his pocket was far too perilous, and securing it within his trousers felt decidedly safer. With these preparations complete, he advanced into the restricted area. Almost immediately, he was discovered, and in a most direct manner. Upon confirming his identity, the entire base sprang into action, sharp alarms reverberating throughout the vicinity as countless weapons were aimed at Bruce Banner, still in his ordinary human form. This elicited a wave of irritation within him, igniting an urge to transform. I demand to see Ross. Bruce Banner exerted every ounce of will to suppress the impulse to change, addressing the quaking soldiers before him. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers promptly reported to their superiors. Moments later, Ross made his appearance. He had long harbored an obsession with Bruce Banner, and even at this critical juncture, he resolved to confront him. Days had passed, yet Ross appeared unchanged, still bound in bandages, encased in a cast, and leaning on a crutch. However, his demeanor seemed markedly improved, radiating a newfound vitality. As if his endeavors had indeed become a potent elixir for a man. The breakthrough of the super soldier program had rejuvenated him, rendering him more vigorous than before his injuries. I did not seek you out. You chose to seek me, Ross remarked, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Directed at Bruce Banner. I had no choice but to find you. Do you comprehend the perilous nature of the plan you are currently undertaking? Bruce's expression was grave. I am aware of the danger, but do you realize that you are implicated in the theft of military secrets? How did you ascertain that we were conducting experiments here? That is not your concern. Do not divert the topic. Do you have any notion of the casualties this experiment may incur? In the interest of national benefit, personal sacrifice is justified, but are they willing to sacrifice themselves? Bruce countered. Ross fell silent. Indeed, there were a few willing to make sacrifices, but they were few and far between. Who truly volunteers? Do not claim that American soldiers would give their lives for their country. Is it not ultimately for monetary gain? Otherwise, why is conscription so challenging each year? Left without a retort? Then cease this. Cease? With success so tantalizingly close, how could Ross possibly relent? He signaled to an agent nearby, and the sound of gunfire erupted, not with bullets, but with a powerful tranquilizer specifically designed to subdue the Hulk, striking Bruce Banner squarely in the chest and injecting the anesthetic. In an instant, Bruce felt his vision blur, his strength waning, and slipping into unconsciousness became merely a matter of time. Ultimately, Bruce Banner relinquished his resistance. The green hue began to spread from his eyes, swiftly enveloping his limbs and torso. Soon, Bruce Banner's physique began to swell. The transformation commenced. Fire! Ross commanded loudly. Rat-a-tat! Boom! Roar! The cacophony of gunfire and the sounds of ferocious roars faintly reached Lu Yu's ears. He understood that Bruce Banner was engaged in a fierce battle with the guard troops, and the conflict was exceedingly brutal. Chapter 12. The Art of Deception. It was as if he beheld the manifestation of universal truths. His heart reveled in this vision, gliding freely through its depths. Given the considerable size of his brain, this smile appeared particularly distorted. Is it ready? Lu Yu paid little heed to this grin. Instead, retrieving a subversion card and directing it towards S.H.I.E.L.D, infusing it with magical energy. In his current state, S.H.I.E.L.D had become somewhat of a pawn, making him an apt candidate for this card. The effect of the replica card should be identical, wouldn't it? Verification would reveal the truth. The card transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards S.H.I.E.L.D, lingering upon him for a moment before reappearing beside Lu Yu. A S.H.I.E.L.D, mirroring the original stance, materialized once more. Employing his powerful scanning ability, Lu Yu discerned that there was little distinction between the two, reminiscent of the relationship between Lang Lo and his replica, with merely minor discrepancies. The replicated subversion card posed no issues. Lu Yu smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, he summoned his mental energy, enveloping the original S.H.I.E.L.D, while simultaneously activating his material disintegration ability. S.H.I.E.L.D's body crumbled like a collapsing structure, starting from his skin as black particles continuously erupted and scattered throughout the blood bank. However, this process was not as straightforward as it had been when dealing with Lang Lo. S.H.I.E.L.D had acquired a degree of mental power, and even in a state of disarray, he could still muster some resistance, complicating Lu Yu's task of material disintegration. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D had not truly mastered his mental prowess. Before Lu Yu's formidable mental force, he was utterly powerless, akin to a ragtag army facing a disciplined battalion, collapsing in an instant, pitifully defeated, ultimately causing little upheaval. Though the process was arduous, it was ultimately accomplished. Lu Yu incinerated him with a sphere of flame, ensuring his complete obliteration. Simultaneously, his soul was torn asunder by Lu Yu, vanishing entirely, just as his physical form had. Upon concluding this task, Lu Yu directed his attention to the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D, infusing his soul into a segment of programming. Undoubtedly, his loyalty had once again reached its zenith, a perfect score of 100. Following these events, Lu Yu appeared more composed and tranquil. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired of S.H.I.E.L.D, "How do you feel?" "Remarkable. I seem to have glimpsed the truths of the entire world." Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.'s claim of perceiving the world's truths, Lu Yu found it somewhat exaggerated. Given his current reservoir of knowledge, he was far from adequate. Yet, even so, it was merely a matter of time. S.H.I.E.L.D possessed a genius-like aptitude, and after undergoing a transformative catalysis through Bruce Banner's blood, his intellect transcended that of an ordinary prodigy. According to Marvel's depiction, his extraordinary wisdom manifested in an intellect that had increased 1,000-fold. Although this remarkable enhancement was accompanied by certain side effects, such as an insatiable thirst for knowledge and an unyielding desire to acquire new insights, these flaws were insignificant compared to the benefits. Given sufficient time, he would inevitably uncover the truths of the universe. Lu Yu refrained from interrupting him or shattering his illusions, instead opting to document the wealth of knowledge he had meticulously organized. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D's unwavering loyalty, this process was completed seamlessly. The knowledge he had amassed in his mind was stored in Lu Yu's database, synchronously presented before him. While he may have exhibited some deficiencies in other domains, His expertise in cell biology reached astonishing heights in merely a short span of time, effectively bridging the gaps in Lu Yu's database. Bringing you into the military and making you my aide was certainly a wise decision after waiting for you for so long, Lu Yu remarked earnestly, gazing at Samuel Stern. However, Samuel did not respond, seemingly oblivious to Lu Yu's words. His intense thirst for knowledge rendered him somewhat arrogantly ignorant in that moment. Lu Yu felt a sense of helplessness yet bore no resentment. Rather, he perceived this disposition as not entirely undesirable. He then redirected his attention to the color of Samuel Stern's brain and skin. While this may have been inconsequential in the Marvel Universe, it posed a concern for others. Thus, Lu Yu resolved to assist in his transformation. He scanned Samuel Stern's brain structure, ensuring no damage would occur, and applied advanced technology to make moderate adjustments to his head. The expanded cranial structure began to contract and revert to its original form. The green hue of his skin gradually faded, returning to its natural color. Visually, it appeared as if nothing had transpired. Yet, both the enhancement of his mental faculties and his extraordinary intelligence signified profound changes within him. "Thank you, boss." Samuel Stern expressed his rare gratitude. He was indifferent to the alterations in his appearance. For him, the paramount concern was the fulfillment of his insatiable quest for knowledge. However, who would not desire a normal exterior, provided it did not affect their essence? Lu Yu did not retain Samuel Stern, as the volume of knowledge at his disposal was limited and could not indefinitely satiate Stern's thirst for learning. It was more prudent to allow him to venture forth, where he could acquire greater knowledge without concern for potential issues. Talents like Samuel Stern would be treasured in the Marvel Universe, where countless individuals would be eager to bestow upon him various insights, should he so wish. By merely offering a small invention from time to time, he could leverage others' resources to create value. His absolute loyalty was no mere platitude. Samuel Stern expressed his intention to remain with the military for a period, gather the necessary information, and attempt to establish a spy organization dedicated to the theft of various technological data. This notion bore resemblance to the overarching narratives within the Marvel storyline. Lu Yu imparted a few instructions and granted him access to the database, allowing him to upload his knowledge before placing him in a secure area of the military base. Subsequently, Lu Yu assisted all soldiers involved in the matter by implanting relevant memories, ensuring complete confidentiality before he departed. Just as Lu Yu was preparing to leave, a thunderous crash erupted from a wall of the blood bank. The reinforced concrete wall was shattered, and a massive green figure burst forth. It was the Hulk, who recognized Lu Yu immediately. With a furious roar that reverberated, creating a gust of wind, the Hulk confronted him. Lu Yu quickly clarified, "Let me set the record straight. It was not I who sought to kill you, but Banner. If you desire vengeance, you should seek him out." However, the Hulk had not yet evolved to comprehend such complex emotions. Like a child, upon seeing Lu Yu, the very person who had once attempted to take his life, he launched an immediate attack. The Hulk lifted a metal support beam and hurled it at Lu Yu. "Why do you refuse to heed my warnings?" Lu Yu lamented. Unwilling to be engulfed by blood, he summoned his mental energy to deflect the beam, while the shattered blood bags and vials were also intercepted, cascading down before him. The wall of blood formed by the Hulk's immense strength manifested as a crimson barrier under the influence of Lu Yu's psychic wall, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Chapter 13. A newcomer joins. He seized a metal column before him and yanked it with force, producing a sound of tearing metal, then hurled the column towards Lu Yu. However, before the column could reach Lu Yu, a soldier caught between them tragically became a scapegoat, struck head-on by the column, instantly reduced to a gruesome mess, his insides spilling forth. Rage completely consumed the test subject's rationality, causing him to disregard the safety of others and attack, without concern for collateral damage. Panic ensued, and everyone, terrified, abandoned any thought of the column's trajectory, fleeing in all directions. Lu Yu, however, did not run. He focused his mental energy, sweeping the metal column aside, sending it crashing into a metal wall with a resounding clang, leaving a significant dent in its wake. His strength was indeed formidable. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yu observed the Hulk and, with a sudden motion, produced a bomb from his hand. After pulling the pin, he tossed it and vanished from the makeshift laboratory. The next moment, he materialized atop a distant building. The first second elapsed. The second passed. Just 2 seconds later, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. A terrifying force surged from the site of the makeshift laboratory, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud. An invisible shockwave instantaneously obliterated the entire temporary lab into dust, leaving little behind save for a colossal figure. Whether the test subject aimed to pursue Lu Yu or sensed something amiss with the object Lu Yu had thrown, he shattered countless walls in mere seconds, emerging ahead of the blast. The shockwave did not tear him apart. It merely propelled him outward, demolishing numerous structures in his wake. He skidded to a halt after racing over 100 meters. Despite the formidable force capable of extinguishing the life of an ordinary individual, it failed to inflict fatal harm upon him. He staggered for a moment on the ground before swiftly regaining his footing, his gaze once again fixated on Lu Yu. "Well, since I couldn't eliminate you, let us engage in a game," Lu Yu declared, deftly flipping his hands to grasp a pair of spiked gauntlets, pressing them tightly against his palms. These gauntlets gleamed in a lustrous silver hue, reflecting a chilling light under the sun, adorned with blood grooves and subtle barbs that rendered them fearsome in appearance. Should he land a strike, it would be deemed a loss if not a morsel of flesh or a couple of bloody holes were produced. It is noteworthy that these gauntlets were forged from adamantine alloy, rendering them impervious to ordinary means of destruction. There was no need for concern regarding their integrity during battle. "Come on." Lu Yu tightened his grip on the gauntlets, ensuring a snug fit on his fingers, responding casually. The experimental subject retorted, "Come? What nonsense is this? How shall we proceed?" Although his reason was severely clouded by fury, he had yet to completely lose his wits. Faced with such an unreasonable entity, he understood the folly of rushing in recklessly. However, despite his hesitance, Lu Yu had no intention of granting him such an opportunity. Lu Yu had resolved to engage him thoroughly. He would not let him slip away easily. In a blink, Lu Yu appeared before the experimental subject, swinging the gauntlets towards him. The subject attempted to evade, but it was too late. A powerful punch collided with his face, resulting in a grotesque sight. With a resounding thud, a sizable chunk of flesh was torn from the subject's cheek, exposing stark white bone, as blood gushed uncontrollably, cascading forth. The force of the blow sent the subject careening away. The experimental subject, reeling from the agony in his face, was tormented even further by the sheer absurdity of Lu Yu's fighting style. Such a method is unprecedented. Who employs gauntlets in a brawl? He yearned to chastise Lu Yu. Yet, Lu Yu did not afford him the chance. His figure vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the experimental subject, delivering a swift spinning kick to his back. A dull thud echoed as the experimental subject vanished before he could even hit the ground, hurtling towards a wall like a cannonball. "Is this all you are capable of?" Lu Yu's words were barely spoken when a furious roar erupted in response. As the roar resonated, countless fragments surged towards Lu Yu, hurtling in his direction. This adversary had evidently become more cunning, his strength significantly amplified. Countless debris flew toward Lu Yu, yet none managed to strike him. Instead, they seemed to become ensnared in a quagmire, halting before him and cascading to the ground. Not a single fragment made contact with Lu Yu. The experimental subject, seemingly undeterred, hurled an unknown number of shards in another attempt to assault Lu Yu. Lu Yu continued to employ the same strategy. His mental energy surged, once more halting all the fragments before him, which included a prominent dark green figure, the experimental subject. The experimental subject has evidently learned its lesson, not only launching attacks with fragments, but also retreating to a safer position. However, this tactic proves to be of little consequence. He silently steps back. Crash! A shadow descends right before Lu Yu, shattering the concrete beneath him and forming a small pit, with debris scattering in all directions like a cluster of miniature explosives. It has not only mastered the art of strategy, but has also learned to wield weapons. In the hands of the experimental subject, a solid steel pipe, as thick as a wrist, emerges, the source of the earlier strike. Lu Yu furrows his brow slightly, not due to the potency of that blow, which remains well within manageable limits, but because of a minor issue. Just moments ago, the experimental subject had managed to break free from Lu Yu's mental restraint through sheer brute force, albeit Lu Yu had not exerted his full strength in this instance. No longer dismissive, Lu Yu steps back, directing his mental energy towards the experimental subject once more, sending it hurtling away. The experimental subject flips midair, landing on all fours and skidding across the ground like a beast before coming to a halt. It leaps again, charging at Lu Yu with the ferocity of a wild animal. Lu Yu is not idle either. He plants his feet firmly, leaving deep imprints on the ground, then clenches his fists encased in brass knuckles, preparing to confront the experimental subject once more. In Chapter 14, I Want to Leave. Although Lu Yu refrains from utilizing the brass knuckles this time, the impact of his attack remains significant, sending the experimental subject tumbling through the air in a graceful arc. At that moment, Hulk suddenly leaps, seizing the experimental subject by the head, as if wielding a weapon, and hurls it towards Lu Yu. "Hey, have you considered my feelings in doing this? Have you thought about how the experimental subject feels being treated as a weapon?" Although the experimental subject possesses little in the way of rights, one might argue that such treatment is excessive. It feels akin to how an infant delights in grasping objects. Is that the reason for Hulk's current behavior, needing to wield something as a weapon? It seems Hulk's method of dealing with Loki was not intentional, but rather a product of habit. However, I digress. The focus must return to Hulk. This fellow is truly tireless. Lu Yu swiftly shifts his position, vanishing from the range of Hulk's attack. With a resounding crash, Hulk slams the experimental subject into the ground, creating yet another deep pit. Ice shatters, and the experimental subject's limbs flail from the impact, blood gushing from its mouth and trickling down its chin. Yet, it has finally broken free from its constraints. Without hesitation, the experimental subject lunges at Hulk, exerting every ounce of strength to grasp his body. Hulk, clearly no pushover, raises his fist and viciously brings it down towards the experimental subject's head. However, the experimental subject appears undeterred, continuing to pull Hulk towards its side, resulting in a distortion of Hulk's movements. The fist that should have struck the head instead crashes into the ground, creating yet another pit, sending tremors through the land. Fortunately, Hulk managed to stabilize himself, leveraging the rebound force of his arm and the support of the ground, preventing a complete collapse. At this point, he had entirely disregarded Lu Yu. The two test subjects were locked in a fierce struggle, akin to ferocious beasts, instilling terror in the surrounding soldiers, who felt a chill creeping up their spines. Their combat style resembled a primal clash, each strike resonating with immense power, creating deep craters and causing the very earth to tremble, leaving the soldiers in an unprecedented state of unease. Lu Yu observed the spectacle with great interest. "Why don't you join in? Isn't this the perfect moment to take action?" Ross inquired from a distance of about 10 meters, shielded by a group of soldiers. "Why should I intervene? Are you not aware that I am not on your side?" Lu Yu replied without turning around. Ross was momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Yu's words held an undeniable truth. "Are you truly content to watch these innocent soldiers perish at the hands of these beasts?" Ross pressed Lu Yu again after a brief silence. "First of all, since they are present in this location, the notion of innocence is irrelevant. Given that this is a human experimentation facility," Lu Yu retorted, turning to face Ross. "Moreover, those two beasts were unleashed by you, especially the second one. Were it not for your actions, he would merely be confined to a wheelchair." Ross found himself at a loss for words. "If only I had known this would be the outcome, I might have acted differently," Lu Yu murmured softly. Ross regarded Lu Yu with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He felt no regret and did not believe Lu Yu's assertions held merit. Rather, he perceived Lu Yu as an unwelcome meddler. He was not easily swayed. Thus, with one last glance at Lu Yu, he withdrew under the protection of the soldiers and did not return. Lu Yu remained fixated on the battle, seemingly oblivious to his own superfluous presence. The clash between Hulk and the test subject raged on, their powers erupting uncontrollably, transforming the once smooth terrain into a pockmarked landscape reminiscent of the moon's surface. Soon, a colossal crater formed in the ground. "This cannot continue." Lu Yu pondered for a moment, summoning icy air that generated countless ice blocks beneath the test subject's feet, firmly immobilizing it. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk grasped the test subject by the neck, and with a violent twist, a sharp crack echoed as the creature met its demise, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, Hulk's gaze shifted back to Lu Yu. "Are you here to cause me more trouble? Once you've vented your frustrations, just leave it be." Lu Yu had no intention of engaging him. He summoned his mental prowess to bind Hulk, activating his core abilities to disrupt Hulk's mutated state. Instantly, Hulk deflated like a punctured balloon, his green visage fading as he reverted to Bruce Banner, gasping for breath. "How do you feel?" Lu Yu inquired. "Despair, akin to drowning. The surface is so close, yet I cannot break free," Bruce Banner replied laboriously, then began rummaging through his pockets until he found the radiation device and put it back on. Surprisingly, it was still intact. This pair of trousers was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Yu silently stood aside, internally critiquing. Ignoring Lu Yu's remarks, Bruce Banner turned to him and said, "Let us go." However, just as Bruce Banner was preparing to depart, Ross led his men to surround him. "You have trespassed into a military-restricted area, sabotaged a military laboratory, and slain hundreds of soldiers. I must apprehend you now," Ross declared, a cigar of dubious origin clenched between his teeth as he addressed Bruce Banner. "And what about me?" Lu Yu inquired, his confusion evident as he seemed overlooked. Ross cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yu, then chose to disregard him, clearly intending to let Lu Yu go. Bruce Banner seethed with resentment. "What is this situation? Why is he spared while I am not?" In response, Ross elucidated, "Lu Yu is distinct from Bruce Banner. He possesses human intellect, reason, and various abilities, including teleportation skills. Even if we wished to capture him, it would be futile. In contrast, Bruce Banner transforms into a beastly form, and when not transformed, is merely an ordinary man. Thus, allowing Lu Yu to retain his dignity while apprehending Banner is the most prudent decision. Bruce Banner, surrender now, you cannot escape," Ross warned sternly. "Are you certain?" Lu Yu replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Ross. Ross was momentarily lost for words. He recognized that if Lu Yu insisted on taking Bruce Banner, the latter would undoubtedly elude capture, a fact that was indisputable. After all, Lu Yu had already demonstrated his teleportation abilities during the earlier skirmish. "I have granted you leniency," Ross exclaimed, his cigar now a mangled remnant. "I do not deny that you have shown me leniency. I merely wish to spare you from unnecessary entanglement and encourage you to confront the harsh reality." Lu Yu responded calmly. "The harsh reality?" Ross chuckled bitterly, surveying the surroundings and glancing down at the remains of the experimental subjects that had turned into corpses. Indeed, the scene was undeniably grim. Yet, the most pressing matter remained Bruce Banner. "Bruce Banner, you should surrender. Escape is not an option." Ross reiterated his plea. "Are you certain?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow in retort. Ross felt a headache coming on. Lu Yu's insistence on taking Bruce Banner would inevitably lead to the latter's successful escape. A certainty beyond doubt. The previous battle had already confirmed Lu Yu's teleportation capabilities. "I have provided you with an avenue of retreat." Ross gritted his teeth in frustration. "I never claimed you did not offer me a way out. I simply do not wish for you to become too entangled in this matter, but rather to confront the unforgiving truth." Chapter 15. The unwilling participant calculating the opportune moment to arrive. They had indeed approached the scene discreetly before the conflict erupted, only revealing themselves once the gunfire ceased. It is truly a challenge to seize any advantage. As agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. disembarked from their aircraft, they found themselves amidst a tense battlefield. The situation before them was entirely unforeseen. On one side stood Bruce Banner, and on the other, the military soldiers. Both factions wary of each other, hesitant to take decisive action. This scenario was far beyond what Coulson had anticipated. Initially, he believed the situation to be straightforward. Lu Yu would escort Bruce Banner away, leaving chaos in their wake, and Ross would be irate. S.H.I.E.L.D. would then conveniently intervene to restore order. Yet now, both Lu Yu and Ross had vanished, leaving only Bruce Banner, who had reverted to his ordinary form, facing the military, clearly indicating an unusual turn of events. "May I inquire about the whereabouts of General Ross? I wish to engage him in conversation." To avert any prolonged uncertainties, Coulson promptly sought information from the surrounding soldiers regarding Ross's location. The soldiers spoke little, merely gesturing towards a nearby structure that had not yet fallen entirely into disrepair, indicating that Ross was presumably within. Coulson cast a glance at the building, signaling to Barton beside him, and then strode purposefully towards it. He felt an urgency to meet Ross without delay. As Coulson approached, just before he entered the edifice, Ross unexpectedly emerged, accompanied by Lu Yu. The two appeared to share a congenial rapport. Their demeanor suggested camaraderie rather than animosity. Coulson was momentarily taken aback. The personnel from the military and Bruce Banner were equally astonished. This scene had entirely surpassed their expectations. What had transpired in their private discourse? Questions arose in everyone's minds. The onlookers scrutinized Lu Yu and Ross, and to their astonishment, they noticed Ross holding a black briefcase, of moderate size, unmistakably containing something of significance. In an instant, it became the focal point of everyone's attention. What could this signify? Was this the crux of their altered relationship? Coulson, like the others, entertained the same notion. In mere moments, all eyes converged upon the enigmatic briefcase. Could it be you? It was not until Ross approached him, confirming his identity through the aircraft's insignia, that Coulson regained his composure. He retrieved his credentials, intending to adhere to his prepared script for the dialogue. "I do not concern myself with your affairs, nor do I care about the extent of S.H.I.E.L.D's authority or whether you possess legitimate reasons for being here. I must emphasize that this is a military secret base, under my jurisdiction, and not a place you may freely enter." However, Ross exhibited palpable impatience, interrupting Coulson's statement without affording him the opportunity to continue. Although Coulson felt a twinge of embarrassment, he refrained from overtly displaying it, offering a smile in an attempt to mask his discomfort, yet hesitating to speak further. Nevertheless, Ross interrupted him once more. "Is my message not sufficiently clear? I have stated that this is not a place for you to be, regardless of your purported justifications or procedures. Entry is prohibited. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to address your grievances with the military directly." Coulson, his expression one of resignation, thought, "Can I not finish my statement?" He found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he realized there was little he could do against Ross, while they did possess valid reasons. It did not serve as a sufficient excuse for discussions with the military. Even if all circumstances favored them, the military would continue to protect their own, namely Ross. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been the sideline party. Fortunately, they had anticipated such a scenario. Coulson then shifted his gaze towards Lu Yu, intending to speak with him. Do not address me. I have no interest in anything you say. Do not consider me a means of leverage. It is futile. Lu Yu bluntly interrupted Coulson. Am I not allowed to complete a single sentence? Coulson found himself rendered speechless. However, when faced with Ross, he found himself utterly helpless. Although they possessed justifiable reasons, these did not provide a foundation for their military theoretical framework. Even if circumstances favored them, the military would still opt to protect their own, namely Ross. S.H.I.E.L.D. was invariably regarded as an outsider. Fortunately, they had already devised contingency plans for such scenarios. Coulson glanced at Lu Yu, intending to engage him in conversation. You need not say anything to me. I intend to take Banner with me. You should have no objections, right? Lu Yu directly addressed Ross. No objections? How could that be? Coulson mused internally, frustrated by his inability to interject, and he secretly hoped to witness Lu Yu's blunder. Nevertheless, take him away. Ross nonchalantly waved his hand, as if Banner were a trivial matter. Coulson thought, this narrative is awry. Is this truly Ross? He was astonished, as this was a complete deviation from the script's premise. Lu Yu cast a scornful glance at Coulson. Did you think my unwavering loyalty was unearned? Indeed. After Lamlo and Samuel Stern, Lu Yu had cast a spell on Ross, ensuring his absolute loyalty. Upon entering the building, Lu Yu and Ross did not converse extensively. Lu Yu merely replicated Ross's essence and gifted him a small token. The path Lu Yu referred to was essentially a transition from darkness to light, succinctly termed the Bright Path. It evidently proved to be remarkably effective. Ignoring Coulson, Lu Yu escorted Bruce Banner into the basement, departing the military base. However, upon Lu Yu's exit, events did not unfold as anticipated. S.H.I.E.L.D. shamelessly persisted in executing their mission, evidently intent on salvaging something from the situation, even resorting to firearms, which proved ineffective. Subsequently, after an undisclosed exchange of interests that even drew the military's attention, the military ultimately commanded Ross to relent, resulting in a slight easing of tensions. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. acquired some assets, the destruction of the blood bank, the obliteration of the laboratory, and the scant remnants of on-site data, coupled with S.H.I.E.L.D. only obtaining a fraction of the total, rendered their efforts largely futile. This endeavor was undoubtedly a failure. The ratio of cost to gain was severely imbalanced. Nevertheless, upon learning of Ross's stance on the matter, they found some solace. The military offered Ross an opportunity to step down gracefully. However, Ross, unwilling to concede, adamantly insisted on filing a complaint. Despite the multitude of errors he had committed, he remained resolute in his pursuit of redress. The military, initially reluctant to entertain his plea, ultimately succumbed to the pressure from the interest groups backing Ross and had no choice but to compromise, granting him a chance to appeal at the Pentagon. The following day, Ross arrived at the Pentagon with Blonsky and the box provided by Lu Yu, prepared to commence his appeal process. Chapter 16 means as the verdant liquid from the syringe slowly flowed into Blonsky's body, he first felt a searing warmth coursing through his arm. Soon, a formidable power surged forth from the path of that warmth, spreading throughout his entire being. Concurrently, Blonsky noticed a slight expansion of his physique, a pale green hue emerging on his skin, reminiscent of the Hulk he had encountered, yet distinctly different. Unlike the Hulk's bulkiness and towering stature, he resembled a muscular champion of bodybuilding. The sole difference lay in his skin's transformation to a light green, while he retained his clarity of mind, unshackled by the grip of rage, dismissing the fact of his skin's coloration. In summary, everything was nearly perfect. Observing Blonsky, clad in a fitted military uniform, yet bulging and distorted, yet still retaining his rationality and not succumbing to uncontrolled aggression, the generals could not help but feel a surge of emotion, each breath quickened with tension. This is the latest version of the Hulk serum. What do you all think of my appeal? Ross inquired eagerly. The individual seated at the head of the table responded, Excellent, General Ross. This acknowledgement revealed his supportive stance regarding Ross's claims. A faint smile graced Ross's lips. His position was solidified. What are the specific effects of this serum? A general, who was not particularly fond of Ross, asked with reluctance, unconvinced that such a serum could be devoid of flaws. After injection, strength can be augmented to 10 tons. Ordinary firearms are ineffective against him, and the effects last for half an hour, Ross replied. So there is a time limit, the general remarked with a smile. Others frowned in concern. Half an hour could indeed determine the outcome of a small-scale conflict for a soldier who had received this serum. More importantly, after administering the detoxifying serum, there would essentially be no side effects. Truly no side effects? All the generals gasped in astonishment. Regardless of an item's efficacy, the absence of side effects is always the most desirable choice. Moreover, The Hulk serum developed by Ross was undeniably effective. The minor error Ross had made now seemed trivial, akin to fleeting smoke dissipating in an instant, as if it had never existed. Did the destruction of a military base constitute a significant issue? Did the loss of hundreds of soldiers matter? In the eyes of the military, these were trivial concerns. Year after year, the number of soldiers who perished and abandoned military bases was incalculable. A few more or less were utterly inconsequential. Strucker, who dedicated himself to the study of mutants, how much funding did he require each year? How many soldiers perished annually in the pursuit of capturing mutants? Merely stating these figures would evoke shock. In contrast, the losses suffered by Ross seemed utterly negligible. Yet, was Strucker held accountable? No, never, even when his base was annihilated. Why was this so? Because he yielded results. He possessed value, serving as a vanguard against mutants. In contemporary times, Ross has achieved significant results and has become a valuable asset, poised to serve as a formidable ally to the military. Thus, any losses he incurs will naturally be borne by the armed forces. The current crux lies not in Ross's accountability, but rather in a profound understanding of the Hulk serum. The detoxification serum you mentioned is a query posed by a general to Ross. The Hulk serum is derived from Bruce Banner's blood, which inevitably carries traces of gamma radiation and the unique characteristics of Banner's blood. While the transformation itself may not pose immediate concerns, the aftermath can have profound implications for living beings. The detoxification serum is designed to address such scenarios. Indeed, it can rectify this issue. However, does this not represent a limitation? The general who opposes Ross raises another objection. A limitation, yes, but it could also be perceived as a countermeasure, could it not? If anyone could wield it at will, would you truly feel secure? Ross retorts, and all present comprehend the validity of his assertion. This serum possesses greater potency than that employed by Captain America, with a capacity for destruction that is considerably more formidable. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the repercussions could be dire, and the repercussions of misusing it would be difficult to mitigate. Instances of military secrets being leaked are not uncommon. Having a countermeasure is indeed prudent. Observing the contemplative expressions on the faces of those gathered, Ross cast a disdainful glance at his rival and continued. The most crucial aspect is that this detoxification serum possesses an additional effect. With that, Ross retrieved a specially designed syringe from a case and approached Blonsky. Before Blonsky could react, a sharp pain shot through his arm, followed by a chilling sensation, rendering him overwhelmingly weak. His inflated physique gradually diminished, leaving his clothes wrinkled and his appearance quite disheveled. By forcibly penetrating the skin and muscle with this specialized syringe, one can effectively revert the transformed state. Serving as yet another countermeasure, Ross elucidated to the onlookers. Excitement gleamed in their eyes as they absorbed this revelation. This is truly remarkable, a countermeasure coupled with enhancement capabilities, enabling both offense and defense, absolutely flawless. What is the production capacity? If our Navy requires a batch, is it feasible? Our Army also has similar needs, as do we. Name your price, and we will prioritize supply. The generals were all aflame with enthusiasm, and the atmosphere in the conference room shifted from that of a grievance meeting to a fervent internal bidding war, with everyone vying for a larger share, nearly resorting to physical altercations. Currently, there are some issues with production, Ross stated, observing their tumult. The room fell silent. How many can be produced? Inquired the individual seated at the head of the table. Approximately 1,000 units, Ross contemplated before responding. Is that all? One could sense the dissatisfaction. 1,000 units would scarcely suffice for an army. Is the limitation due to a lack of funding or other reasons? The military is willing to provide you with the highest quality funding, equipment, and manpower. Whatever you require will be made available. The individual seated beside Ross addressed him, stating that the primary issue was not the reasons previously discussed, but rather the inadequacies in the technology for extracting Bruce Banner's blood. Is that so? Ross inquired. Indeed, the technological limitations present a significant challenge. Even if the technology were to advance, it would not be feasible to immediately distribute the serum to all military personnel. Ross elaborated for those present. This is why suddenly possessing an immense strength of up to 10 tons is not easily manageable. Sufficient training time is essential to ensure that one does not inadvertently harm their comrades after receiving the serum. Upon hearing this, the attendees were momentarily taken aback, but had to concede that his words held considerable merit. Let us resolve this matter. From this point onward, we shall establish a dedicated project encompassing personnel training, the development of serum production technology, and the entire construction of a production line for practical application. The group nodded in agreement, and the conference room once again resonated with fervent discussions. Chapter 17. I am serious. After exchanging identities through the program and informing them that it was an order from Lu Yu, everything was resolved smoothly. After all, they were family, and receiving an order from Lu Yu left little room for dissent. With Samuel Stern's assistance, subsequent matters became significantly easier. His intellect allowed him to swiftly apply knowledge across various disciplines, making him worth multiple individuals. Moreover, he was adept at talent selection. Although there may not have been much visible activity, it was certain that some would seek to exploit this opportunity for their own ends. His mental acuity would prove crucial in such circumstances. With Samuel's involvement, developments would progress rapidly, particularly behind the scenes. Meanwhile, in accordance with Lu Yu's directive, they would endeavor to slow the pace. Producing results every 3 to 5 years would suffice. As for the covert operations, strict confidentiality was paramount. The two engaged in discussions to establish a set of regulations. Concurrently, on another front, Lu Yu welcomed a familiar visitor. "What brings you here? Where is Coulson?" Lu Yu inquired, gazing at Hitwell. "Coulson is currently occupied with reporting to the director and conducting related simulations, so I am here in his stead," Hitwell replied cautiously. "Oh, what did Coulson send you to inquire about?" Lu Yu asked, intrigued. "He wishes to know what exactly you have provided to the military," Hitwell responded. "Ah, that is indeed a question worth asking. Ross informed me that a great deal has transpired, and he has suddenly become a figure of interest. The military has been quite tight-lipped, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is unable to ascertain the details, resorting to me for confirmation. Various indications suggest that those items originated from me." Coulson witnessed Ross emerging from a building, carrying boxes containing these items. "Return to Coulson and inform him that what I provided to the military was the Hulk serum." "The Hulk serum?" Hitwell exclaimed, surprised. "The serum, effective for half an hour, enables the user to transform into a semi-Hulk form, possessing 10 tons of strength. Is it capable of mass production? We can produce 1,000 doses." Hitwell was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. "What is it? Do you sense a problem?" Lu Yu inquired upon observing his reaction. Indeed, he thought to himself, is this not clearly aiding the oppressor? Ross is already one of us. Lu Yu spoke these words with a calm demeanor, instantly enlightening and shocking Hitweir. Lu Yu had grown increasingly formidable. First it was Ramlo, and now the highly sought-after Ross, even infiltrating the military ranks. His sphere of influence was continuously expanding. Everything he developed belonged to us. We were merely utilizing the military's resources to cultivate what we needed. Observing Hitweir's expression, Lu Yu understood his concerns. "Are you worried that I might implicate you?" "Rest assured, those words were not yours, but uttered by Pierce himself." Upon hearing this, Hitweir awkwardly chuckled. "What do you intend to do about it? Do you need my assistance in dealing with him, perhaps exaggerating your information to deter him from acting rashly?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu replied, "There is indeed a possibility, but such actions might bring considerable trouble, and your involvement carries the risk of exposure." He certainly did not wish to place Hitweir in danger. Should Pierce act too swiftly and with excessive force, it could lead to losses on Lu Yu's side. Thus it was best to avoid such occurrences altogether. Therefore, he advised Hitweir to strengthen their control over the Hydra forces within S.H.I.E.L.D., striving to seize absolute power as soon as possible. Hitweir recalled what Lu Yu had mentioned earlier, his expression shifting, and he inquired further, "And then?" "Then, we eliminate him. Does he dare to be arrogant in my presence? If we do not deal with him, he will never understand the caliber of the opponent he has provoked." Although Hitweir found the issue of the king's eye somewhat perplexing, he grasped the significance of the preceding statement, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Yu discerned Hitweir's thoughts and retorted, "If we are not to play for real, should we play pretend instead? I have stated before that this fellow must be dealt with, and since I have said it, it must be done." At this moment, Lu Yu recalled, "By the way, doesn't Pierce have a friend known as the Winter Soldier, who is referred to as Captain America?" "Indeed," Hitweir confirmed, already accustomed to Lu Yu's omniscient demeanor. "Do you know where he typically resides? I find this individual quite intriguing." Hitweir, however, was unaware, as all information concerning the Winter Soldier, including his whereabouts, was personally managed by Pierce. Having listened to Hitweir's response, Lu Yu exhibited little surprise, merely instructing him to report back once he discovered the Winter Soldier's location, thus concluding their conversation. Subsequently, Lu Yu advised Hitweir to selectively relay the content of their discussion to Egg and Pierce as circumstances warranted. Hitweir nodded and departed. Before long, another visitor arrived, knocking vigorously at the door. "What is going on today? People are coming one after another." Using his mental faculties to assess the situation outside, Lu Yu smiled wryly and opened the door. "Sky, is there something you need?" Lu Yu inquired. The figure standing outside the door was none other than Sky. "I managed to move the tofu without breaking it," Sky excitedly informed Lu Yu. "Really? Of course, let us discuss it further inside." Upon entering the room, Sky promptly placed the tofu on the table and then released a pulse of energy, causing the air to ripple. The tofu began to shift slowly across the surface. Though the movement was gradual, It was indeed in motion and remained intact. What do you think? S.H.I.E.L.D. withdrew her hand, her face illuminated with eager anticipation for praise. Reminiscent of a child awaiting commendation from an adult after completing a task. Well done. Lu Yu was naturally generous with his compliments, offering her sincere encouragement. How about we celebrate with a meal together? Just the two of us? At this, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Lu Yu with a shy demeanor. Just the two of us. Lu Yu was about to elaborate when a rather irritating voice interrupted him. Hey, what are you two doing here? Lona Dan appeared out of nowhere, disrupting the moment between Lu Yu and S.H.I.E.L.D. We were discussing going out to celebrate my mastery of self-power. S.H.I.E.L.D. shot a glance at Lona Dan. Lona Dan looked puzzled, but was soon captivated by the prospect of joining the celebration. Take me along. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Lu Yu exchanged glances, silently questioning why she felt the need to intrude on their private celebration. How about I pack you a takeout instead? It's the same, and it'll save you a trip. Lu Yu suggested amiably to Lona Dan. No way. Can a celebration count if I'm not there? Besides, if you both go to celebrate and leave me here, what does that say? S.H.I.E.L.D. interjected. Chapter 18. It's really possible in truth. The journey was not far. Even at a leisurely pace, Lu Yu arrived swiftly. Upon entering the restaurant, he noted the bustling crowd. Fortunately, there were still available seats. Is there enough meat? Lu Yu inquired of the drooling Lona Dan. MHM. Lona Dan could hardly respond, overwhelmed by the tantalizing aroma of sweet, succulent meat wafting through the air. Her gaze fixated on the glistening red delicacies, her saliva flowing uncontrollably like a breached dam. S.H.I.E.L.D. was similarly affected. Order whatever you like, Lu Yu said with a smile, observing their enthusiasm. Without hesitation, the two began to order, and soon the table was laden with an array of meats, accompanied only by a small dish of vegetables as garnish. Can you really eat all of this? It would be such a waste if you can't finish it, Lu Yu remarked, a frown etched on his face as he watched them. There's always a big spender. Lona Dan retorted unapologetically. Lu Yu became the unwilling benefactor. However, they ultimately could not finish the food, leaving more than half untouched. Such waste is shameful. Let us take it to go. In the end, they packed a substantial amount of food. This will last for several meals. Indeed, Lona Dan wholeheartedly agreed. Then it's yours. With that, Lu Yu handed the packed food to Lona Dan. What do you mean? Waste is a disgrace. Take it back, warm it up, and savor it slowly, especially you, who ought to indulge a bit more, as all of this was ordered by you. Oh, Lona Dan had no objections, for the flavor was indeed delightful. Savoring it slowly is just fine. With such a variety, one would not easily tire of it. With a large bag of food in tow, the trio exited the restaurant after settling the bill. As delectable as it was, the price was truly steep, exceeding $1,000. Lona Dan couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. After all, who fears a wasteful expenditure? Besides, look at how much is left, under normal circumstances. 3 people would be fortunate to consume even a fifth of this. Indeed, in an instant, Lona Dan felt a pang of regret dissipate. They continued walking out, preparing to drive away. Wait, where's the car? The spot where they had parked was now devoid of their vehicle. Our car was clearly parked here, wasn't it? Lona Dan asked the two in confusion. It should be. Gazing at the empty parking space, S.H.I.E.L.D. also found himself uncertain. No doubt about it. But our car has been stolen. Stolen? Who would dare to steal our car? Isn't that tantamount to courting disaster? 3 members of a mysterious organization with superpowers. Who would have the audacity to steal from them? Yet, our car has indeed been taken. I'll search for surveillance footage. There ought to be some evidence, Lu Yu said to the others. The two said little, their gazes shifting to Lu Yu as they awaited his action. Lu Yu wasted no time. He immediately activated his special ability, and the footage from all nearby surveillance cameras flooded into his mind in an instant. Soon, he pinpointed the exact location of their car. Not only had it been stolen, but it was also nearly completely wrecked. A fugitive had stolen it to evade capture, resulting in a highway chase and gunfight, leaving the vehicle in a state of near ruin. The windows were shattered, the front and rear were mangled beyond recognition, and the body was marred with scratches. It would cost several $1,000s to repair at a workshop. Lu Yu's lips twitched involuntarily. What's the matter? Our car has been almost entirely destroyed. After being stolen, it was involved in a highway chase and is now in a pitiful state. Who had the audacity? I'm not sure. I plan to investigate further. How about I take you home first? Absolutely not. We must witness the scene firsthand, Lona Dan declared resolutely. Very well, but do not act recklessly. After cautioning the two, he instantaneously transported them into his vehicle, plunging them directly into a hail of gunfire. Lona Dan and S.H.I.E.L.D. instinctively recoiled, while Lu Yu remained remarkably composed, his gaze steady on the stranger in the driver's seat. Their sudden appearance naturally drew the attention of the driver, as they were far too conspicuous. Who are you? The driver frantically drew a gun, pointing it at Lu Yu and demanding in terror. This question should rightfully be posed by me. Not only did you steal my car, but you also reduced it to this state. Who on earth are you? Lu Yu disregarded the gun in the other party's hand and retorted. No sooner had he spoken than an intense sensation of being thrust backwards surged through him. The entire vehicle suddenly lifted off the ground at the rear, flipping over in midair, teetering dangerously on the brink of overturning. It turned out that just moments ago, the individual who had stolen Lu Yu's car had inadvertently collided with another vehicle, resulting in a catastrophic crash due to reckless driving. The consequences were dire, as the pristine car was now utterly deformed at the front, rendering any possibility of repair virtually non-existent. With a resigned smile, Lu Yu, accompanied by Leviathan and S.H.I.E.L.D, teleported once more, utilizing his psychic abilities to negate all inertia, materializing beside the roadside. As the trio steadied themselves, a thunderous crash echoed, the stolen car tumbling to the ground like a turtle overturned. The inertia caused the vehicle to skid away, sparking a multitude of flames and leaving a long, deep gouge in its wake. Several cars, unable to brake in time, were also caught in the chaos, resulting in a series of minor collisions and multiple traffic accidents. Sighing, Lu Yu pondered aloud whether this could be deemed an unwarranted disaster. Shouldn't it be? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired. I suppose so, Leviathan replied thoughtfully after a brief moment. Lu Yu fell silent, inwardly lamenting the loss of his $200,000 vehicle. What kind of person would dare steal your car? Honestly, I too am quite curious about the answer to that question. Approaching his now unrecognizable car, Lu Yu discovered through his earlier investigation that the thief was still alive. Drawing near, he forcefully yanked open the car door, crouched down, and pulled the man out, delivering a series of slaps to his face until he roused from unconsciousness. Who are you? Lu Yu demanded. Damn it, do you want to die? The man muttered as he woke, still clutching the gun. He instantly aimed and pulled the trigger at Lu Yu. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, the bullet racing toward Lu Yu's eye. However, the projectile halted about 10 centimeters from his eye, its energy completely dissipated. A mutant? The man's complexion shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and he frantically unleashed a barrage of gunfire, while his other hand struggled desperately to escape Lu Yu's iron grip. Despite his efforts, the bullets remained suspended in front of Lu Yu, and his attempts to free himself proved futile against Lu Yu's formidable hold. All resistance was in vain. Just as Lu Yu was about to press for further answers, a flash of red appeared, and a bullet suddenly hurtled toward the temple of the man in Lu Yu's grasp. Chapter 19. Opportunities do not wait for anyone. Whether it's useful or not is irrelevant. I've covered for you. And as a mercenary, at least a former top-tier one, shouldn't you compensate me for my services? A mercenary's pay cannot be deferred. And what about my car? Because of you, it's totaled, resulting in a loss of nearly 200,000. How much do you intend to reimburse me? The mercenary fell silent, his eyes darting behind the mask. He raised his hand to unfasten his tight suit, revealing a child's wristwatch, glancing at it before exclaiming, "Ah, I forgot. I have a date. Let us leave it at that." Upon finishing his words, he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly leaped towards the bridge, landing on a speeding freight truck. He then rolled off, getting crushed beneath the wheels. Subsequently, he was crushed again, and then once more, and yet again, eliciting gasps of shock from onlookers. Lorna and S.H.I.E.L.D's expressions instantly soured. He can't possibly be harmed, can he? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired with concern. Oh, he's fine, not reduced to a mere pulp, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Lu Yu felt they were overreacting. Being crushed and dismembered was hardly a grave concern. After all, this was Deadpool, a being capable of regeneration even from cellular disintegration. How could he possibly be in trouble? Hey, let us go, Lu Yu said, glancing at his beloved vehicle and beckoning the two. They exchanged glances but ultimately chose to follow Lu Yu and leave the scene together. Just as the trio departed, the scoundrel, who should have been dead, surprisingly stood up with great tenacity. Using his mangled body, he grasped a passing bus with all his might, stumbling forward, leaving a trail of blood and uttering an absurd phrase. Another portion of the compensation slips away. Clearly, this fellow was deliberately seeking trouble. However, the three were blissfully unaware of this back at home. In Lu Yu's apartment, he asked the two, "Would you like a cup of hot cocoa to relax for a bit?" "Yes," they replied in unison. The events of the day had left them profoundly shaken. First, their vehicle was stolen. Then they witnessed a man being gruesomely bisected, followed by the sight of another nearly ground to a pulp. All of this turmoil had their stomachs churning, necessitating a moment to calm their nerves. At that moment, 2 cups of steaming hot cocoa were placed before them, slightly easing their expressions. After a brief period of tranquility, S.H.I.E.L.D spoke up. Who was that reckless individual we just saw? In truth, she did not expect an answer. But to her surprise, she received one. Deadpool. Deadpool? S.H.I.E.L.D gasped. He's a mercenary and a mutant with awakened genes, came the reply. Are we compatriots? Lorna Danon's eyes sparkled with interest. As someone with similar abilities, she felt a sense of kinship towards him. I suppose so, but this guy has an exceptionally crude mouth. As if he carries an aura of mockery that compels everyone who encounters him to want to teach him a lesson. The reply continued. Sky chimed in. I've heard he's a bit neurotic, often talking to the air. Neurotic? That's not quite accurate. He merely knows things that ordinary people do not, came the counter. However, the crux of the matter is, what exactly is his ability to break the fourth wall in this context? In the world where Lu Yu resided, there had been no reports regarding Deadpool. Could it be that he had entered a peculiar parallel universe devoid of superheroes, where they were merely regarded as comic book characters? Or perhaps, regardless of the circumstances, this issue might warrant thorough exploration in the future. Lorna Dane sighed, lamenting the loss of such a fellow being. Who says he is gone? Someone retorted. Is he still alive? Lorna and Sky stared in astonishment. His ability for remarkable self-repair meant that even if only a single cell remained, he could regenerate. How could he possibly have perished so easily? He was likely at home by now. Such a superpower exists? Lorna Dane expressed her disbelief. Indeed, the powers of mutants are vastly varied. Peculiar abilities abound, making this not particularly surprising. Now I understand, Lorna exclaimed. The abilities of mutants are indeed numerous. She then remarked, his power is truly enviable. If you wish to possess his abilities, you must sacrifice your appearance, the other party reminded her. Appearance? What does that mean? Lorna inquired, puzzled. The reason Deadpool possesses this ability comes at a cost, the sacrifice of all his skin, leaving it perpetually resembling that of being fried. Currently, the situation is somewhat bearable, but in the comics, it is described more grotesquely, skin continuously rotting and regenerating, emanating a foul stench, rendering it unbearable to behold. Even so, Deadpool's appearance is not something the average person could accept. After hearing Lu Yu's explanation, the two ladies resolutely abandoned the notion of acquiring such a power. After all, while they may lack the formidable regenerative ability, they were content as they were, attractive, with some other skills to boot. How do you know so much? Lorna Dane curiously pressed. Because I understand, I know. Lu Yu's response left the two somewhat bewildered, as if he were speaking a foreign language. You may interpret it as our organization being immensely resourceful, possessing a wealth of information, including details about him, which I naturally know. Oh, Lorna Dane nodded in comprehension. Yet Sky's eyes suddenly brightened, as if an idea had sparked within her. However, this thought was quickly dismissed, as she deemed it improbable. Too much time had passed. Back then, she was just an ordinary person. Who would have noticed the existence of someone so commonplace? Let's take it slow. Sky chuckled helplessly, noticing Sky's unusual demeanor. Lorna Dane inquired with concern, what is wrong? Sky waved her hand, reluctant to voice her thoughts. She did not wish to burden others with her troubles, especially as she valued her privacy. Americans place great importance on personal privacy, and since Sky was unwilling to discuss it, Lorna felt it inappropriate to press further, allowing the matter to rest. Subsequently, they shared the takeout food they had brought back, each returning home to attend to their own affairs. Lu Yu also contemplated whether to immediately begin researching the ability to break the fourth wall. Just as he hesitated, a breaking news segment on television broadcast a significant announcement. Billionaire Tony Stark had gone missing after encountering a terrorist attack en route, leading to a sharp decline in Stark Industries stock. The news report was lengthy, but the core message was clear. Tony Stark had suffered a terrorist attack and was unaccounted for. Thus, the Marvel storyline officially began with the tale of Iron Man. At this juncture, a series of Marvel narratives began to find their rhythm. This represented a pivotal moment, signifying that in the days to come, a plethora of diverse characters would make their appearances. Lu Yu, filled with profound sentiments, chose to refrain from dwelling on it further. Chapter 20. The Marvel Universe as transparent as a mere breath of air, Lu Yu had long since acclimatized to such circumstances. He unleashed his mental prowess to scour the entire underground base. As his consciousness expanded, a holographic map gradually materialized in his mind, with every route and every room rendered with exquisite clarity. Ultimately, a chamber heavily guarded by numerous Hydra soldiers, fortified with layers of protective measures, came into Lu Yu's view. Within this chamber sat an individual with a metallic arm. Indeed, it was the Winter Soldier. Pierce appeared to harbor lingering doubts about the Winter Soldier, who was in a perpetual state of brainwashing. He had taken extensive precautions while restraining him, and once the bindings were released, he had already established a formidable array of defenses. The current state of the room served as irrefutable evidence. Observing the pitiful plight of the Winter Soldier, Lu Yu softly declared, I am here to assist you. No sooner had he spoken than he instantaneously teleported into the Winter Soldier's chamber. At that moment, the Winter Soldier had been unshackled, and his first reaction upon seeing Lu Yu was not to engage in conversation, but to seize the only movable chair beneath him and hurl it at Lu Yu, while simultaneously charging forward with his mechanical arm raised. Lu Yu had anticipated this scenario. With ease, he raised a hand to catch the flying chair and retaliated with a kick to the Winter Soldier's chest. A resounding thud echoed as the Winter Soldier was sent crashing against the wall, slowly sliding down as if his entire being had been shattered, rendering him incapable of further assault, and even standing became an arduous task. Fortunately, Lu Yu had previously disrupted the guards outside with his mental influence, and had arranged for S.H.I.E.L.D to neutralize all surveillance and high-tech devices. Otherwise, their presence may have been compromised. Gazing at the fallen Winter Soldier, Lu Yu refrained from uttering any further platitudes. He produced a card and promptly utilized it. A brilliant light flickered, and another iteration of the Winter Soldier materialized beside him, his fourth clone. Without further ado, Lu Yu obliterated the original, tearing apart both body and soul, leaving only the clone. Now the present Winter Soldier. With the combined assault from within and without, coupled with Lu Yu's formidable strength, the proceedings transpired far more smoothly than anticipated. Can you recall your past? Lu Yu inquired, curious as he assisted the Winter Soldier in inputting the program. I cannot. My memories are entirely blank, the Winter Soldier replied, his voice somewhat raspy from disuse. It matters not. We shall take our time, Lu Yu reassured him, having completed the program input. He then produced a syringe filled with a verdant liquid. The Winter Soldier's condition bore resemblance to that of Romlos, slightly weakened. As Lu Yu intended to integrate him into his ranks, he could not allow him to remain feeble. Thus, he devised a plan for the Winter Soldier to attain enhancement akin to Romlos. However, unlike Romlos' gradual augmentation, the Winter Soldier's transformation would be immediate. As the green liquid coursed through the Winter Soldier's veins, his physique began to undergo a remarkable fortification. A surge of power coursed through his veins, awakening an overwhelming force within the Winter Soldier. Accompanied by a violent sensation of tearing, his strength progressively intensified, every muscle grew more resilient, and every bone fortified itself. The Winter Soldier was growing stronger at an unimaginable pace. If previously it was 1, now it surged to 10, or even beyond. The enhancement of his power posed no challenge, as the effects of the drug continued to manifest. Lu Yu had not departed. Instead, he sat quietly in the soul chair, observing intently until he sensed the arrival of another individual with his mental acuity. In an instant, the sound of mechanical movement echoed, and the door swung open abruptly. A figure clad in a white lab coat, with a head of silver hair, resembling a scientist, entered the room, prompting Lu Yu to lift his gaze towards him. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lu Yu refrained from using his mental powers to interfere with the scientist. Upon seeing him, the scientist immediately demanded loudly. Clearly, I am the intruder. Upon hearing the term intruder, the scientist's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted once more, help. Seize him. Yet, no one responded. All present ignored his existence, as if his cries had never occurred. What is wrong with you? Are you all daft? Act now. The scientist retreated a few steps, grasping the collar of a nearby Hydra soldier and shaking him vigorously. However, the soldier remained as motionless as a puppet. Regardless of how he shook the soldier, there was no response whatsoever. Even in his ignorance, he began to realize something was amiss. His complexion paled, and he attempted to flee. But before he could act, an invisible hand, formed from mental energy, tightly grasped his collar, pulling him toward Lu Yu's back. Upon nearing Lu Yu, the hand came to a halt. Now, you shall answer my questions. Any hesitation will cost you your life. The first question, why have you suddenly appeared here? Go ahead and kill me. The scientist, recognizing his inability to escape, wore a defiant expression as he faced Lu Yu, responding carelessly. Lu Yu sighed, having encountered a stubborn individual. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it made sense. If he were not genuinely obstinate, he would not be in this place, and Pierce would not have entrusted the Winter Soldier to them. Given the lack of valuable information, Lu Yu resolved to seek the answers himself. I shall uncover the truth. Mental energy surged from his brow, penetrating the mind of the scientist, searching for the needed answers. Indeed, he discovered the reason for the scientist's presence. It was quite simple, brainwashing. In addition to the Winter Soldier's own occasional recollections of certain secrets, the Hydra scientist responsible for his brainwashing would periodically administer the process to ensure his loyalty. This moment was precisely such a period, which is why he had come, only to fortuitously encounter Lu Yu. You cannot escape. The scientist, realizing he had likely been subjected to mind reading, altered his demeanor, attempting to appear resolute. I never had any intention of fleeing. Lu Yu cast a fleeting glance at the Winter Soldier, now liberated from his torment, before turning to the scientist and declaring, all present here today shall meet their demise, with but a singular exception. Is it you? The scientist retorted. No, it is not I but him. Lu Yu extended a finger, pointing toward the Winter Soldier behind him. Instinctively, the scientist turned to look, only to find the Winter Soldier standing upright, fixated upon him. Initially, the scientist felt a surge of joy, which quickly morphed into panic. The Winter Soldier exhibited an unsettling demeanor. As an invader, Lu Yu should have been the sole focus of his gaze. Instead, the Winter Soldier's unwavering stare was directed at the scientist, as though he were the designated target. The weight of Lu Yu's earlier words gripped the scientist's heart with dread, and as he sought to flee, he realized it was already too late. The mechanical arm of the Winter Soldier seized the scientist's throat with an iron grip, akin to a vice, rendering him utterly powerless. The scientist attempted to utter a word, but not a syllable escaped his lips as he was lifted from the ground, his face reddening and neck swelling. Ultimately, he succumbed to suffocation. Eliminate everyone in this base, Lu Yu commanded the Winter Soldier. Without hesitation, the Winter Soldier cast aside the scientist's lifeless body, pushed open the door, and strode out. Chapter 21. Bloodbath. Fierce bullets struck the frontline Hydra soldiers, turning one into a veritable sieve, the stench of blood permeating the air. A shudder coursed through the ranks of Hydra soldiers, yet this was not the time for concern. Almost simultaneously, a figure emerged from behind a metal table, transforming into a flicker of light as it materialized behind a Hydra soldier. A metallic arm grasped the soldier, using him as a shield while unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the surroundings. Soldiers, whether caught off guard or not, found themselves caught in the onslaught. Although a few managed to fire at the Winter Soldier, their bullets merely struck the makeshift shield, failing to inflict any harm upon him. Soon, all the Hydra soldiers in the corridor were annihilated, their bodies sprawled grotesquely on the ground, blood pooling profusely, the stench overwhelming. The Winter Soldier remained unfazed, casually discarding the shield, scavenging ammunition from the fallen, and charging toward the remaining Hydra soldiers. The scent of blood enveloped the entire base as the lives of countless Hydra soldiers flickered out. The high-ranking officials concealed within the command room realized the situation had spiraled out of control. With communications severed for unknown reasons and rescue efforts proving futile, they resolved to deploy their ultimate weapon. They produced a tome resembling a cipher, poised to recite the instructions inscribed within. However, before they could utter a word, the book soared from their grasp, landing in the suddenly materialized hands of Lu Yu. "Who are you?" the Hydra leaders demanded, brandishing their firearms. What a vexing predicament. Lu Yu dismissed their inquiries, casting a glance at the object in his possession before effortlessly dismantling it. While the Winter Soldier had demonstrated unwavering loyalty to Lu Yu, devoid of any intent to betray, the tome still held the potential to influence him, if only slightly. Thus, the Hydra soldiers found their opportunity. "Open fire," a soldier from the base shouted. Instantly, everyone aimed their weapons at Lu Yu, and gunfire erupted. However, it proved utterly futile. All the bullets came to an abrupt halt in front of Lu Yu, without exception. "Well, it seems I must assist him in resolving this predicament," Lu Yu remarked in a nonchalant tone, seemingly oblivious to the bullets and the terror etched on the faces of those around him. Subsequently, he harnessed his mental energy, penetrating through numerous walls to enter the mind of the Winter Soldier, who was engaged in a rampage, and began to erase certain elements residing within his consciousness. What others found troublesome was, for him, a mere trifle. As his mental force surged, those elements dissipated like mist. It was now impossible to manipulate the Winter Soldier through the retained commands. This process was neither lengthy nor conspicuous, to the extent that the Winter Soldier remained entirely unaware of any anomalies, and the matter concluded seamlessly. The Winter Soldier continued to wreak havoc, while Lu Yu retracted his mental energy and turned his attention to the remaining adversaries. With a sweep of his mental force across their minds, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, all lay dead, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Lu Yu paid them no heed and shifted his gaze to the surveillance footage of the Winter Soldier. At that moment, the Winter Soldier was gripping a rocket with his non-mechanical arm, indicating that the physical enhancement had a remarkable effect on him. Perhaps this aspect could be further reinforced in the future, Lu Yu mused as he observed the Winter Soldier hurl the rocket into the midst of the Hydra soldiers. The ongoing research by the American military into serum enhancement was not without merit. Although their serum could not compare to the one developed by Lu Yu, it did yield some results, even if those results appeared trifling in comparison to Lu Yu's serum. The Winter Soldier, infused with Lu Yu's serum, had eliminated everyone within the base, leaving no one behind. Ultimately, Lu Yu also left behind a bomb for the base. With a thunderous roar, a massive black void emerged at the site of the underground base, and within a mere second, the entire underground facility was consumed by the earth. This outcome triggered a series of chain reactions, causing everything situated above the underground base to begin collapsing, resulting in a tremendous uproar. Meanwhile, upon learning of this incident, Pierce's expression darkened considerably, Had it not been for the constraints of the occasion, he might have already smashed his office to pieces. Even now, he was barely containing his fury. In a fit of rage, Pierce immediately summoned Hit-Well, scarcely concealing his emotions. "Minister, you must remain calm. This could easily lead to a breach." Hit-Well feigned attentiveness as he listened to the account of events, observing Pierce's dismal countenance and cautioning him. Hit-Well had no qualms about exposing himself, but he was unwilling to share in the exposure. Seemingly recognizing the validity of Hit-Well's words, Pierce suppressed his anger and ordered, "You must investigate immediately to discover who is responsible for all of this." Pierce felt that merely expressing his anger was insufficient for his vengeance, so he added, "I shall capture him and then eliminate him. However, do you have any objections?" "No, Minister, it's just that according to your statements, everything has vanished. I fear that even the clues have dissipated, let alone identifying the perpetrator." A glimmer of insight flashed in Hit-Well's eyes as he spoke to Pierce. Despite his fury pushing him to the brink of irrationality, Pierce recognized the validity of Hit-Well's assertion. It was indeed a formidable challenge. With everything having seemingly vanished without a trace, locating the culprit was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Then let us investigate the very technology that caused this disappearance. Pierce, unwilling to concede defeat, commanded Hit-Well. "Yes, Minister." Once Pierce had spoken, Hit-Well could not refuse. "And check on the Winter Soldier's status as well. Isn't it said that he is dead?" "I suspect he is not. Not dead, but with such technology. What need is there for the Winter Soldier?" "I share your sentiment, yet I remain concerned. Please investigate further. My apprehension persists." "Understood, Minister." Ultimately, Hit-Well acquiesced. Pierce nodded in satisfaction, his expression slightly brightening as he addressed Hit-Well. "You have come to provide me with the 43 series data." "Understood, Minister. You may return. I must devise a strategy to confront the events of today." Hit-Well did not linger any longer and turned to leave. Upon returning to his office, Hit-Well promptly contacted Liu Yu. "Is something amiss?" Liu Yu inquired curiously. "It seems Pierce suspects that the Winter Soldier may not truly be dead." "Oh, that is somewhat unexpected, though not of great consequence. As long as the Winter Soldier does not reveal himself, Pierce's paranoia will be of little import. However, the Winter Soldier cannot hide indefinitely, can he?" Chapter 22. No further words needed. The reason lies in the transitional phase of power. Various factions within and outside the Academy may clash, especially with S.H.I.E.L.D. being in close proximity. Both Langlo and I belong to different factions, making it difficult to manage the situation appropriately. What if S.H.I.E.L.D. becomes preoccupied and deploys a large number of personnel to address urgent matters? Liu Yu posed another question, such as, for instance, if Tony Stark were kidnapped by terrorists and subjected to severe torture, his life hanging in the balance? Hit-Well coughed several times. Fortunately, he was in his office. Otherwise, he would have attracted the attention of many around him. If Nick Fury places great importance on Tony Stark, such a scenario could indeed unfold. I could utilize this time to dispatch a group of troublesome individuals to search for clues. By the time they return, everything may have already concluded, and the probability of success could rise to around 60 or 70%. Only 60 or 70%. What if Tony Stark is being coerced into assisting the terrorists in manufacturing Jericho missiles, plotting an event akin to 9/11? Hit-Well exclaimed, "Brother, are you not escalating this situation? If that were the case, all intelligence agencies would intervene, and Afghanistan would be turned upside down." However, the probability of success could be estimated at around 80 to 90%. Liu Yu and Hitler decided to follow this plan, yet they did not act immediately. Instead, they summoned Garrett and Rumlow to deliberate together, striving to refine the plan and minimize the risk of significant issues. The control of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. could only be achieved through their collective efforts, while maintaining utmost confidentiality. Unsurprisingly, upon learning of Liu Yu's plan, both Garrett and Rumlow were equally astonished, much like Hitler. Planning an event akin to 9/11 was fraught with peril, as even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Liu Yu's plan was indeed highly feasible. As long as they revealed no flaws, they possessed the capability to dominate Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Ultimately, the two joined forces, collaboratively crafting a more comprehensive strategy. Thus, the plan was delineated into two parts. They would handle the internal affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D., while Liu Yu would orchestrate a simulated 9/11 event. Upon hearing this, the three men involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. Could we perhaps avoid such phrasing? We merely intend to simulate a 9/11 event, not to create an actual disaster, if you please. The three tactfully refrained from retorting, severing communication with Liu Yu and returning to their respective tasks. Although actual implementation would require a period of preparation, They needed to be ready ahead of time, especially Hitler. Mobilizing Hydra's forces before Pierce's demise was no simple task. He required a suitable pretext and sufficient time. Fortunately, he had recently recruited a number of personnel, and with the assistance of Rumlow and Garrett's subordinates, the endeavor became considerably smoother. Thus, the three commenced their actions, to afford others ample time to prepare. Liu Yu did not take immediate action, opting instead to monitor Tony Stark's movements before attending to other matters. Indeed, Liu Yu refrained from immediate engagement, choosing to manage other affairs first. What Liu Yu aimed to accomplish was not overly complex. There was no need for excessive preoccupation or haste. He would first attend to some unrelated tasks to prevent the adversary from being caught off guard. The initial step Liu Yu took was to initiate another draw. After a period of accumulation, with monthly draws and the previous destruction of the military's experimental base along with the control of Ross, he had amassed 2 opportunities for extraction. Liu Yu deemed it necessary to utilize them now, for keeping them served little purpose. It was preferable to convert them into strength at the earliest opportunity. Once again, he entered the familiar extraction space. Subsequently, the pointer began to spin, and a new round of extraction commenced. Without further ado, ding dong. Congratulations to the user for acquiring a local chicken egg. Liu Yu, a local chicken egg? I say, my friend, I am engaged in a lottery. And you casually bestow upon me a mere chicken egg? This is rather too nonchalant, don't you think? It barely suffices for a meal. Liu Yu could scarcely suppress the urge to smash this wretched system, this great wheel of fortune. Fortunately, he ultimately managed to restrain this impulse. Liu Yu began to spin the wheel once more. Perhaps this time, he might procure something of greater worth? After a brief moment, the pointer came to a halt, and the familiar voice of the system resonated once more in his ears, announcing the results of the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, user. You have obtained the skill, Magical Girl Transformation. The expression on Liu Yu's face instantly darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Magical Girl Transformation? What a ridiculous joke. I am not a girl. Even if I were, would I need such an utterly embarrassing transformation? Who knows what specific actions and lines are required to become a magical girl? The mere mention of the term magical girl is bound to evoke awkwardness. Phrases like balala energy and goodness. The mere thought of having to shout it out sends shivers down my spine. Must I truly accept this? Looking at the glowing point before him, Liu Yu wore an expression of disdain. The user may choose to store the item in the lottery space, place it in their backpack, or even gift it to another. There are no compulsory requirements. Finally, the system uttered a comforting statement. Gift it to another? Liu Yu found this point quite intriguing. Indeed, items obtained from the lottery may be freely transferred to others, as ownership resides with the user, allowing for discretion in its disposal. Oh, Liu Yu's face lit up with realization. While he found it difficult to part with other items, this particular one seemed worthy of consideration. Just imagine having a magical girl at one's beck and call. It certainly sounds exhilarating, reminiscent of scenes from anime. However, upon reflection, he realized there was no girl around. Was there? Although Lorna Danon was slightly past her prime, she could suffice, couldn't she? In this way, he could acquire a magical girl, which seemed quite appealing. Yet, taking into account the potential of being dispatched by Lorna Danon, Liu Yu ultimately hesitated to pursue the matter further. Instead, he tucked the glowing point into the depths of his backpack, setting it aside for the time being, as it might prove useful in the future. It could even serve as an amusing toy. Yes, this is how it shall be decided. His aversion to the magical girl transformation had somewhat diminished. With this thought, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Cough, cough. However, now was not the time for such musings. The pressing question was what to do next. Daydreaming would not solve any problems. Since he had some free time, why not assist Winter Soldier with further enhancement? After all, there was ample time available. With this in mind, Liu Yu quickly gathered his scattered thoughts, exited the lottery space, and entered the underground area where Winter Soldier was deep in contemplation. Reminiscing about the past, Liu Yu expressed his intention to help him with secondary enhancement training. Chapter 23. Unfazed, the trio swiftly arrived outside the cave where Tony Stark resided. Opened the door, and without hesitation, approached Tony Stark, who was in the midst of replacing his arc reactor. What are you doing? The stout figure inquired of Tony Stark. Clearly, Tony Stark did not comprehend the question, prompting Ethan to assist with the translation. In the present scenario, Ethan assumes a vital role, assisting Tony Stark by handing him various tools such as wrenches and hammers, while simultaneously leveraging his own insights to transform the flamboyant playboy Tony Stark into a formidable superhero. Akin to another Uncle Ben. I am currently fabricating the Jericho missile, Tony Stark stated with a nonchalant demeanor. Ethan continued to translate. This does not align with the blueprints for the Jericho missile. Who possesses a greater understanding of the Jericho missile, you or I? This remark rendered the stout individual speechless. Casting a fierce glance at him, he uttered a similar colloquialism to his companions. Search for any discrepancies. Our plans must not falter. The White House awaits the arrival of our glory and freedom. Yes, the two terrorists responded fervently. Tony Stark appeared bewildered, while Ethan's expression remained stoic, though a flicker of alarm danced in his eyes. Clearly, the two terrorists from the Ten Rings had failed to uncover anything of value. While they were adept in violence, discerning anomalies amid a plethora of advanced technology was beyond their capabilities. If these individuals, lacking even a basic educational background, were truly capable of such feats, they would have pursued careers as technicians instead, far more promising than their current path as terrorists. The stout man, unable to recognize the truth, offered a few veiled threats, urging Tony Stark to hasten his progress and not squander time before departing with his men, leaving only Tony Stark and the somewhat distracted Ethan behind. It seems we must accelerate our pace, Ethan, Tony Stark gravely proclaimed. After a prolonged silence without a response from Ethan, Tony turned his gaze toward the preoccupied Ethan and inquired, "What troubles you?" As I previously mentioned, I possess a profound understanding of the language here, do I not? Ethan retorted, his countenance less than favorable. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that they appointed you as my translator. What has transpired? Tony Stark pressed, perplexed. I have withheld certain information, not only from you, but also from those who consider themselves freedom fighters. What have you concealed? In truth, I comprehend more languages than you might imagine, Ethan asserted solemnly. Is that all? Tony Stark gazed at Ethan in confusion, struggling to grasp the essence of his message. People often inadvertently overlook certain matters for various reasons. Before a blind person, a woman may feel secure enough to remove her garments. Similarly, before a deaf mute, some individuals might freely divulge secrets. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark raised his eyebrows, expressing his strong agreement with this notion, having had his own experiences that resonated with it. However, what implications did this carry? Ignoring the myriad questions on Tony Stark's face, Ethan continued to elucidate. In order to enhance my own circumstances and acquire more secrets, I have deliberately concealed some of the languages I command. In response, Tony Stark exhibited little reaction, for such actions were justifiable in the name of survival. Was he not also engaging in a F.A.I.L.D with these individuals? Stark understood that this was not the crux of the matter, thus he opted for silence, patiently awaiting what Ethan had to convey next. I possess a dialect that is rather uncommon here, akin to what those individuals just mentioned. What did you hear? Stark's interest piqued. They alluded to a plan that must not falter, as the White House awaited them to bestow honor and freedom. Upon hearing this, Stark was momentarily taken aback. Considering their identity as terrorists and the nature of his current actions, he began to speculate. Do you think it could be? What you are apprehensive about is precisely what I fear. Stark fell into contemplation, and after a while, he queried, such a significant matter, would they readily disclose it? Firstly, they were unaware that we could comprehend their language. Secondly, we are currently at their mercy, utterly defenseless and incapable of escape. Under these circumstances, Stark surmised that there was indeed no necessity for them to conceal anything. Furthermore, what sense of secrecy could a band of terrorists possess? Were they to be regarded as spies? Not to mention, even spies have their moments of oversight. We must expedite our efforts. We need to escape from here as swiftly as possible, Stark urged Ethan. No matter the adversary's intentions, if they could extricate themselves quickly, the enemy's plans would be rendered futile. Ethan concurred, and together they plunged into their arduous tasks. Through their diligent efforts, Liu Yu observed with great satisfaction from a short distance away. From the outset, Liu Yu had not anticipated earning their complete trust immediately. He merely sought to sow a seed of doubt. In the ensuing days, Liu Yu quietly exerted psychological influence over them. Gradually, Stark and Ethan's progress accelerated significantly, nearing the formation of a tangible outcome. If left unchecked, they might accomplish their objective ahead of schedule. Recognizing this, Liu Yu understood that he needed to escalate his actions. My apologies, Tony Stark, Liu Yu remarked, summoning his mental powers once more. This time, however, his focus shifted not to the two of them, nor to the previously mentioned stout man, but rather to the true leader of the Ten Rings, another bald figure present. You might want to go easy on him. Eliminating Stark would pose quite the headache for me. As soon as Liu Yu finished speaking, his mental influence began to take effect. The previously relaxed bald leader abruptly turned his gaze to the surveillance screen, the blueprints for the Jericho missile now firmly in hand, his expression shifting erratically as he scrutinized the plans. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the bald leader slammed his palm onto the table, his demeanor turning fiercely menacing. Boss, what is the matter? The stout man quivered, cautiously inquiring. This guy Stark is deceiving us. What he is working on is not the Jericho missile at all. Is it not? The stout man was taken aback and inquired further, what was he doing? Surely, it was something intended for escape. The bald man shot a fierce glare at his dim-witted subordinate before hastily leading his men towards the cave, where Tony Stark and Ethan were situated. The stout man, unable to direct his fury towards the bald leader, could only redirect his wrath towards Tony Stark. He was on the verge of succumbing to the urge to eliminate Stark. Inside the surveillance room, only a scant few remained, including the inscrutable Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu occupied the chair previously held by the bald leader, silently observing the oblivious Tony Stark and Ethan through the grainy monitor. Chapter 24. The stout man. I could modify this. It might prove useful, Tony Stark exclaimed, promptly inspecting his phone within the surveillance blind spot. Aware that he could be discovered at any moment, he resolved to check the phone's condition and consider potential modifications. Ethan, watching the device in Stark's hands, felt a twinge of confusion. Afghanistan was not America. Not everyone carried a phone at all times. Though the phone appeared worn, its presence in this location seemed improbable. Was it merely a coincidence that Stark stumbled upon it? How could a wealthy heir, freshly escaped from the clutches of terrorists, so easily acquire anything from a ruthless assailant? Nevertheless, Ethan could not pinpoint the illogicality of the phone's presence. Would terrorists truly allow them to communicate with the outside world? Lu Yu, who had been observing them from the shadows, couldn't help but admire Ethan for noticing the inconsistencies, though Lu Yu's scheming ran deeper than Ethan's awareness. Just as Ethan concealed his doubts, intending to seek answers gradually, the cave door swung open unexpectedly, and a member of the Ten Commandments gang burst inside. Without hesitation, he delivered a kick that sent Tony Stark, engrossed in his phone, sprawling across the room, the device soaring and shattering against the wall. The terrorist's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene. He rushed towards Stark, raining blows upon him while chattering incoherently. Ethan fought desperately to intervene, but was met with several punishing strikes. Eventually, a few of the terrorists, seeing Stark bleeding, feared for his well-being and stepped in to restrain him. Once Stark regained his composure, his first question to Ethan was about what had transpired. He mentioned that the phone was the sole keepsake his father had left him during his youth, lamenting the audacity of theft and destruction, essentially expressing sentiments along those lines. Ethan exhaled in relief, realizing that he had overthought the situation. Otherwise, the terrorist would not have reacted so violently. Nor would Stark have been mercilessly attacked right after acquiring the phone. What about the phone? Stark inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ethan turned his gaze towards the spot where the phone had once been. Moments ago, the phone had been utterly shattered, with the terrorists viciously stamping on it before their departure, leaving it in a state of complete ruin. It appeared they might miss out on a significant opportunity because of this. While the previous phone had indeed been reduced to fragments, it was astonishing that Tony Stark could salvage some components and assemble a diminutive device, albeit one akin to a mobile phone. Even if it couldn't function as a satellite phone, one would hope to find a location with signal, yet there wasn't even a single base station in sight. Ethan harbored considerable doubts about its functionality. Even if you distrust other devices, you must have faith in my reputation, Tony Stark, he asserted. At that moment, Stark's face was swollen like a pig's head, making his speech somewhat slurred. Despite the circumstances, the name Tony Stark carried an undeniable weight, prompting Ethan to choose belief. Let us see if its circuitry can withstand the test, he remarked, as Stark connected the power supply. A flurry of electrical sparks flickered across the device, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. However, it seemed the device had short-circuited. This doesn't appear to be functioning, Stark mused. Just then, the device emitted a beep, illuminating with a faint glow, miraculously springing to life. Ethan and Stark exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of exhilaration. Ethan, you go to the surveillance cameras and stall for time. I will contact the outside world immediately, Stark commanded. Tony, do you know how to reach them? Ethan inquired. Of course. I have a clear recollection of the military contacts, Stark replied. I don't mean that. I'm questioning how you will accurately convey our location and persuade them that you are indeed Tony Stark. Will they believe just anyone providing contact information? Due to the severe damage to the phone, the device had lost its calling capabilities, making text communication exceedingly difficult. In such a scenario, reaching out to the military was precarious. They were unlikely to trust their description of the location, particularly since they were not in a conspicuous spot. What if the military could not locate them and retreated? On this matter, Stark could not offer any definitive assurance. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, do you possess any credentials or incidents that could substantiate your identity as Tony Stark? If so, send them. If not, do not contact the military. Instead, reach out to someone who cares for you deeply. They would never easily relinquish hope, even if there were but a 1 in 10,000 chance. Upon hearing Ethan's proposed solution, a woman's visage emerged in Stark's mind rather than any form of identification. I understand. With clarity on Ethan's intent, Stark commenced action, inputting a series of combinations on the device, which featured only the binary keys of 0 and 1. He transmitted his identity, verifiable events, and the environmental conditions he had observed outside the cave, all encoded in Morse code to that individual. Tony Stark, once again acting impulsively, chose to relay the message not to the military but to the woman who occupied his heart. After sending all the intended information, he found himself reflecting on the events that had transpired, prompting him to add further details. Once he had completed this addition, he finally dispatched the messages. With a resounding bang, the device erupted like a firecracker, unleashing a myriad of electric sparks. "What is happening?" Ethan inquired urgently, looking to Tony Stark for answers. "It's overloaded," Stark replied. "What about the message?" Ethan pressed. "Unclear. It overloaded during transmission. It may have gone through, or it may not have." Ethan lamented, "After all this effort. Is this the outcome?" Stark, uncertain whether the message had been successfully sent, could only hope for confirmation from Lu Yu, who indeed had assisted in ensuring the message reached its destination. Stark had evidently overestimated his apparatus. When it mattered most, it was Lu Yu's intervention that facilitated the transmission. It was a relief that the issue had been resolved, allowing Stark and his team to focus on other matters. Lu Yu, too, had faced considerable challenges to ensure the smooth delivery of the messages, and now, at last, he could consider the task accomplished. All that remained was to ensure that his future girlfriend received this crucial information. Chapter 25. The Puppet Master. In truth, Lu Yu need not intervene directly. A mere nudge was sufficient. Within a packed conference room at the Pentagon, a multitude of high-ranking military officials filled every seat. One officer, evidently of the highest rank, initiated the discussion. "We are all aware of the news. Let us share our perspectives." Almost simultaneously with his words, another officer, clad in uniform, rose to assert, "We must not take this lightly. Should we repeat past mistakes, we will all bear the consequences." The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Should negligence lead to an attack on the White House, none would escape culpability. Of course, successful action would yield immense credit. They had 5 days before them and had already gathered intelligence on the region, making it feasible to consider deploying a military unit for reconnaissance, with the worst-case scenario being a mere expenditure of time. Faced with a well-equipped regular force, the terrorists would ultimately be compelled to yield. Everyone understood that a grand confrontation was imminent. Yet, what if complications arose mid-operation? As the attendees immersed themselves in their individual contemplations, a harsh voice cut through the air. Everyone furrowed their brows, turning towards the source, only to find that the speaker was none other than Ross, the current focal point of attention. The reprimands that had been on the tip of their tongues were swallowed back, replaced by their eager gazes upon Ross, anticipating his forthcoming remarks. The reality lay starkly before them. While we have gleaned some understanding of Tony Stark's probable imprisonment conditions, it is essential not to overlook the vast expanse of Afghanistan. Whether they have already discovered the messages sent by Tony and relocated his hiding place remains uncertain. How can you ensure that no issues arise during this process? Ross, seemingly oblivious to the shift in the group's emotions, continued speaking. As soon as those words were uttered, everyone involuntarily furrowed their brows, jolted from their previous reveries. Accumulating merits is certainly advantageous, yet at times, accolades are not everything. In fact, the absence of fault is the ideal state. Given their current standing, the quantity of merit holds little significance. The crux lies in whether they can evade accountability. A voice emerged in retort. "What course of action do you propose?" Ross suggested. "Why not involve all intelligence organizations? They function like military dogs, excelling in the search for various information. Although their inclusion may dilute the final accolades, it significantly mitigates the risk of unforeseen complications. Should anything go awry, they can be called upon to share the burden, as the inaccuracy of intelligence falls under their purview." Ross's remarks resonated profoundly with those present who were intent on claiming glory while avoiding blame. Upon hearing Ross, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with renewed clarity. In fact, not only did they harbor such thoughts, but even the chairperson of the meeting felt a stir of temptation, eager to evade responsibility, sharing the spoils while delegating faults to others, who would not relish such a delightful arrangement. If the attendees were merely stirred before, Ross's subsequent words incited an even stronger resonance among them. Now that a plan has been formulated, we must act immediately. Tony Stark is a notorious playboy. One cannot guarantee how long he can withstand pressure from the adversary. Should he produce the Jericho missile prematurely, it would spell disaster. You have all witnessed the destructive power of such a missile. With Ross's impetus, everything has been fundamentally set in motion. The intelligence organizations find themselves rather unfortunate, as they are reluctantly entangled in this affair, unable to feign ignorance. Once the military received word, this matter ceased to be a secret for the intelligence organizations. One could scarcely fathom the extent of their clandestine deployments and whom they are surveilling. If they truly wished to know, they could even uncover details as trivial as the president's choice of undergarments. However, They preferred to remain oblivious, particularly regarding this incident, deliberately steering clear. Ignorance allows them to remain detached, and afterward, they can seize the opportunity to demand resources and power, much like the aftermath of the 9/11 incident, where everyone profited abundantly. Yet, this matter has now intertwined with their interests, inciting a profound resentment toward Ross. Nonetheless, despite their grievances, they are compelled to take action. If they can manage this affair adeptly, even if the military appropriates the majority of the benefits, they can still extract some value from it. Ultimately, they will realize a certain degree of profit, which is certainly preferable to leaving empty-handed. For American intelligence organizations, the losses are not catastrophic, yet for S.H.I.E.L.D., it appears somewhat disadvantageous. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is a global organization primarily tasked with addressing factors that may lead to world instability and supernatural phenomena, it also assists various nations in handling certain affairs. However, one must wonder why S.H.I.E.L.D. is entangled in this matter. Are the domestic intelligence agencies of the United States unable to manage their own affairs? Why must they involve S.H.I.E.L.D. and even assign them the task of locating terrorists? Typically, S.H.I.E.L.D. is prohibited from intervening in domestic issues, with their assistance routinely rebuffed. Yet, in times of trouble, they suddenly recall S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities. S.H.I.E.L.D. finds itself in an incredibly frustrating position. Fortunately, the agent known as Egg indicated that they also need to locate the individual referred to as Prince Tony Stark, thus not pursuing the matter excessively. After some negotiation, S.H.I.E.L.D. joined forces with other intelligence organizations within the United States. Director, they've only authorized us to search for Coulson in Afghanistan, Egg inquired, perplexed. Since we've decided to participate, we cannot limit ourselves to a small-scale search. We must escalate the situation. Even if the Ten Rings organization harbors no such intentions, we must instill that notion within them. Otherwise, will this joint operation not be a futile endeavor? Chapter 26. All-round support. Egg was completely unaware of this. But upon hearing Hit-Well's remarks, he began to take the situation more seriously. His concern deepened. Hit-Well anticipated that this was merely the beginning, with further evidence and witnesses expected to emerge, making Egg realize the gravity of the situation, compelling him to proceed with caution. He temporarily interrupted communication with Hit-Well, feeling far from the earlier calm, and lost interest in casual conversation with Coulson. His mind incessantly pondered whether there was any hidden agenda, a daily ritual for someone deeply ensnared in conspiracy theories. As he continued his exploration, Hit-Well's communication interrupted his thoughts once again. Is there new information? He asked. Based on intelligence from an assault on a Ten-Ring stronghold, a substantial quantity of explosives capable of destroying the Empire State Building has been discovered, Hit-Well stated, striving to suppress the odd sensation within him. My goodness, this truly has nothing to do with him. He had prepared ample evidence, yet none pertained to the Empire State Building. His focus had primarily been on Washington, the political epicenter of the United States. And the mere fact that the Ten Rings could operate within Washington was already shocking enough. More? Frankly, it was implausible that the Ten Rings could audaciously launch a cross-regional attack on the United States. Could it be that so many intelligence organizations were merely for show? Hit-Well was acutely aware of this, hence he did not exaggerate. However, it seemed that matters had deviated from the expected course, as evidenced by Hit-Well's astonishment. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Given that a preliminary conclusion had been reached, it would not be unreasonable to take some action to secure advantageous leverage for themselves. This was their spontaneous initiative. As one of the orchestrators behind the scenes, Hit-Well was well aware of this. While Egg began to suspect that the Ten Rings might have received some form of support, rephrased, based on the prior incident, he harbored a slight belief that the Empire State Building indeed concealed a substantial quantity of explosives capable of obliterating the entire structure. With regard to the Ten Rings, he approached the situation with heightened caution. Glancing at Coulson, he felt that entrusting this matter solely to Coulson was inadequate. You must remain vigilant. Report to me immediately should there be any developments. Yes, Director. The communication was abruptly severed once more. He set the communicator aside and turned to Coulson, stating, I shall take full responsibility for this matter for the time being. Director, aren't you returning? This situation may be graver than anticipated. I need to oversee it personally. With such insistence from him, Coulson had no grounds for rebuttal and was, in fact, quite pleased to enjoy a respite. Consequently, he relinquished command to him. As he awaited further intelligence, he began to contemplate the ensuing course of action, meticulously crafting a detailed plan. He aspired to resolve the incident impeccably while ensuring Tony Stark's safety to the utmost extent. Just as he was plotting, a stream of intelligence began to pour in. Through the tireless efforts of various intelligence agencies, he became undeniably convinced that the Ten Rings were indeed preparing for a monumental undertaking that would astonish the world. These agencies were remarkably diligent. Hit.Weiler had amassed ample evidence, yet they remained unsatisfied, continuing to assist in the collection of further proof. Ultimately, the situation escalated alarmingly, even prompting the President of the United States to slam the table and decrease sanctions against the Ten Rings. Consequently, intelligence organizations and the military received directives to eradicate this audacious group entirely, upholding the dignity of the United States. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. was summoned by the World Security Council to cooperate in addressing the matter, with the stern warning that if they failed, the budget for the next quarter would be in jeopardy. This time, the World Security Council was genuinely alarmed. If it was the United States today, who could guarantee that other nations would not be next? The issue had to be resolved decisively. The financial restrictions previously imposed on S.H.I.E.L.D. were unexpectedly relaxed. The situation was evolving in increasingly bizarre directions. Neither Hit.Weiler nor Liu Yu had anticipated this, yet it ultimately proved to be fortuitous. The intelligence organizations, in their haphazard endeavors, fabricated a plethora of evidence, necessitating the assurance of the incident's authenticity. They would remain tight-lipped and address any discrepancies. Simultaneously, the various intelligence agencies would inevitably realize that each had engaged in subterfuge, and under the impossibility of casually leaking or exchanging information, even if issues arose, they would shift the blame onto one another. Thus, Hit.Weiler and Liu Yu found themselves in a position of greater safety. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. As the turmoil escalated, others might bear the brunt of the blame while maintaining confidentiality. Wasn't that a stroke of good fortune? Hit.Weiler nearly sought to pop open a bottle of champagne in celebration. However, Liu Yu halted him, declaring it was not yet the time. The most critical task now was to dispatch personnel to the scene immediately. As the situation intensified, the initial team he had dispatched proved insufficient. Thus, he requested Hit.Weiler to mobilize additional support. At this juncture, their plans could proceed smoothly. A large number of personnel have been reassigned, with nearly 2 out of every 3 being members of Hydra. This is indeed astonishing. Such a significant shift in Hydra's ranks could hardly escape Pierce's notice. Yet he chose to remain silent, appearing rather satisfied. After all, in this era, a leader must provide support to their subordinates. Otherwise, morale would dwindle, and the team would falter. The actions taken by Hit.Weiler perfectly aligned with Pierce's intentions. Although this incident appeared extensive, through the collaboration of the military, numerous intelligence agencies, and S.H.I.E.L.D., it had already lost its momentum, with the demise of the opposing force all but assured. This was clearly an act of goodwill, and what more could he say? He could only acquiesce, nodding in agreement. Otherwise, leading the team would become an impossibility. He even found himself inadvertently praising Hit.Weiler, a rather naive move. Once he confirmed that the unfolding events were well within his control, and even more favorable than anticipated, Hit.Weiler felt it was time to take action. Everything lay within a manageable scope. As a somewhat timid individual, he couldn't help but desire to act directly. Perhaps in 2 days. Hit.Weiler pondered, somewhat puzzled. He decided to let things simmer for another 2 days before proceeding with any actions. Was such a delay necessary? Indeed, if he deemed it necessary, then there must be compelling reasons behind it. After all, the orchestrator of this affair was Liu Yu. If Liu Yu was willing to wait an additional 2 days, then so be it. It was of little consequence. For these 2 days, he would closely monitor Liu Yu's movements, intending to engage him thoroughly. Was he contemplating an assassination? Hit.Weiler did not react excessively to this notion, swiftly concealing his emotions. Regardless of the methods employed, the only concern was ensuring the target's demise. He was solely interested in who would carry out the execution. Hit.Weiler mused, let us be realistic. He could organize the operation, but if it required his personal involvement, that would be quite burdensome. Chapter 27. Calculated intentions. Do you wish for revenge? Liu Yu inquired. Yes. Winter Soldier replied earnestly, dismissing any peculiar thoughts from his mind. Although merely a clone, he inherited not only all visible attributes, but also the intangible emotions, such as the hatred that arose after breaking free from brainwashing. Liu Yu possessed his unwavering loyalty, and thus there would be no issue there. He would not harbor resentment towards Liu Yu. However, regarding others, particularly Pierce, who had long held him under control, there was no room for leniency. Had it not been for Liu Yu facilitating his adaptation to his powers, he might have already taken action against Pierce. As for the matter of eliminating Pierce, he had never harbored the slightest hesitation. Liu Yu was acutely aware of this. Now, I present you with an opportunity for vengeance, targeting your most formidable foe, Alexander Pierce. I grant you the chance to end his life with your own hands. When shall we strike? Winter Soldier queried decisively. Patience, we require a few more days for preparation. During this time, refrain from engaging in any conspicuous activities and focus on maintaining your physical condition while awaiting the moment to act. Understood. The Winter Soldier promptly acquiesced. This mission was somewhat discreet. The equipment on our side could not be disclosed to you. Please provide me with a list of the necessary gear, and I shall assist you in procuring it. Very well. The Winter Soldier swiftly compiled a list and presented it to Lu Yu. This list was quite satisfactory. Lu Yu scanned the items, and his gaze lingered at the bottom, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. In 3 days. The operation. Lu Yu issued the command for action. Hitwell was in position, Romlo was ready, and Garrett was prepared. Alongside Lu Yu and the Winter Soldier, each assigned their respective tasks. Alas, the Winter Soldier was headed to a place notorious for bloodshed, while Lu Yu intended to observe the unfolding spectacle. Lu Yu was eager to witness how the old man would exhale his last breath. Naturally, Lu Yu would remain well concealed, ensuring that none would perceive his presence, allowing everything to transpire in utter silence. He was confident in his ability to execute this flawlessly. In such tranquility, the hunting operation commenced discreetly and would similarly conclude without fanfare. At that moment, in Washington, inside a specially modified black sedan, Pierce was driving with a notably cheerful demeanor, accompanied by a light-hearted tune. His spirits were undeniably high. Suddenly, another identical black vehicle careened into him from the side, crashing into the rear of his car. Pierce barely had time to react before he was violently jolted, and the airbag deployed, smearing his face. The sedan was pushed aside by the impact. Yet, that was not the end. 2 more cars emerged from both the front and rear, colliding with his vehicle and trapping it firmly in place. Pierce was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Was he under attack? Years of a pampered existence had not entirely extinguished his survival instincts. He immediately commanded loudly within the vehicle, "Alert all nearby police and inform anyone who can offer assistance." A bright light flashed across the windshield, followed by a distinctly synthetic voice. "There are indeed police nearby, but do not hold your breath." Pierce paused for a moment, pondering. Had the artificial intelligence rebelled? No. It was merely that we had taken control of the AI. How should one put it? Enjoy at your leisure. Before he could finish his thought, Pierce physically severed the AI's control over his vehicle, manually taking command. Once free from the AI's grasp, Pierce rapidly began pressing buttons within the car. The 4 tires spun uncontrollably, emitting a cacophony of noise as rubber scorched, smoke billowing forth. However, the outcome was less than ideal. The front and rear vehicles remained firmly immobilized. Gritting his teeth, Pierce pressed a button on the steering wheel, causing a small cover to slide open, revealing several red buttons. He decisively pressed one of them. From the side of his car, a small bomb was ejected, striking the black vehicle ahead with precision. Meanwhile, the door of a car by the roadside suddenly swung open, and a man wielding a rocket launcher emerged, firing a missile. The small bomb that Pierce had previously detonated struck the ground ahead, triggering a massive explosion between his vehicle and Pierce's. The force of the blast violently shook Pierce's car. Yet the vehicle ahead was sent flying, allowing his automobile to start just in time to evade the rocket. The missile soared past the car, igniting another explosion. Damn it, Pierce cursed, extracting his phone to contact the nearby police. The Washington police still possessed some semblance of combat capability. At least they could delay the situation long enough for him to escape. However, the response was, "You are not in a service area. Please redial after death. Thank you." Followed by a series of busy signals. Damn. In a fit of rage, Pierce hurled his phone into the passenger seat. Ouch. His vigorous motion caused him to aggravate his wound, prompting him to sharply inhale. The recent impact had left him far from unscathed. While it appeared he had merely injured his nose, in reality, one of his ribs had fractured. If not for the anesthetic he had recently used, he would likely be immobilized by now. This was not the time for such reflections. Observing that the previous missile had been ineffective, the assailants once again initiated their assault. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, as 2 vehicles barreled out from either side of the road, each housing 2 gunmen armed with submachine guns, who unleashed a relentless barrage despite the high-speed chase. Within mere seconds, his car was riddled with bullet holes. Fortunately, his vehicle had been fortified with bulletproof modifications. Although the attackers employed specialized grenades, they failed to inflict fatal damage. However, if this continued, danger was inevitable. Pierce dared not linger and accelerated towards the bustling city center, intent on creating a commotion to attract police attention and assistance. As for the outcome, it was a matter to be faced later. In this bewildering moment, it was the best strategy he could conceive. He was utterly disoriented. His public persona was that of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, while clandestinely, He was a high-ranking member of Hydra. What formidable adversary had he provoked? Who dared to target him, even disabling all his communication devices and that secondary artificial intelligence? Was it a champion of justice against Hydra, or an evildoer opposing S.H.I.E.L.D.? Had his identity been exposed, or was it still concealed? Wait, could it be Nick? The thought of his identity possibly being compromised ignited a shocking suspicion within Pierce. Based on his understanding of Egghead, Nick, if Egghead realized the extent to which Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 28, Witnessing Life and Death. As grenades flew through the air, the Winter Soldier did not even shift his position. He raised his mechanical arm and forcefully struck the grenade before him. With a thunderous roar, the grenade exploded, engulfing the Winter Soldier in flames. Pierce initially felt a rush of joy, only to be rendered utterly still moments later. To his astonishment, the Winter Soldier had not succumbed to the explosion of the grenade. As the flames dissipated and the black smoke cleared, the undamaged figure of the Winter Soldier re-emerged before Pierce. He had merely slid a few meters across the ground, his clothing miraculously unscathed due to the material's resilience. The Winter Soldier appeared even more formidable. Despair enveloped Pierce as he exerted every ounce of strength to push open the car door in a desperate bid for escape. The force of the earlier impact had wedged the door shut, rendering it impossible for him to budge, despite his utmost efforts. "Do you need assistance?" Just as Pierce was poised to seek an opportunity to counterattack, a voice, chilling as if from an icy cavern, pierced through the shattered window. Pierce barely managed to utter a syllable before being interrupted by a jarring metallic distortion. The Winter Soldier seized the car door with his mechanical arm, ripping it from its hinges, and then stood before Pierce. Confronted by that familiar visage, Pierce's expression twisted from terror to a savage grimace. He swiftly raised his arm, delivering a fierce blow within the vehicle, causing a mounted Gatling gun to spring forth, which he grasped tightly in the other hand, intent on firing at the Winter Soldier. This sudden maneuver caught even the Winter Soldier off guard. However, his reflexes far surpassed Pierce's before Pierce could pull the trigger. The Winter Soldier's flesh and blood hand had already grasped the gun barrel firmly, tightening his grip. A sound reminiscent of grinding metal echoed as Pierce's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting to fire. "What have you endured during these days? How could you act so dramatically?" Yet, the Winter Soldier offered no chance for inquiry. He retrieved a palm-sized disc and, regardless of Pierce's struggles, pressed it forcefully against his face. Mechanical arms extended from the disc, clamping tightly onto Pierce's visage. As the disc began to rotate, blue electricity surged forth, accompanied by Pierce's anguished screams. Thus, he met a painful and tragic end. The electrical current streamed incessantly from the disc, wreaking havoc on his brain, while the disc itself became incandescently red due to the overload, branding a charred mark upon his face like a searing iron. Until the very last moment of his life, Pierce was tormented by excruciating pain, unable to stretch his body. And even in death, his form remained contorted and spasming. 2 Hydra agents attempted to arrange his body into a semblance of peace, but their efforts were in vain. It was evident that this was a premeditated assassination steeped in vengeance. Upon witnessing Pierce's grim fate, Hydra reached this conclusion in his mind. Members of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. unanimously concurred with this assessment. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were unaware of the full circumstances, some among them indeed recognized the existence of the Winter Soldier. Through footage inadvertently captured by a surveillance camera, they confirmed this as an act of retribution. Originally, with the assistance of certain individuals, the Winter Soldier regained his memories and thus embarked on a path of vengeance against Pierce, unleashing all his pent-up animosity. This led to the dismal fate that befell Pierce. At this moment, within S.H.I.E.L.D., the Hydra faction faced a grave dilemma. The Winter Soldier was evidently aware of their existence and seemed to be backed by a considerable force. Should their situation be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, Hydra was in a state of disarray, lacking a leader. In such circumstances, the members of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. were filled with trepidation and were in urgent need of a leader to emerge. Ultimately, after much persuasion, Hit-Well and Ramlo stepped forward. Both were perceived by the others as possessing a broad vision and not embroiled in conflicts over power. After thorough discussions, it was decided that the valiant and battle-ready Ramlo would assume the role of the leader of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., capable of guiding them through any impending assaults. Ramlo, with his extensive experience and unwavering loyalty, was a steadfast believer in Hydra, although he might lack some capabilities. At this critical juncture, such concerns became secondary. One thing was certain. If their predicament were to be revealed, Only Ramlo possessed the capability to carve a path through the bloodshed, earning the trust and support of the others. In contrast, should Hit-Well take the helm, they would have to deliberate further. While it was true that his coordination skills were commendable, it was difficult to place trust in him at such a pivotal moment. Everything was unexpectedly resolved with remarkable smoothness. Of course, not everyone was in unanimous agreement. Among the Hydra members dispatched to Afghanistan and those remaining within S.H.I.E.L.D, dissenting voices emerged, particularly among the former, who expressed the strongest opposition. They believed there were potential issues at hand and that the selection of a leader, even if temporary, required careful consideration. However, such dissent quickly drowned in a tide of public opinion, with many perceiving these individuals as merely vying for power. A notion that held little weight. Ramlo's position remained secure. To solidify their standing and exonerate themselves from suspicion, they initiated the second phase of their prearranged plan. A covert operation targeting the Winter Soldier was quietly set in motion, ruthless and devoid of any sentiment. Those who had previously doubted their connections with the Winter Soldier found themselves grappling with self-doubt, reflecting on whether they had misjudged the situation. Ramlo's position continued to be stable. To ensure even greater security and to dispel suspicion, the clandestine second phase of their operation was already underway. Chapter 29. The setup. After a brief pause to allow for some breathing space, Hit-Well continued, "If I were truly to take action against him, it would yield no benefit for me. Moreover, between Ramlo and myself, my support is evidently inferior to his." The representative sent forth could not help but nod in agreement. Frankly, he did not believe Hit-Well possessed the character to commit such an act. Furthermore, he lacked the resources to do so. If we consider the likelihood of Ramlo, this loyal individual, being the one to commit such an act, it stems from a perspective rooted in self-interest. As long as he remains alive, it aligns more closely with my own interests. Otherwise, once Ramlo ascends to power, I will find myself in a precarious situation. Given this, why do you not take measures to thwart Ramlo's rise? On one hand, there is a desire to cultivate a favorable impression, while on the other, there is an undeniable necessity. We currently face immense troubles, and should Winter Soldier divulge our information, we would plunge into extreme peril. Only Ramlo can carve us a path to safety. Hit-Well has meticulously crafted a positive image. Of course, the representative does not fully trust him. Rather, Hit-Well seeks to establish a preconceived notion, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Do you understand? Just now, Nick Fury issued a command to capture Winter Soldier alive. Do you comprehend the implications of this? He is fully aware that it signifies that while Hydra has not yet been exposed, the risk of exposure is already present. Should Eggman capture Winter Soldier, the consequences would be dire. Do you doubt my words? How about I offer you an opportunity to prove my innocence? What opportunity? Regardless of your thoughts, the most pressing matter is to eliminate Winter Soldier before Nick Fury takes action, ensuring our secrets remain concealed. The representative nodded in agreement, albeit with a furrowed brow. But how does this relate to proving your innocence? Thus, I present to you the chance to pursue him. Are you suggesting we walk into our demise? The representative inquired, frowning. Hit-Well shook his head, asserting, though Winter Soldier is formidable, he has not entirely escaped the grips of conditioning. With your numbers and our backing, is facing him tantamount to certain death? How many can he truly kill? You are the fully armed Hydra, not mere soft targets. Hit-Well and Liu Yu collaborated to disguise the scene, ensuring that Winter Soldier appeared far from innocent in the eyes of both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D, with his capabilities remaining largely unchanged. Of course, if we are deemed trustworthy, we could capture Winter Soldier and present him to you for your confirmation. Hit-Well declared without hesitation. In reality, regardless of the path these individuals choose, the outcome remains unchanged. Hit-Well's rhetoric today is merely a means to placate them. Winter Soldier is simply not capturable, nor will he ever be, and they will indeed fail in their attempts. Should they opt for the latter, Hit-Well and Ramlo will stall for time, systematically eliminating these individuals without leaving a trace. Furthermore, Hit-Well and Ramlo will allow them to pursue the capture themselves. In truth, they have long orchestrated every detail and will ultimately employ Winter Soldier's hand to remove these individuals. We need to deliberate. Hit-Well's seemingly sincere demeanor allowed the individual to slightly entertain the proposal. You may deliberate, but act swiftly. Not only are we watching him, but S.H.I.E.L.D is also keeping a close eye. If necessary, we will eliminate him on the spot. We will act expeditiously. Upon my arrival, Ramlo instructed me to convey a message to you. What message? Hydra requires your assistance. This statement fails to resonate with the individual in question. If a mere sentence could sway them, they would not have become ardent followers of Pierce, and there would be no need for Hit-Well and Ramlo to eliminate them. I must add that I, too, require your assistance, as I can still summon some benefits. Romlo cannot operate independently of me. Hit.L.'s insinuation of dissatisfaction suggests that his collaboration with Romlo is not as harmonious as it appears. After uttering this remark, Hit.L. fell silent, clearly adopting a demeanor indicative of a strategic setup. While Hit.L. was performing, Luyu received a communication from Romlo in his apartment. So, you wish for the Winter Soldier to attempt an assassination on you, thereby alleviating suspicions while simultaneously preparing for the eradication of these individuals? Indeed, these individuals are far too troublesome. They must be dealt with decisively. But how will you ensure your survival at the hands of the Winter Soldier? Surely, you cannot overpower him. Maintain the Winter Soldier's previous state while setting a trap for him, utilizing the hidden means he left during his brainwashing to evade pursuit, leading to his fortunate escape. Discuss it with the Winter Soldier, but be cautious not to complicate matters. You may proceed as you see fit. Rest assured, I will have him eliminate a few of my close associates before the assassination. This way, the reaction will be minimal, and others will perceive it merely as an act of retribution from the Winter Soldier, thereby clearing my suspicion and aligning with Hit.L.'s plans. As for Nick Fury, Hit.L. will arrange for the deceased to undertake some long-term tasks, gradually passing away over the next few years. Such actions are common for Hydra and will leave no trace. Once your plans are in order, that will suffice. After clarifying the necessary details, Luyu refrained from further inquiries. Why must he involve himself in every matter? Besides, he had numerous other responsibilities to attend to. The recent events had indeed caused quite a stir, and thus, it was entirely normal for Luyu to receive an opportunity for a lottery. Not long ago, he utilized this chance and acquired a rather intriguing item, a large plush doll. However, this doll is not a conventional humanoid toy. Although the system had indicated the possibility of drawing a character, Luyu had yet to experience such a fortune. The large doll he received is akin to a puppet, known as a substitute doll. Indeed, it serves as a prop of substitution for death, a substitute doll. Luyu had come into possession of such a treasure. Furthermore, this item does not merely withstand a single lethal blow, it resurrects immediately after 100 deaths, erasing all prior damage and negative effects without the loss of any possessions. What a remarkable item. It far surpasses the previous magical beans in value. Consequently, Luyu became increasingly curious. What precisely is the mechanism behind this item? Driven by curiosity, Luyu took action. He activated his powerful core ability and commenced a scan. This resembles the previous subversion card. Although progress is slow, it is not entirely unfeasible. The material code of the substitute doll and its inherent ability to replace death manifested before Luyu. Although the analysis took considerable time, the material of the doll itself was not of paramount importance. Any substance capable of bearing its death replacement capability would suffice. The crux of the matter lay within this replacement ability. Luyu discerned that this phenomenon possessed profound implications and appeared to extend into other potential applications. Chapter 30. The Might of Magic. Subsequently, before experiment subject number 3 could react, Luyu unleashed a magical mental assault. A scream escaped the subject as both its corporeal form and soul were mercilessly torn asunder by Luyu. The scene was exceedingly brutal, yet all of this was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, the card upon experiment subject number 3 radiated brilliance before vanishing entirely. It was as if time magic had been enacted. As the shredded body and soul of subject number 3 reassembled, remarkably, it had resurrected. Could it truly be effective? No, further trials were necessary. Ignoring the trembling of experiment subject number 3, Luyu exclaimed with delight. Determined to continue his experiments, the unfortunate subject number 3 once again became a victim. Its soul and body endured repeated renditions of dismemberment and destruction. After countless iterations, subject number 3 ultimately could not withstand the torment and approached the brink of collapse. However, Luyu did not relent. He persisted in employing various methods to validate his hypothesis. This rigorous testing lasted an entire day. Yet, the experiment did not conclude as subject number 3 perished. To be precise, its soul dissipated. Luyu resorted to a sacrificial method, obliterating the soul of experiment subject no. 3, leaving behind a living cadaver devoid of spirit. In essence, experiment subject number 3 had perished. The proxy card failed to fulfill its intended function, clearly not being an omnipotent artifact. Thereafter, Luyu commenced research on the remaining 2 experimental subjects. After 3 days of diligent effort, he elucidated the effective range of the proxy cards. In instances of shattered souls and corporeal demise, even if reduced to mere remnants, there existed a means of restoration. However, if the soul faced deprivation, sacrifice, or bore a specific and indelible soul mark, the proxy cards proved ineffectual. The former scenario referred to souls that had vanished, taken by certain dimensional deities. Such occurrences exceeded the restorative capabilities of the proxy cards, rendering them impotent. The latter condition was merely temporarily harmless. Yet the proxy cards remained powerless against both transiently harmless entities and others, unable to facilitate recovery. This delineates the limitations of the proxy cards. Nonetheless, this was still quite commendable. At the very least, Lu Yu could acquire magic that demanded the sacrifice of one's own soul. And as long as he possessed the proxy cards, he need not fear encountering peril. With the aid of the substitute card, Lu Yu has developed a novel method of spellcasting, encapsulating spells that require the sacrifice or destruction of souls within these cards, thereby endowing them with the capability to unleash such magic. Anyone possessing this card can cast spells without incurring harm. When a spell is invoked, the substitute card activates, nullifying the negative repercussions inherent to the magic itself. Following an experimental trial on test subjects, Lu Yu discovered that this technique yielded exceptionally favorable results. To some extent, this could be likened to a magical card, as it imbues power in advance, allowing ordinary individuals to wield it without the necessity for additional magical energy. Reminiscent of elements from games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Its efficacy is indeed remarkable, representing Lu Yu's most significant achievement thus far. Moreover, he has made another breakthrough. During the process of encapsulating the substitute ability into the cards, Lu Yu infused them with spells that demand the sacrifice of souls, thereby creating a unique magical card that incurs no costs whatsoever. This process sparked a new inspiration within him. If such entities can be confined within cards, might it also be possible to encapsulate the imprints of borrowed powers from dimensional deities? Or could he seal the souls of certain individuals within, substituting them as the cost for casting magic? To harness the powers of dimensional deities typically requires a sacrifice. If this could be circumvented, it would be an incredible advantage. Concurrently, Lu Yu contemplated the possibility of utilizing the same method to forge a distinct magical card. After successfully crafting the magical card, Lu Yu was eager to explore this new concept further. Thus, he embarked on a series of experiments once again. However, this time the progress was somewhat sluggish, particularly in the endeavor of sealing other souls into the cards as a cost for casting spells, which nearly reached a standstill. The reason being, he currently lacked any usable souls, having exhausted the 3 test subject souls in prior experiments. Consequently, the experiment aimed at sealing other souls to serve as the cost for spellcasting faced substantial challenges in making tangible advancements in the short term. Nevertheless, on another front, despite the slow pace, some progress was eventually made. Even after 2 days, although the advancements were modest, Lu Yu recognized a disparity between his original concepts and practical execution. Achieving this goal with the existing methods seemed nearly impossible. While sealing the imprints of dimensional deities onto the card was feasible, deploying them in a straightforward manner was not as simple. Once activated, the imprint would trace along the pathways of magic and soul, branding itself onto Lu Yu's own essence, nearly ensnaring him in peril. It was only through his timely severance of magical energy and a trace of his soul that he evaded this branding. Thereafter, Lu Yu became increasingly cautious, no longer relying solely on the cards. He incorporated some specialized magic onto the back of the cards, including spells from the notes of the mage Zhakong. Zhakong, a notorious trickster, has deceived countless individuals throughout his life. Within his magical notebook lie various spells designed for deception. Lu Yu undertook the task of categorizing and integrating these spells, incorporating his own discoveries of power-stealing magic acquired from the Ancient One. The confluence of these 2 distinct types of magic was imprinted on the backs of cards. Although the inherent differences between the 2 led to conflicts among the spells, ultimately resulting in only a meager theft of power, it nonetheless marked a modest achievement. The next step involves constructing a cohesive system from these spells, rearranging and deconstructing the essence of the magic to establish a foundational element, thus ensuring success. Yet, this task presents considerable challenges. Merging 2 fundamentally different magics into a singular essence is no small feat, particularly when it necessitates reordering and recombining. Despite Lu Yu's ambitious aspirations, he resolved to proceed with patience. Subsequently, he made a decisive choice to tear apart the imprint cards he had crafted. The destruction of the cards resulted in the annihilation of the imprints within, leading to the obliteration of the magic inscribed on their backs, vanishing without a trace in a surge of magical energy. Consequently, the endeavors of the dimensional demigod, which sought to explore pocket dimensions, came to an abrupt halt. Given that the imprint cards were still imperfect, the dimensional demigods whose powers had been siphoned could easily perceive the theft. Clearly, such constructs are not destined for prolonged existence. Chapter 31. Indifference. Lu Yu raised a hand, showcasing a coin fashioned from particles, allowing it to levitate and spin. What is so extraordinary about that? I can do it too, he thought. Lu Yu remained silent, a sudden brilliance emanating from his palm as the magnetic force intensified. Is this your ability? Lona Danon questioned incredulously. Nevertheless, the magnetic strength in Lu Yu's hand continued to augment, causing the coin to redden before melting into molten iron that dripped into his palm, still scorching to the touch. Lu Yu countered, "Can you achieve anything beyond withstanding high temperatures?" Lona Danon fell into silence. "Did you truly accomplish all this solely by using my power?" She remained skeptical. "Hand it over." Without hesitation, Lona Danon extended her hand. As before, Lu Yu grasped her hand firmly. "What are you attempting to do?" Lona Danon allowed him to hold her hand, perplexed by his intentions. Sky comprehended the situation but refrained from speaking. Such matters were best experienced firsthand. Lu Yu turned Lona Danon's hand over, revealing a coin in her palm as well. "Why linger on this question?" Coulson persisted, attempting to persuade her. "Ordinary items do not pique my interest." He reflected momentarily, ultimately affirming his own stance. Possessing exaggerated equipment designed to confront armies and developing advanced substances akin to the Hulk serum, how could one possibly concern themselves with trivial matters? It is evident that Egg is reluctant to part with treasures such as the Tesseract. It seems this path is fraught with obstacles. Coulson could not help but let out a soft sigh. "Did you not mention 2 matters? We have already discussed the first. What, pray tell, is the second?" "We hope to procure the formula for the Hulk serum you supply to the military. Even if acquiring the formula proves elusive, we are eager to purchase some finished products from you." Once he confirmed that Bruce Banner had departed, Coulson spoke up. Through their recent exchanges, Coulson had discerned that Bruce Banner was unaware of the Hulk serum being supplied to the military by Lu Yu. Coulson was uncertain of Lu Yu's true intentions and, out of consideration for their friendship, was reluctant to involve Bruce Banner. "Do you also desire that serum formula? You must have heard about the recent events in Afghanistan, correct?" What events?" "The military and our organization, 793, have concealed certain specifics," Coulson revealed. Lu Yu, appearing nonchalant, feigned ignorance and gestured for Coulson to elaborate. On the surface, this operation was a collaborative effort between the military and intelligence agencies to dismantle terrorists aiming to sow chaos. Yet in reality, the intelligence department merely located their hideouts. Did the military utilize the serum? Indeed, to garner accolades, the military submitted a special experimental request to the White House under the pretense of testing, conducting what was termed an experiment at the terrorist's lair, which was, in truth, an operation to seize glory. Coulson sipped his tea and continued. As a significant member of the World Security Council, the United States was unable to intervene and could only partake symbolically alongside other intelligence agencies. Thus, you witnessed the formidable power of the serum? It is far more than merely formidable. Coulson, who had been fortunate enough to witness that battle, could not help but chuckle bitterly. In that instance, the military had dispatched a small squad to inject the serum and then launch an assault. However, the outcome left everyone astounded. This squad managed to suppress a large group of enemies armed with Stark Industries weaponry, ultimately decimating them completely. Had it not been for prior stipulations to spare the terrorist leader's life, they would have annihilated everyone. That scene was truly breathtaking, leaving all spectators in utter disbelief. Furthermore, Ross, who presided over the development of the Hulk serum, re-emerged prominently as a result. The sight of such power in the hands of the U.S. military left Egg restless at night. Entrusting such power to the military is undoubtedly perilous. Of course, this is the public stance. Privately, Egg harbored concerns that the military might spiral out of control, leading to a series of grave issues. The cessation of this serum's development was clearly impossible. Thus, Egg sought an alternative route, aspiring to gain mastery over the serum himself, leading him to Lu Yu. The director made it unequivocally clear that regardless of the conditions presented by Ross, we are fully capable of matching them. At this moment, Coulson appeared exceptionally solemn. Lu Yu fell into deep contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Given the necessity for a military spokesperson, surrendering the serum to Ross as a means of advancement certainly proved effective. From being retired to now being highly sought after, he had accomplished a remarkable turnaround. However, this success came at a cost. The power of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been somewhat diminished, and its influence may also be waning. Accordingly, the Hydra faction, sharing the same origins, was similarly affected, losing a considerable amount of power. Presently, more than half of S.H.I.E.L.'s strength lay under his control, which undoubtedly reduced their overall capability to a certain extent. Perhaps, it would be prudent to provide S.H.I.E.L.D. with something analogous to bolster their strength, thereby potentially enhancing Ross's authority and standing as well. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. acquire the means to contend with the U.S. military, the military would inevitably become more dependent on Ross. Weighing both sides, Lu Yu ultimately resolved against providing such serum. This decision was not born of any form of mental disarray, but rather from compelling reasons that precluded such action. Had S.H.I.E.L.D. truly reached a point where they needed to rely on Lu Yu? Setting aside the nascent Avengers initiative, Even the potential power of those designated as 084 was sufficient to eliminate all military personnel in possession of the serum. Therefore, Lu Yu deemed it unnecessary to proceed in that direction. Additionally, there were concerns regarding Ross. Should Lu Yu comply, the entire military project would undoubtedly receive heightened scrutiny, and its development would progress more smoothly, a fact beyond dispute. However, simultaneously, Ross might find himself unable to maintain his position. Currently, due to various apprehensions, no one dared to easily usurp the achievements held by Ross. Yet, if the stakes were sufficiently high to render potential threats negligible, the dynamics could shift. At that juncture, they might opt for collaborative action. It is akin to the existence of nuclear weapons. When a nation possesses them, it may exercise restraint, utilizing them solely for deterrence and avoiding widespread proliferation to conserve resources. However, if multiple nations possess nuclear arms for their own security, they are compelled to allocate substantial resources to ensure they possess adequate nuclear deterrence to maintain a balance. In summary, Lu Yu resolutely declined the proposal. He informed Coulson, "I have already reached an agreement with Ross regarding the Hulk serum and cannot provide it to you." No sooner had Lu Yu spoken than Coulson, not yet revealing any disappointment, added, "But I can offer you the antidote serum." The notion of an antidote serum? This proposal was indeed quite enticing. Coulson's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Chapter 32. A delightful experience. Ultimately, the trio decided to proceed to the upscale restaurant. As Lorna Dane had stated, after incurring sufficient expense, what was once a celebration devoid of festive spirit became lively once more. The hosts and guests reveled in joy. Despite spending over $1,000 and subsequently investing thousands more on necessary materials for the two, they still felt remarkably satisfied. The two individuals were particularly elated, and their joy was infectious, lifting Lu Yu's spirits as well. Subsequently, he took them on a leisurely stroll through the mall, spending over $10,000. Despite the considerable expenditure, the experience was indeed rewarding. After garnering a plethora of compliments and cheers, they were each bestowed a sweet kiss from the two lovely ladies, marking a truly delightful experience. Following this, the women insisted on reveling with him almost throughout the night. The next morning, quite early, Lu Yu had initially intended to spend the day at home catching up on sleep. However, before he could put this plan into action, he was awakened by a persistent knock at the door. Coulson had arrived to collect the goods. "You look as if you slept a wink all night," he remarked. "I was dragged out to party the entire night. It has nothing to do with you. Come on, let us go pick up the goods." "All right." Coulson followed closely behind Lu Yu as they made their way to the basement. Upon reaching the basement, they halted before a pile of cardboard boxes. "Where's the serum?" Coulson inquired, perplexed, as it appeared that no antidote serum was to be found in the basement. Lu Yu remained silent, casually lifting a box, opening it to reveal the antidote serum he needed. It turned out that Lu Yu had prepared these serums the previous night and stored them in this location. "Is this the serum you prepared?" Coulson retorted, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had never encountered such a method of storing serum. "Well, this serum is indeed somewhat inferior. It can only combat the Hulk serum. Can't you take something worth 200 million more seriously? Rest assured, I have endeavored to ensure that the serum remains unaffected by other factors without compromising its efficacy. So this is your reason for storing the serum in this manner?" A furrow appeared on Coulson's brow. "As long as you haven't exposed it to the air directly, it should be fine. You can be at ease." "All right," Coulson acquiesced. Enduring the situation, he first transferred the previously agreed sum to Lu Yu before retrieving a communicator to contact his subordinates for the transportation of the antidote serum. "Take this," Lu Yu said, tossing a disc to Coulson during the serum transportation process. This too had been prepared the night before. Coulson felt somewhat reassured as the disc did not appear to be an ordinary item. It was entirely gold-plated, with a unique texture that felt far from commonplace. After examining it thoroughly, he handed it to a scientist beside him for further inspection. Shortly thereafter, the scientist nodded in confirmation that the contents of the disc were indeed valuable. While it was generally identified as a genuine object, further research was required to ascertain its specifics. Coulson did not indulge in excessive pleasantries. Having obtained the necessary items, he departed from Lu Yu's apartment with his subordinates. Lu Yu found himself with leisure once more. However, due to the earlier interruption, he could no longer return to sleep. So he opted to turn on the television and watch a program. At that moment, a news report caught his attention. Tony Stark, just emerging from intensive care, announced the closure of his company's weapons division, propelling the storyline onto a more conventional path. Unsurprisingly, the stock price of Stark Industries plummeted significantly, teetering on the brink of a halt. A television host, renowned for his satirical programs, even went to the extent of creating a parody show to mock Tony Stark for the closure of his weapons division, which resulted in a plummet of stock prices and a decline in assets. It was quite amusing. "I cannot help but wonder how he would react upon discovering that Stark Industries' stock price is poised to rebound and surpass its previous heights. Would he be so taken aback that he would lose all composure and perhaps even retreat from the public eye for a time? Speaking of which, should I, like certain protagonists in novels, contemplate investing in Stark Industries stocks? After all, I find myself with a bit of capital now. Observing the host, who was expressing his skepticism towards Tony Stark and resorting to throwing objects, Lu Yu quietly mused to himself. Moments later, Lu Yu made a decision. Perhaps it was best to refrain. On one hand, he was not in need of money, as earning it was rather effortless for him. On the other hand, the stock market was fraught with uncertainties, making it unwise to dabble without caution. After all, it is often said that the stock market carries risks, and one must tread carefully when entering. Lu Yu diverted his attention from the stock market to individuals, no longer fixating on Tony Stark, but rather on the father-son duo, Ivan and Vanko, who were currently in Russia. This pair had nearly slipped his mind. They were world-class scientists, yet their circumstances were exceedingly dire, as conventional methods had failed to unearth any trace of them. Anton Vanko had spent decades in a labor camp for reasons unknown, ultimately gaining his release. But so much time had elapsed that many past events had faded into oblivion. Even with Lu Yu's formidable intellect, it took considerable effort to locate them in a Moscow slum. The plight of this father and son was nothing short of tragic. They should have lived a life of privilege befitting world-class scientists, even if not as lavish as Tony Stark. They could have earned substantial rewards through their scientific contributions and ascended to the upper echelons of society. However, everything changed due to Howard Stark. The two had been consigned to labor camps for decades. Lu Yu's investigations revealed that Ivan Vanko was born in a labor camp, enduring suffering and torment as a descendant of class enemies from a young age. Compared to his father, Ivan's life was somewhat more bearable, yet it was far from comfortable. After regaining their freedom, they remained isolated from the world, facing hardships, particularly after Ivan was arrested for smuggling goods to other countries. Their subsequent existence consisted of repairing household appliances, performing menial labor, and engaging in thuggish activities. Was this truly reflective of their stature as leading scientists? It was a tragic narrative indeed. In stark contrast to Tony Stark's life, it was as if they inhabited different realms. Chapter 33, Remnants. Subsequently, Black Widow commenced her efforts to liaise with S.H.I.E.L.D. for the aftermath. During this process, she seemed to sense something. Suddenly turning her gaze towards Lu Yu's direction, her suspicious eyes lingering momentarily before retracting. Lu Yu observed this unfolding scene, inwardly lamenting. Why must you provoke her? Is this not courting disaster? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Black Widow, seemingly hearing his unvoiced words, abruptly pivoted, revealing a handgun in her grasp, and instantly fired a bullet in Lu Yu's direction. In a reflexive response, Lu Yu employed his mental prowess to intercept the bullet, halting it in midair before him. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward in an instant. However, Black Widow did not relent. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yu had no choice but to retreat. Once Black Widow had finished firing, she swiftly retrieved 2 discs from her waist and hurled them towards Lu Yu. He glanced at the rapidly approaching discs and chuckled quietly. My dear lady, I commend your fortitude, but surely you cannot overreach? In that critical moment, the discs seemed to be guided by an unseen force, hurtling directly towards Black Widow's position, where the contained electric current erupted beneath her feet. She quickly rolled to evade the surge of electricity. Though she avoided a fatal shock, her agility was momentarily hindered. At that instant, Lu Yu inquired, how did you know it was me? It turned out that he was the one who had thwarted the disc's assault. Upon hearing this, Black Widow widened her eyes and scanned her surroundings, attempting to locate Lu Yu's whereabouts. However, his cloaking technique adeptly eluded everyone's gaze, and it would have been difficult to detect him were it not for her feminine intuition. Are you not coming out? Black Widow called into the surroundings. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Yu's smiling visage appeared before her, mere inches apart. He disregarded the 2 women who insisted on digging deeper into matters, sending them out of the underground space to attend to their own affairs. He had other pressing matters to attend to and did not wish to waste time on this. The 2 women, lacking any alternatives, abandoned their pursuit of answers. 5 days later, the situation gradually subsided, only for Lu Yu's attention to be captured by another matter. Tony Stark was making quite the commotion. Ignoring the fact that his Iron Man suit was not yet complete, he brazenly provoked the 10 Rings, those terrorists, even going so far as to hold a press conference. It was as if he feared not courting danger enough, as he continued to incite the wrath of those terrorists. In truth, there was an underlying reason for his audacity. Tony Stark had retreated to his mansion, busy crafting his Iron Man suit, plotting to confront the 10 Rings terrorists. Unbeknownst to them, the terrorists mistakenly believed Stark was hiding from fear. with his bodyguards and covert agents serving as evidence for their assumptions. Originally, the situation need not have escalated to an unmanageable extent. However, the terrorists felt an unsettling discomfort at not taking action against Stark. Yet, should they attack, they knew the agents would not be easily dispatched. Thus, they opted to assault Pepper Potts, whose relationship with Stark was delicately nuanced. Though Pepper Potts emerged unscathed, it was not due to a lack of intent on their part. In fact, they aimed to kill her, intending to provoke Stark, to make him suffer, and to impress upon him the dire consequences of crossing them, even hoping to force him out of his sanctuary. Unexpectedly, events took a turn. Initially, the terrorists believed Pepper Potts to merely be Stark's dalliance, assuming few would take notice, and thus anticipated a smooth operation. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. S.H.I.E.L.D. had remained vigilant, fearing their desperate actions, and extended a favor to Stark by enhancing Pepper Potts' protection. Thanks to this additional layer of security, Pepper Potts experienced some fright, but ultimately emerged unharmed. Nevertheless, Tony Stark found it impossible to accept the unfolding events. In a moment of frustration, he donned the incomplete Iron Man suit and, in a provocative display at a press conference, unleashed a torrent of insults directed at the terrorists. Subsequently, he took the reckless step of dismissing all his bodyguards and agents, choosing to remain alone in his villa, reminiscent of the scenes from Iron Man 3. Externally, the situation appeared stable, yet the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency was deeply concerned, particularly with Stark's audacious behavior. During a recent briefing, S.H.I.E.L.D. had expressed his discontent regarding this matter to Liu. Stark's actions had heightened tensions within S.H.I.E.L.D., which found itself overwhelmed by the aftermath of his reckless provocations. While Stark's villa seemed to be untouched, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already thwarted multiple attacks and collaborated with domestic intelligence agencies to eradicate the remnants of the 10 rings across the nation. Typically, Stark was under the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had no direct ties to domestic intelligence, but the situation had grown complex. Stark's antics stirred public opinion, leading many Americans, though envious of him, to worry for their own safety following his encounter with the terrorists. If even a former arms tycoon could be targeted, what hope did ordinary citizens have? This spurred widespread panic and intensified public dissatisfaction with the government. The revelation that these terrorists were remnants of the 10 Rings further incited the populace's anger. What had the government been doing all these years? How could they allow such remnants to attack Stark and his companion? Did they still wish to hold their positions? In response, the president, eager to maintain his authority, summoned the heads of all intelligence agencies for a direct confrontation, inquiring if they still intended to fulfill their duties. They, of course, did. Thus, various intelligence agencies began to engage, sealing the fate of the 10 Rings and rendering their situation increasingly dire. Yet, their resentment toward Stark grew, as they blamed him for the chaos. As the situation spiraled further into disarray, Ivan Vanko, closely monitoring Stark, suddenly conceived a peculiar idea. "You intend to save Tony Stark?" Liu asked, astonished. The notion of someone wishing to protect their adversary was indeed a novelty. "I simply do not want him to perish at the hands of others. And I am curious to witness how, when faced with the terrorists, he is rendered helpless while I swoop in like a celestial warrior to vanquish them. That spectacle would surely be entertaining." In other words, he sought to witness Stark's impotence and allow him to experience the extent of his own power. Understanding his intent, Liu agreed to his proposal, finding no reason to refuse. Moreover, he was intrigued by what might transpire next. "How do you plan to make your entrance?" Liu inquired with curiosity. "I shall debut with the creation I am currently working on. What do you think?" Ivan Vanko sought Liu's opinion. Chapter 34, A Fierce Collision. Quickly turn on the camera. I need to make an urgent broadcast." The photographer, realizing the gravity of the situation, displayed a flicker of surprise as he promptly activated the camera to commence filming. Gina, adjusting her appearance, prepared to present herself in the most favorable light before the lens. At that very moment, a stray bullet soared from the distance, striking the camera directly and rendering it inoperable. The feigned calmness on Gina's face froze, leaving her in a daze, unsure of how to react to the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, the atmosphere elsewhere was vastly different. Whether it was those pursuing the terrorists or the terrorists themselves, it appeared they entirely disregarded the group of reporters wielding cameras of varying lengths. After the initial confusion subsided, the journalists quickly regained their composure, excitedly capturing the unfolding events, undeterred even as stray bullets landed perilously close, and in some cases, on them. They seemed to transform into fearless warriors. Of course, they were not the only ones exhibiting such audacity. The terrorists charged relentlessly towards Tony Stark's villa, displaying an equal lack of fear. Their assailants attempted to intervene, but found it nearly impossible. These individuals were truly deranged. However, this madness was not without its yield. Amid the hail of gunfire, one terrorist finally surged toward the vicinity of Tony Stark's villa, shouting and pressing a device resembling a switch. While most people could not decipher his words, the nature of what he activated was clear to many. It was undoubtedly a bomb. More specifically, a human bomb. People anticipated the catastrophic scene that would soon engulf Tony Stark's villa, while some journalists began to formulate headlines for the next day's news in their minds. Suddenly, a soft click resonated. A pane of glass from Tony Stark's villa shattered, a radiant beam shooting forth and striking the terrorist, deemed a human bomb, directly in the chest. The explosive strapped around his waist had yet to detonate when he was flung several meters away, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Flesh and bone scattered, and the terrorist was obliterated, leaving only remnants strewn across the ground. Yet, the explosion inflicted minimal damage upon Tony Stark's villa, leaving merely faint traces and not even shattering a reinforced window. At this moment, the battle came to a standstill. All gazes, whether from terrorists or others, were drawn towards the direction whence the light had emanated. Then, a crimson figure emerged, racing out through the shattered glass, propelled by blue flames that engulfed its limbs. It subsequently descended gradually to the ground. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Who could this divine figure be? Was it Iron Man? However, the figure revealed the answer itself. The helmet retracted, unveiling the iconic goatee of none other than Tony Stark himself. At long last, you have arrived. Now, accept my decree. Tony Stark glared menacingly at the terrorists of the Ten Rings. Bang! A gunshot rang out abruptly. A bullet whistled from the gun's chamber, soaring through the air before grazing the edge of Tony Stark's cheek. Fortunately, the Iron Man suit provided protection, causing the bullet to veer off course and strike elsewhere. Stark was nearly felled before the confrontation even began, his face a mask of shock as he swiftly sealed his helmet, vigilantly observing the terrorists. The atmosphere became palpably tense. One couldn't help but wonder, does this count as the legendary moment when one appears striking yet falters within 3 seconds? As he faced all directions, Stark cautiously surveyed through his helmet. Meanwhile, within the confines of his helmet, his expression had darkened considerably, beads of perspiration forming across his brow. He had merely intended to make a grand entrance, declaring his intent to bring justice to these terrorists. Yet, what had transpired? In an instant, he had nearly lost his life. A tempest of anger and fear swirled within him. Just then, Jarvis's voice resonated in Stark's ear. Sir, I detect an anomaly in your emotional state, which may affect your forthcoming actions. Shall I activate the intelligent assistance function? No need. Stark replied decisively, unwilling to rely on anyone else. Analyze the bullet's trajectory. I must identify who just ambushed me. Stark commanded Jarvis. No sooner had he spoken than a virtual pathway materialized before him, indicating that a terrorist wielding a submachine gun had been the one to strike during his speech. Stark wasted no time. He raised his hands, manipulating his weapons through the Iron Man suit, aiming directly at the visibly panicked terrorist, unleashing 2 shockwaves. The assailant attempted to flee, but his speed was no match for the laser. Struck by the shockwaves, he was propelled 20 meters away, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this, the other terrorist's pupils dilated in terror. A voice cried out, "Open fire, take him down." Instantly, all the terrorists unleashed a barrage of gunfire, their weapons raining bullets upon Stark. However, at this moment, Stark was completely encased in his Iron Man suit, rendering their attacks utterly ineffective. The bullets struck the titanium alloy armor, bouncing off harmlessly, leaving Stark unscathed. Observing this scene, the agents poised to protect Stark halted their actions, realizing that he required no assistance. Now it is my turn. Stark's voice echoed ominously from his helmet. He began to advance, walking towards the terrorists as if he were an ordinary person. While this may have seemed innocuous, Stark's approach in full Iron Man regalia was an unmistakable harbinger of death for them. The terrorists quaked in fear. Against an adversary they believed they could overcome, they might have fought back, but against such an almost invincible presence, they were utterly powerless. After all, they were merely human. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon a seemingly inconspicuous terrorist. As the eyes of the crowd fixated on him, the terrorist clenched his teeth and resolutely charged towards Tony Stark. Stark, too, sensed the unusual behavior of the terrorists and turned to face the advancing figure. In his line of sight, the individual began to manifest ethereal shadows, revealing the concealed form of explosives hidden within. Another human bomb. Stark raised his arm, preparing to unleash a laser to neutralize this threat. Suddenly, an unusual sound erupted, and before he could react, a tremendous blast reverberated before him, sending him sprawling backward against his will. A 6-barrel Gauss cannon? Stark glanced towards the group of terrorists and spotted one wielding the weapon, who had already fired a second round. Boom. Stark raised his hand in an attempt to block, but the cannon's projectile detonated before him, forcing him to retreat once more. Chapter 35. Eliminating the threat in a distant future. Stark unleashed a beam of energy from his other hand, instantly piercing through the spatial defense barrier, sending a mechanical warrior of terrorism hurtling away, unable to impede his advance. Stark's gaze shifted to a nearby artificial intelligence combat unit. A flicker of tension crossed his eyes. The brief skirmish had brought the enemy alarmingly close. In a swift motion, a tactical launch device on Stark's shoulder deployed, firing a miniature energy capture projectile that accurately struck the core processor of the adversary's head. The cranium shattered instantaneously, rendering the system inoperative. However, Stark's eyes widened in alarm as a deafening explosion erupted nearby. A searing flash of flames obscured his vision, and a powerful shockwave collided with him, throwing him uncontrollably into the distance. It appeared that amidst the chaos, the terrorist's finger had firmly pressed the self-destruct mechanism's activation button. Although Stark had destroyed the target, it did not prevent the explosion. Rather, it hastened its trigger. After soaring several hundred meters, Stark finally regained his composure. Lying supine upon the unforgiving ground, the surrounding robotic terrorists were invigorated, their gazes filled with anticipation, hoping to witness Stark remain forever incapacitated. Yet, their hopes were destined to be dashed. Stark struggled to rise, re-establishing his stance before them. However, he was far from triumphant. In his haste for vengeance against past failures, he had prematurely completed the development of the new quantum alloy battle suit, which had yet to undergo thorough testing. Inevitably, this suit bore undiscovered flaws. The recent violent impact had triggered a latent defect, resulting in anomalies within the armor's energy management system. The exterior appeared to be intact, yet within, the internal circuitry flickered ominously with blinding electrical sparks, causing Tony Stark to convulse intermittently. J-A-R-V-I-S. Take over and eliminate the threat immediately. Tony, unwilling to reveal the grave issues plaguing his quantum alloy suit, relinquished all control to his intelligent assistant, J-A-R-V-I-S. Although J-A-R-V-I-S was perplexed as to why Tony insisted on concealing these problems, he understood the importance of executing commands. Skillfully avoiding the suit's malfunctions, he decisively launched a barrage of energy beams at the mechanical terrorists present. Unsurprisingly, every locked target was struck with precision, their core units collapsing instantaneously. Under J-A-R-V-I-S exacting remote control, numerous mechanical terrorists were methodically incapacitated or destroyed. With little time to spare for these vanquished foes, J-A-R-V-I-S swiftly maneuvered two missiles, accurately tracking and locking onto the remaining enemies as they surged toward their targets. With two resounding explosions, the last of the mechanical terrorists were engulfed by the fierce blasts, flames and debris swirling chaotically, the remnants soaring like rag dolls before crashing heavily to the ground. Most obliterated, with only a few scattered survivors clinging to life. Effortlessly, J-A-R-V-I-S dispatched these stragglers. At this juncture, J-A-R-V-I-S cautioned Tony, "Sir, I strongly advise you to remove the suit immediately, as the electrical fluctuations may jeopardize the micronuclear fusion power source within your chest cavity." "I understand. Take me back at once," Tony commanded without hesitation. J-A-R-V-I-S complied, dragging the severely injured Tony through the throngs of onlookers, heading toward the villa situated in a secure area. However, due to energy supply issues, they could only proceed step by step, unable to fly. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Tony's quantum alloy suit abruptly halted. "Warning, sir, an unknown flying object has been detected approaching." "What does the scan reveal?" Tony inquired, his anxiety mounting. Moments later, the answer emerged. "It is a bomb." "A bomb? What is its power?" Tony pressed urgently. "Sufficient to obliterate the entire villa and all objects within 100 meters. However, our analysis indicates that you are not in immediate danger." Although the quantum alloy suit exhibited problems, it retained effectiveness in critical defense. Relieved to hear a feasible solution, Tony asked, "Is there a way to neutralize the bomb?" "Yes, you can temporarily redirect all energy to the thrusters, activating flight mode to manually guide the bomb into the depths of the ocean for detonation. This will resolve the issue, but it will impact your health. You must remove the quantum alloy suit immediately afterward." "Execute," Tony responded decisively. At that moment, the bomb was visible to all, drawing everyone's attention. Simultaneously, another individual sprang into action with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching the bomb, seizing it, and redirecting its path toward the ocean. In the blink of an eye, he became a mere black dot, vanishing into the horizon. Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, discovering that this individual was clad in a suit of armor strikingly similar to his own, albeit larger and more imposing. Its rugged design exuded an undeniable aesthetic of mechanical power. Was this not a design unique to him? Tony Stark found himself ensnared in confusion. Among the crowd, journalists took note of this newly emerged figure, and like Stark, they felt a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. Two titans of steel? Was this man a friend of Stark's? Just as they pondered this, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. A detonation erupted from the depths of the ocean. Waves surged dramatically, crashing against the cliffs like a tsunami, shattering into countless spray. Amidst the tumultuous surf, the warrior clad in black metallic armor gradually emerged, glistening with droplets of water under the sun, presenting a majestic spectacle. His imposing physique radiated the allure of violent aesthetics. Chapter 36. A hint of chill amidst the intertwining flow of time. A dazzling energy beam flickered continuously, illuminating him. Fearless, he descended gracefully before the interstellar hero Tony Stark, who had already landed. The two stood opposed under the energy beam. Another wave of energy surged, inciting fervor among the surrounding journalists as they contemplated the next day's cosmic headlines. However, amidst this clamor, Stark sensed a suffocating atmosphere. He activated the facial shield of his power armor, revealing a face tinged with pallor beneath, and inquired of the figure opposite, who had also removed his mask. "Who are you?" The individual clad in energy armor likewise unveiled his visage, with an energy bar lodged in his mouth. His face etched with the marks of time, yet unusually flushed, his beard and meticulously styled wavy hair betraying the identity of Ivan Vanko. He had stealthily arrived at this location, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. In response to Stark's question, Ivan Vanko remained silent, arrogantly surveying Stark and his energy armor. After a prolonged silence, Stark could no longer contain himself and declared, "You have lost." Upon hearing this, it seemed as though countless streams of black data surged above Stark's virtual projection. Were it not for the substantial energy expenditure that had left him constrained, he would have seized Vanko by the neck, demanding the basis of his assertion of defeat. Though he yearned to question, Vanko immediately took action, grasping Stark's facial shield and effortlessly wrenching it away. Despite Stark's vigorous resistance, Vanko's energy armor possessed immense strength, rendering Stark's struggles futile. "This is not the end," Vanko proclaimed, clenching the removed mask tightly in his hand, his fingers exerting pressure as his gaze locked onto Stark's energy core, instantly distorting the mask. Subsequently, Vanko swiftly donned the mask and vanished into the sky, as if teleporting. Stark stood rooted in place, his mind racing with questions. Who was this interstellar intruder? For Tony Stark, the urgency to uncover the true identity of Ivan Vanko is palpable. Yet, he is far from the only individual captivated by this intrigue. Members of the Interstellar Alliance at the upper echelons of Earth, as well as the shadowy forces of the underground world, and even cosmic journalists tracking the story, are all fervently eager to ascertain the identity of this challenger. While most remain unable to procure concrete information, a select few among the privileged elite have quietly acquired crucial clues. This includes Tony Stark himself, along with others who possess access to high-level intelligence resources. These insiders have observed the increasingly intricate entanglement between Stark and the enigmatic figure, rendering the situation ever more delicate. The media, in their public reports, have concocted various speculations. They claim Ivan Vanko is Stark's rival in love, alleging that Tony has usurped his beloved. Others suggest a falling out between friends due to conflicting ideologies concerning energy armor, all designed to attract attention. In the shadows, however, a faction aware of the truth has clandestinely infiltrated Ivan Vanko's space base, seeking to establish contact with him. Their objective is the advanced energy technology that Vanko possesses, a technology that heralds a new paradigm for interstellar warfare. Tony Stark has always operated independently, bolstered by formidable capital support, making it nearly impossible for anyone to lay a claim to his energy armor technology. In stark contrast, Ivan Vanko is a man of unpredictable character with unclear intentions. Coupled with his relatively weak financial backing and a history of enmity with Stark, he has become an ideal target for manipulation by various factions. "Ivan, why do you refuse them?" inquired Vanko's assistant, standing beside him with a glint of curiosity in their eyes. "Why should I not refuse?" Ivan Vanko replied, sipping a quantum beverage. In recent days, he had been in high spirits. Even his father was in good humor, albeit having indulged a bit too much, and was now recuperating in a space sanatorium. "Should you agree to them, your technology could attract substantial capital, and then," his assistant ventured, "the technology would no longer belong to me." Ivan Vanko interjected, unceremoniously cutting off the assistant's words. His rugged exterior belied a meticulous mind. Numerous corporate magnates had sought his collaboration, their true intentions merely a covetous desire for his advanced technology. Once a partnership was formed, the technology would gradually slip from his grasp. Even if not outright stolen, it could easily materialize in a distant galaxy. Are the sweet nothings of capital moguls truly a free lunch? How many naive souls have fallen into such traps, only to regret it too late? Surely not. The assistant chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Ivan Vanko scoffed. Would a graduate of a prestigious interstellar academy be oblivious to such realities? The arrival of numerous financially powerful elites, ostensibly seeking genuine collaboration, was in truth a mere facade to plunder his technology. Thus, Ivan Vanko resolutely dismissed those so-called opportunities. At that moment, he noticed through the surveillance system that his assistant was not as straightforward as they appeared. There was a glimmer of greed in their eyes, eyeing others' wealth. Come in. Ivan Vanko suddenly called out. As his voice echoed, footsteps approached, and a robust woman entered his line of sight. Her face radiated joy, her feet adorned with towering power shoes. The sound that echoed moments ago originated from her footwear. It turned out that the noise was indeed produced by her high-tech stilettos. Ivan, what do you mean by this? A foreboding sense of unease began to stir within the assistant. Nothing particularly significant, merely to inform you that you have been dismissed. She will be my new assistant, taking your place. Ivan, you shouldn't do this. The assistant's complexion shifted dramatically as she protested. Why shouldn't I? You dare to accept bribes from outsiders. I certainly have the right to terminate your position, don't I? Ivan Wank responded with unwavering resolve. Is that all? The new assistant's lips curled into a smile laden with ulterior motives. What do you mean? Ivan Wank inquired, perplexed. She has been by your side for so long. She surely knows things she shouldn't. Allowing her to leave just like that may not be wise. Will there be a problem? Ivan Wank pressed further. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the new assistant's eyes, sending a chill down the spine of the former aide. There will be no problem. Ivan Wank seemed to have made up his mind. He subsequently pressed a concealed button nearby, erasing and isolating the former assistant's memories to ensure information security. Henceforth, she would no longer pose a threat to him, but rather become a member of his celestial empire. Chapter 37. Raw materials having transitioned from modesty to opulence. Ivan Wank, now accustomed to life in the interstellar era, desired no unforeseen disruptions to the status quo. Rest assured, we have executed such operations countless times across various star systems. The new assistant, Nicole from the cyber planet, a core member of the Hydra interstellar organization, was adept in assassination techniques, advanced energy weaponry, 7 galactic languages, over 10 interstellar combat skills, interstellar financial transactions, and disguise arts. All skills exclusively aimed at supporting Hydra's clandestine missions. Upon detecting the unusual condition of his former assistant, Ivan Wank requested the deployment of this new intelligent aide from the Interstellar Security Bureau, directed by Chief Hitwell. As the life signals of the old assistant ceased, Nicole maintained the faint smile she had worn previously. Chief Hitwell wishes to discuss the forthcoming action plan with you. I will contact him, Ivan Wank replied calmly. In the residential area of Luyu, light years away, inside his interstellar condominium. What is happening outside? Sky inquired curiously of Luyu, seeking answers after learning of the recent conflict involving iron mechs. What do you think? Luyu countered. Are Tony Stark and that warrior on our side? Although Sky seemed to question, her tone brimmed with certainty. It's a mixed bag. This time, Luyu did not conceal the truth. Tony Stark? Impossible. What about him? Indeed. Now you should comprehend. But what about the iron armor that Tony Stark is wearing? That is his own invention, much like Ivan Wank, relying on cutting-edge technology. Sky widened her eyes in astonishment. Are there really that many geniuses? In response to this inquiry, Luyu offered a smile. Yet he was acutely aware that within the vast expanse of this cosmic sea, brilliance flourishes abundantly, particularly in the realm of technology. Why did Sky harbor the illusion that geniuses were ubiquitous? The answer lay in the convergence of two exceptional minds, each showcasing their respective technological marvels, the Iron Mecha. How could they both have crafted these formidable machines? This perplexed Sky. The reason was that I had provided a subtle nudge. Regarding Tony Stark, although Luyu catalyzed his innovative thinking, the essence of his creativity was fundamentally rooted in Stark's own intrinsic drive. As for Ivan Vanko, he was entirely inspired by Luyu. Luyu merely furnished him with a design blueprint for the Iron Mecha's exterior, offering no further guidance. Why did you choose to do this? Sky inquired, puzzled. It is, of course, part of a grander plan, Luyu replied. What exactly is this plan? Sky pressed on. Would you be interested in witnessing it with me? Luyu extended an invitation with a smile. Absolutely. Driven by curiosity, Sky readily acquiesced. With a subtle grin, Luyu and Sky vanished from their location in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves within a vast and clandestine space station. Distinct from Luyu's original underground facility, This was a mysterious space base bustling with diligent researchers and fully armed interstellar guards, resembling a thriving production line for steel war machines. The sudden arrival of Lu Yu and S.H.I.E.L.D. did not incite panic or expulsion. Rather, the gaze of every individual turned toward them in unison, and all promptly ceased their tasks, saluting the two with impeccable coordination. Observing this spectacle, S.H.I.E.L.D. was left in awe, not only by the synchrony of the hundreds of individuals, but also by the rows of nearly completed iron mechas. Each mecha, viewed individually, exuded excellence, brimming with technological allure and a sense of power. Yet, when gathered together, the sheer grandeur of the scene was striking, particularly when these machines numbered in the thousands. Aligned in formation. What exactly is going on here? S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired, regaining his composure to immediately question Lu Yu. Isn't it obvious? I am manufacturing iron mechas. But do you require this many? Moreover, these seem far inferior to the one you possess, S.H.I.E.L.D. noted. He understood that while the iron mechas before him possessed a futuristic and powerful aesthetic, they still fell significantly short in performance and technical sophistication compared to Lu Yu's own model. What kind of weapon systems were equipped on Lu Yu's iron mecha? In contrast, the armaments on these mechas appeared primitive: Gatling guns, flamethrowers, and other rudimentary equipment, not to mention the disparity in materials. Although these seemed to be crafted from some high-tech alloy, they were evidently not the super-rare metal vibranium. Did Lu Yu truly need to employ such low-grade iron mechas? I have alternative uses for these iron mechas, Lu Yu explained. Like what? S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed particularly intrigued by the answer. For instance, I can allocate these iron mechas for my subordinates to utilize. They, too, require a degree of security and motivation. At first glance, it may seem like a waste. Yet in reality, it serves as an effective means to bolster the morale and loyalty of subordinates. Is this not excessively lavish? The cost of a steel mech is not insignificant. Even a simplified version hovers around several tens of millions of interstellar coins, as you are aware. S.H.I.E.L.D. found herself at a loss for words. Even a simplified steel mech holds a value in the tens of millions of interstellar coins. And when accounting for over 1,000 units, the total value reaches astronomical figures. Do you truly not perceive this as wasteful? Firstly, for me, money is not a concern. While converting my available funds into legally circulating interstellar currency is indeed cumbersome, it is not insurmountable. Secondly, I have expended very little in the manufacturing of these steel mechs. How is that possible? S.H.I.E.L.D. incredulously countered. I merely provided all the raw materials. The cost of raw materials cannot be included. The notion that raw materials are free? S.H.I.E.L.D. found herself lost in contemplation. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the materials provided by Lu Yu were indeed a collection of unprocessed basic substances. However, even so, the cost of tens of millions of interstellar coins per unit accumulates into a staggering sum. Firstly, money holds little significance for me. Although converting wealth into legally circulating interstellar currency can be quite challenging, there are always solutions. Secondly, the actual cost of this batch of steel mechs is nearly zero, as I solely supplied the necessary raw materials. Chapter 38. Hydra, where S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly astonished. Lu Yu refrained from elaborating further and instead issued directives to all members, instructing them to enter a state of relaxation while continuing with their respective tasks. He then led S.H.I.E.L.D. forward, intending to provide her with a profound understanding of her surroundings. Where did these members originate? Are they from our organization? They appear to be somewhat different. After following Lu Yu around in a semicircle, S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly inquired curiously. The personnel here, whether scientists or armed guards, exhibited an unmistakable glimmer of obsession and fervor in their eyes, distinctly unlike ordinary humans. Just like your path of entry. Except they did not come from a conventional organization beforehand. Which organization did they belong to? The Dark Matter Alliance. Wow. A look of confusion crossed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face, unsure whether she had misheard or if there had been a mistake in communication. Indeed, it is the Dark Matter Alliance. Have them repeat our declaration for you. Without hesitation, all the scientists and armed guards ceased their current tasks, standing at attention in unison, and shouted loudly. The resounding slogan reverberated throughout the surrounding space, shaking the unknown matter around them, while deeply resonating within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s soul. A bead of cold sweat trickled down S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temple. They truly are. Yes, they were indeed once members of the Dark Matter Alliance, and are currently temporarily under the purview of our faction. And what about our organization? Rest assured, we are not the Dark Matter Alliance. We merely control a portion of its influence. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a slight sense of relief. Pressing her hand to her chest and exhaling deeply. I wish for you to lead this segment of the Dark Matter Alliance members. S.H.I.E.L.D. was astounded by the significance of the name Hydra within the realms of technology and the supernatural, especially considering that Lu Yu had entrusted her with the leadership of a faction of former Dark Matter Alliance members under their organization as control. She found herself nearly incapable of articulating a coherent thought. After an extended silence, spurred by Lu Yu's insistence, she finally managed to stammer out, "Are you serious?" "Indeed," Lu Yu affirmed. "But I lack any qualifications." S.H.I.E.L.D. protested. The prospect of overseeing the Dark Matter Alliance seemed laughable. What if these individuals resisted? Even if they did not. The moment her identity was unveiled, every major interstellar federation would commence a relentless pursuit, and she had no desire to become a casualty in that conflict. S.H.I.E.L.D. was reluctant to become embroiled in such matters. However, Lu Yu was adamant about her involvement. It won't be a problem. You need not take any significant actions. Simply adhere to the established strategic direction of the Dark Matter Alliance and remain cautious. But what if we are discovered? You have been undetected for decades. Do you truly believe your presence will incite such upheaval? S.H.I.E.L.D. retorted. Is that a compliment or a slight? Moreover, Lu Yu continued, I am not asking you to lead any large-scale operations. Your responsibilities will merely involve communication, approving major decisions, and reporting back to me. The Dark Matter Alliance already possesses a well-established system for operational guidelines and methods. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. paused momentarily, realizing that the situation might not be as convoluted as she had initially perceived. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of insecurity remained within her. Then it is settled, Lu Yu declared, leaving no room for dissent. In truth, Lu Yu had not originally intended for S.H.I.E.L.D. to engage in this matter. The department in which S.H.I.E.L.D. operated was burdened with heavy responsibilities, and he himself had pressing concerns to address, necessitating assistance. Among all possible candidates, only S.H.I.E.L.D. was deemed suitable. She was destined to become the director of the Interstellar Protection Bureau. Although she appeared somewhat inexperienced at this moment, her potential for growth was undeniably high, making her an ideal fit for the role. Why not let Lorna take over? Lu Yu pondered. She is not an exceptional leader, despite her seemingly affable demeanor. Her racial biases are still deeply ingrained. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the most suitable choice. What if I truly make a mistake? The Dark Matter Alliance possesses formidable self-concealment capabilities, sufficient to navigate most crises. As long as you refrain from touching upon those taboo subjects, everything will be manageable. But what if I inadvertently cross those lines? Then it will depend on the specific circumstances. At worst, we can forfeit a portion of the Dark Matter Alliance's power. We have other strengths at our disposal. Is it truly that simple to abandon the Dark Matter Alliance? Your presence is all that is required, Lu Yu replied with a serene smile. S.H.I.E.L.D. felt as though an invisible arrow had pierced her heart. To relinquish the power of the Dark Matter Alliance while leaving her alone felt profoundly unsettling. Ultimately, S.H.I.E.L.D. acquiesced, understanding that she could not lightly betray this trust, and silently vowed to assist Lu Yu in stabilizing the influence of the Dark Matter Alliance. What is the extent of the power I command within the Dark Matter Alliance? To put it plainly, there are approximately 10,000 ordinary agents, perhaps even more. The precise number is difficult to ascertain at this moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the elite agents, their numbers are uncertain, but there should be at least several hundreds, if not thousands. Regarding the other forces under our control, it is more challenging to estimate. In addition to the aforementioned personnel, there are also some legislators and senior officials from interstellar agencies. They are few in number, probably constituting about 1 to 2% of the total population in the American star sector. S.H.I.E.L.D. Is it too late for me to reconsider? I initially thought that the long-hidden Dark Matter Alliance had lost its former power, which is why I reluctantly agreed to take charge. Now, however, I genuinely worry that I may not be able to fulfill this heavy responsibility. Simultaneously, her feelings of gratitude have deepened. To safeguard her, such a formidable force was relinquished, stirring a wave of sweetness within her heart. I will now activate the communication system to reach out to them. Lu Yu, as always, left no escape route for S.H.I.E.L.D. She felt a gentle vibration on her wrist where the smart bracelet rested, and the screen instantly displayed dozens of pages of densely packed contact information. What is this? These are the core members of the Dark Matter Alliance under our control. Due to their large numbers, we can only manage the high-ranking officials, who are the core of the core. For any questions in the future, you may consult them. Since Lu Yu had already brought this up, what could S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly say? With a sigh, she ultimately nodded and began to peruse the list. Soon, she noticed something perplexing. Hydra. I recall he is from the Interstellar Protection Bureau, isn't he? S.H.I.E.L.D. recognized Hydra. Chapter 39, Classified Files. The Hydra is now lurking within the S.H.I.E.L.D. matrix, becoming part of its core decision-making body. Does this not imply that these forces could be considered a part of the S.H.I.E.L.D. matrix's power? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s facial muscles tightened. The unfolding situation seemed increasingly beyond conventional understanding. Indeed. S.H.I.E.L.D. Brother, please do not place such a heavy burden upon me. I cannot bear this weight. S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at Lu Yu with a pitiful gaze. Do not worry. I believe you can handle it. Lu Yu patted S.H.I.E.L.D. on the shoulder, his eyes filled with trust and expectation for her. S.H.I.E.L.D. genuinely felt the unprecedented heaviness of the burden on her shoulders. With such a superior placing such importance on her, the The pressure felt as if a mountain were resting upon her. You seem to be experiencing an unusual sensation? Indeed. What kind of sensation? Lu Yu inquired, filled with curiosity. It feels like the oppressive weight of a life and death decision. Lu Yu. All right. This time it was Lu Yu who fell into silence. Are you serious? It's merely a matter of shouldering some responsibilities. Look at me. After all this time, I continue to live my life as usual, without any other feelings. Further refinement is needed. This place will be entrusted to your care, Lu Yu suddenly announced. Sky was taken aback. What do you mean by entrusting it to me? This intelligent project is now under your stewardship. Through this endeavor, I hope you will swiftly acclimate to your new attributes and cultivate a positive mindset. Following the directives of Lu Yu, Sky embarked on her journey of refinement. She had mentally prepared herself for the chaos that she anticipated. However, when she actually set to work, Sky discovered that reality was far less daunting than she had envisioned. There was no tumultuous disarray. Rather, she found herself at ease. Each day, her responsibilities were limited to 2 tasks: reviewing virtual documents and monitoring the operational status of these intelligent agents, with little else to concern her. The Hydra artificial intelligence system was remarkably self-disciplined, operating with impeccable order. Should anyone deviate from the established protocols, responsive programs would intervene swiftly, resolving any issues before Sky even became aware of them. She often marveled at the astonishing efficiency with which Hydra's constructed world operated, despite its somewhat ruthless nature. During this period, Sky began to delve into some internal intelligence of Hydra. She discovered that Hydra's approach to dealing with troubles was exceedingly extreme. The annihilation of all life sources that posed a threat, ruthlessly eradicating all factors that could constitute a danger. At times, as she observed these actions, she found it difficult to accept. Nevertheless, she refrained from casting judgment, recognizing her own lack of understanding and ability to comment, which would only lead to misguided conclusions. Instead, she focused on gradually integrating and comprehending the operational mechanisms of Hydra. Simultaneously, Sky utilized some of Hydra's resources to discreetly manage personal affairs. Miss Sky, I have located the file you were searching for. The voice of S.H.I.E.L.D emanated from the quantum communicator on her wrist. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise illuminated Sky's face, and she scarcely had time to scrutinize the virtual document in her hand. Send it to me. She eagerly responded to S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon, a holographic projection of a document appeared before her. The first thing that caught her eye was the enormous emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D, followed by a vast array of encrypted information. What is this? Ms. Sky, there are certain special restrictions concerning your personal information. According to the confidentiality regulations of S.H.I.E.L.D, you are classified at the highest level of secrecy, and even I cannot access the complete content. Most of the information in the physical file has been encrypted, S.H.I.E.L.D explained. Understanding that Sky might serve as a conduit for Lu Yu's information in the future, S.H.I.E.L.D endeavored to fulfill her request, gathering all the materials she needed, even if some portions were beyond his reach. Sensing Sky's emotional state, S.H.I.E.L.D continued. As far as I know, your parents must possess extraordinary identities or be involved in a significant event. You were taken from your parents or others by S.H.I.E.L.D agents shortly after your birth, and that operation cost the lives of many S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Is my separation from my parents related to S.H.I.E.L.D? Sky inquired, also implicating the original Hydra organization. S.H.I.E.L.D did not conceal the truth. Some matters are best not left unspoken. It is often more beneficial to clarify them early on. Moreover, this situation bears no relevance to their present circumstances. What connection does it have with Hydra? Anticipating Sky's inquiry, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, I have perused some classified files pertaining to Hydra. When the S.H.I.E.L.D matrix facilitated your departure, the then leader of Hydra, Alexander Pierce, endeavored to erase certain traces. Thus, you were granted the liberty to live unmonitored by the S.H.I.E.L.D matrix thereafter. Why did he act thus? The rationale remains elusive, as the records do not elucidate this point. Validation of this matter is now impossible, for Alexander Pierce has recently passed away. Upon hearing this, Sky fell into a contemplative silence, perceiving a more intricate fog enveloping her thoughts. How might I unravel this enigma? She inquired hoarsely of S.H.I.E.L.D. I could attempt to enlist the assistance of Rumlow or John Garrett for your investigation. Their higher clearance might grant access to additional information that could prove beneficial. As for anything else, I fear I cannot offer further aid. Following Alexander Pierce's demise, Hydra members with level 10 clearance within the S.H.I.E.L.D matrix no longer exist, and thus many records remain inaccessible, S.H.I.E.L.D included. Is that all? Perhaps. I suggest you might seek assistance from him. He maintains a certain collaborative relationship with the S.H.I.E.L.D. matrix, and they may be reluctant to decline such matters. However, I am hesitant to impose upon him, not wishing to incur a debt. H.I.E.L.D remarked. It is often said that a daughter, once married, is like water spilled. It appears there is some truth to this adage. You are so considerate. Your parents would surely be moved to tears were they to learn of your thoughts. If not, why not inquire directly with him to gauge his perspective? Perhaps the organization's confidential files contain information pertinent to you. I will contemplate this. With that, S.H.I.E.L.D terminated the conversation with H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 40. Soft and comfortable. Having wandered in the virtual realm for some time, S.H.I.E.L.D ultimately resolved to seek assistance from the administrator. Within the quantum data layer of Lu Yu's interstellar habitation, her holographic image materialized. You've arrived? How did the task fare? Lu Yu, sensing S.H.I.E.L.D's presence, paused his interstellar communications, smiling as he inquired. It was adequate, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, her tone betraying a hint of distraction. You seem troubled, Lu Yu astutely observed, noting her disquiet, which was plainly reflected in her digital demeanor. I wish to examine the organization's encrypted files and utilize our cosmic intelligence network, S.H.I.E.L.D said, biting her lip and summoning the courage to make her request. What are you seeking? Lu Yu responded. Information about my parents. I have just uncovered some clues in the S.H.I.E.L.D star system database. S.H.I.E.L.D lowered her gaze, cautiously disclosing. Is that all? The voice of Lu Yu enveloped S.H.I.E.L.D like a quantum wave, interrupting her narrative. S.H.I.E.L.D lifted her gaze, only to find Lu Yu regarding her with an unusual intensity. You should have informed me sooner. I thought you were indifferent to this matter. S.H.I.E.L.D was taken aback, pondering internally. Is this my fault? Wait, you were aware of this? A tremor coursed through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body, as 3 successive waves of shock reverberated within her. She looked at Lu Yu, her expression complex and her demeanor peculiar. Why am I unable to obtain this information? Did you seek my consent? S.H.I.E.L.D questioned. But you didn't ask either. Lu Yu discerned her unspoken thoughts. During their interactions in the virtual realm, Lu Yu had never observed S.H.I.E.L.D exhibiting any concern for her parents. She had never broached the subject, leading Lu Yu to mistakenly believe she had ceased her search or was temporarily unwilling to pursue it. Yet, the truth was evidently otherwise. S.H.I.E.L.D found herself at a loss for words. Blaming Lu Yu seemed unjust, considering she had not actively brought it up herself. After a moment of silence, S.H.I.E.L.D resolved to ask directly. Now that I have inquired, can you reveal the truth to me? Of course. What specific information would you like to know? Lu Yu replied, his tone suggesting he possessed a wealth of knowledge. It seems you are quite informed, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, gazing at Lu Yu with curiosity. Did you not inquire yourself? Lu Yu perceived her inner turmoil. In their time together executing tasks in the virtual world, Lu Yu had not sensed any signs of S.H.I.E.L.D's concern for her parents. She had never mentioned it even once. He had thought that S.H.I.E.L.D had given up the search, or, at the very least, did not wish to engage with it at present. However, the reality was evidently different. S.H.I.E.L.D was now unsure how to respond, only able to chastise herself for not speaking up sooner. After a brief moment of frustration, she asked Lu Yu, so now that I have asked, can you tell me the truth? Certainly. Which specific aspects would you like to know? Lu Yu replied with caution. From his tone, it seemed he indeed had considerable information. Have you conducted an investigation? S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent for a moment before finally posing the question to Lu Yu. You could say that, Lu Yu answered after a moment's contemplation. His exploration of the multiverse had indeed encompassed delving into S.H.I.E.L.D's origins. Who exactly are my parents? S.H.I.E.L.D had no objections to Lu Yu investigating her past. After all, she had anticipated such inquiries upon joining this interstellar organization. She just hadn't expected Lu Yu to uncover so much. Your father, Calvin Zabo, is a clandestine physician providing medical services to interstellar residents who cannot access public healthcare, and your mother, S.H.I.E.L.D, is the leader of a branch of the extraterrestrial race Titania here on Earth. Calvin Zabo? S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D whispered these names to herself, then inquired again. What professions do they hold? Your father currently works as an underground medical practitioner, specifically serving those unable to access formal medical institutions, while your mother is the leader of a branch of Titania on Earth. Lu Yu omitted certain sensitive content without elaboration. It turns out that my father is a secret physician, and my mother is the leader of the Titania tribe? Although S.H.I.E.L.D harbored no resentment towards Lu Yu's inquiry into her past, she was still taken aback upon learning the truth. Upon hearing Lu Yu's response, S.H.I.E.L.D was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Are my parents still alive? Yes, Lu Yu affirmed. They have never ceased their search for you. However, in this vast and boundless universe, they simply do not know where to begin. Lu Yu understood S.H.I.E.L.D's worries about whether her parents still lamented her absence. Therefore, he deftly provided an explanation. As she listened to Lu Yu's words, S.H.I.E.L.'s emotions completely unraveled, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls. Do you need a shoulder to lean on? It's quite soft and comfortable. Lu Yu gently patted his shoulder, teasingly. At this remark, S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't help but chuckle, her tears momentarily ceasing. Why cry over what is fundamentally a joyful occasion? Lu Yu wiped away the tears from S.H.I.E.L.D's cheeks, smiling as he comforted her. You certainly talk the most. S.H.I.E.L.D shot a glance at Lu Yu, playfully admonishing him. Lu Yu chuckled and continued to inquire. Would you like to meet your parents? I can utilize the quantum positioning system to help locate them, especially your father, Calvin Zabo. As for your mother, Jiaying, locating her may prove more challenging due to her existence in another dimension, yet finding your father is feasible. Chapter 41. Operational error in the spiraled corridor of the interstellar jump station. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at Lu Yu, who was carrying a multidimensional energy pack, and had to concede that this scenario indeed possessed an air of interdimensional exploration. It seems rather appealing, doesn't it? This thought suddenly flashed through S.H.I.E.L.D's mind, surprising even herself. As she became aware of this, her face instantly radiated with a rare brilliance akin to precious minerals from distant planets, compelling one to draw closer and study her. Ahem. Ahem. Now is not the time to indulge in fanciful thoughts. With the opening of a dimensional rift, a woman clad in a quantum floral dress appeared at the door, examining the two strangers before her with evident astonishment. S.H.I.E.L.D mirrored the lady's surprise, as her physiological traits did not align with any known race of humanity. She is neither your mother, nor your genetically reconstructed progenitor. S.H.I.E.L.D fell silent, as did Reyna. While Lu Yu's words unveiled the truth and liberated S.H.I.E.L.D from her racial identification dilemma, they also garnered two skeptical glances directed at Lu Yu, one from S.H.I.E.L.D and the other from Reyna, the woman in the quantum floral dress. Reyna opened the door, encountering what appeared to be a mentally disordered Lu Yu, yet he managed to maintain restraint, a commendable feat in not immediately activating his quantum protective barrier. Hello, Ms. Reyna. We are here to seek Dr. Calvin Zabo. Lu Yu responded with a friendly yet cautious demeanor. However, in Reyna's eyes, Lu Yu's friendly overture seemed particularly glaring. Had she not seen him carrying those evidently non-weaponized energy packs, she would have likely activated her teleportation device to eject Lu Yu from the premises. How do you know my name? Reyna scrutinized Lu Yu with intensity. Your quantum field wave characteristics, your voluminous superstring hairstyle, and your unique cosmic dust pigment combination make you quite recognizable, Lu Yu explained with a smile. Thus, Reyna's identity was laid bare. Yet she exhibited no trust in Lu Yu's response, maintaining a vigilant gaze on him and S.H.I.E.L.D. We come with peaceful intentions. This is Dr. Calvin Zabo's daughter. Lu Yu gestured towards S.H.I.E.L.D with his chin and continued. Reyna instinctively turned to S.H.I.E.L.D, well aware of Dr. Zabo's quest for his daughter, a pursuit she herself had been relentlessly undertaking. Nevertheless, everything before her rendered her unconvinced. Could we perhaps enter first? Seeing Reyna remain skeptical, Lu Yu made a reluctant request. First, answer me this. Who are you? I am the time-space candidate for her future husband, Lu Yu answered brazenly. S.H.I.E.L.D's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not refute Lu Yu's claim, tacitly acknowledging his identity. Reyna cast a glance at the two, ultimately yielding the way, guiding them through a chamber pulsating with dark matter fluctuations, into a makeshift surgical bay engaged in the transplantation of an alien life form. S.H.I.E.L.D's father was present, performing surgery on an exceedingly aggressive extraterrestrial creature. Nearby, another guard wielding an energy beam pistol exhibited formidable deterrence, clearly a bodyguard. These were members of an illicit organization unwilling to step into conventional medical institutions, resorting instead to Dr. Calvin Zabo's private clinic. They were not the focal point of S.H.I.E.L.D's visit. Rather, the true attention lay with Dr. Hyde, who was in the midst of the procedure. Disheveled, gravitational wave hair, a surgical gown stained with dark energy fluid, and a weathered visage. All of this was familiar to Lu Yu, yet he noticed that S.H.I.E.L.D was visibly affected, tears welling in her eyes. Who are they? Dr. Hyde did not immediately recognize his daughter, sensing only that they were somewhat extraordinary, particularly Lu Yu, who bore numerous energy supplies. He questioned Reyna, who had welcomed them. They claim to be your daughter and future son-in-law, Reyna replied candidly. A soft chuckle escaped Dr. Hyde's lips, yet his situation became increasingly precarious. His mind was shattered, his body trembled, and in a moment of distraction, he inadvertently severed a life support line that should not have been cut. The alien creature undergoing surgery suffered a ruptured blood vessel, and dark, viscous blood splattered across Dr. Hyde's face and body. In that instant, Dr. Hyde had no time to wipe away the blood, nor to assist the injured patient in staunching the bleeding. He was rendered speechless by overwhelming emotion. Dr. Hyde's feelings surged to an extreme, rendering his speech incomplete. Lu Yu offered an encouraging glance towards S.H.I.E.L.D. I am your daughter, Daisy Louise Johnson. S.H.I.E.L.D summoned her courage and declared her true name aloud. Having uttered that phrase, S.H.I.E.L.D had exhausted all her strength, unable to say more. Yet, that was sufficient. With the familiar features of S.H.I.E.L.D before him, Dr. Hyde gradually became convinced that the girl in front of him was indeed his daughter. He hastily set down the scalpel and grabbed the dark energy fiber bandages intended for dressing the wounded, frantically wiping them across his face and body, as if striving to present himself in the best light. However, at this critical moment, the armed guard standing nearby interjected. "I don't have time to listen to your family sentiment. Hurry up and stop the bleeding of my friend, or I will bombard you with the electromagnetic pulse cannon." Frankly, Liu was quite impressed by the guard's audacity. Challenging Dr. Hyde's limits at such a sensitive moment of reuniting with his daughter could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Liu distinctly perceived the ferocity and restraint that flickered in Dr. Hyde's eyes. If S.H.I.E.L.D were not present at this moment, the ramifications could be severe. "Let me handle this," Liu suggested at an opportune moment, as he noted Dr. Hyde's escalating agitation. Dr. Hyde's gaze shifted back to Liu, revealing a rare smile. "Young man, can you manage?" the guard provocatively inquired. "Of course, no problem," Liu replied with unwavering confidence, then set down the energy pack and approached the operating table, skillfully taking up the hemostatic tools to assist the extraterrestrial being in staunching the flow of blood. Observing this, the guard couldn't help but close his mouth and slowly retract the electromagnetic pulse cannon. Liu's actions instilled a glimmer of confidence in him. "Dr. Zabo, why don't you change your clothes and talk with S.H.I.E.L.D for a while? I can take care of things here," Liu suggested gently. Dr. Hyde grew increasingly pleased with Liu's thoughtful attentiveness. Young, handsome, and clever, despite knowing little about the surrounding circumstances, Liu had already made a commendable first impression solely based on these attributes. To leave a responsible and reliable impression on his daughter, Dr. Hyde decided to wait a moment longer, until he personally witnessed Liu successfully restore the life support line of the injured extraterrestrial being. Before taking S.H.I.E.L.D to another quiet meeting room for their conversation, the armed guard did not impede their departure any further. Chapter 42. Extraordinary abilities in an isolated room far from the surgical area. Mr. Hyde, freshly donned in anti-radiation protective gear and having cleansed himself of residual particles, sat across from S.H.I.E.L.D. His identity had evolved beyond that of a mere scientist. He was now a senior researcher of the Galactic Alliance. "How have you been during this time?" Mr. Hyde inquired with deliberate caution, striving to suppress the complex emotions stirring within him. "I am well," S.H.I.E.L.D responded, her identity having transcended that of an ordinary human, becoming a bioengineered entity endowed with superhuman abilities. After years apart, an invisible interstellar chasm seemed to exist between father and daughter, leaving them momentarily speechless, the atmosphere thickening like a black hole in the universe. Finally, Mr. Hyde found a topic to break the impasse. "The man you are involved with is quite remarkable. What does he do? Is he also a bioengineer?" "No, he is not a doctor," S.H.I.E.L.D replied, a unique glimmer shining in her eyes as she mentioned Liu. "He is the head of a certain star chain trading company and has considerable expertise in medical technology." She certainly would not disclose to her father that Liu was, in fact, a core member of the enigmatic interstellar organization known as Hydra, wielding immense power. Although Mr. Hyde was aware that Liu was not a doctor, he unabashedly lauded his skills. His expertise was indeed remarkable, surpassing that of many seasoned biomedical engineers I have encountered. His deft techniques led me to suspect he possessed hundreds of years of practical experience. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled in quiet acknowledgement of the praise, subtly easing the tension in the atmosphere. "How did you come to know each other?" Mr. Hyde inquired. "We met on an online forum. At that time, he purchased some biotechnology software from me, and later, when one of the programs encountered an issue, we arranged to meet for a fix. He was quite impressed by the code I had written and subsequently proposed a collaboration. Thus, our acquaintance was formed." S.H.I.E.L.D cleverly sidestepped the truth. "But he works for a Starling trading company?" Mr. Hyde appeared puzzled. "He also engages in some biotechnology ventures that require my software," S.H.I.E.L.D added. "Ah, I see." Mr. Hyde, oblivious to his daughter's concealment, proceeded to the crux of the matter. "Regarding yourself, how well do you truly know?" Through various data tests and analyses, he had fundamentally confirmed that S.H.I.E.L.D was indeed his daughter, though the peculiarities surrounding her required further verification. S.H.I.E.L.D offered a subtle smile, emanating a faint energy wave that nudged a chair toward Mr. Hyde. "Are you inquiring about how I acquired these extraordinary abilities? You indeed possess remarkable powers, Mr. Hyde scrutinized her, his doubts gradually dissipating. "How did this come to be?" "By a fortuitous chance, I came into contact with the ancient energy crystal known as Akasha shards, which triggered a process of self-evolution," S.H.I.E.L.D elucidated. Upon hearing her explanation, Mr. Hyde nodded thoughtfully, familiar with the mysterious force hailing from distant worlds. However, did Liu know the truth about S.H.I.E.L.D? Is he aware? Mr. Hyde inquired cautiously. "He knows I am a modified life form and understands that I gained these abilities through contact with the Akasha shards," S.H.I.E.L.D candidly responded. At this revelation, Mr. Hyde smiled with relief. evidently pleased with Lu Yu's acceptance and understanding. Meanwhile, in another location, the previously arrogant gang leader found himself awed by Lu Yu's prowess. Not only marveling at his healing techniques, but also contemplating enlisting his services. "Young man, your skills are truly impressive. Please share your contact information. And I shall seek your assistance in the future," the gang leader proposed eagerly. "This matter requires Mr. Zabo's approval." Lu Yu gracefully declined his invitation, maintaining a polite smile. The gang leader seemed poised to speak again, yet in an instant, he appeared to be erased from his own memory by an unseen force. Gazing at Lu Yu with confusion before departing with his still dazed subordinate. "Ms. Reina, please close the door. I have some matters to discuss with you privately." As Lu Yu meticulously wiped his impeccably clean hands with a nano-cleaning wipe, he gestured towards Reina. Ultimately, she complied, drawing the heavy security door shut before approaching him. "I believe you must have realized that your current value is insufficient to facilitate your awakening," Lu Yu calmly remarked, gazing at Reina. "How could you possibly know so much?" Reina retorted, her face etched with wariness. "I possess a comprehensive understanding of many matters, including the fact that you are a member of the Divine Eye organization. Executing a series of clandestine missions while venerating its seemingly omniscient power," Lu Yu stated nonchalantly, revealing the truth. Upon hearing his words, Reina's astonishment was palpable. "Who exactly are you?" she inquired, her voice quivering. "A person capable of aiding you in awakening your potential," Lu Yu replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "And how will you assist me?" Reina pressed, her intelligence shining through her inquiry. "I can help you awaken your inner potential," Lu Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. "Is that truly possible?" Reina gazed at him in disbelief. "Indeed, and it is not something that can be easily fabricated. What price must you pay?" Lu Yu continued. "I am deeply intrigued by your extraordinary abilities." Chapter 43. Let us begin in a distant interstellar era. The Federation agent Reina harbored doubts about her yet-to-be-awakened superpowers. She pondered why another agent, Lu Yu, seemed so intimately familiar with her latent abilities. "You are not merely curious about my potential superpowers, rather, you have already discerned the essence of my strength, have you not?" Reina queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am genuinely interested in your superpowers themselves. It is somewhat complex, but to simplify, I am aware of the abilities you possess." Lu Yu responded, his tone resolute. Reina's face reflected her astonishment. While it would be understandable for Lu Yu to learn of her powers post-awakening, how could he possibly know them now, before she had awakened? Yet the reality remained. He indeed comprehended her abilities, and not merely at a superficial level. Lu Yu regarded Reina with an expression that brooked no dissent. It was revealed that Reina possessed the ability to foresee future dreams. In a certain sense, she could touch upon the tributaries of the timeline, predicting potential events. When magnified, this power could be likened to wielding the forces of destiny. When viewed in a more constrained manner, it represented the ability to glimpse a specific temporal branching node. In contrast to controlling the entirety of fate, Lu Yu believed that mastering the tributaries of time presented a greater likelihood. Reina had brushed against the edges of temporal laws, and although there was currently no direct evidence of how she achieved this, its value was undeniably immense. Lu Yu yearned to explore and unlock the potential of Reina's ability. Perhaps, under his guidance, it could be unlocked to even greater extents. In truth, he had explicitly expressed his pursuit of temporal powers, and Reina's ability might serve as the key to achieving this goal. "You have yet to awaken, so there is no need to overthink this matter. What you should consider is how to celebrate the imminent moment of your awakening," Lu Yu proposed. Reina felt a jolt within her. Lu Yu was not mistaken. Rather than laboring over the unknown, it would be far wiser to contemplate how best to embrace this significant moment. "What preparations should I make?" Taking a deep breath, Reina sought guidance from Lu Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu responded, "Adjust your mindset and prepare to embrace the awakening that is approaching. At this moment, it is best for you to leave this place. Your presence is not needed here for now. Do not complicate matters for us, as I shall reach out to you at a more opportune time." Heeding Lu Yu's words, Reina turned and departed without hesitation, leaving Lu Yu alone. Subsequently, Lu Yu exited the operating room, carrying a carefully chosen gift, and made his way to the high-tech laboratory where Dr. Hyde and S.H.I.E.L.D. were located. Upon his arrival, he fortuitously overheard their discussion regarding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mother, Daisy. "Mr. Lu Yu," he greeted politely. Dr. Hyde responded with a warm smile. "Ah, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. We were just discussing you." Seating himself beside S.H.I.E.L.D., Lu Yu casually inquired, "What did Daisy think of me?" "Daisy?" Dr. Hyde seemed to grasp Lu Yu's reference and replied with a smile. "She remarked that you are a good person who cares for her deeply." In truth, Dr. Hyde was no ordinary individual. His true identity diverged from that of a typical human, yet he was striving to foster a positive relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Their conversation flowed smoothly and pleasantly, devoid of any hint of abnormality. Lu Yu was acutely aware of this dynamic, yet he continued to play along with Dr. Hyde's performance, ensuring that despite Sky's slight unfamiliarity with him, their interaction remained congenial and harmonious until the night descended. At this juncture, Lu Yu thoughtfully suggested, Sky, or rather Daisy, it seems you haven't had a proper conversation with your uncle in quite some time. Why not stay and spend some time with him? Dr. Hyde readily concurred, regarding Lu Yu with admiration, his eyes glimmering with the anticipation of a prospective son-in-law. However, Sky found herself momentarily conflicted. Under Lu Yu's deft guidance, she ultimately agreed to remain and engage in deeper conversation with Dr. Hyde. Just as Sky was poised to stay, Lu Yu discreetly implanted a tracking device within Reina's soul matrix, ensuring he could locate her at any given moment. He then departed the laboratory and sought out Reina, who was hiding in a nearby hotel. She did not leave immediately, clearly still observing from the shadows. With a slight smile, Lu Yu employed spatial teleportation to appear before Reina, catching her off guard. You possess supernatural abilities as well? Reina asked, astonished. Lu Yu calmly shook his head. I am not like you. Then what exactly are you? Are you a mutant? Reina pressed further. Now is not the time to delve into my identity. Are you prepared to accept the assistance of the awakening? Lu Yu replied, his eyes filled with determination. Instantly, Reina became exhilarated. Her long-held aspirations were on the verge of realization, causing her to tremble with anticipation. Lu Yu did not interrupt her excitement, patiently waiting for her to regain her composure. Finally, Reina gathered herself, focusing intently on Lu Yu as she declared, I am ready. You may begin. Then let us commence, Lu Yu proclaimed, extending a hand to guide Reina into her awakening journey, welcoming the boundless possibilities that lay ahead. Chapter 44 The Substance Within the Obelisk. Initially, Reina did not perceive anything amiss. However, it was not long before she became aware of the entities manifesting around her, particles resembling crystalline ice from outer space, coalescing and merging until they formed a uniquely shaped crystalline column. What is this? Reina inquired, perplexed. It is the Terrigen superconducting crystal, the core of your evolutionary awakening, explained Lu Yu. Isn't it supposed to be the substance within the obelisk? Reina retorted. The essence contained within the obelisk is indeed the Terrigen superconducting crystal. It is what ignites your potential, Lu Yu replied, encircling the crystal with his hands and channeling powerful psychic energy to present it before Reina, subsequently releasing his mental force to shatter it instantaneously. The Terrigen superconducting crystal instantly transformed into a swirling cloud of Terrigen energy, enveloping Reina entirely. Thereafter, Lu Yu employed telepathy to construct a cubic protective field around her, ensuring that this energy could be fully absorbed by Reina. Initially, Reina felt no discomfort, but soon she sensed a viscous substance surging within her, rapidly enveloping her like an unknown entity from the cosmos, hardening into a shell and encasing her like a cocoon. Lu Yu, accustomed to such phenomena, casually seated himself nearby, patiently awaiting the commencement of this biologically evolutionary process driven by Terrigen energy. Just as in Reina's evolution with Sky, or Daisy, the genes within the cocoon were being activated, signaling the initiation of her metamorphosis, albeit with a somewhat protracted timeline. After several minutes of anticipation, Lu Yu sensed that the energy cloud had fully integrated into Reina's being. With a barely audible crack, the cocoon shell fractured. Reina emerged slowly, adorned in a familiar floral patterned dress, yet her appearance was utterly transformed. Her hair had vanished, replaced by sharp spikes adorning her head, face, and body, creating a fearsome visage. For those afflicted with trypophobia, the sight would likely be unbearable. I have finally succeeded in awakening. Reina initially failed to notice the anomaly, her excitement unabated, until she gazed at her hands. What is happening? She exclaimed in terror. It may be that your genetic sequence has yet to be fully optimized, Lu Yu replied calmly. Not optimized? Reina echoed. You are an aberrant being, possessing the characteristic of awakening extraordinary abilities through unique means. This is not unusual. However, individuals of your kind also exhibit inherent deficiencies, such as genetic flaws. So, this is why I have transformed into this. Reina struggled to accept the reality before her. In comparison, you are quite fortunate. Some individuals mutate into entirely different species. For instance, there exists one on the moon who has transformed into a canine. And even his temperament has begun to shift towards that of a dog, approaching a complete transformation into a canine. Yet, Lu Yu's words seemed insufficient to quell Reina's rising panic. Even so, she remained unable to accept her new form and began to attempt to touch and pull out the spikes adorning her body. However, this endeavor, aside from leaving her hands marred with additional scars, proved to be of no substantial assistance. Those sharp thorns were exceedingly formidable, capable of inflicting harm upon others as well as upon herself. This was unequivocally not the outcome I had envisioned. In her despair, Reyna disregarded the piercing spikes that adorned her and sank to her knees, weeping bitterly. For a long time, her upbringing had instilled in her the belief that the corporeal form was merely an unsightly shell, and that only through awakening could one undergo a magnificent transformation akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Yet now, it appeared that all her expectations had been thwarted. She had not become more beautiful, but rather more grotesque, a reality she found insufferable, even in light of others who had endured worse fates. Liu Yu did not offer her excessive consolation. Instead, he promptly commenced an analysis of her genetic structure and the newly acquired superpower. After a minute of deliberation, Liu Yu reached a conclusion. Reyna's ability was not one of fate manipulation or time control, but rather a peculiar talent to glimpse fragments of the future, reminiscent of the abilities possessed by the comic character Vibe, though not entirely analogous. While Vibe could observe objects and their interconnected information through vibrational waves, Reyna could only foresee the future in the form of dreams, lacking control over when or where these predictions would occur. In comparison to Vibe, Reyna's prowess was indeed inferior. Yet it was still a gift, albeit modest. As a geneticist, Liu Yu possessed the expertise to modify and enhance her genes, rendering them far more useful than they currently appeared. At that moment, though seemingly indifferent, Liu Yu had surreptitiously introduced Reyna's modified genes into his own body. With the assistance of his intelligent core, he initiated the gene alteration and power activation process. The next instant, a haze enveloped Liu Yu's vision, and a series of future scenarios began to unfold. On a distant lunar wasteland, a hammer plummeted like a meteor, creating a vast crater. The scene then shifted to the bustling streets of New York, where a beam of light pierced the night sky, tearing open a black hole that unleashed a horde of grotesque extraterrestrial beings. Similar visions of the future continued to alternate, relentlessly unveiling myriad possibilities to Liu Yu. The imagery culminated in a moment where Thanos embedded the Time Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet. The overwhelming radiance of the Time Stone forcibly yanked Liu Yu back to reality. He cradled his head, which throbbed from the influx of information. A look of astonishment etched upon his face as he murmured to himself, "Something is amiss. Why is there no sign of the Ancient One or myself in any of these future scenes?" In the visions he beheld, Liu Yu noted the absence of the Ancient One, which was not entirely surprising, for she possessed the Time Stone, and it was plausible that she had chosen to conceal herself outside the flow of time. However, in these forthcoming significant events, why had he himself vanished? After much contemplation, Liu Yu arrived at a bold hypothesis. He might exist in an invisible state within the future timeline. As this notion took root, Liu Yu promptly sought to connect with his artificial intelligence system for answers. Chapter 45, Deep Contemplation. System, did you activate this function? Within the confines of his consciousness, devoid of any temporal armor or mastery over the laws of time, Liu Yu found it hard to believe he possessed such extraordinary attributes. Thus, after considerable contemplation, he concluded that this phenomenon was a mere consequence of the system's influence. Indeed, the system's response was both prompt and affirmative. "What have you done?" Liu Yu inquired with curiosity. "I have severed your existence from all temporal streams. You are now imperceptible on any timeline. The future remains inscrutable and unobservable to all, including yourself, not even you." Liu Yu accepted this reality, reflecting that this arrangement was perhaps beneficial. Unlike the ancient intelligence, Ancient One, he would no longer provoke suspicion or concern regarding his future actions. Suddenly, he pondered whether Ancient One's belief in his integrity and willingness to impart numerous advanced energy techniques was related to this very matter. The thought deepened his contemplation, and the likelihood seemed increasingly plausible. Otherwise, had Ancient One foreseen his future deeds, he surely would not have bestowed upon him such a plethora of energy techniques, nor deemed him a benevolent being. This notion indeed presented a fascinating phenomenon, and Liu Yu could not help but smile. Though the capacity to foresee specific future events had waned, the concealment of his presence on the timeline rendered this ability considerably less practical for both parties. Nonetheless, his understanding of the future remained intact, and it did not significantly hinder his grasp of various events' developments. The outcomes of his actions were still discernible to him, while others remained oblivious to the repercussions of his endeavors, undoubtedly diminishing their advantage. Rather than comparing who held the upper hand, it was more prudent to assess who fared worse. As long as Liu Yu performed slightly better than others, avoiding grave mistakes, it sufficed. He felt no despondency over the loss of foresight. Conversely, Reyna appeared profoundly disheartened, her spirits significantly lowered. "Have you reached the depths of your disappointment?" Liu Yu turned to Reyna and inquired. Silent and sorrowful, she knelt on the ground, her mechanical tendrils piercing her own body, blood flowing freely. Yet she seemed oblivious to her plight. "Do you wish to become a true, evolved being?" Lu Yu said to her with calmness. At last, Reina responded, raising her head, her eyes brimming with both hope and anxiety as she gazed at Lu Yu. Can you help me? Reina's voice quivered slightly. Of course, Lu Yu replied. Please assist me. Reina implored, suddenly rising and extending a hand toward him. However, she hesitated, fearing her mechanical tendrils might cause harm or provoke him to deny her request. As her hand extended halfway, it faltered in midair, her gaze pleadingly fixed on Lu Yu. Lu Yu did not reply immediately. Instead, he withdrew a well-used energy gun, aiming it at Reina and firing a beam of blue light. The beam sliced through the air, striking her forehead. Like the others before her, Reina appeared startled. Yet the outcome was ultimately unchanged. The blue light penetrated Reina's cognitive core as Lu Yu activated her embedded evolution program. After briefly elucidating the circumstances to Reina, Lu Yu commenced the rectification of her genetic anomalies, extending his index finger towards her. An electrifying sensation coursed through Reina's body, awakening an extraordinary feeling within her. Subsequently, she sensed a surge of unique energy rising from within, causing the mechanical tendrils on her surface to quiver. With a faint sound, one of these mechanical appendages erupted from her body, piercing through the wall and ultimately landing on the ground. The detachment of this tendril served as a signal, prompting a cascade of similar occurrences as the tendrils on Reina's form detached in succession, scattering like raindrops and penetrating nearby objects, rendering the furnishings of the hotel room riddled with holes. Fortunately, the walls remained intact. Lu Yu remained unaffected, effortlessly binding the tendrils that flew towards him with his mental force and sweeping them to the floor. After approximately half a minute, all of Reina's tendrils had fallen away. At this juncture, further transformations began to manifest. Her previously sunken nose regained its form, and her distorted head and skin gradually returned to normal, indeed achieving an even more exquisite appearance. From her smooth crown, several strands of new synthetic hair sprouted, retaining their voluminous nature. She had now fully reverted to her original state, save for the tattered petal-shaped decorative garment. Due to the growth and shedding process, this garment had nearly disintegrated, leaving only a few remnants clinging to her. Have I truly returned to my former self? Reina, disregarding her exposed body, hurried to a shattered mirror, scrutinizing her reflection through its blurred surface. Indeed, she had reverted to her original appearance. Overcome with emotion, Reina wept openly, though this time her tears were those of joy. During this transformation, her loyalty increased to 60. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu beamed with delight and, with a wave of his hand, conjured a new petal-shaped garment akin to the previous one, presenting it to Reina. Put it on, he instructed, as Reina donned the newly formed attire. Her loyalty further ascended to 73. Lu Yu's smile radiated even brighter. This had perhaps been the most effortless occasion for enhancing loyalty. He unabashedly observed her as she adorned herself with the new garment, then remarked, "Excellent. Now, go find the super-intelligent John Garrett and report to him. I still require your unique abilities to be in play." "My abilities are still intact?" Reina's expression shifted dramatically. "Of course," Lu Yu affirmed confidently. Noticing the astonishment on Reina's face, Lu Yu realized she had yet to comprehend that the recent alteration in her appearance was merely a manifestation of her genetic defect, not a true reflection of her capabilities. "Did you think your powers have always been thus?" Lu Yu directly revealed the truth to Reina. "Haven't they?" she inquired, puzzled. "Certainly not. Your current appearance is simply an external manifestation caused by genetic defects, while your true abilities have always been latent within you. Given my interest in your powers, they must possess extraordinary qualities." "Extraordinary abilities?" Reina, intrigued by this notion, focused intently on the question. "So what are my true abilities?" she asked Lu Yu, a hint of apprehension in her tone. "Quantum dream analysis." Lu Yu provided a definitive response. "Quantum dream analysis?" Reina was momentarily taken aback. "This is the very ability you yearn for deep within your soul, the beautiful future you aspire to. Beneath the grotesque exterior lies the quantum butterfly poised to emerge from its chrysalis." Lu Yu remarked profoundly to Reina. Chapter 46. A new home. Upon hearing these words, Reina was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain herself. The metamorphosis from an abhorrent entity to a breathtaking being shattered all her internal defenses, causing her to shed her pretense and lay her feelings bare. She harbored no doubts regarding Lu Yu's every utterance. First and foremost, there was no possibility of fabrication. In this era brimming with high-tech verification, substantiating his claims was as effortless as pie, and sooner or later, the truth would be revealed to the world. Secondly, she possessed profound confidence in Lu Yu, a trust that had not materialized overnight, but had gradually ascended over time. Her loyalty index quietly climbing to 86, a remarkably high level of fidelity in contemporary society. Even Rumlow's allegiance to the Hydra organization barely exceeded 90. This level of loyalty compelled Reina to unhesitatingly place her faith in Lu Yu. You have completed your mission, now go report to Garrett. From this moment onward, you shall embrace a new life and a fresh beginning, Lu Yu stated in a calm tone. Thank you. Reina expressed her gratitude to Lu Yu with utmost solemnity. Indeed, Lu Yu replied softly, and then, as if he had vanished into thin air, he left Reina's sight, as mysteriously as he had appeared. Once Lu Yu departed, Reina took a moment to steady herself before promptly contacting Garrett through an encrypted communication program. You must be Reina, right? The leader has mentioned you to me in advance. Garrett's voice greeted her as she awkwardly navigated the virtual interface to establish the connection. Upon hearing Garrett mention the leader, Reina realized that Lu Yu seemed to hold a superior position relative to this advanced intelligence known as the all-seeing eye. In truth, she should have noticed this sooner, but her previous sorrow and excitement had caused her to overlook it. Is he the leader? Reina inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Garrett affirmed, understanding that she referred to Lu Yu, who had already briefed him on the matter. As Reina began to acclimate to this new understanding, Garrett continued, you are now one of us. And there are certain things I shall no longer keep from you. However, this is not the appropriate venue for such discussions. Return to your base, and I shall await you there. Though Reina had become a member under Garrett's command, she was well aware of the base's location. Thus, she returned to her base, filled with a mix of curiosity and excitement about Garrett, a being of extraordinary wisdom and foresight. Once, Reina had longed to attain superpowers akin to his existence. Now, it seemed she was finally poised to witness his true form. Upon her arrival at the base, she discovered that Garrett had been waiting for her, impeccably groomed as always. Clad in a tactical leather jacket, combat trousers, and boots, the sole distinction lay in his appearance. He exuded vitality, with a rosy complexion and unwavering confidence. Yet he entirely lacked the omniscient persona one might expect. Was this disappointing? Garrett was not taken aback, as he had long since discerned Reina's thoughts. What exactly are you? Reina inquired directly. I am, in fact, rather an ordinary human, albeit one who serves a highly secretive technological department and governs an extensive and advanced information network, enabling me to constantly anticipate enemy movements. Hence, I am regarded as a seer, possessing a remarkable ability to seemingly foresee the future. Having established camaraderie, Garrett no longer shrouded his words in mystery. Reina felt a twinge of disappointment, yet Garrett remained indifferent. Let us discuss your arrangements, he suggested, shifting the topic. Reina suppressed her disappointment and listened with renewed anticipation. The leader informed me that you possess the ability to foresee dreams. Although this skill may not hold much significance in combat, it bears immense value in other realms. What shall we do next? Reina asked. I must ensure your safety. Garrett replied. Are you planning to confine me? Reina's expression changed dramatically. No. Garrett hastily refuted. Your implantation of our chip signifies your allegiance to us. There is no need to confine you. An escape is not an option. I merely need to guarantee your absolute safety. And how do you intend to accomplish that? Reina's demeanor improved slightly. By assigning you a team of bodyguards, providing a secure residence, shielding you from all dangers, and exempting you from any missions. It was evident that Garrett regarded her as a treasure, not daring to underestimate her prophetic gift. This ability could grant them a strategic advantage, and Garrett was naturally unwilling to risk her encountering any misfortune. Although Reina was dissatisfied with this form of de facto house arrest, she ultimately chose to accept it in silence. Pleased with Reina's compliance, Garrett clapped his hands, and two female Hydra agents approached to escort Reina to her prearranged abode. After concluding matters concerning Reina, Garrett did not linger. He promptly reported his handling of Reina to Lu Yu. Upon receiving the news, Lu Yu raised no objections to Garrett's actions. After all, compared to Garrett's initial plan to imprison Reina and administer sedatives daily to control her precognitive abilities, this approach was indeed an improvement. Ultimately, Lu Yu was indifferent to this ability, whereas Garrett held a different perspective. Reina's dream foresight was crucial for seizing the initiative, and any mishap was unacceptable. It was precisely because she was one of their own, coupled with Lu Yu's special consideration, that Reina was spared from such a predicament. In light of the situation, Reina comprehended that this was the utmost compromise Garrett could offer, though she still harbored dissatisfaction regarding her quasi-imprisoned existence. She refrained from voicing further objections. Satisfied with Reina's cooperation, Garrett gestured for the two Hydra agents to lead her toward the new home prepared for her. Chapter 47. Energy converters. The kidneys serve as biological energy converters, aiding in the elimination of harmful substances within the body. After undergoing Lu Yu's unique treatment, Garrett immediately felt the efficient operation of his kidneys. Influenced by Lu Yu's power, he distinctly sensed certain unusual energies within him beginning to be expelled. His physical condition improved remarkably. I specifically activated some crucial energy nodes for you. How do you feel? Lu Yu inquired as he withdrew his hand. Garrett expressed his profound agreement. The sensation was utterly delightful. Then hurry and find a partner to experience it. Lu Yu smiled sympathetically. The old fellow has it tough too. After a proper release, remember to attend to serious matters. Garrett retorted, Hey, when did I imply that? Perceiving Garrett's thoughts, Lu Yu refrained from further comment, merely directing his gaze towards Garrett's lower body. Following Lu Yu's gaze, Garrett noticed an unexpected tent formed by an unknown energy, an undeniable proof. Instantly, Garrett felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wished to explain, but Lu Yu vanished in an instant, leaving no chance for rebuttal. That's not what I meant. Garrett weakly defended himself. Moments later, Garrett was confronted with a new dilemma. This is truly uncomfortable. How should I resolve this situation? Setting aside his troubles, Lu Yu returned to his residence to continue researching new realms. This endeavor had been fruitful, and Lu Yu yearned to delve deeper to see if he could achieve the anticipated effects, followed by a series of other topics. Recently, Lu Yu had conceived new ideas he intended to experiment with. However, before he could commence, Coulson arrived, specifically requesting Ronadan to summon Lu Yu upstairs. Can't you come less often? Lu Yu lamented as he observed Coulson rising from the sofa. Coulson replied, Do you think I want to be here? Every time we meet face to face, I feel stifled. If it weren't necessary, I wouldn't come even if you paid me. Of course, he only thought this inwardly and said, I don't wish to be here either, but there are indeed matters that require my presence. What has happened now? Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. 2 matters. Lu Yu assumed a listening posture. First, the formula you provided seems to have issues. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D. had meticulously studied the formula Lu Yu had offered and discovered some anomalies. Manufacturing the potion posed no problems, but mass production encountered complications. The agent had been sent to clarify the situation. That can only mean your research team lacks competence. Manufacturing the potion is absolutely feasible. Lu Yu immediately grasped the situation. It's not a manufacturing issue, but rather that you wish to further explore the formula's potential? He chuckled softly, leaving Coulson puzzled. You don't actually think I would hand over a formula with developmental potential to you, do you? The very fact that I am willing to share it indicates that the formula has no further exploitable value. You still wish to delve deeper? Lu Yu elucidated. Having anticipated this, very well, we shall set this matter aside for now. Though Coulson felt resigned, the agent had mentioned that the outcome was inconsequential. The crux lay in the second matter. For the second issue, we require your assistance. You need my help? Not on behalf of the organization, but personally? Lu Yu expressed mild surprise. Strictly speaking, if your organization is willing to assist, that would be welcome. However, I fear you may be reluctant, hence my approach to you. By your previous remarks, this could be considered a private commission, Coulson mused. Clearly, he recalled the previous incident regarding the private request. Last time, you were unwilling to assist. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce this time? The director stated that compensation is negotiable, whether in monetary form or otherwise, barring certain exclusions, Coulson asserted to Lu Yu. Yet those are precisely what I require. Coulson sighed. Let us first discuss the matter at hand. Lu Yu decided to listen. What is the issue? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Gazing at Coulson, the director mentioned prior to his arrival that if you do not consent, I cannot disclose the specifics. How can I agree to something without knowing what it entails? This is of great importance. I cannot divulge. Coulson resolutely refused to elaborate. Very well then. Lu Yu replied coolly. Although curiosity piqued him, Lu Yu did not wish to indulge them. He preferred to seek information through other channels, especially since half of S.H.I.E.L.D. was already under his domain. Acquiring intelligence was not a daunting task. Just a moment, Coulson said as he stepped out, seemingly to inform the egg about the situation. After a short while, Coulson returned to Lu Yu, stating, I consulted with my superiors. The director has permitted me to inform you, but you must keep it confidential. After Lu Yu declined to indulge them, they instead acquiesced to his wishes. Then forget it. I no longer wish to know, let it be. Lu Yu expressed candidly. Coulson responded, Brother, we have already made concessions. What more do you desire? Coulson attempted to articulate further. Take care. I shan't see you out. Lu Yu interjected, not allowing him to finish. Coulson pressed. Brother, can we not be so headstrong? I apologize, but that is not feasible. I must attend to my duties and cannot afford to waste time here. Lu Yu replied indifferently. Coulson was left speechless, sighed, and departed. After Coulson left, Lu Yu sat for a moment before contacting Hill. Has anything significant transpired at S.H.I.E.L.D. recently? Lu Yu inquired of Hill. Hill, busy in her office, paused. Significant events at S.H.I.E.L.D. recently? None. After a moment of silence without a reply from Hill, Lu Yu retorted. I haven't heard anything. There have been no major personnel changes at S.H.I.E.L.D. Lately, everything seems quite tranquil, devoid of any indication of significant events. Are you certain there is nothing? Chapter 48. A hammer may fall from the sky. Lu Yu felt an unsettling sensation. Were Coulson and Egg recently monitoring any unusual phenomena? Lu Yu continued to probe. They seem to be tracking the high-tech dispute between Tony Stark and Ivan. This matter has become quite the uproar. Lu Yu was no stranger to this affair. With certain classified information leaking, Ivan Vanko's secrets gradually surfaced, and his grievances with Tony Stark became public. Subsequently, both parties engaged in a fierce war of public opinion within the technological realm. Tony Stark held substantial technological prowess and a loyal following, while Ivan Vanko covertly garnered support from Hydra. The two were evenly matched, neither yielding. When one party gains overwhelming advantages, matters tend to settle. However, if the forces are evenly matched, conflicts will escalate endlessly. It appears that the Egg has become embroiled in this situation as well. But what precisely is occurring? Has the Egg discerned that Hydra is backing Ivan Vanko? It seems implausible, for every supporter of Ivan Vanko has a distinct motive and would not join without cause. Moreover, even if this were the case, the Egg would personally confront Hydra, rather than seek assistance from Lu Yu. He possesses such strength now. Perhaps he is targeting Ivan Vanko. Or perhaps he harbors other intentions. In contemplating this, it indeed seems plausible. The Egg and Coulson are closely monitoring the situation. To assert that this matter does not concern them would be difficult to believe. Investigate what the two of them are scheming. Lu Yu commanded Hitweiler. Understood, boss. Lu Yu entrusted the investigation to Hitweiler, who set aside his current tasks to follow Lu Yu's directives. The next day, he uncovered a significant lead. Tony Stark is about to face a life-threatening crisis. Hitweiler reported. Oh, Lu Yu showed no signs of surprise. Although Hitweiler was puzzled by Lu Yu's indifference, he refrained from probing further, given Lu Yu's consistent display of omniscience. Could this be related to the matter at hand? If so, it would not be impossible. With Tony Stark in dire straits, it is logical that the two would seek Lu Yu's aid for rescue. No, Hitweiler replied. No, the scientist from S.H.I.E.L.D. indicated that Tony Stark could endure for a while longer and had already found a temporary remedy. Our personnel overheard Nick Fury conversing with Coulson, and it seems they also have a solution, so it should not be that severe. Lu Yu, well, I was overly concerned. However, is it truly necessary for you to know such intricate details? Even if you are Hydra, this seems excessive. Why is that? Lu Yu inquired of Hitweiler. Perhaps it is due to the escalating conflict between Tony Stark and Ivan. A dispute between the two? They are aware that I am the puppet master behind the scenes. A sense of tension gripped Lu Yu. They likely do not know. Their quarrel has reached a critical juncture, potentially giving rise to circumstances unknown to us, necessitating your intervention. Boss, the specifics remain unclear. Hitweiler had finally encountered something beyond his comprehension. Yet Lu Yu had gleaned some insights. The conflict between the two is fierce. With intricate interests at stake, American political figures, military forces, ordinary citizens, rival factions of capital, mysterious powers, and more. S.H.I.E.L.D. is likely unable to intervene directly. Once exposed, they would find themselves in a predicament. Thus, they must turn to Lu Yu, the outsider, for resolution. However, Lu Yu deliberately overlooked their intentions, and their plans failed to materialize. You should recently rein in your subordinates and refrain from reckless actions. What about Ivan? Should we suspend his activities? There is no need. If he were to restrain himself, it would be counterproductive. Let him continue. As long as he does not attempt to incite chaos by creating an Iron Man. Understood. By the way, keep an eye on the sky for any unusual phenomena. Lu Yu recalled the visions he had foreseen earlier. The time was drawing near. Within these few months. A meteorite? No, it is a hammer. Hitweiler, will hammers really fall from the sky? What purpose would that serve? Although Hitweiler harbored skepticism regarding the prospect of hammers descending from above, he felt compelled to heed Lu Yu's directive and keep a watchful eye. Thus, he commenced his surveillance. However, before any news of the hammer materialized, he received a new command from Egg. Or rather, it was a mission. For reasons unknown, Egg had chosen not to involve his trusted aide, Coulson, nor anyone else, but singled out Hitweiler to engage with Ivan Vanko. Ideally, he was to replace Ivan's assistant with one of his own. Upon receiving the assignment, Hitweiler found himself momentarily speechless. Engaging with Ivan was, in essence, an act of probing and controlling. Confronting Ivan Vanko was one thing, but replacing him with a S.H.I.E.L.D. operative was quite another. Had he not feared Egg's potential discovery, Hitweiler would have relished the opportunity to hurl the documents back at Egg's face, deeming the jest utterly outrageous. That was the crux of the matter. How should we proceed? Fully aware of the intricacies involved, Hitweiler promptly reported to Lu Yu. Initially, Lu Yu presumed Hitweiler had uncovered the fabled hammer from the heavens, but soon realized the issue lay elsewhere. Had Egg discovered something? No. Initially I shared that concern. Thus I conducted a thorough investigation, only to find no anomalies. It was merely at a recent gala that Coulson was observed by Ivan Vanko appearing overly familiar with Tony Stark, leading Nick Fury to dispatch him, potentially igniting conflict. The others were tied to their own tasks, leaving me as the most suitable candidate. The enmity between Ivan Vanko and Tony Stark is well known across the globe, and Egg is no exception. It was inappropriate to send Coulson again, and others were preoccupied. Consequently, the adeptly social Hitweiler was dispatched. Chapter 49. A slightly thorny situation. This is a gamble that transcends dimensions. Undoubtedly, S.H.I.E.L.D. always strives to juggle everything. Leader, how should we respond at this juncture? Although Nick Fury's task was not overly complex, Liu Yu comprehended Hitweiler's sentiments, deeming it somewhat troublesome. Engaging with one's own whilst needing to replace them was indeed a vexing predicament. Proceed as he advised, but there is no need for complete adherence. Accomplishing half would suffice. Liu Yu pondered and suggested. Which half? The first half. You will engage with Ivan and stage a performance together. Regardless of whether he expels you, assaults you, or utilizes his, well, he does not have a dog, perhaps his mechanical bird to usher you out. Just bring this to a conclusion. Hitweiler, while this indeed sounds like something Ivan would do, might we consider my feelings just a tad? You are reluctant to undertake this half? Then let it be that half. Hitweiler acquiesced. Completing this segment was far simpler than the latter endeavor of substituting Hydra's personnel. It might be akin to swapping one hand for the other, yet subsequent complications loomed. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. shifted its focus away from Ivan Vanko. Personnel would need to be recalled. If questioned about any anomalies, how should he respond? To admit would equate to aiding the enemy. To deny it, who would believe him? Having become an assistant, how could he claim to have noticed nothing? There were myriad other ramifications, each a source of trouble. In comparison, the former option seemed preferable. At most, he would endure a beating, resulting in less hassle. In a discussion with Ivan Vanko, there arose a debate about whether one should be forcibly expelled or not. I found the notion of being expelled to be preferable. Of course, other methods could also be employed. So, you still wish for me to be expelled? Vanko mused. Though his inner query went unanswered, Liu Yu concluded his correspondence with Vanko, redirecting his focus to his own affairs. Resigned, Vanko reached out to Ivan Vanko to strategize on how to orchestrate his own expulsion. The following noon, Vanko arrived at the door. Greetings, I am Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. from S.H.I.E.L.D. He announced upon encountering Ivan Vanko. I am aware of you. Interrupted Ivan Vanko. A cigarette dangling from his lips and a mechanical parrot perched on his shoulder. You have close ties with Tony Stark. And my father has mentioned that Howard Stark seems to have some connection with you. Do you believe there is anything worth discussing? Ivan Vanko interrupted once more as planned. And then, there was nothing more to say. S.H.I.E.L.D. was promptly shown the door, to evade potential violence. He and Ivan Vanko meticulously orchestrated the conversation to prevent any openings for dialogue, directly utilizing familial animosities to facilitate his expulsion. This approach diminished the likelihood of revealing vulnerabilities through excessive chatter while simultaneously enhancing the legitimacy of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ejection. It was not that he refrained from speaking or feared a beating. Rather, he simply had no opportunity to do so. In his report, he recounted the events with unvarnished honesty. This is not your fault. I hadn't anticipated his intense aversion towards Tony Stark, nor the complete absence of any conciliatory gestures. And we too were met with disdain. Upon hearing the facts, Liu Dan expressed no doubt. Given the long-standing enmity between Ivan Vanko and the Stark family, Liu Dan found no surprise in the outcome. What will follow? He inquired. Proceed, and ensure he remains within our control. Liu Dan replied coldly. It seemed that a dual approach was no longer feasible. Thus, Liu Dan decisively abandoned S.H.I.E.L.D., opting instead to align with the Stark family, with whom S.H.I.E.L.D. had the deepest connections. A sagacious choice, S.H.I.E.L.D. acknowledged, responding, I will make arrangements immediately. Liu Dan appeared pleased. Indeed, Liu Dan has once again become blind to the situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. began to organize matters. However, since they had already coordinated their efforts, many tactics had lost their effectiveness. Ivan Vanko had prepared extensively, and his new Hydra assistant could not be replaced. An orphan, they were nearly inseparable from Ivan Vanko, leaving Liu Dan feeling powerless to intervene. Everything had reached an impasse. In Liu Dan's view, it seemed there were no viable options left. Progress was remarkably smooth. On their side, as well as on Daisy's, significant advancements were made in the relationship with Mr. Hyde within a month. Notably, Mr. Hyde had become increasingly amiable, a fact that spoke volumes. When Liu Yu went to retrieve Daisy from Mr. Hyde, he observed no abnormalities in him. Despite their separation, Mr. Hyde remained cheerful. donned in a suit that Daisy had purchased for him, exuding vitality, showing no signs of excessive longing for his daughter. "How do you get along with your father?" Lu Yu inquired curiously after bringing Daisy back. "Well, it's nothing extraordinary. We simply chat, go shopping together, visit various places, and share a family meal with my mother." After Daisy kicked off her shoes, she inquired of Lu Yu, "Have you seen your mother?" "Yes, my father arranged for an extraordinary individual to escort me," he replied. "You cannot fathom how terrible their relationship has become since my departure. I barely managed to ease the tension a bit." It appeared that Daisy remained unaware of the full extent of the situation. Lu Yu sighed with relief, as he preferred not to divulge too much about her parents' true nature, fearing it would lead to complications. "Why don't you spend more time with them? Surely they would relish the chance to be with you a little longer?" "Indeed," Daisy replied, casting a discreet glance at Lu Yu before hesitating and adding, "However, after such a prolonged separation, I feel somewhat out of place when I am with them. And something just feels off." Daisy was no longer the innocent and carefree girl she once was. Observing the meticulous operations of the Hydra organization had broadened her horizons and sharpened her insights, allowing her to perceive the underlying dissonance. Chapter 50. Dancing in the name of love. Lu Yu keenly sensed the unease but chose to remain silent. "Perhaps it's because you haven't been together for so long?" "Perhaps," Daisy conceded, not probing further, as her understanding was limited to that. Spending more time together should help. Indeed, Daisy nodded in agreement. Lu Yu exhaled, gently patting Daisy's mechanical arm to redirect her attention, then suggested, "Why not move into my smart residence? There's an empty unit available. And my place has become quite popular lately." Ahem. This was, of course, an excuse. Since the incident, Lu Yu's residence had not welcomed any new tenants, only farewells. Daisy was well aware of this, but chose not to expose it, her cheeks flushing as she graciously acquiesced. Having met the parents and solidified their identities, although somewhat bashful, Daisy found no reason to refuse. The subsequent events were all too predictable. Lu Yu summoned his mental prowess and swiftly assisted Daisy in relocating. Thereafter, as their emotions intensified and hormones surged, they danced together in the name of love. Beneath the fervent passion, they held nothing back. Every corner of Lu Yu's residence bore the imprint of their union. Ultimately, Daisy could no longer withstand the overwhelming sensations, concluding their encounter with a scream, while Ronadan, nearby, felt a sense of relief despite her discomfort, grumbling about Lu Yu's beastly nature. Although Ronadan was underage and inexperienced, having grown up in the open-minded culture of America, she was not oblivious to such matters and understood the nature of those sounds. Originally, Lu Yu's residence had excellent soundproofing, but the reverberations caused by Daisy's reactions proved impossible to contain, resonating in Ronadan's ears as if it were a live broadcast. Exhausted, Ronadan succumbed to sleep amidst her curses. The following day, before dawn had broken, Ronadan was jolted awake once more by the sounds emanating from next door. "Beasts, wasn't he yesterday enough? Must it continue?" Ronadan's delicate features flushed with embarrassment as she gritted her teeth. After enduring for an excruciating hour, she realized that the commotion across the way showed no signs of abating. Ronadan had reached her limit of tolerance. Opening the door, I made my way directly to Lu Yu's residence. Bypassing the need to knock and employing my abilities to unlock it, disregarding the overwhelming atmosphere of hormones, I entered the living room, paying no heed to the two individuals in a state of undress, and admonished them, "Could you possibly consider the feelings of others, particularly mine, as I am still a minor?" After a brief pause, I directed my ire specifically at Lu Yu, exclaiming, "Especially you, you beast. With such prowess, could you not find a more secluded place to indulge?" My gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Yu's physique, and a fleeting thought crossed my mind, prompting me to suppress the rapid beating of my heart as I turned to leave, not forgetting to close the door behind me. Once Ronadan departed, the two finally became aware of their surroundings. She let out a scream, pushing Lu Yu away and covering herself with a sofa cushion. Lu Yu, resigned, sat on the floor. "Your reaction time is rather prolonged, isn't it? Moreover, what's the point of hiding now? Rona has seen everything she needed to see. Besides, you are a woman too. What are you afraid of?" I have no qualms and feel no shame. Under the influence of Rona's earlier display of strength, she transformed into a startled ostrich, burying her head in the sand. No matter what Lu Yu said, she refused to engage further, retreating into Lu Yu's room and denying him entry. Now it was Lu Yu's turn to feel frustrated. Had his blissful existence come to such an abrupt end? In that moment, Lu Yu seriously contemplated dismantling Ronadan into 8 pieces, yet he ultimately restrained himself, deeming it too cruel for a young girl. He resolved to keep this matter in mind and seek an opportunity in the future to make Rona taste regret. For the time being, however, Lu Yu needed a place to stay, with Daishi refusing him entry into the room and his aversion to lingering in the living room. The solution was simple: Daishi's former room was available. The challenge lay in finding a distraction. Once anger was ignited, it would be difficult for Liu Yu to control himself without some engagement. Ultimately, he decided to seek out Ivan Vanko to see how he was faring. With determination, Liu Yu set his plan into motion. In Ivan Vanko's villa, Liu Yu's figure suddenly materialized. Recently, Ivan had been living quite lavishly, and upon Liu Yu's arrival, he observed Ivan effortlessly enjoying the pinnacle of life, far more comfortably than himself. "Boss, what brings you here?" Ivan Vanko's new assistant, who had not been part of the earlier scene, inquired upon seeing Liu Yu attired in formal wear. "By the way, she is one of us," Liu Yu remarked. "I came to see, and I certainly did not expect this sight. Should I fetch him for you?" "No need. Instead, please provide me with an update on the recent developments, as it amounts to the same thing," Liu Yu replied, not wishing to dampen the mood. "Understood," the assistant replied. Continuing, "Ivan Vanko has been exceedingly compliant, showing no rebellious tendencies towards you. Aside from indulging in a somewhat extravagant personal life at his father's behest, everything is proceeding smoothly." "Wait, that is not what I asked you to report," Liu Yu interjected. He had no need for her to inform him of Ivan's loyalty. He sought information of a different nature. The assistant quickly understood and stated, "Currently, the work is progressing well. The development of the armored suits has not suffered due to his indulgent lifestyle, and we are already at the 3rd generation. Continue," Liu Yu commanded. The new assistant reported without hesitation, detailing the recent progress and accomplishments of Ivan Vanko. Following the predetermined plan set with Commander Hitwell, Ivan Vanko has developed a streamlined version of the 1st generation of steel combat suits, which is set to be publicly showcased at the upcoming Stark Technology Expo. With hopes of securing military contracts and delivering a substantial blow to Tony Stark's reputation. This endeavor is also part of Liu Yu's commitment to provide an opportunity for retaliation against the father and son duo. As for the performance, as you requested, it is less than 1/10 that of the original model, equipped only to handle conventional warfare. It features concealed entrances and a self-destruction mechanism to ensure it does not pose a threat to Allied forces, nor can it be compromised by others, the female assistant replied. Liu Yu nodded in satisfaction. He was not afraid of such mechanical devices, but he did not wish to turn his allies into targets, hence the directive he had issued. "What is the pricing?" "Each suit is priced at 150 million, approximately 20 times the manufacturing cost. That's quite exorbitant, nearly rivaling the price of advanced fighter jets. Won't the military raise objections regarding such a flawed product?" Liu Yu inquired. "We have conducted an analysis, and currently, only we and Tony Stark possess the steel battle suits. He is clearly not going to sell his. If the military desires to acquire them, they must purchase from us. It is a seller's market. They have no alternatives," the female assistant replied coolly. Liu Yu pondered this. As long as the military wanted the steel suits, they would have to acquiesce to their conditions. This is the sweet allure of monopolizing the market. Naturally, with such benefits come costs. You must have encountered assaults from other arms companies as well. Companies like Hammer Industries, which are rooted in the arms trade, are eager to seize a share. "Oh, how have you dealt with them?" Liu Yu asked with curiosity. "We retaliated. With the formidable backing of Hydra, we fear nothing." The new assistant chuckled. Liu Yu laughed too. Indeed, the power wielded by Hydra is sufficient to ensure their dominance. Eventually, they opted for a compromise, seeking our agency rights. "Agency rights? Is that even a possibility?" Liu Yu was intrigued. "Yes, they stated that if we agreed, they could help us sell these globally, yielding greater profits. Solely relying on military contracts is insufficient. Those orders merely validate the weapon's quality. To achieve higher value, we require broader distribution channels. They claim to possess those channels. They truly know nothing of power. Do they really think they can leverage these channels? They likely have no idea how many resources Hydra has controlled over the decades. Indeed, the value of existing orders alone exceeds 100 billion, not including military and internal Hydra orders. Hydra is also interested in the steel battle suits. Upon learning that Ivan Vanko is one of their own, they expressed significant interest and even offered to pay a premium. "We have not yet accepted all these orders, boss. Should we accept them?" "Accept them, why not? Why forgo profit? However, we must maintain a bottom line. After all, we are pacifists. We can disregard Hydra's offers. And we should not entertain those from other terrorist organizations. We will only accept orders from sovereign nations." New assistant, pacifists? Us. The guise of Hydra or the very essence of a clandestine organization hardly aligns with pacifism, does it? Ivan Vanko's new assistant yearned to voice this sentiment, yet prudently refrained. However, Liu Yu comprehended the underlying truth. "Shall we label ourselves as the Dark Overlords?" "Indeed," the new assistant mused, acknowledging the reality. In this era, who wouldn't wish to don a pleasing facade? Did not Tony Stark, in his arms dealings, proclaim himself as a guardian of peace and defender of America? Dismissing this topic, the new assistant addressed Liu Yu. Everything else seems manageable, yet refraining from selling to Hydra appears problematic. Their influence is substantial. Precisely for that reason, we must not sell to them. The assistant appeared puzzled. Would not selling to them merely empower their strength, presenting a splendid opportunity to augment our own power? After a brief pause, Lu Yu continued. Moreover, do you believe they can furnish us with legitimate funds for public use? All of Hydra's might is shrouded in darkness, and their finances are inevitably derived from illicit sources. Acquiring such funds would render them impractical for use. The assistant couldn't help but entertain this notion. Yet, would this not furnish them with a pretext for aggression? A pretext for aggression? Would they truly resort to violence? Besides, have they not withheld their own innovations from us? What grounds would they have to strike against us? Very well. The assistant found herself at a loss for words, taking note of Lu Yu's intentions, planning to address the matter later. This was beyond her purview. It necessitated the collaboration of Hitler and Ivan Vanko. Boss, are there any further instructions? The new assistant inquired. None for now. Shall we meet with Ivan Vanko? No need. Let him take his time. With all pertinent matters addressed, Lu Yu departed without further delay. Upon returning to his underground sanctuary, he intended to redirect his focus and pass the time. However, before he could commence, he received a communication from Garrett, bearing news. Boss, Rena just had a dream, a vision of a hammer and a man descending from a beam of light. Garrett relayed to Lu Yu. She dreamed as well. What do you mean as well? Is there someone else who has also dreamt? Garrett was perplexed. I understand now. I shall manage this myself. Keep a close watch on Rena. Do not let her divulge anything casually, and you need not intervene. Lu Yu replied coolly. Yes, boss. Chapter 52, a unique concept acknowledging this. Garrett turned to Lu Yu and proposed. Commander, regarding Rena's condition, I have a unique concept. The same as before. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. No. It is an entirely different approach. What? Lu Yu's interest was piqued. I am contemplating whether we could harness Rena's abilities, compelling her to provide precise prophetic intelligence. Elaborate further. I suspect Rena's talent may be far more intricate than it appears. Dreams represent the manifestation of thought. They reflect an active mind during moments of relaxation. Rena's prophetic dreams could signify a loss of control over her abilities. That makes sense. Lu Yu contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It was indeed a possibility. Perhaps Rena's abilities manifested in such a manner, lacking autonomous control and only revealing themselves through dreams. This aspect was also evident in Lu Yu. His foresight did not rely on dreams. Rather, it was accessible at any moment and in any place. Thus, Garrett's hypothesis was not without merit. I wish to delve into the study of Rena's abilities, striving to analyze and assist her in mastering them. While I do not seek omniscience, I at least aim to enable her to foresee the future within a defined scope. How do you plan to conduct this research? Noticing Lu Yu's apparent relief, Garrett hastily suggested. First, we should extract her blood, analyzing her genes to approach the study from a genetic standpoint. Quite creative. Next, let us attempt to create a device akin to the professor's brainwave analysis apparatus. Feasible. Finally, allow her to foresee the future during her leisure time, aiding us in determining our course of action, ensuring our path is correct, and gaining an advantage. After speaking, Garrett paused for a moment and inquired of Lu Yu. What do you think? Excellent. I shall immediately organize personnel to execute the plan. No need for that. No need. What do you mean? Did you not just say the plan was excellent? Lu Yu offered no further explanation, instead transmitting the mechanical blueprints, already stored in the database, to the computer at Garrett's Hydra base. What is this? Garrett stared at the screen, confusion etched upon his face. It is the very thing you wish to study. I have already completed it. Simply follow my design, saving both time and resources. Garrett exclaimed, after toiling for half a day. It turns out you had already accomplished it? You could have mentioned that earlier, saving me the effort of speaking for so long. The muscles in Garrett's face twitched uncontrollably. Rena's situation is still entrusted to you. It is commendable that you could conceive this without my prompting. I have faith in your capabilities. Continue to enable Rena to foresee the future. I can't shake the feeling that this is hardly noteworthy, Garrett muttered to himself, paying no mind to his thoughts. Lu Yu began to elucidate the essential considerations regarding the blueprints, emphasizing that while the materials need not be overly exotic, certain details must be attended to, lest minor complications arise. Garrett set aside his reservations and focused on memorizing the information. Though he was not an expert, Lu Yu's detailed explanations and the non-technical nature of the precautions allowed him to grasp the concepts adequately. Committed to memory. In the office of S.H.I.E.L.D, a peculiar disarray marked his demeanor today, a stark contrast to his usual composure. The reason for this was quite significant. Is there truly a hammer descending from the heavens? S.H.I.E.L.D muttered to himself. Today, he encountered an exceedingly unusual occurrence. The latest S.H.I.E.L.D report revealed that a hammer had inexplicably fallen in New Mexico, prompting even Coulson and Hawkeye to be dispatched for investigation. The event of a hammer falling from the sky was indeed real, and it was no ordinary hammer. In New Mexico, many placed bets on whether anyone could lift it. They even employed trucks, yet the hammer remained immovable, as if it were rooted in place. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was that the hammer indeed existed. Some time ago, Liu Yu had urged S.H.I.E.L.D to keep an eye on the phenomenon of hammers falling from the sky. S.H.I.E.L.D had been vigilant, but had not genuinely believed it. A meteor may fall, or perhaps something else entirely, but what of a hammer? Does one truly expect a hammer to descend from the heavens? Hitler merely executed orders without firm belief, yet the impossibility of disbelief now looms large. A hammer has indeed fallen, but why would a hammer plummet from the sky? Hitler pondered this perplexing mystery, yet he did not forget to relay the news to Liu Yu. At long last, it has arrived. Liu Yu suddenly burst into laughter. What's the matter? Daisy, leaning against Liu Yu while feeding the dog, inquired about his unexpected mirth. Oh, it's nothing. Just the arrival of something I have eagerly awaited for months. Daisy, understanding without further inquiry, chose to bask in the warmth of affection instead of pressing for details. Hey, enough already. Is it just a meal that warrants such behavior? If you don't like my presence, why not simply refrain from inviting me? Can you not consider the feelings of an outsider? It has been months. Can you not act a bit more normally? Lona Danon exclaimed in exasperation. Over these past few months, aside from a brief period of awkwardness, their behavior had become increasingly difficult to endure, with an incessant display of affection. Especially lately, they had become utterly at ease, their audacity seemingly boundless, sparing no thought for others. In truth, Lona Danon felt a fierce desire to join their ranks and extinguish the flames of their romance. Chapter 53, Interstellar Seafood Feast. Agreed, wholeheartedly agreed. Daisy and Liu Yu separated, each echoing the same note thrice. You carry on with your tasks. Daisy, amidst the complex emotions bubbling within Lona Danon, addressed Liu Yu, striving to keep her voice from disrupting his important work. This only made Lona Danon clench her teeth in frustration. Must one be so dismissive? Hey Daisy, do you not realize that such behavior may cost you your companions? Lona Danon admonished seriously. How about 2 servings of the Interstellar Seafood Feast? Lona Danon responded. Am I truly so easily swayed? A mere meal of interstellar seafood? Do you jest? I am Lona Danon, resilient and unyielding, even with broken limbs. I would not easily capitulate in the face of culinary delights. Lona Danon displayed a clear expression of refusal. Then let it be 4 servings. Very well, Daisy. You are indeed my finest partner. Lona Danon's smile nearly illuminated her entire face. Liu Yu remarked, I did not expect such a side of you, Lona Danon. What of your pride? What of your indifference? Has it all been devoured by food? Is 4 servings sufficient? Surely, it must be at least 6. The importance of nurturing one's growth over time has been made evident, as Lona Danon has been profoundly influenced, transforming into her present self. A silent sigh surfaced momentarily, but it was fleeting. Liu Yu suddenly became aware of another matter. Perhaps this is not so bad. It is certainly preferable to becoming a reckless, simple-minded proud woman. He turned to observe the warmth rekindled between the two, opened the message from Hitler, and upon seeing the coordinates, signaled to Daisy before instantaneously relocating to that position. In the parched expanse of New Mexico, a group of black-clad special agents, equipped with advanced gear, busied themselves amidst the ravages of severe desertification. Suddenly, Liu Yu's figure materialized, his gaze fixated upon a hammer nestled within a pit at the center of the agents. Frankly, this hammer possessed a peculiar character, surrounded by a depression, leaving a solitary mound, as if it were deliberately showcasing itself upon a stage. Truly remarkable. Sir, this area is cordoned off. Please leave immediately. An agent, having spotted Liu Yu engrossed in his observation, approached him with urgency. Leave. You would be better off summoning Coulson to meet me. Liu Yu retorted with a sidelong glance. Dismissing the agent's authority, without granting him an opportunity to respond, he strode purposefully toward the hammer. The agent, momentarily perplexed by Liu Yu's identity, hesitated, allowing 2 others to fix their gaze upon Liu Yu while he himself sought out Coulson. Liu Yu paid no heed to the 2 agents trailing behind him. Under the watchful eyes of many, he advanced directly toward the hammer. Director, there may be lethal radiation. An agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. interjected, attempting to obstruct his path as he neared the pit. If there were lethal radiation, those people would have perished moments ago. Would they wait for you to disperse everyone? Liu Yu dismissed the warning and stepped into the pit. Upon entering, he found himself in close proximity to the hammer. After a few strides, he reached its edge, crouching down to scrutinize the artifact. To the onlookers, the 2 agents behind him exhaled in relief. For them, as long as Liu Yu did not touch it, all would be well. In truth, the situation was far more critical, for Lu Yu was not merely observing. He was analyzing. However, the hammer's defenses were formidable. As Lu Yu activated his analytical prowess, he felt a palpable force resisting his efforts, while peculiar symbols began to manifest on one side of the hammer. This was the power Odin had imbued within the hammer, repelling Lu Yu's probing. Despite having anticipated this, Lu Yu could not deny the difficulty of contending with a being as formidable as Odin. The mere remnants of his power could generate such intense resistance. One could only wonder what might occur if he were to exert his full strength. Fortunately, Lu Yu was no ordinary individual. After confirming there were no anomalous phenomena akin to a tornado in sight, he inhaled deeply and unleashed the full extent of his analytical capabilities, employing a vast computational force to breach that layer of defense. With a thunderous roar, the essence of the hammer began to transform, and a torrent of information surged into Lu Yu's mind. Alongside this influx, a unique script imbued with power materialized. According to Norse mythology, Odin had invented a script, and this appeared to be it. Whether it was truly created by Odin remained uncertain, yet this script was extraordinary, akin to the runes of a sorcerer, representing a form of dark energy, perhaps a unique manifestation of Asgardian technology. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The script infused with power could be studied later. The key lay in the content beneath. Lu Yu's analytical abilities delved deeper, soon reaching a more profound layer where a formidable force coiled ominously. Before Lu Yu's analysis could penetrate further, this force abruptly transformed into an aged visage, silently roaring at him. Lu Yu had yet to react when the analysis abruptly ceased, and his consciousness was violently expelled. Simultaneously, the sky crackled with lightning, as if thunder were poised to descend. "It appears I have been detected," Lu Yu remarked with an air of nonchalance. The awkwardness of being unnoticed did not faze him. He remained steadfast in his position. However, the others could not afford such complacency, particularly the scientists wielding their equipment, which emitted a piercing buzz. They hastily retreated from the hammer, the chasm, and from Lu Yu. Had they not been perplexed by Lu Yu's condition, they would have drawn their weapons long ago. Chapter 54. Arising from Lu Yu disregarded the surrounding individuals. Despite the absence of further analysis, he obstinately fixated on the hammer before him, his gaze shimmering with contemplative intensity. "Lu Yu?" A familiar voice resonated from behind him. "Coulson?" Lu Yu finally diverted his attention from the hammer and turned to face Coulson. At that moment, the ominous clouds and lightning in the sky dissipated instantly, revealing a clear expanse. The devices in everyone's hands ceased their buzzing, and normalcy was restored. Coulson's expression darkened as he contemplated. "Indeed, it has arisen from you." His fierce gaze then fell upon the individual who had previously admitted Lu Yu. The man wore an innocent expression, completely oblivious. Moreover, given the extraordinary energy fluctuations earlier, it would have been futile to intervene. Realizing this, Coulson swiftly redirected his focus back to Lu Yu. Blaming him was fruitless. Rather than reproach, it was imperative to ascertain the cause of the earlier anomaly. Coulson began to question Lu Yu, but as soon as he spoke, the scene before them shifted once more. Lu Yu's gaze returned to the hammer, and suddenly, the sky was engulfed in dark clouds, thunder and lightning erupting in an exaggerated display, interrupting Coulson's inquiry. "May I inquire how you triggered this hammer? Each time you gaze upon it, does it summon the storm?" Coulson, with his keen instincts as an agent, detected a clue, his lips twitching as he asked. Lu Yu replied, "Can we refrain from discussing how I perceive this hammer?" "Odin, truly, I merely examined your hammer. Is it so targeted against me? Am I not even allowed a glance?" His lips quivered, yet he ultimately averted his gaze. Beyond its profound power, he had unraveled other secrets of the hammer. What remained was safeguarded by Odin's might. Further exploration seemed unnecessary, for should Odin erupt, even in his diminished state, he was not an adversary to be trifled with. Engaging would only lead to ruin. Lu Yu resolved to no longer squander time here. Instead, he would seek out the landowner's foolish son, for he was the key figure. His primary purpose for this visit revolved around him. The hammer was merely a side matter. Many believed the hammer to be immensely powerful, capable of bestowing strength. Yet to Lu Yu, it was merely a somewhat formidable weapon, far inferior to the tome of darkness he possessed. The landowner's foolish son was the true powerhouse, albeit he himself remained unaware. "Coulson, is there a nearby town?" Lu Yu inquired. "Yes. Do you have the coordinates?" "Indeed. But before you proceed, shouldn't we address something?" Coulson hinted. "Address what?" "Clarify the situation." Coulson stated directly. "Is that all?" "Research Norse mythology. Therein lies the answer you seek." With that, Lu Yu vanished, no longer requiring the coordinates. "Sir, what should we do next?" a subordinate cautiously asked Coulson. "Seek out a tome on Norse mythology." Coulson never doubted that Lu Yu would act without purpose. Thus, he instructed his subordinate to find a storybook on Norse myths. However, This proved to be a considerable challenge for the subordinate. Locating such a book was no easy task. Yet, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Unable to find the storybook, the subordinate resorted to searching online for relevant materials, which sufficed as an alternative solution. At the very least, Coulson believed so and was quite pleased with his subordinate's adaptability. Armed with the gathered information and utilizing a tablet for reference, he stumbled upon an intriguing detail while perusing the section describing Thor's hammer. Is this truly Thor's hammer? Coulson gazed at the hammer in the distance and then glanced back at the image of the hammer on the tablet, incredulous. Both the description and the engravings on the hammer indicated that they were indeed one and the same. Before Coulson could fully grasp the astonishing revelation, Lu Yu had already manifested in the sky above, surveying the area until he located the small town he sought. With a mere thought, he transported himself to the heart of the town. He then employed a monitoring device to conduct a thorough search, ultimately discovering the landlord's simple-minded son, Thor, within the confines of the local hospital. True to the narrative, he had been admitted there after causing quite a ruckus, restrained and treated as a psychiatric patient, rendered immobile upon the bed. Observing him in such a state, Lu Yu felt no urgency. Instead, he opted for a nearby burger joint, ordering 2 meal sets to savor. Having rushed over without finishing his previous meal, Lu Yu found it necessary to indulge once more. He ate at a leisurely pace, chewing deliberately, exuding an air of tranquility that led one to ponder whether he had truly come for the landlord's simple-minded son. Yet, deep down, Lu Yu understood his purpose was indeed to rescue Thor. He simply refrained from rushing headlong into the fray. Odin had already taken notice of him, and Heimdall, who possessed the ability to perceive events on Earth, was monitoring Thor. What purpose would it serve for Lu Yu to approach hastily? He continued to relish his meal, taking nearly an hour to finish a single burger set, unperturbed, while Coulson anxiously sought him out. With only one small town in proximity, and guided by Lu Yu's earlier hints, Coulson soon uncovered Lu Yu's whereabouts. Upon finding him, Lu Yu was not taken aback, given the recent events. It would have been peculiar had Coulson not arrived. You found it? Coulson inquired gravely. Is that indeed Thor's hammer from Norse mythology? Indeed, Lu Yu confirmed. How can you be so certain? Coulson pressed, unable to suppress his curiosity despite believing in the answer. It's quite simple. This device contains an unknown high-dimensional energy. The moment I attempted to analyze it, I was expelled by the guardian Heimdall, who forbade me from making contact. Coulson responded, Heimdall has made an appearance? Does that mean Thor will soon traverse dimensions as well? Just as he spoke, a hovering vehicle sped past the transparent protective barrier behind Coulson, within which lay a comatose man clad in medical attire. Indeed, as scripted, Thor had indeed arrived, escorted by his future love interest, quietly departing from behind them. However, Coulson remained oblivious to this, merely questioning, are we jesting? Who is jesting with you? After Lu Yu finished speaking to Coulson, he called out to the owner of the hamburger shop. 2 more orders of the holographic hamburger set, plus a serving of frozen quantum cola. I don't want to eat anything. Coulson replied. These 2 hamburger sets are for me. The quantum cola is yours. Drink up, it will help you calm down. Coulson said nothing as the shopkeeper, exhibiting remarkable efficiency, had the 2 hamburger sets and an additional cup of frozen quantum cola placed before Lu Yu and Coulson in under a minute. Without hesitation, Lu Yu pulled the 2 hamburger sets towards himself and pushed the quantum cola towards Coulson. What do you think we should do about this situation? Coulson inquired. Not accepting the cola. Whatever, it's pointless. You cannot comprehend. Mjolnir belongs to an entirely different dimensional force. You won't uncover anything, nor can you wield it. To it, you might appear as mere primitive beings, and it won't bother with you. Come on, brother, can we not be so blunt? Being straightforward is better. It prevents you from becoming self-righteous and causing trouble. Lu Yu said, enjoying his new meal. At that moment, Coulson was at a loss for words. He silently noted all of Lu Yu's remarks and chose to depart. Lu Yu remained, continuing to savor his hamburger set. After finishing most of it, he finally took action, tracing a mysterious eye-shaped rune in the air, clasping it in his palm, and closing his eyes. This rune was a special spell used solely for surveillance detection. After confirming that no one was watching, he opened his eyes, settled the bill, and proceeded to the Interstellar Rehabilitation Center where the landlord's foolish son had previously stayed. Rather than seeking the landlord's son, he went directly to this location where a doctor was already waiting, handing him a tube of deep red, intertwined blood samples. While consuming the hamburger set, Lu Yu had not been idle. He had discreetly investigated, witnessing the extraction of the landlord's son's blood for testing to determine the presence of any anomalous substances. Once assured of no surveillance, he promptly controlled the doctor, ensuring the blood sample was delivered to him. Thus, acquiring the landlord's son's blood proved to be effortless. Having obtained the blood, Lu Yu wasted no time and returned to his secret laboratory located beneath his apartment building. After learning the spell earlier, he had cast various anti-surveillance and protective spells around the building. With these measures in place, he felt secure from Heimdall's prying eyes and began his research with confidence. Lu Yu did not immediately delve into the research. Instead, he took a drop of blood and examined its structure using a microscopic detector. Although he could have proceeded without it, he believed this approach to be more scientifically rigorous and thus opted to use the device. Of course, the specifics were not paramount. What was significant was that under the microscope, the blood of the landlord's foolish son remarkably aligned with that of Earthling 707. Even though Lu Yu had harbored suspicions, he found it hard to believe at that moment. Can you imagine? The blood of an Asgardian is identical to that of a human from Earth. Is that not extraordinary? Odin. It is abundantly clear that this is undoubtedly connected to Odin. Odin not only sealed Thor's powers, but also evidently altered his genetics, causing his blood to naturally transform into that of an Earthling. The might of Odin is truly formidable. Such feats are challenging even for technology, yet Odin accomplished it, defying scientific logic. Sighing in resignation, Lu Yu cast aside the microscopic detector and turned his gaze to the drop of blood, beginning his analysis of it. The microscopic detector proved unhelpful. He had to rely solely on himself. As before, he directed all computational power towards the analysis function of the S.H.I.E.L.D, probing into the drop of blood. Initially, there was nothing unusual, just ordinary blood. However, as he delved deeper, Lu Yu distinctly sensed a faint energy enveloping it, perfectly aligning with the power of Odin contained within Mjolnir. The only difference was in intensity. The energy here was weaker, thus more susceptible to breakthrough. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu refrained from an immediate breakthrough. Instead, he took the drop of blood to the next level of the laboratory, having previously experienced the resistance of Odin's power. He wished to avoid a repeat encounter, opting to first shield himself from Odin's control over his abilities. The defenses on this layer were stronger than the previous one. Even a dimensional demon would find them troublesome. Odin would likely be of no concern. Lu Yu felt more at ease. The analysis function reactivated as he approached the source of Odin's power once more, and then he broke through. Boom. A silent explosion erupted as Lu Yu entered the core of the energy-encased blood, a veritable source of thunderous power. A torrent of information flooded into Lu Yu's consciousness, particularly the true essence of the core power belonging to the Odin lineage. Through this drop of blood, Lu Yu perceived the existence of a unique energy source, intimately connected to this vast reservoir of power. Just as he intended to continue his observation, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him. Lu Yu promptly severed his focus. Simultaneously, in Asgard, Odin furrowed his brow in confusion upon sensing an unusual change within the vault, rising from his quantum throne to delve deeper into the mysteries of the storeroom. After a prolonged wait without any anomalies, Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that he had not been detected. Odin was preoccupied with fending off quantum slumber and dealing with the troubles posed by his troublesome second son, leaving him no time to concern himself with the fleeting, insignificant remnants of energy. He took note of the energy source he had encountered earlier and commenced a quantum analysis. Only then did Lu Yu belatedly grasp the essence of this power. It was none other than the unique energy known as Odin Quantum, the special force awakened within each God King, the very foundation of the Odin clan's dominion over the entire Asgardian star region, instilling fear across the cosmos. Before Odin's demise, Lu Yu refrained from engaging with this power, lest he be detected by Odin. However, with Odin's passing, an opportunity to make contact may arise. This was energy of a divine paternal level. Now was not the time for idle thoughts. First, let us explore the foundational powers of the Odin lineage. Having understood the essence of that drop of blood, its content was no longer a mystery to Lu Yu. And the quantum barrier Odin had employed to safeguard this power was no longer an impediment. With the activation of S.H.I.E.L.D, Lu Yu assimilated and shielded this force. At this very moment, the droplet of blood seemed to be resurrected, erupting with an extraordinarily terrifying energy. Countless delicate quantum lightning bolts manifested upon the blood drop, hovering before Lu Yu, intertwining with reckless abandon. Had Thor, this oblivious scion, witnessed the spectacle, he would undoubtedly have been left speechless in astonishment. The quantum lightning unleashed by this droplet surpassed Thor's own power, and it did so without the aid of any divine artifact like Mjolnir. He had never imagined that his blood possessed such mystical properties. Of course, at this moment, he remained unaware of it, rendering any discussion moot. While he remained in the dark, Lu Yu had already discerned the truth. Observing the droplet of blood, he pondered for a moment, then retrieved another vial from his backpack, allowing a single drop to fall and approach the initial droplet. The distance between the two drops gradually diminished, and the lightning on Thor's droplet collided with the newly fallen blood. Contrary to expectations, the ordinary blood did not evaporate under the onslaught of such formidable quantum lightning. Although Lu Yu's subsequent drop of blood began to boil, it remained steadfast, continually inching closer to Thor's droplet, ultimately merging amidst the turbulence. The quantum structures of both droplets fused together, intensifying the boiling, accompanied by a sound akin to a searing iron rod plunging into cold water. The lightning erupted with even greater ferocity, arcs of electricity slicing through the reinforced ground, leaving charred marks in their wake. The dimensional space beneath Lu Yu's apartment had been comprehensively enhanced by quantum forces. Even so, the energy released from the fusion of the blood droplets was astounding, compelling Lu Yu to contemplate whether he should obliterate the amalgamated blood. During this period, Lu Yu had not squandered a single moment, diligently conducting research. As a result, he had achieved certain breakthroughs, with the vial of blood in his backpack being the most remarkable product. This blood was not the essence of a singular individual, but rather a mlang of various bloodlines, containing the genetic material of the Eternals extracted from the genes of superhumans. This was the very lineage of Thanos. Initially, the Kree had ingeniously utilized some of the Eternal genes to create more potent weaponry, and now Lu Yu had managed to extract them. He had synthesized blood from these genes, alongside the perfect blood he recently collected from the original version of Knight's legend, sourced from a king or lord of Hungarian descent, who was a natural mutant with flawless blood. While this blood may not be as extraordinary as that of the Eternals, it possessed the unique ability to merge with any gene to enhance itself, granting immunity to diseases and weaponry, as well as bestowing immortality. He had fathered 3 children who inherited his remarkable constitution. One was bitten by a bat and became the progenitor of vampires. Another was bitten by a wolf and became the progenitor of werewolves, while the last lived a normal life, inheriting this perfect blood. The capabilities of this lineage were evident. The vial Lu Yu possessed still contained that perfect blood from the natural mutant. Next was Lu Yu's own blood, characterized by its exceptional compatibility. Finally, there was Thor's blood, belonging to the Odin lineage. The ultimate fate of this amalgamation of diverse bloodlines remained uncertain to Lu Yu. Although both his blood and the perfect blood were highly adaptable, this characteristic was magnified during the initial fusion. However, to speak honestly, he was now merging 2 extraordinary bloodlines. Whether this would transcend the limits remained unpredictable. The prior boiling and persistent quantum lightning served as a testament to that uncertainty. Lu Yu's gaze was keenly fixed upon the droplet of blood, poised to obliterate it at the slightest hint of anomaly, lest unforeseen consequences arise. He could distinctly sense that the threshold was nearing. The essence of the blood became increasingly tempestuous, its genetic structure having shattered countless times, each rupture releasing a surge of intense energy. Within the electric arcs, bizarre forces were unleashed, some emanating from Lu Yu himself, while others were the power of the Eternal Clan, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. The ground was incessantly sliced and separated. The very fabric of space was affected, compelling Lu Yu to manifest his multiple layers of protection within this realm to suppress the ensuing chaos. The transformations escalated to an exaggerated degree. Just as Lu Yu hesitated over whether to destroy the droplet, a thunderous roar resounded, and a brilliant light flashed. He instinctively squinted. Redirecting his gaze toward the droplet, everything had changed. Accompanied by the earlier blinding light and monumental sound, the aura surrounding the blood had calmed, achieving perfect equilibrium within. The droplet, now quietly hovering before Lu Yu, had taken on a rounded form, radiating a soft glow akin to that of a precious gem. Could this truly signify success? Lu Yu was taken aback. His hand involuntarily reached out toward the gem-like droplet, allowing it to hover gently in his palm, while simultaneously activating the analytical capabilities of his core. Indeed, it had reached a state of balance. Chapter 57. The perfect blood. Lu Yu's biological compatibility transcended that of the perfect blood, enabling an extraordinary fusion and elevation of the 2 entities. This droplet of blood contained the characteristics of various bloodlines, with certain traits even enhanced and upgraded due to the prior conflict, particularly in terms of compatibility. Following the confrontation between the blood of the Odin clan and the Eternal clan, Lu Yu's blood and the perfect blood ultimately achieved an unprecedented amalgamation and evolution. The significant enhancement of compatibility became the pivotal factor for success. Otherwise, neither Lu Yu's blood nor that of any other individual could easily meld together. Without resistance, Lu Yu's analytical prowess thoroughly dissected this extraordinary blood, delving into the restructured genetic coding. He uncovered an immensely inclusive and remarkably potent gene, brimming with unparalleled growth potential. Without hesitation, he made fine adjustments and integrated this gene into his own body, replacing the obsolete ones that could be discarded. Lu Yu trembled uncontrollably, as if shaken like chaff. Simultaneously, every aspect of him, hair, skin, muscle, bone, spinal cord, and nerves, underwent transformation. The metamorphosis at the genetic level catalyzed a complete reformation of Lu Yu's being. Intense agony followed suit. His body felt as though it were being kneaded and compressed by invisible hands, every tissue and cell being shattered and subsequently reconfigured into a new form. Throughout this process, Lu Yu's skin exuded metabolic byproducts, drying and crusting over, enveloping him entirely. He felt ensnared like a cocoon, unable to struggle. During the entire ordeal, his strength waned to near nothingness. When the excruciating pain struck, he lacked even the energy for the slightest tremor or utterance, relying solely on the core's power to barely sustain him. Countless times, he contemplated using the core to end this torment, yet each time he forced himself to endure. It was unclear how long had passed. To him, it felt as protracted as an eternity. At last, he persevered through this harrowing experience. A surge of unprecedented power emerged. The hardened shell on Lu Yu's arm shattered, revealing an arm as pale as a freshly shelled egg. The shedding of Lu Yu's arm was merely the beginning. As the hard shell fractured, the entirety of his body began to disintegrate, exposing skin that was pure and immaculate, devoid of any blemish. The hair follicles bore no trace of darkness, and his skin was far more delicate than that of a newborn. Not only was his skin transformed, but Lu Yu's facial features and physique underwent subtle enhancements. His features became more defined, his stature more upright, and his muscle lines flowed with natural elegance. Altering one's genes was akin to undergoing cosmetic surgery, albeit in a far more exaggerated manner. Yet, this was of little consequence. The crux lay in Lu Yu's elevation of power. Firstly, Lu Yu's physical strength multiplied exponentially. The core processor calculated his muscular intensity, density, elasticity of ligaments, and the robustness of his bones. With a mere punch, he could exert several thousand tons of force. Employing specialized techniques, this strength could effortlessly escalate to tens of thousands of tons. Furthermore, the amalgamated genes bestowed upon him extraordinary powers and traits. For instance, Lu Yu could now absorb cosmic energy to fortify himself, a process with virtually no upper limit. Given sufficient time for absorption, millions of years hence, few entities in the universe, aside from those of regulated materialization, would be able to rival him. Even among certain regulated entities, he might emerge victorious. Though the process was lengthy, it was not insurmountable. Lu Yu could manage it as well. Additionally, the immortal strength of the eternal clan, the everlasting vitality of the blood of perfection, and the immortality-like power conferred by the core processor combined to create an extraordinary state of immortality. Lu Yu could achieve longevity without the core processor's regulation, easily surviving for millions, even tens of millions of years, or perhaps even longer. Furthermore, the powers of the Odin clan and the Eternal clan enabled him to convert internal energy into various forms of attack, unleash energy, and even soar through the skies. Lastly, the power of the core processor also saw enhancement. The capability within Lu Yu was further amplified by this genetic alteration, elevating its strength level once more. Its analytical capabilities became even more formidable, and other abilities followed suit. While Lu Yu might not have cared much for other aspects, he had always placed great importance on the foundational strength of the core processor. Now, if he were to encounter Odin again, he likely would not be easily dismissed. Although Lu Yu had not yet reached the level of the Heavenly Father, he was no longer someone Odin could easily expel. Thus, an adventurous notion took root in his mind. Lu Yu contemplated a visit to New Mexico. Of course, there could not be disturbed, but surely causing a stir with the destroyer would pose no issue. Coincidentally, Lu Yu harbored a keen interest in the destroyer as well. It was time for some fun. Lu Yu made his decision, though not immediately. The destroyer had yet to appear, and he first returned to his room to organize his thoughts. In an instant, Lu Yu teleported away from his original location, reappearing in his apartment. Subsequently, he was greeted by two quizzical gazes. Lu Yu? Daisy inquired tentatively. It's me. Lu Yu anticipated her reaction. Wow. Did you go for something or undergo some kind of transformation? Lorna Dan remarked in astonishment after Lu Yu confirmed his identity. Do you truly think one could achieve such a transformation through mere cosmetic surgery? Lu Yu retorted. Lorna Dan gazed deeply at him, ultimately shaking her head. Cosmetic surgery could never replicate Lu Yu's appearance. If it were truly possible, the streets would be filled with handsome men and beautiful women. What is the matter? Daisy inquired enviously of Lu Yu, while Lorna Dan perked up her ears to listen. Your skin is simply exquisite. Oh, it's nothing. I merely made some modifications and adjustments to my genes, he replied nonchalantly. Can we do the same? Lorna Dan asked eagerly. In theory, it is possible, but I wouldn't recommend it. However, if you insist, I could employ my advanced genetic technology to rectify your hereditary flaws and enhance your attributes. Lu Yu's method held uncertain long-term effects. He could effortlessly wield his extraordinary genetic technology to resolve issues, but they could not. If his body were to collapse while he was near them, it would be irrevocable. The two women remained oblivious to this peril. The method mattered little to them. They were solely focused on whether they could receive the same transformation. Upon hearing that Lu Yu could provide such services, they readily acquiesced. They cared not for the process, only for the outcome. Let us begin at once. It needn't be so complicated, Lu Yu said, employing his extraordinary genetic technology to subtly adjust their genes. A slight tremor coursed through their bodies as their pores contracted, and a viscous, dark substance emerged on their skin. 5 minutes later, the effects gradually subsided. Is that all there is to it? Lorna Dan asked in astonishment, resembling a clay figurine. Take a shower, and you'll see the results, Lu Yu replied vaguely. Upon hearing this, the two women joyfully dashed towards the bathroom, clearly eager to witness the transformation. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air, accompanied by their gasps of amazement. It was evident they were quite pleased with their changes. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the bathroom, and Lu Yu could deeply sense their satisfaction. Even he, the creator, found himself wanting to embrace them upon seeing their radiant skin after their showers. Indeed, he did just that. After bidding farewell to Lorna Dan, a refreshing release ensued, and as they nestled together, the destroyer was about to make his entrance. Lu Yu extricated himself from Daisy's embrace and sprang into action. He returned to New Mexico, where he encountered several S.H.I.E.L.D. sentinels. Clearly, the foolish son of the landlord had ventured into the pit, attempting to reclaim Mjolnir, only to fail, as the narrative foretold. Subsequently, he caught the attention of Coulson and was apprehended. Although he was ultimately released, the intent was not liberation but surveillance, to keep Thor complacent for monitoring and information gathering. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents served as excellent proof. What is the situation? Lu Yu inquired, standing behind the two agents. Startled by his voice, the agents instinctively drew their weapons, but upon recognizing him, they quickly relented. They respectfully addressed him as boss. Indeed, they were agents of Hydra, subordinates of Lu Yu. Hyde's operations were progressing smoothly. Upon learning of Lu Yu's arrival in this small town, Coulson had replaced all personnel monitoring 377 with Hydra agents, particularly focusing on Thor. Although Lu Yu's appearance had slightly changed, he remained largely the same, and with the aid of recognition software, they were able to identify him. Currently, no anomalies have been detected. A black agent respectfully reported to Lu Yu. Oh, Lu Yu replied softly, it seems I have arrived early. Please continue. I shall take a stroll downstairs. The two agents dared not oppose him, and watched as Lu Yu leaped down from the two-story building before reporting the current situation to Hitler and resuming their vigilant surveillance. Lu Yu left shallow footprints on the ground as he approached the building they were monitoring, knocking on the glass door. He wished to meet the landlord's foolish son. Who are you? A petite beauty, around 7 or 8 points in attractiveness, opened the glass door and inquired with sparkling eyes. It is indeed a world that values appearances. Lu Yu recognized her as a member of Jane's research team, who might be Thor's girlfriend in the future, or perhaps the present. However, he could not recall her name. She was merely a minor character in the Thor storyline. I'm here to find someone. Lu Yu flashed a friendly smile. His charming grin, coupled with his handsome features, instantly enhanced his appeal. The beauty blushed for some inexplicable reason, momentarily forgetting her response. Hey, did you hear what I said? Seeing her remain unresponsive for a while, Lu Yu directly asked. I did. Please come in. She didn't even inquire whom he was searching for. Well, being handsome can indeed save one a lot of trouble. Lu Yu said little more and followed the beauty inside. Who is he? Jane asked the beauty. He is. The beauty faltered, having forgotten to ask earlier. She instinctively glanced at Lu Yu. I am Lu Yu, according to the local customs. You may also call me Yu Lu. I am here to see him. Lu Yu pointed towards the landlord's foolish son, who was impersonating Su Jinjiang. His action immediately drew everyone's attention. They had all heard Thor claim to be the god of thunder, but none had ever considered that someone would seek him out. Unconsciously, they turned their gazes towards Thor. Thor was equally puzzled. He did not recognize Lu Yu. Do we know each other? He asked Lu Yu under the scrutiny of the crowd. We did not know each other before, but I suppose we do now. Lu Yu nonchalantly sat down, crossing his legs as he spoke to Thor. Everyone looked at Lu Yu in bewilderment. Are you all preparing to dine? May I join you? I have yet to eat. Lu Yu remarked without a hint of self-awareness. The crowd responded, Brother, who exactly are you? Could you exhibit a bit of guest etiquette? Thor, especially confused, looked at Lu Yu with curiosity. I have heard that Asgard is known for its warm hospitality. Surely, this small request cannot be too much? Lu Yu inquired. You know of Asgard? Thor's eyes lit up. In this entirely unfamiliar place, hearing a stranger mention his homeland brought him a sense of familiarity. I possess some knowledge of the universe and have heard of you, heir to the throne of Asgard. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, an ordinary person might have grown wary. But Thor, truly like an inexperienced noble from the stars, exhibited no suspicion whatsoever. I am no longer the Prince of Asgard. I have been exiled, and am now merely a fugitive wandering on Earth, Tony replied with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. I understand that well. Lu Yu smiled in response. The crowd murmured, it's over, another one has lost his mind. They had yet to fully accept Thor's identity, causing Lu Yu to appear almost insane in their eyes. How could you possibly know these things? Thor finally regained his senses. The illustrious god of thunder had suddenly appeared here, stripped of his powers. What else could it be? Indeed, Thor had genuinely come to believe it. Jane and the others regarded Thor, unable to suppress their doubts about his wisdom. By the way, why have you sought me out? Thor posed a significant question. In truth, there was no particular reason. On one hand, he wished to discern the true nature of this illustrious god of thunder, and on the other, he aimed to address some pressing matters. Matters? Our organization is dedicated to maintaining cosmic peace. Your sudden arrival on Earth raises our concerns about potential issues, which is why we came to investigate and to resolve any possible disturbances. Lu Yu spoke earnestly, albeit with a hint of absurdity. Your organization is truly remarkable. Thor replied earnestly. You actually believe that? Lu Yu responded, revealing the absurdity of the situation. Thus, calling Thor a foolish scion of an aristocratic family was not without reason. On one hand, he had destroyed many of his father's treasures, first the Destroyer, then the Rainbow Bridge, and ultimately, he had even obliterated the entirety of Asgard, a quintessential wastrel. A fool. Such actions were beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. On the other hand, this fellow possessed brawn without brains, his mind filled solely with muscle. Knowing only how to charge forward, he was surely being played. Just like now, he believed everything that was said. Are you from S.H.I.E.L.D? Jane, unable to bear it any longer, interjected on behalf of her boyfriend, inquiring of Lu Yu. No, S.H.I.E.L.D deals with surface world issues. We are a mysterious organization responsible for matters of the shadow world. Surface, shadow world. In your terms, the mundane world and the extraordinary world. We oversee such issues, especially concerning beings like Thor, who could instigate monumental conflicts. What kind of conflict could arise? The skeptical beauty remarked. Though you are not historians, you must have heard of the infamous Sarajevo incident? Of course, while there are some differences from the Sarajevo incident, if we disregard certain factors and focus solely on the air and the nation itself, do you not find this scene eerily familiar? If we overlook some factors, it does appear quite familiar. Moreover, have you noticed that the current situation is even more precarious? On one side stands a prince of a nation powerful enough to claim a place in the cosmos, and on the other, a seemingly formidable yet fundamentally ignorant realm that has yet to step beyond its own planet. If anything were to happen to him, the ramifications would be dire. Aside from Thor and Lu Yu, the others could not help but envision certain ominous scenarios. Despite their distinct attributes, they all fundamentally represented a threat from Asgard to Earth. My father is a peace-loving and kind man. He would never initiate a war of annihilation, nor would he destroy a world, especially since I have been exiled. Thor defended himself before the assembly. Yet, no one was convinced. The individuals capable of occupying the throne of a nation seldom embody true benevolence and peace, as ulterior political motives invariably lurk beneath the surface. Moreover, with the loss of a son, is it not justifiable for him to seek vengeance? Even if the son was exiled, he remains of his own blood. The ties of kinship cannot be dismissed as mere fabrications. Otherwise, exile would have been replaced by outright execution. It is not incorrect for people to entertain such thoughts, yet they remain largely untroubled. The crux of the matter lies in whether Lu Yu's assertions hold truth. Their skepticism breeds a sense of indifference. Lu Yu, unconcerned with their disbelief, continued his conversation with Thor while the others listened intently. Despite their doubts, they were still eager to hear more. This captivated their attention for over an hour, until the sound of knocking on the glass door jolted them from their reverie, drawing their gazes toward it. What met their eyes left them astounded. They beheld 4 armored figures, wielding swords, axes, and other weaponry. Fools, in their estimation. Suddenly, a cup slipped from someone's grasp, shattering upon the floor. The brown coffee contrasting starkly with the white porcelain shards. Thor, we found you, bellowed a bearded man. Thor, filled with joy, rushed toward the 4 and embraced them, laughter radiating from his being. Lu Yu shared in the merriment, then took action, carrying a large platter of fried eggs, sausages, and ham toward the entrance. Lu, allow me to introduce you to my dearest brothers, Thor exclaimed upon noticing Lu Yu's approach. Ignoring him, Lu Yu pressed forward and, as he reached the doorway, vanished before their eyes. Stunned, They had never anticipated that Lu Yu was anything but ordinary. In contrast, Thor and his companions remained considerably more composed. "Is the mage here?" inquired the sole female among the 4 warriors. "It should be. I just met him, so I'm not entirely sure," Thor replied with a shake of his head. As the group's attention shifted to Lu Yu, he materialized at the spot where Thor's companions had appeared, meticulously examining the unique runic marks left by the Rainbow Bridge's teleportation. After scanning the surroundings, Lu Yu ate while awaiting further developments. After a while, the destroyer did not arrive. Instead, he was joined by Coulson and Hightower, who also noted the changes in their vicinity. Chapter 60. The Palms of Uncertainty. "How have you appeared here once more?" Coulson remarked, exasperated, as their conversation echoed within the high-tech, transparent shield. "Why should I not be here? This is not your private domain, and S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks the authority to seal off this area," Lu Yu replied, handing an empty dish to a Hydra agent with a smile, his tone imbued with a casualness reminiscent of a future world. "Very well, your presence here is acceptable," Coulson responded with a wry smile after a brief moment of surprise. He then instructed the S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra agents to conduct a high-tech scan of the surrounding environment. No sooner had he spoken than the clouds above began to gather in an unusual manner, forming a vortex akin to an electromagnetic whirlpool, plummeting toward the mysterious runic markings below. Plasma surge. A blinding beam flickered erratically within the tempest. Soon, the radiance dissipated, and amidst the swirling mist, a towering robot stood. Gazing in their direction, it was none other than a Skynet warrior. Was it Stark S. or Ivan Vanko, S. Armored Titan? Agent Hill inquired of Coulson. "It is unclear. Stark is tight-lipped, and we have no means of contacting Ivan Vanko," Coulson responded, extending his hand to Hill for a megaphone, preparing to address the Skynet warrior across from them. However, before he could speak, Lu Yu snatched the megaphone away. "You have entered the Earth's defense zone. You have 2 choices. Either I will beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you, or I will directly beat you until your mother doesn't know who you are," Lu Yu calmly declared, tossing the megaphone back to Coulson. "What difference does it make?" Coulson asked cautiously. "Regardless of the distinction, I intend to ensure your mother cannot recognize you." Coulson was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, Loki, who controlled the Skynet warrior, seethed with rage. Although separated by countless star systems, he could still hear and see everything through the warrior. He thrust Odin's staff forcefully into the ground, activating the Skynet warrior. Its ocular armor opened, revealing 2 voids. Coulson naively assumed someone would emerge from within. It was not until the Skynet warrior began to emit a glow, with its ocular energy coalescing into a fiery beam directed at Lu Yu, that the reality set in. A faint hum resonated as a burst of fiery energy surged toward Lu Yu, reaching him in an instant. It seemed destined to strike, but he reacted swifter, raising a pristine palm to shield against the energy. As the white hand collided with the fiery force, an explosion of power erupted, causing Lu Yu to involuntarily slide several meters across the ground. As the explosive energy dissipated, Lu Yu finally came to a halt. "Is that all there is to it?" he remarked, inspecting his unscathed palm with indifference. Before his words could fully escape, another energy wave approached. Though brief, this energy was more potent and faster, forcing Lu Yu to struggle to defend himself. He was still pushed back several meters, increasing the distance between him and the Skynet warrior. "Now this is intriguing," he exclaimed just as another energy blast erupted. Boom. A S.H.I.E.L.D. marked vehicle was struck, exploding at the center where Lu Yu stood. Yet, this posed no significant threat. Amidst the screams of agents, Lu Yu emerged unscathed from the flames, facing the Skynet warrior once more, his attire intact. After his prior misstep, Lu Yu had fortified his clothing's defenses. While not invincible, it easily withstood ordinary assaults. "Bring it on." Ignoring the panicked agents fleeing, Lu Yu beckoned the Skynet warrior with a gesture. This spectacle infuriated Loki, who swung Odin's staff forward. The Skynet warrior on the ground, now frenzied, saw its ocular energy surge several-fold, mercilessly targeting Lu Yu. Loki was evidently intent on testing his strength against Lu Yu. In response, Lu Yu clenched his fists, ready to meet the energy assault with a punch of his own. Boom. The force erupted, scattering fiery energy and impacting the ground, leaving deep craters akin to the aftermath of grenade explosions. Lu Yu was uncontrollably propelled backward, soaring further than before, a distance of several dozen meters. His fists exhibited unmistakable signs of trauma, bruises marring their surface, and capillaries had ruptured, causing blood to congeal upon his knuckles. However, the bruising dissipated swiftly, and Lu Yu's fists returned to their original state, as if they had never been injured. It seemed this was the limit of his defense. Any further strength would result in wounds, albeit ones that could heal rapidly. Glancing at his fists, Lu Yu turned his gaze towards the Skynet warrior. Murmuring to himself, it is indeed remarkable equipment crafted by Odin to combat the Celestial Assembly. Despite Loki's evident inadequacy, unable to wield its full power, the Skynet warrior was no ordinary machine. Loki's amateurish handling rendered this formidable armor rather mundane. Had Odin himself intervened, Lu Yu would have undoubtedly sustained injuries. What a pity. A smile graced Lu Yu's lips as he held his palm aloft. In an instant, his eyes seemed to crackle with countless flashes of lightning, and electric tendrils burst forth around his body, transforming the area within a 10-meter radius into a domain of thunder. The air crackled with electricity, leaving behind traces of its passage, while the ground beneath him bore deep impressions. Loki, observing through the Skynet warrior, was taken aback. Although the storm's range was limited, its power was unprecedented, surpassing even Thor's lightning, imbued with peculiar attributes. Loki began to waver. His primary objective was Thor, and engaging Lu Yu out of momentary frustration was neither wise nor safe. Sif and the others had already gone to meet Thor. While Loki hesitated, Lu Yu was not afforded the luxury of indecision. He transformed into a streak of lightning, instantaneously appearing before the Skynet warrior, his fist aimed directly at its chest. Chapter 61. Unbelievable. This strike transcended Loki's calculations in an instant. The destroyer, under his command, was rendered incapable of response, and Lu Yu's electrified fist struck its chest with tremendous force. The sound of metal colliding shattered the air as the destroyer was sent flying. The ferocious electric energy erupting forth, an uncontrollable force carving a deep trench into the earth, resembling a runaway plow. On the ground, a profound gash emerged, with mounds of earth accumulating behind the destroyer. Yet, at that moment, the destroyer resembled a machine drained of power, its explosive energy extinguished. It had transformed into a mere hunk of rigid metal. Is it over? Murmured Coulson, who was concealed hundreds of meters away. He instinctively desired to approach Lu Yu to inquire about the situation, but his complexion paled, and he halted in his tracks. Within the destroyer, that force surged forth once more. As anticipated, Lu Yu regarded the scene with an air of realization, his expression shifting to one of enlightenment moments later. He had long been perplexed by the scene in Thor where Sif inserted a weapon into the destroyer's chest, causing it to cease functioning instantaneously. Was it merely for the sake of turning around? That seemed rather exaggerated. Just moments ago, Lu Yu had noticed that the destroyer possessed a device reminiscent of an arc reactor embedded in its chest, yet it emanated a fantastical energy source. It resembled a magical version of the arc reactor, albeit integrated within its very being. Powerful attacks could not dismantle it, but could influence it, especially under the inexperienced control of Loki. Just moments ago, Lu Yu's assault struck precisely at this point, momentarily severing the energy supply and causing the destroyer to stall. However, the destroyer is no ordinary entity. It quickly regained its composure, rebooting and restoring its functions. Yet, the manner of its reboot was somewhat peculiar. Instead of immediately retaliating or defending itself, it merely fixed its gaze upon Lu Yu, resembling a mere model. Had Loki lost his composure? Lu Yu pondered silently. In truth, Loki was not as disoriented as Lu Yu. He was simply incredulous. Lu Yu's analysis was not flawed. His attack had indeed temporarily disrupted the destroyer's energy supply, causing it to falter momentarily. Nevertheless, this was no trivial feat. Had the destroyer possessed such a glaring weakness, it would not have gained such a formidable reputation, nor would Odin have employed it against the Pantheon. The destroyer's vulnerabilities could not be exploited by mere mortals or commonplace forces. At the very least, one would require a weapon of extraordinary power or an individual endowed with the unparalleled strength akin to that of Odin's lineage. Sif, a favored candidate for the future queen, belonged to the former category, while Lu Yu epitomized the latter. Loki found it hard to believe. He felt that this desolate wasteland of Earth should not harbor such power, especially as this force seemed vaguely familiar to him. In Lu Yu, he sensed the enhancement traits reminiscent of someone else. This realization rendered Loki incapable of maintaining control over the destroyer. Were it not for the great distance, Loki would have been inclined to inquire further. Lu Yu remained oblivious to these thoughts, yet he understood that this was an opportune moment to strike. He raised one hand, reaching towards the destroyer. A surge of electricity coalesced before his palm, forming a bolt of lightning that shot towards the destroyer. Distracted, Loki was slow to react. He attempted to evade by sidestepping but could not entirely escape Lu Yu's assault. The current pierced through one of the destroyer's arms, causing perforation and damaging portions of its armor. The connection was compromised, rendering the entire arm nearly immobile, creaking ominously on the verge of destruction. May I pose a question? Lu Yu suddenly halted his actions, directing his inquiry at the destroyer, or more specifically, at Loki who controlled it. Loki was taken aback. Are you aware that someone is manipulating it? Is the strength of the destroyer significantly influenced by its controller? Noticing the destroyer's lack of aggression, Lu Yu posed his question directly. Loki instinctively made the destroyer nod. No wonder, Loki thought. Lu Yu did not afford Loki the luxury of time to simmer in anger. The current before his palm twisted, swiftly slicing towards other parts of the destroyer's body. The electricity coursed through the destroyer's form. The terrifying current, accumulating into a searing heat, left scars upon the destroyer, with numerous pieces of armor obliterated, revealing a vast diagonal gash in its front. The previous surge had reached its energy core. Fiery energy erupted from within, manifesting as beams of light that traced a path beneath the destroyer. Conversely, this made approaching it even more arduous. A series of ominous hums reverberated around the destroyer, the cause of which was unknown. What was Loki planning? As this question arose in Lu Yu's mind, he observed the destroyer raising its arms. One aimed at Lu Yu while the other pointed towards a certain direction in the town, the power within it suddenly erupting. The energy spewing from the wound on its chest grew increasingly ferocious. A shrill buzzing sound pierced the air. Three immense forces of explosive power erupted simultaneously from several smaller bursts. Although two large energies and several smaller ones were aimed at Lu Yu, another formidable force targeted a different direction. At this moment, Lu Yu surmised what lay beyond. The reason Loki had diverted his aggression towards him was likely due to Thor. If all went as expected, that direction was indeed where Thor resided, and the two brothers were about to enact a dramatic tale of love and conflict. However, this was of little concern to Lu Yu. He simply raised his hands, directing the two energies towards the hostile force before him. Energy collided with energy. And while the destroyer's explosive might was substantial, Lu Yu's power was equally formidable. Where they met, it was as if bombs were clearing the ground. And in the blink of an eye, a massive crater formed at the intersection of their energies. Then, all fell into silence. Even at full strength, the destroyer could not match Lu Yu, and with part of its power dispersed, after a brief stalemate, Lu Yu's energy overwhelmed the destroyer. With a thunderous impact, the destroyer arced through the air, crashing to the ground and rolling over 20 times before coming to a halt. At this moment, the destroyer was nearly vanquished. Chapter 62. Blazing lightning. Before Lu Yu could end its existence, the destroyer began to stir once more. It crawled from the rubble, charging toward Lu Yu, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. Yet, energy surged violently within it, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Lu Yu sensed all of this and surmised Loki's intent. Without hesitation, he raised one hand diagonally, mimicking the motion of grasping and striking an object. Thunderous lightning erupted. A brilliant bolt struck the destroyer, halting it in its tracks, its body quivering before it burst apart. A shocking explosion commenced on the flat ground, its power astonishing. Not only the core of the explosion, but even the peripheral areas, where Coulson stood, were not spared, suffering some collateral damage. The shockwave from the blast sent him tumbling aside in a rather theatrical manner. Yet, while some were affected, others remained unscathed. Near the center of the explosion, Lu Yu stood unharmed, as if nothing had transpired. The shock of the explosion and everything associated with it had been repelled. He remained steadfast in his position. Once the explosion subsided, he approached the remnants of the destroyer. Although the destroyer had detonated, fragments still lingered, scattered across various corners. Ignoring the intense heat of the debris, Lu Yu picked up a shard from the ground. Upon closer inspection, he indeed recognized familiar symbols, and with his mental energy, he reduced it to dust, flipping his fingers to let it scatter with the wind. Lu Yu's need for such artifacts was minimal. He had already completed his analysis during the battle, and collecting it was merely to verify certain matters. Now, it was confirmed beyond doubt. Both the destroyer and Thor's hammer were composed of symbols imbued with power, a form of runic script invented by Odin in mythology, known as runes. These characters, as legend suggests, were exceptionally suited for forging. When integrated into metal or wood, they could bestow immense strength upon objects. The reality bore little divergence from the myths. If all goes as expected, many of Asgard's weapons are crafted in this manner, particularly those divine artifacts, thus possessing immense power capable of transcending the limits of conventional armaments. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before continuing. These weapons may have inherent counterbalancing relationships with one another. For instance, Sif once utilized a weapon to incapacitate the destroyer. Likely connected to this phenomenon, Lu Yu grasped an important point. However, soon his attention was drawn to another matter. Over there, it seemed that Asgard's foolish son, Thor, was on the brink of collapse. Earlier, upon witnessing the arrival of the destroyer, he sought to investigate, only to be unfortunate enough to be discovered by Loki, who unleashed a burst of energy. Consequently, a tragedy ensued. Now, he was nearly at his limit. His girlfriend, Jane, was weeping in anguish. Is this the end? Lu Yu mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Odin exiled Thor to Earth solely to allow his son to endure trials and grow. Odin would certainly not permit his son to perish. Now that Thor was nearing his breaking point, was it truly time for an end? Regardless, this ordeal had been sufficient. Thor had undergone a transformation to a certain degree, and Odin must be satisfied. As Luyu contemplated this, a hidden surge of thunderous power erupted from Thor. While miles away, the enchanted hammer seemed to sense the call and soared into the sky, hurtling straight towards Thor. The heavens above Thor began to shift as well. I knew it. Luyu sighed with a wry smile. What is happening? Coulson approached Luyu, noticing the change, and could not help but inquire softly. In truth, it is nothing but the conclusion of the prince's wandering tale. It is time for him to return home, to dethrone his usurping brother, and to reclaim his status as heir. Coulson exclaimed, Is this truly Thor the god of thunder? He found it difficult to believe. Yet, as the hammer and lightning descended, scales adorned Thor's body, and he ascended from the ground, exuding an aura of majesty akin to that of a true god, which compelled Coulson to accept the reality. Without uttering another word, he abandoned Luyu, intent on approaching Thor to inquire about the situation. Unfortunately, Thor paid him no heed. After sharing a tender moment with Jane, Thor began summoning Heimdall, preparing to depart and address affairs in Asgard, leaving Coulson as mere scenery. Coulson felt helpless. Ultimately, he returned to Luyu once more. You say you were merely a background figure to him. What useful information could you possibly glean from me? Luyu interjected before Coulson could speak. With that, he turned to leave, treating Coulson as though he were heir. Heimdall, I require your assistance. At Thor's call, Luyu approached him. Congratulations on reclaiming your status as heir. Thank you, but I cannot converse long. I have matters to attend to in Asgard. Thor did not regard Luyu as a mere backdrop, responding patiently. Understood, understood. I am not here to intrude, merely to wish you good fortune. Thank you. Thor replied with genuine sincerity. Afterward, he even embraced Luyu in a gesture of camaraderie. Despite Luyu's discomfort, feel free to visit Asgard in the future. Asgard welcomes all who cherish peace, and I shall treat you to a drink. Thus, have I unwittingly acquired the friendship of the future king of Asgard? Such camaraderie seems rather inexpensive, does it not? Luyu found himself at a loss for words. Must one be so naive? As Luyu stood speechless, a beam of light descended from the heavens, heralding Heimdall's activation of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor imparted one final message to Luyu and made a promise to Jane before stepping into the light, followed by Sif and the other 4 warriors. Chapter 63. Fragments of the Destroyer. Coulson, I entrust you with the surveillance of this location. Luyu commanded Coulson, showing no inclination to regard himself as an outsider. Surveillance of what? Coulson averted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the remnants of the Destroyer not far away, and inquired of Luyu. Not that debris. You may handle it as you see fit. The crucial components were obliterated in the recent explosion and my attack, rendering them utterly worthless. Furthermore, your research will yield little new insight. This is a different kind of existence, and many elements have been entirely erased in the recent blast and the energy surge from me. Of course, Luyu refrained from expressing these thoughts explicitly. Instead, he simply remarked, I was inquiring whether Thor would return. If he does, please be sure to inform me. Luyu resolved to remain vigilant, ready to swiftly grasp any shifts in the narrative. With that, he took his leave. Coulson observed Jane, who was intently gazing at the sky, and chose not to disturb her. Following Luyu's guidance, he instructed a few individuals to remain on guard while the rest searched for fragments of the Destroyer. They still wished to study this material. After several hours of diligent work, their efforts reached a temporary halt. Regrettably, their findings were not particularly remarkable. The assorted fragments could not be reassembled into a complete limb, and their shattered condition was evident. The key components, runic inscriptions, and core structure remained irretrievable, leaving only marginal potential for the raw materials themselves. Yet, their true value remained uncertain. However, this was of little concern to Luyu, who was presently captivated by a sword. An exceedingly primitive two-handed sword of Western design, its hilt and blade adorned with peculiar runes. The runes did not detract from the sword's aesthetic appeal. Rather, they enhanced its elegance, rendering it akin to a masterpiece. Nevertheless, the blade's intermittent cold gleam and the flowing, strange luster revealed its extraordinary nature. Luyu pointed the sword's tip downwards towards the ground and released his grip, allowing the sword to fall. With a soft thud, it embedded itself fully into the earth, leaving only the hilt visible. The ground was no ordinary soil. Having been reinforced by Luyu, its sharpness was evident. Daisy, come over and give it a try. See if you can pull it out. Luyu called to Daisy, who looked perplexed by the sudden summons. Why can't you do it yourself? She questioned. I lack the strength. You should give it a go. Luyu insisted, further bewildering Daisy. Yet, she complied, stepping forward to grasp the hilt. She exerted a forceful pull, but the sword did not budge. Is it truly that heavy? Daisy gripped the hilt with both hands, planted her feet firmly, and summoned all her strength. Every ounce of her effort was directed towards the sword, yet it remained immovable, as if it were fixed in place. Had she not witnessed Lu Yu insert the sword into the ground herself, she might have doubted its stability. You can use your abilities, Lu Yu reminded her from the side. Upon hearing his words, Daisy decisively released her hold. A wave of force radiated from the hilt of the sword, causing ripples to manifest in the air. A formidable power was exerted upon the hilt, prompting a subtle movement. All right, cease, Lu Yu instructed Daisy. How heavy is this sword? Daisy inquired, bewildered as she retracted her abilities. To be precise, it weighs approximately 200 kilograms. Impossible, Daisy retorted instantly. From the moment she first encountered it, she sensed that the sword was far heavier than 200 kilograms. Do you doubt me? Lu Yu stepped closer to Daisy, gently tapping her forehead. Give it another try? With a look of uncertainty, Daisy approached the sword once more, straining her limbs to lift it. With a sharp crack, she nearly lost her balance. But Lu Yu was there to support her, preventing her from toppling to the ground. Yet, that was of little consequence. Daisy's focus was entirely on the sword in her grasp. Gazing at the flickering currents of electricity coursing along the blade, her eyes widened in astonishment. Instinctively, she swung her arm, causing the sword to move and the electrical currents to shift, leaving deep gashes upon the ground and scattering debris. Is this magic? Daisy pondered, as realization began to dawn upon her. No, it is also science, albeit in a realm yet untouched by current understanding. How heavy is this sword? Under normal conditions, it weighs 20,000 tons, but in the state you just exhibited, it only weighs 200 kilograms. That sounds rather intriguing. Indeed. Daisy resumed her vigorous swings with the sword, the electric arcs flashing and debris flying as if the ground were erupting in explosions. The sword itself did not possess such formidable power. Rather, it was the combination with the electrical currents that bestowed it with such might. The flickering currents were not mere embellishments. They augmented the sword's strength to a level achievable by Lu Yu at present. The destructive potential was astonishing. This sword is marvelous. I must have it, Daisy declared, pausing her movements, utterly captivated. This sword is designed for men and is merely a prototype. If you desire one, I can forge a superior version for you. A better one? Certainly. Lu Yu smiled. Daisy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she relinquished the sword, no longer clinging to it, as if it were a rare treasure. Lu Yu honored his promise and crafted a superior item for Daisy. However, it was not a sword but rather a pair of lightweight, agile, fully metallic gloves that would not hinder her supernatural abilities. Their surface weight was merely half a kilogram. Yet, for others, the experience would differ drastically. They would feel the weight of 50,000 tons pressing down upon them. It was not that Lu Yu was unwilling to create more, but rather that current limitations dictated such boundaries, as the runes he possessed could only achieve this extent. The runes in Lu Yu's possession were derived from the hammer of Thor and the Destroyer, and not all were included, leaving many aspects unguaranteed. Thus, it had to suffice for the time being. In the future, there might be opportunities to acquire more runes for further enhancement, or even to explore entirely new inventions. A feat within the capabilities of the S.H.I.E.L.D. However, now was not the time for such discussions, as Lu Yu received an invitation. You wish to invite me to your technology exhibition? Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 64. The Power of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Quantum Data Network. The power of S.H.I.E.L.D. continues to reveal its boundless possibilities. Yet, this was not the moment for exploration, as Lu Yu received an invitation. You invite me to visit your technology exhibition? Lu Yu responded in surprise. Anton Vank extended an invitation to Lu Yu via encrypted channels, requesting his presence at the unveiling event of his son's technological achievements. He believed that merely inviting military leaders, government officials, and social elites would not suffice to fully appreciate the glory brought by his son's accomplishments. He particularly noted Lu Yu, hoping he would also partake in the occasion. What compelling reason do you have for me to join? Lu Yu inquired. A most excellent reason, Anton replied. What might that be? We are, after all, potential partners. Are we not? This logic resonated with Lu Yu. It was quite simple. If Tony Stark had the covert backing of S.H.I.E.L.D., why should his son Ivan Vank not also have a similar support network? Moreover, their mere presence in America was inherently suspicious. Despite the guise of Hydra, if a formidable institution like S.H.I.E.L.D. were to investigate, they would undoubtedly uncover traces. It was entirely reasonable to have a powerful organization as a safeguard. Thus, Lu Yu acquiesced. In truth, this arrangement also mitigated the risk of Hydra's exposure while providing Ivan Vank with a layer of protection. Anton Vank was not as arrogant as he appeared. He sought to provide his son's success with an added layer of security. Lu Yu, being a member of a secret organization, had been under S.H.I.E.L.D's scrutiny, which had recently shifted its focus to his son. Consequently, Anton Vank intended to leverage Lu Yu's influence to fortify his son's position. Anton was astute and thoroughly considered. Why not to underestimate these seasoned players? He had no intention of deceiving Lu Yu and subsequently laid bare all his thoughts. If you wish to avoid excessive exposure, we can extend a special invitation to you, making you one of the select invitees. Anton Vank cautiously proposed to Lu Yu. The impact may not have been as pronounced as a direct invitation, but it would yield some effect. In a nation teeming with individuals, no one would be naive enough to believe Lu Yu's presence lacked purpose. Anyone who appeared would inevitably have connections. Until the nature of their relationships was clarified, S.H.I.E.L.D would hesitate to act rashly. Send me an invitation, just as you mentioned, Lu Yu instructed. Certainly, Anton Vank exclaimed, his loyalty index rising once more to 64. Excellent, another step forward. After expressing his gratitude, Anton concluded the communication. At that moment, Lorna Dane's voice chimed in. When shall we depart for Stark Industries Technology Park? Lorna asked Lu Yu. Let us hold off for now. Invitations will be sent out in the next couple of days. And we can go then, Lu Yu replied with a smile. In reality, Lu Yu and his companions had already devised a plan to visit, primarily instigated by Lorna Dane, who found herself rather bored lately. Coincidentally, Tony Stark's technology park was about to open, prompting her to persuade Daisy to join her. With the two women eager to go, Lu Yu felt disinclined to refuse and planned to accompany them for an enjoyable outing. Subsequently, Anton Vank issued the invitation. Cough, cough. Anton believed he had gained an advantage, unaware that Lu Yu and his companions had already intended to do so. If all went as anticipated, they would unexpectedly cross paths with his son's exhibition. He had squandered an opportunity for goodwill while inadvertently contributing to Lu Yu's loyalty index. Truly, a benevolent soul. Who sent the invitation? Lorna Dane inquired, her curiosity piqued. Daisy, on the other hand, seemed to grasp the situation. In comparison to Lorna Dane, she possesses a far greater understanding of various matters. Ivan Vanko, why has he invited us? Lorna Dane's face was marked by confusion. Because he is one of us. Daisy interjected to clarify. What? Lorna Dane was taken aback, then lowered her voice. Casting a peculiar glance at Lu Yu, she remarked. If you are involved, I can accept that. What do you mean by that? I merely intend to suggest that if you can be a member of this organization, why can't Ivan Vanko? Just because he is lauded as a genius by the outside world? You surpass him by a considerable margin. I find that quite delightful to hear. Lu Yu chuckled. Then listen closely. Is there anything you have yet to disclose to us? Lorna Dane inquired of Lu Yu. At this, Lu Yu hesitated. Daisy could not help but feel a sense of awkwardness, particularly upon hearing the term we, as if she had betrayed the organization. It's difficult to articulate. Not difficult. Rather, it's overwhelming, and I am unsure where to begin. Lorna Dane. Lu Yu underwent a thorough interrogation by Lorna Dane. However, in the end, she gleaned little information. Many matters were deemed unsuitable for disclosure, and Lu Yu selectively shared only a minuscule fraction of the truth with Lorna Dane. Daisy noticed this as well. In the following 2 days, her expression was quite intriguing. During this time, Lu Yu also received an invitation from Anton Vanko's son. Do not be upset. We can certainly have a delightful time, Lu Yu said to the still irate Lorna Dane. Naturally, Lorna Dane was not easily placated. However, when Lu Yu offered to treat her to 2 lavish meals, the issue was resolved. Such as Lorna Dane, for her, there is nothing that cannot be settled with a sumptuous feast, and if there is, then 2 meals will suffice. There is no need for a third. With such a straightforward mindset, she is easily satisfied and quite easy to please. Surely, she would be easily appeased in marriage, simply by treating her to a few extravagant meals. Once Lorna Dane was calmed, the subsequent matters became simple. Accompanied by Lorna Dane, Daisy selected elegant attire and accessories, preparing to indulge in a splendid experience. The occasion required formal attire, although the trio did not place much importance on it. Chapter 65. A bustling scene thus. The 3 manifested in the Stark Innovation Zone of the Virtual Reality Space Station. At the moment the exhibition commenced, Ivan Vanko transmitted the invitation, and they arrived just in time after their shopping spree. Indeed, the atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant, with elites clad in futuristic garb mingling about, each a luminary from the realm of technology. Witnessing this spectacle, Lorna Dane could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. This was a far cry from the jubilant celebration she had envisioned. She had anticipated an event akin to a technological carnival, with an array of cutting-edge exhibits that appeared profound yet lacked any true novelty. For Lu Yu, these technological products were mere cliches. As she surveyed her surroundings, Lorna's interest plummeted. Had the exhibition not still been underway, she would have eagerly departed. Nevertheless, She could not refrain from asking Lu Yu, "How much longer until it begins?" After calculating the time, he replied, "Approximately half an hour." Lu Yu surveyed the surroundings and suggested, "It seems there are some gaming experiences over there. Let us pass the time." The mention of games piqued Lorna's interest, and she headed towards the direction he indicated. Lu Yu exchanged a glance with Daisy, and they held hands as they followed her. Soon, they arrived at a booth showcasing futuristic virtual reality helmets. However, Lu Yu perceived this more as an early iteration of virtual reality equipment. The images were coarse, the operations sluggish, and the devices were cumbersome, entirely inconsistent with the form expected of a virtual reality headset. Nevertheless, Lorna found it quite intriguing. She picked up the helmet, disregarding its weight, donned it, and began playing a rudimentary game. It appeared quite entertaining. Daisy expressed her curiosity, saying, "When we return, I shall create a more advanced version for you." Lu Yu replied. Daisy countered, "Are we truly discussing creation so casually?" Yet, recalling Lu Yu's technological prowess, she ultimately refrained from further comment. If Lu Yu truly desired it, he could certainly achieve it. How audacious, Daisy thought to herself, but someone else held a different opinion. A piercing voice suddenly echoed in Lu Yu's ear. Turning towards the source, he found Tony Stark, distinguished by his iconic mustache, had quietly materialized beside him, having just uttered those words. "What is your perspective?" Despite the device's inferiority, Tony Stark proceeded to list several technical terms: connection lines, software foundations, program design, structural construction. Before continuing, all of these are abysmal. Yet it remains the best on the market. Do you aspire to create something superior? Lu Yu, Daisy, are you certain you are discussing the complexities of crafting this device? Why do I feel that your words render the creation of this object quite simple? This sentiment was shared not only by them, but also by the surrounding audience, who anticipated Tony Stark would divulge more. The booth's renter, had it not been for concerns regarding Tony Stark's stature, would have long since lost his temper. He had rented the space not to endure criticism from Stark, but to leverage his fame to elevate his own brand, hoping to enhance the product's reputation. Now, he could almost foresee the onslaught of scathing reviews from gossip journalists following the exhibition. His product had indeed gained notoriety, albeit in a negative light. Tony Stark, evidently oblivious to this, held his head high, smugly observing Lu Yu. He lacked Lu Yu's height. Lu Yu was already tall, and after enhancements, he towered even more so, not to an exaggerated extent, but certainly surpassing Stark, particularly within the cinematic realm. Lu Yu, uninterested in engaging with him, chose to remain silent, which irked Tony Stark considerably. "Am I speaking to you, and you choose to ignore me?" He stepped closer, obstructing Lu Yu's line of sight. The effect, however, was less than effective. He was shorter than Lu Yu. Lu Yu's gaze shifted downward, and he inclined his head slightly, casting a regal glance of disdain at Tony Stark. Thus, if one is shorter than others, it is best not to obstruct their view, lest it become quite awkward. Daisy quietly added, driving the point home. Tony Stark found himself in an awkward predicament, observing the surrounding individuals who wished to laugh, yet refrained from doing so. His complexion turned a shade reminiscent of liver. "Do you understand? Concentration is the essence, you see?" Tony Stark declared to those around him. "Is this what you call concentrated essence?" Lu Yu scoffed. In the narrative of the film, Tony Stark is not particularly short, and to label him as concentrated essence seems rather inappropriate. Upon hearing Lu Yu's remark, Tony Stark's expression soured even further. This is the consequence of seeking trouble without cause. Another voice chimed in, not Daisy this time, but Lorna, who was engrossed in her game and noticed the unfolding situation, adding her own jab at Tony Stark. Tony Stark shot Lorna a fierce glare before retorting to Lu Yu, "At least I'm better than your lanky frame." "Oh," Lu Yu responded with a smirk, his demeanor clearly exuding pride in being a tall pole, relishing the fact that he stood taller than Tony, challenging him to say otherwise. "If you have the ability, refrain from resorting to height as an argument." "No problem." Lu Yu acquiesced without objection. Tony Stark's expression softened slightly. "Then let us discuss aesthetics." Indeed, Tony Stark is handsome, but in comparison to Lu Yu, he pales. With chiseled features, an upright posture, and flawless skin, he resembles a perfect sculpture crafted by an artist, with ears just sharp enough to portray an elf effortlessly. Chapter 66. Complete concealment. Since Lu Yu's arrival, regardless of the resistance from women, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to his visage. Had it not been for Lu Yu's equally remarkable companion, casting them into shadows, he would surely have attracted a throng of admirers. In contrast to him, Tony Stark's height remains a point of contention. At least one can remedy a lack of height with elevator shoes, yet one's appearance is beyond concealment. Not even cosmetic surgery can alter it, unless, perhaps, one were to be reborn. As his gaze fell upon Lu Yu's face, Tony Stark felt an almost palpable frustration. "If you have the ability, Do not bring up appearances. I relish discussing this very matter. Is that a problem? After a considerable pause, Tony Stark regained his composure and countered, what does being handsome amount to? In a man's life, wealth reigns supreme. In terms of wealth, Tony Stark is indeed unmatched. Handsomeness can also lead to riches. I can assure you many would willingly invest in me. Tony Stark, why does your shameless pride sound so grating? Not only Tony Stark, but other men couldn't help but harbor similar thoughts, while the surrounding women nodded in agreement, as if to imply that someone would genuinely spend money on him. Tony Stark and the other men felt an unsettling sense of being dogged, pondering if such occurrences were indeed real. Can we not maintain a modicum of masculine dignity? Tony Stark silently mused. He had never encountered anyone quite like Lu Yu, feeling nearly powerless against him. Can you cease your unreasonable provocations? Lu Yu replied calmly. Throughout the exchange, Tony Stark appeared somewhat unreasonable himself. Why are you, of all people, abandoning your research on your new element to suddenly appear here? Are you in search of excitement? Just as Tony Stark prepared to speak, the crowd parted, and the red-haired Natasha rushed through. Sir, how did you end up here? Natasha seemed to have already noticed Lu Yu's presence and was not surprised by his arrival, but rather directed her attention to Tony Stark. What's the matter? Miss Potts is looking for you. Natasha took on the role of Pepper Potts' assistant, as if scripted. Understood, indicating his comprehension. Tony Stark cast one last glance at Lu Yu before departing. As the audience realized there was no further excitement to behold, they began to disperse, leaving behind a few unaccompanied men and women. Their intentions remained a mystery to all. Why aren't you leaving? Lu Yu disregarded the others and turned to Natasha, who had intentionally lagged behind. I wanted to discuss what just happened. Natasha cautiously addressed Lu Yu. Unlike Tony Stark, she could not afford to provoke Lu Yu without consequences. She had to tread carefully. Noting Lu Yu's silence, she boldly continued. In fact, today's events were not without reason. He discovered some clues and wishes to verify certain matters. What did he discover? Natasha hoped Lu Yu would inquire, yet he displayed no interest. He found that Ivan Vanko might have been brought into the United States by you, and if not, you are certainly involved. Seeing no reaction on Lu Yu's face, Natasha felt compelled to articulate her thoughts. Lu Yu remained indifferent, merely observing Rona playing a game nearby. Faced with this situation, Natasha felt powerless. Ultimately, she was left with no choice but to depart. Are you all right? Daisy feigned nonchalance as she inquired after Natasha's exit. I'm fine. My mere presence here indicates that there is no issue. Being discovered is inconsequential, especially since they only suspect, not confirm. Otherwise, why would Tony Stark create a fuss? Is that what he came for? What else could it be? He is intelligent, yet rather juvenile, thinking he can extract information from me to find a flaw. Technically, Tony Stark was indeed formidable. However, when it came to intelligence gathering, he fell short. How naive to believe he could elicit information from Lu Yu. It was not that simple. Although Lu Yu might misspeak, would he err in front of someone clearly out of place? After a round of banter, Stark gained no valuable information and was left utterly frustrated. Quite a dismal outcome. Just ignore him. But what about that woman? Daisy hesitated. That woman instinctively evoked a sense of danger within her, akin to her top agents, who were even more formidable than her own elite operatives. You should have her dossier. Daisy's confusion was swiftly replaced by the image of a red-haired woman in her mind. Black Widow? She articulated hesitantly. Indeed, that's her. Level 10 agents were not commonplace within S.H.I.E.L.D. Daisy possessed varying degrees of information about each one. Initially, she had overlooked this while in Tony Stark's company, but now, prompted by Lu Yu, she finally recognized the significance. Her intelligence-gathering capabilities are exceptional. Although I have not intentionally exposed myself, I fear it may be difficult to remain entirely concealed. No longer preoccupied with Tony Stark, Daisy shifted her focus to Natasha. Then let us not hide. Let her see it directly, as the outcome will be the same. Daisy felt a sense of relief, reassured by Lu Yu's words. Chapter 67. The Puppet Master Behind the Scenes. Lorna, the game has concluded, and time is of the essence. Let us explore the interstellar exhibition. Lu Yu declared to Lorna. Nodding in agreement, Lorna set aside her smart device and followed Lu Yu into the realm of the unknown. In an instant, they materialized in the main exhibition area of Stark Interstellar Technology. Unlike others who could only rent diminutive booths, Ivan Vanko showcased his wealth by securing the entire space. Initially, Tony Stark had proclaimed the rise of interstellar technology in this very location, and Ivan Vanko, not one to be overshadowed, chose this venue to respond to the challenge. At an exhibition of this magnitude, the attendees were far from ordinary, and the security system was stringent, with intelligent robots guarding the entrance. Without an electronic invitation, attempting to enter would be akin to chasing a mirage. With the encrypted invitation transmitted by Ivan Vanko in hand, Lu Yu breezed through the entrance with ease. everything unfolding seamlessly and efficiently. Soon after, they were greeted by Ivan Vanko's newly appointed assistant, who had been instructed to keep a watchful eye on Lu Yu and his companions. Upon their arrival, she promptly notified him. Others in the vicinity were puzzled, unable to fathom who could warrant such personal attention from Ivan Vanko's assistant. They scrutinized Lu Yu and his companions, aware that individuals possessing cutting-edge technology often exuded a sense of arrogance and independence, a notion entirely reasonable. They understood why Tony Stark refrained from sending a representative and now grasped the same rationale behind Ivan Vanko's actions. Yet, the present situation baffled them. Why were 3 individuals receiving special attention from the assistant? What is your exhibition process? Lu Yu inquired, disregarding the curiosity of the onlookers as his gaze swept over the familiar faces on the television screens. First, we will recount the interstellar journey of the Vanko family, outline the development of interstellar industry, then transition into the main theme, initiate today's exhibition, and finally, accept interstellar orders. Sounds rather lengthy, Lu Yu remarked. Indeed. The new assistant concurred. Well then, I am aware now. You may carry on with your duties without concern for us. Certainly. The assistant, appearing quite burdened by her responsibilities, accepted the request and departed. Once the assistant left, the crowd's gaze gradually returned to normal. Before long, having failed to identify the 3 individuals, their attention shifted away. They reasoned that since there were no recollections of the trio in their minds, they must either possess low social standing or be individuals of hidden depth. The former required no engagement, while the latter would only invite trouble. Thus they ceased further scrutiny. Continuing their discussions with those nearby, they engaged in grandiloquent exchanges, showcasing their unique insights. The 3 found the conversations tedious, discussing fluctuations in stock prices and the potential transformations brought about by the Iron Man armor's entry into the Interstellar Alliance. What relevance did this hold for them? As the puppet masters behind the scenes, if they were genuinely concerned about such matters, they would not involve themselves in them. After attending to those affairs, would they then turn their attention to this? What a tiresome place. Lorna could not help but complain. It would be far more enjoyable to fully embrace the interstellar journey. Indeed, Daisy agreed. Let us endure. It should be nearing its conclusion. If it truly becomes unbearable, we shall just observe him. Lu Yu pointed towards the pale-faced Tony Stark, who had just arrived. Some individuals were quite malicious, knowing well that Stark was in a terrible mood, yet incessantly provoking discussions about Ivan Vanko, particularly Justin Hammer, who was akin to a garrulous duck. He derived pleasure from the suffering of others. When Justin Hammer observed Stark, even more enraged than himself, he felt exhilarated and captivated. Hammer had always been overshadowed by Stark, even in the realm of romantic pursuits, as he sought after Stark's former flames. He found joy in Stark's turmoil, alleviating the anger and resentment suppressed by Ivan Vanko. Lu Yu and his companions also discovered a reason to continue observing Stark. Merely watching the changing expressions on his face in the corner could occupy them for an entire evening. Truly amusing. Stark, aware of Lu Yu's gaze, became even more sullen, his already grim countenance darkening further, his body trembling uncontrollably. Observing the red wine in his hand, acquired from unknown origins, trembling perilously close to spilling. His palm was stained with deep crimson wine. Lorna, undeterred, raised her glass in a distant toast to him. Champagne was served at the interstellar exhibition, but red wine was decidedly absent. Lu Yu suspected it was Stark's own provision. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd, followed by an abrupt silence enveloping the venue, as if the sounds had been instantaneously muted. Both the trembling Stark and Lu Yu could not resist turning their attention to where the crowd was fixated. There stood Ivan Vanko on the stage, adorned with no frills, accompanied solely by an iron suit, which rose behind him, projecting a virtual image in his wake. How mundane, Stark whispered. As his words fell, the entire venue plunged into darkness. Gasps erupted from the audience. Buzz, a peculiar sound broke the silence, and a beam of light suddenly emerged, radiating in a linear fashion. With the sound and light ebbing and flowing, similar rays appeared throughout the venue, ultimately forming a dazzling net of light, constructing a resplendent starry sky. Beneath the celestial expanse, the images of Ivan Vanko and the iron suit hovered quietly, gazing ahead. The audience was in awe. It was originally quite beautiful, but Ivan Vanko's presence utterly marred it. Lorna could not help but comment softly. Chapter 68. Completely incongruous Lu Yu. Daisy. Ivan Vanko indeed left the audience feeling somewhat disappointed. The recent virtual starry sky display was breathtakingly beautiful. A scene of stars surpassing reality, yet suddenly, a bear-like Ivan Vanko appeared among them. It was akin to a peculiar flower blooming amidst a gathering of goddesses. Enough is enough. Others shared similar sentiments, but none were as candid as Lorna. Ivan Vanko, evading the brief awkwardness, began to advance the presentation as scheduled, explaining while synchronizing the holographic projections encircling him, ensuring the topic remained engaging and alleviating the uncomfortable atmosphere. Lorna ceased her remarks, joining the majority of the audience in attentive listening. Lu Yu listened as well, but he regarded it merely as a science fiction tale. In order to cater to the majority of the audience and to deceive the uninformed Americans, everything has been meticulously embellished. What is bad has been transformed into good, and shades of gray have turned to white. Despite the allure and brilliance, such rhetoric is only taken seriously by children who might believe it to be true. This understanding is shared by all, including Lu Yu, others, and Lorna. No one is a fool. Ivan Vanko continued his narrative, swiftly delving into the core of his presentation, showcasing his armored suit along with several armored soldiers. Lu Yu soon realized that Vanko intended to exhibit not only the armored suit, but also the soldiers equipped with energy nests, divine cannons, and Gatling guns. Perhaps they were even more mechanically rigid than the armored suit, yet their lack of human pilots allowed for greater storage of energy munitions, thus enhancing their destructive power. It is difficult to definitively conclude which design is more reasonable. One is more agile, while the other boasts greater firepower. Whichever you prefer is of no consequence. However, judging by the expressions and gazes of the military representatives, they seemed exceedingly intrigued. From their discussions, it could be inferred that the procurement volume might far exceed expectations, rendering the original plans insufficient to meet the demand. Overall, Ivan Vanko's product launch proceeded smoothly, until Tony Stark disrupted it at the last moment. As the event neared its conclusion, Stark posed a startling question. Is it appropriate to sell something that costs less than 10 million for over 100 million? Ivan Vanko's complexion shifted dramatically. The military personnel's expressions were equally grim. Lu Yu wore a frown as well. As another owner of an armored suit, Stark's offer was quite persuasive. He bluntly revealed the true cost, leaving Lu Yu and Vanko in a vulnerable position. This encompassed numerous research and development expenses, equipment costs, labor fees, and additional charges. Vanko, maintaining a stoic demeanor, recited his rehearsed lines. Since he dared to invite Stark for a deliberate provocation, he was certainly prepared. Yet, could it truly be so exorbitant? Moreover, the performance of these armored suits and soldiers was evidently mediocre, with a service life of no more than a decade. Vanko retorted, "How long do you expect them to last? A lifetime? Will I ever be able to sell new goods again? Is it your intention, Stark, to ruin my presentation?" The military representatives ceased their whispering, turning their puzzled gazes towards Stark. In this world, who would be the least inclined to see the American military acquire armored suits or soldiers, particularly not from Ivan Vanko? That would undoubtedly be Tony Stark. On one hand, he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Ivan Vanko, reluctant to allow anyone to benefit from his rival's endeavors, especially those with whom he shares a close association. On the other hand, he is equally disinclined to permit anyone, particularly military factions, to acquire the Iron Man suit. Tony Stark has repeatedly asserted that such technology, in the hands of these individuals, would be solely utilized for warfare. He has not shied away from publicly criticizing Ivan Vanko for irresponsibly selling the Iron Man suit to military entities, igniting a cascade of irony. After all, you are Tony Stark. How many weapons have you sold in the past, only to now castigate others? In the present day, as Tony Stark articulates his stance, Ivan Vanko accuses him of deliberately inciting conflict, while military personnel find a semblance of truth in his words. Observing Tony Stark's increasingly serious demeanor, Vanko quips, "Tony Stark, do not impose your views upon others. Not everyone shares your perspective." With a dismissive snort, Tony Stark retorts, "The decision to sell the Iron Man suit is my prerogative. I merely disapprove of your actions." Stark is not a fool. Vanko sneers in response, recognizing that while Stark may indeed be astute, his words lack credibility and appear disingenuous, inconsistent with his previous beliefs. No one genuinely believes his proclamations. "Tony Stark, this is my press conference, not yours. I invited you here not to ruin the event. Indeed, not to ruin the event, but you are not here to make my experience pleasant. You are deliberately provoking me. Since you seek to provoke, why should I be courteous? Let me first demonstrate my prowess." Stark counters, "If you wish to invite me and showcase your product, you should not fear scrutiny. Is there something wrong with your creation that forbids others from speaking their minds?" This rebuttal resonates with many journalists present, who find the exchange exhilarating. The back and forth has become the focal point, captivating the audience. Should their rivalry continue, it promises to generate significant viewership. Regardless of whether Tony Stark emerges victorious or Ivan Vanko prevails, the outcome remains inconsequential. However, did you not foresee such consequences before seeking me out? Vanko queries, "I did contemplate it, yet I hoped it would render the situation more intriguing." Tony Stark responds with a hint of amusement. Vanko, displaying indifference, replies, "The more you act this way, the more you will realize that all your efforts are in vain. Meanwhile, my orders for interstellar armor and mechanical warriors are overwhelming. And that sense of frustration is precisely what I anticipate witnessing. Tony Stark is momentarily at a loss for words. Not only Stark, but even others are similarly affected. Liu Yu and his companions find themselves unable to escape the gravity of this feud. This rivalry is truly extraordinary, Lorna exclaims after a prolonged silence. It is quite normal. Liu Yu replies with a semblance of calm. But does he not fear that it might genuinely impact his orders? That depends on Tony Stark's decision. If he truly resolves to sell the interstellar armor, it would undoubtedly affect the orders. Otherwise, regardless of what Tony Stark claims at present, the military personnel will remain skeptical. The mechanized warriors are essential to the military's ambitions, and Stark can at most only annoy his rivals. Indeed, Liu Yu's perspective is not flawed. Ivan Vanko and Tony Stark engaged in a heated debate for nearly half an hour, yet the military's order was ultimately placed. And it exceeded the previous discussions with Ivan Vanko by nearly 30%, approaching 300 billion interstellar coins. This implies that Liu Yu stands to profit around 200 billion interstellar coins. Even though Stark anticipated this outcome, he was nearly infuriated and chose to exit prematurely. Stark, if you are willing to sell your interstellar armor, we are prepared to transfer half of the order to you. As Stark was about to depart, a military representative appeared from an unknown location to convey this message. According to them, due to their long-standing collaboration, they were willing to grant Stark a chance. Of course, this was merely their assertion. Stark interpreted it as their discontent with Ivan Vanko's design, hoping he could balance Vanko's stance and negotiate a lower price. They still held some trust in Stark's quotation. Unfortunately, I will not sell any of this, regardless of how many wish to purchase it. My position remains unwavering. The interstellar armor should not be in the hands of too many. Stark appeared resolute. The military representative frowned, watching Stark drive away before turning to leave. Once he departed, Liu Yu and Ivan Vanko continued their discussion backstage. It seems he can no longer influence us. Liu Yu concurred. During their mutual sparring, Liu Yu had already conceived this thought. At this juncture, the optimal strategy is not to engage in further conflict, but to directly sell the interstellar armor. Stark's insistence on retaining the armor guarantees his inability to exert any influence. The two swiftly bypassed the topic of Stark and began to deliberate on the orders. This latest order exceeds our previous discussions, which may lead to production issues. Ivan Vanko lamented. This is quite straightforward. I will address it. Is the issue of production capacity a concern for Liu Yu? Certainly not. Even if the gap were larger, it would not pose a problem. Later, I will assist you in establishing an additional production line. That should suffice, no? Perhaps not enough. Ivan Vanko replied. Has the military merely increased by 30%? Is one production line insufficient? Daisy inquired curiously from the side. Liu Yu shared this query. The U.S. military indeed increased their order by 30%, yet other nations, upon observing the incorporation of mechanized warriors into our products, have also begun to amplify their orders. Consequently, the increase is far more substantial. And one production line is certainly inadequate. Ivan Vanko patiently elucidated. By how much have they increased? To varying degrees, smaller nations have increased slightly, while larger nations are generally around 30%. It appears they have long been aware of each other's plans and are exercising restraint in this regard. Liu Yu does not perceive this as mere coincidence. Others share this sentiment and are undoubtedly aware as well. Why haven't the American military approached you? Surely, they wouldn't wish for such occurrences, Lorna remarked. This is far worse than selling high-tech technology to other nations. In truth, they had attempted to make contact. But I rebuffed them. Their orders would increase, possibly for this very reason. How did you manage that? Would the American military allow you to sell such items so easily? Lorna inquired further. On one hand, I firmly denied any wrongdoing, while on the other, I asserted that I was resisting through political influence, adopting a stance that suggested I would depart if further suspicion arose. After all, I am not an authentic American. Ivan Vanko was quite candid. However, this strategy proved effective. Under the protection of Hydra's influence, the military found it challenging to act against him. They could only turn to Tony Stark for a balance of power. Why are you willing to allocate some orders to Tony Stark? It's not merely to drive down prices, but also to counterbalance Ivan Vanko's influence. There's even the consideration of ousting him altogether. But how will you deliver the goods? Once you do, wouldn't that be tantamount to providing evidence? Lorna remained naïve. I've misplaced some items from my warehouse that have shown up in other countries. Should I be blamed for that? Of course. The culprits who stole them should bear the blame. Ivan Vanko retorted. But is that feasible? Why wouldn't it be? Each year, major American arms dealers report losses amounting to billions, even hundreds of billions, from their warehouses. Have they faced any repercussions? Ivan Vanko countered Lorna's concerns. Lorna fell silent. You are still young and do not comprehend. This is the power of capital. In this capitalist society of America, such matters are all too common. Even Stark Industries, under Tony Stark, experienced similar issues, losing 2 to 3 billion annually. Yet their books reflected a surplus of billions, and no one could raise a finger. The then leader, Obadiah, was thriving until he faced his downfall due to certain events. Lu Yu gently ruffled Lorna's hair and said, Chapter 70, A Return to Calm. Hey, discussions are one thing, but don't mess with my neural interface. Lorna swatted Lu Yu's hand away, exasperated. Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his hand. I will expand your production line and ensure your energy supply. Just devise a plan and avoid any mistakes. Rest assured, everything is under control. Ivan Vanko replied resolutely. Indeed. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction, then reached out to remove a button from Ivan Vanko's suit, pulling it off forcefully. Let us see who stitched this. The craftsmanship is uneven and fails to meet even basic safety standards. Remember, even after inspection, one must not be complacent. Personal items should always be kept within sight. He crushed the button, revealing the minuscule circuitry within, speaking softly. Ivan Vanko's expression darkened. Rest assured, nothing has been exposed. I enacted a shield before my arrival. This garment was worn for the presentation. It should not have leaked too much information. Upon hearing this, Ivan Vanko's demeanor softened, albeit only slightly. He immediately commanded his bodyguards through his communicator to apprehend his fashion designer. His garments underwent thorough inspection, only to be momentarily relinquished upon his departure, which proved to be the crux of the issue. However, by then it was too late. Soon enough, the bodyguards reported that their quarry had vanished, leaving them with nothing. The expression Ivan Vanko had so painstakingly restored dimmed once again. Lu Yu disregarded him, departing with Daisy and Lorna, leaving him alone and agitated, cursing S.H.I.E.L.D. He was convinced that only S.H.I.E.L.D. would resort to such tactics, stealthily disguising an agent as a fashion designer. But why had S.H.I.E.L.D. not notified him? I did not authorize such actions. Ivan Vanko inquired of S.H.I.E.L.D., only to receive a negative response. No. Ivan Vanko was taken aback. His affairs were now entirely managed by S.H.I.E.L.D. If someone had circumvented him, raising suspicions, then it might not indeed be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s doing. I believe I have an inkling of who is responsible. Ivan Vanko rubbed his temples and addressed S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you require me to dispatch some professionals? Your current bodyguards are of little use. Send some, preferably with unblemished facades. Ivan Vanko was indeed in need. Simple enough. After terminating the communication with S.H.I.E.L.D., Ivan Vanko remained skeptical, beginning to mentally sift through available technological resources. Once the exhibition concluded, tranquility returned. Lu Yu occasionally delved into novel pursuits, feeding Lorna alongside Daisy. Though life was mundane, it was also gratifying, save for Lorna's growing unease. Recently, she had been avoiding them. Lu Yu remained unfazed, continuing to relish his joyful existence. On this particular day, a chime resonated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a chance to draw. The system's prompt indicated that another month had elapsed. Finally, another opportunity for a draw had presented itself. The previous attempt had failed due to the abysmal performance of the destroyer, but now he was afforded a chance. As customary, Lu Yu did not hesitate to utilize this opportunity, opening the draw interface and approaching the grand wheel, ready to spin. The last time, the most useful item drawn was the perfect blood. The remainder had been trifles. What would he draw this time? Lu Yu gazed at the rapidly spinning pointer, indulging in fanciful thoughts. Anything akin to the Xian core would suffice. He watched the pointer whirl with anticipation. Gradually, it came to a halt, finally resting on a brilliant spot. A skill? Lu Yu felt a stir of excitement. In truth, most skills he had drawn had never disappointed him, with the previous magical girl transformation being an exception, albeit a marginal one. Though currently impractical, opportunities would surely arise in the future. Yes, it must be so. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn the power, lightning speed. Lightning speed? Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. Power? Are you certain it is a power? Or is it lightning speed? As the name suggests, it is the power to command extraordinary swiftness. Instinctively, Lu Yu accepted, his finger touching the luminous point signifying the power, thereby harnessing it. A torrent of information surged into Lu Yu's mind, filled with intricate details regarding the power, lightning speed. This so-called skill, in truth a divine power, encompassed far more than mere swiftness. Not only can one enter a state of remarkable swiftness, but one can also bestow this speed upon others, unleash electric shocks, evade physical attacks through plasma-like body transformation, take flight, create illusory duplicates, and engage in stealthy maneuvers. Ultimately, one may even transform into lightning, entering a realm of unparalleled speed. Akin to the Flash, albeit in a diminished capacity, it could also be likened to Quicksilver, yet more exaggerated in its effects. Naturally, While the advantages are numerous and potent, drawbacks exist as well. It can grant one the rapidity of the Flash, yet lacks the latter's endurance, typically imposing a significant strain on both body and mind, leading to potential overload after a mere 5 minutes. This is a matter of life and death, a true test of manhood. Lu Yu possesses exceptional physical capabilities, augmented by the support of a powerful core, allowing him to endure longer than the average individual without succumbing to overload. The speed afforded by the electric surge can also be controlled in percentages, allowing for greater flexibility. By initially engaging only half of the enhanced speed, one can prolong the experience. Should it prove insufficient, one can gradually escalate it. In addition to enhancing endurance, this ability can also disrupt adversaries, throwing them into disarray. In essence, it is a diluted version of the Flash, yet an amplified iteration of Quicksilver, possessing both merits and faults, representing a rather commendable ability. On this occasion, Lu Yu felt no disappointment in his selection, finding it vastly superior to the earlier hodgepodge of items. He was content, recognizing the folly of excessive greed. Eagerly, he exited the extraction space, intent on testing his newfound power. This time, Lu Yu was no longer in his subterranean domain. Chapter 71. A different matter. In the profound depths of the subterranean universe, space was too confined for proper demonstration, prompting Lu Yu to explore New Mexico, a location once graced by the arrival of Thor's hammer, vast and uninhabited, thus more suitable for his endeavors. Upon reaching this site, Lu Yu promptly initiated his actions. He activated the quantum lightning magnetic field, enveloping himself in energy, as a unique force surged within him, akin to a symphony in motion, evoking an extraordinary sensation. Lu Yu was well aware of the origin of this power and felt no astonishment. His focus shifted to the intertwining energies derived from Thor's might and his own, as the once distinct boundaries of these two forces began to blur and merge. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lu Yu decided to relinquish control, allowing these two forces to intertwine within him. They truly fused into a singular entity, generating an entirely new power. Silver lightning flickered in Lu Yu's eyes, and soon this power began to radiate, transforming into countless tendrils of energy that continually heightened his perception. Everything fell into a serene hush. The land still experienced a gentle breeze, yet at this moment, the sound of the wind ceased abruptly, and the shifting sands moved at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He raised a hand and gently brushed through the fine grains of sand, which dissipated like dust on glass, leaving behind an emptiness. The grains accumulated to one side, and with a flick of his hand, thunder and lightning surged forward with rapidity. Unconsciously, Lu Yu took several steps, suddenly realizing that his speed had exponentially increased, surpassing all conceivable limits. The force did not burden him. Rather, due to the influence of his state, the laws of physics seemed to falter, allowing for even greater speed. Remarkably, Lu Yu could accomplish feats deemed impossible in reality without resorting to any extraordinary powers. This sensation was truly extraordinary. After conducting some tests, Lu Yu derived certain data, without utilizing the power of light or other special means to alleviate the burden of the quantum electromagnetic field. His physical prowess alone allowed him to reach a maximum speed of 15 times the speed of sound, equating to 5,100 meters per second. This speed could be sustained for a maximum duration of half an hour, enabling him to traverse 9,180,000 meters, or 9,180 kilometers. Afterward, Lu Yu would need a brief respite to dissipate the heat within his body. However, should he integrate special methods, his potential could be vastly different. He contemplated the possibility of expelling those negative influences, which would enable him to maintain an infinite endurance and even elevate his speed. The current velocity was not his limit. There remained room for growth. Moreover, this did not account for the influence of the power of light. If combined with it, the effects would be even more astounding. Although Lu Yu had not empirically tested the ultimate speed, he was confident that, disregarding bodily strain and process burdens, achieving speeds dozens or even hundreds of times the speed of sound would pose no challenge. Yet, all of this relied on the S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had to operate at full capacity, aiding bodily recovery and counteracting side effects. Otherwise, Lu Yu's body would be unable to withstand the strain. After all, he was not the Flash. Lacking the protective measures of super speed, he depended solely on his physical capabilities and the synergy with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Nevertheless, Lu Yu was exceedingly satisfied. This ability was exceptional. Following the speed test, Lu Yu turned his attention to the transfer of this power. This ability could also benefit others, but it came with considerable risks. Consequently, Lu Yu devised a card. Power, Quantum Electromagnetic Field Card. Its effect was to grant the holder super speed, albeit within a controllable range, 5 times the speed of sound. A protective membrane would form within the holder's body, negating side effects while altering certain conditions to ensure the holder remained unaffected. Is this the fruit of your labor? Daisy inquired curiously, gazing at the card before her. Indeed. But your speed is likely on par with this level, isn't it? Liu replied. That's correct. My own speed far exceeds this. Especially when the Xiongxin, power of light, and genetic strength are combined, there seems to be no evident shortcomings. I may not need it, but you can utilize it, can't you? Liu insisted. That makes sense. Daisy conceded, acknowledging its utility. Let me give it a try. She seized the card from the table, and in an instant, silver-white lightning enveloped her, vanishing from Lu Yu's sight. When she reappeared, she held 2 hamburgers in her hands. Earlier, she had dashed to the neighboring burger shop to procure these 2 burgers. Naturally, she did not pay in the conventional manner. Instead, she tossed the money aside and took the burgers for herself. Here you go. Daisy handed 1 hamburger to Lu Yu. How does it feel? Lu Yu inquired. Quite good. Daisy replied, her cheeks flushed. Moments ago, she had relished the unique sensations brought by the super speed, which felt far swifter than driving a sports car. That's why I said it's quite useful. But is that all you can do? What more could be done? Lu Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he drew 2 circles on the ground. Then he spoke. Do you see? Move back and forth between these 2 circles. Although Daisy felt perplexed, she complied and began to move back and forth. At first, a faint shadow lingered, connecting the 2 circles. However, as Daisy accelerated, the shadow gradually faded, revealing 2 distinct versions of Daisy. What is this? Both Daisies exclaimed simultaneously. It was a peculiar kind of doppelganger. All right, stop. Lu Yu approached Daisy, raising his hand to retrieve a piece of glass and placing it before her. What are you going to do? Place your hand on it and vibrate quickly. Oh, Daisy nodded, placing her hand on the glass and initiating a tremor. Suddenly, the glass shattered, scattering like stardust. Imagine if such power were to be applied to a living being. The implications of Lu Yu's words were laden with foreboding, sending chills down one's spine. Daisy indeed envisioned it, trembling at the horrifying image of a watermelon being obliterated by an invisible force. There were even more astonishing effects, equally formidable. Lu Yu raised his hand, activating high-frequency vibrations, causing his hand to penetrate the tabletop, leaving a crack, and splitting the surface cleanly, as smooth as a mirror. Daisy watched in disbelief as Lu Yu vibrated his fingers, inserting them into the tabletop, withdrawing them to reveal the surface unscathed. How is this possible? Instinctively, Daisy touched the spot, gently tapping to confirm that everything was intact. This is the application of high-frequency vibrations, but you cannot achieve it yet. Daisy, undeterred, quickly vibrated her hands, attempting to penetrate the table, succeeding but leaving a hole in its wake. She conceded that she could not replicate his feat. Daisy, steadfast in her belief, decided to shift her focus to other areas, convinced that her super speed ability still held untapped potential. What she had displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. She continued her research, albeit slowly, realizing she required more specialized knowledge. Lu Yu, recognizing her need for further learning, encouraged her pursuit of a dual degree, expanding her ambitions. Daisy felt somewhat helpless, contemplating surrendering the card Lu Yu had provided. Yet he showed no intention of reclaiming it. Consequently, Daisy found herself in a predicament, casting a gaze filled with resentment towards Lu Yu. Recently, Lu Yu had been affected by these developments, contemplating whether he should retract the card, as this was not a sustainable solution. Just then, news arrived that a long-frozen relic had awakened, causing quite a stir, prompting him to strategize. This individual was the architect behind the dissolution of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if not the mastermind, he warranted attention, even consideration for elimination. As Lu Yu pondered the feasibility of this course of action, another issue arose. Egg had uncovered a lead. When Lu Yu dispatched the Winter Soldier to eliminate Pierce, Garrett had summoned mercenaries for assistance, and Egg, unbeknownst to how to reach the upper echelons of the mercenaries, had captured a live subject and was currently interrogating the identity of the puppet master. Hydra and others were entirely oblivious to this, with even Garrett only aware that someone had been captured, oblivious to their whereabouts. Egg had concealed himself remarkably well this time. Lu Yu could not help but worry. Do you think Egg has discovered Hydra? He reached out to all high-ranking officials privy to Hydra's intelligence, initiating multi-channel communications. His primary concern was not the capture of the shadowy puppeteer, but rather the exposure of Hydra itself. Although the mercenaries were hired by Garrett, their higher-ups remained largely uninformed. The mercenaries were the linchpin. If the informant remained uncaptured, little could be gleaned. Lu Yu worried whether the informant had become aware, leading him to conceal information from everyone. Surely he hasn't discovered anything? Garrett appeared uncertain. After all, the informant had maintained such stringent secrecy that no one else was informed, leaving only him in the know, which inevitably sparked speculation. Could it be that he sought vengeance for Pierce personally? Wasn't it said that he and Pierce shared a close bond? Daisy suddenly inquired during the meeting. This was not an impossibility. As the thought crossed their minds, the likelihood seemed significant. We cannot jump to conclusions, Liu cautioned. The group nodded in agreement, and Daisy was not surprised. It was indeed unwise to speculate, especially considering their adversary was the king of spies. The consequences of a miscalculation could be dire. Perhaps a more direct approach would suffice, akin to their handling of Pierce, eliminate him and let all secrets die with him. Presently, it seemed that even if he had uncovered Hydra, he alone would be aware of it. Langmuir proposed this course of action, believing it to be the simplest solution. Some concurred, while others expressed dissent. Would killing him incite new troubles? With Pierce recently deceased and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. also vanished, would this not raise suspicions? Daisy pondered for a moment before voicing her concerns. Although she held grievances against S.H.I.E.L.D., she analyzed the situation with rationality, devoid of personal emotions. Her insights illuminated the room, prompting Garrett, Hitzel, and others to regard her with newfound respect. Daisy's suggestion was sound, hence the need for discussion rather than unilateral action. Daisy, please continue. Liu smiled, eager to provide her with an opportunity to shine. I believe we must first ascertain a crucial point, not through speculation, but with irrefutable evidence to prove whether the informant is aware. How do you intend to accomplish this? Liu inquired. Daisy turned her gaze toward Liu. Very well, she directed her thoughts towards him. Everyone acknowledged that uncovering the informant's secrets would be fraught with challenges, and deciphering his thoughts would be even more daunting. However, Daisy understood that comprehending the informant was not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 73, Heavy Artillery. As long as Liu activated the plan, everything would proceed smoothly. This was not mere conjecture, but rather an accurate foresight grounded in quantum information. More precisely, the purpose of convening this meeting was to prepare psychologically and tactically for potential unknown changes. If the informant remained oblivious, that would be ideal. If he had any inkling, immediate action must be taken to seize control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Any uncontrolled S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would be eliminated in the name of the Guardians Alliance. Zhao Qian has tasked me with determining whether the informant is aware. I will reconfirm. Is there anything else to discuss? Liu pressed Daisy. In truth, Liu had already attempted contact, but interference from quantum fluctuations hindered him. Thus, this meeting was convened to prepare everyone. Otherwise, the process would not be so intricate. Even if Daisy remained silent, Liu intended to verify personally. He would venture forth, prepared to confront any interference. Indeed, Daisy resolutely responded and added, if Egghead is completely oblivious, then so be it. If he is aware, we must act immediately to seize control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Any uncontrollable S.H.I.E.L.D. agents will be eliminated in the name of the Guardians Alliance. Liu interjected, we all understand your urgency to resolve this matter. If Egghead cannot be controlled, then he must be eradicated, and we shall unify S.H.I.E.L.D. and cleanse the agents. We all concur. This is standard procedure. However, could we refrain from invoking the name of the Guardians Alliance? It feels rather awkward. Most present shared this sentiment, as they had once been members of Hydra. For these former Hydra members to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents under the Hydra banner, while effective, felt uncomfortable, akin to turning against their own. This was the most direct approach. The Paperclip project served as a reasonable basis, adhering to all regulations, and the World Security Council would not object. One could even portray Egghead as a Hydra member. He was ruthless and harbored numerous secrets. So much so that claiming he was Hydra would likely be believed by the World Security Council. It was not merely a matter of belief, but rather a definitive classification of him as Hydra. Without Pierce as a buffer, the World Security Council had grown increasingly discontent with Egghead, resenting his arrogance and self-interest. They would be eager to replace him with a more compliant S.H.I.E.L.D. director. At that point, belief would be irrelevant. He would be directly labeled as Hydra, provided he had to disappear. Otherwise, maneuvering would prove challenging. Putting that aside for now, Liu interrupted the group's thoughts, stating, the meeting concludes here. There is no need to rush a decision. We shall reconvene once I have clarified the situation. You all are aware of the circumstances. With that, Liu disregarded the group's reactions, severing communication and ending the discussion. He embraced Daisy, sinking deeply into the sofa. Aren't we leaving? Daisy inquired, referring to ascertaining Egghead's whereabouts. Not in haste. Why? I must first determine his location. Daisy ceased her inquiries, recognizing the necessity of addressing this issue. However, it posed no difficulty for Liu. After Daisy stopped probing, He retrieved a mobile device and activated the application that connected to Egghead's soul. Soon, he pinpointed Egghead's location in Texas, presumably at his hidden base. Egghead had concealed himself quite effectively. Yet, it was of little consequence. Having relished Daisy's softness, Lu Yu initiated his actions, appearing near Egghead, where a dense mountain range obscured much of the view. As Lu Yu had suspected, it was indeed a secret base, equipped with heavy artillery, far from ordinary. Any ordinary individual approaching would meet a fatal end. However, Lu Yu was no ordinary person, even if he did not enter the premises. Activating his superbrain capabilities, he controlled all devices that shielded mental energy and influenced psychic forces, releasing his mental power to probe. Initially, upon receiving the news, Lu Yu had attempted to unlock Egghead's memories through the application, but was hindered by interference devices at that time. The large-scale data transfer, such as memories, was easily disrupted. Now, however, it was finally possible. Nonetheless, Lu Yu bypassed the application. The target was right before him, and he opted for a direct and forceful use of his mental power. All interference devices have been successfully controlled. The mental energy extended forth, swiftly locating the figure of Lu Dan, who was glowering at a middle-aged man being interrogated in a dimly lit room. All devices remained under dominion, rendering him oblivious to Lu Yu's mental presence as it directly infiltrated his consciousness. Lu Yu commenced the exploration of his thoughts and memories. A slight furrow formed on Lu Yu's brow, only to quickly smooth out again. Lu Dan indeed unearthed certain matters, yet it was not the Hydra he discerned, but rather the existence of another force. Not Hydra, not Lu Yu, but others entirely, with no evidence to indicate their identities, thus instilling a sense of unease in Lu Dan, who opted for concealment. He suspected that Pierce's demise was linked to these individuals, uncertain as to their numbers, and dared not trust anyone, adopting a more clandestine approach. Delving deeper into his memories, Lu Yu discovered that this individual had suspected a subtle connection between them. Previously, he had sensed that Lu Yu was concealing power within S.H.I.E.L.D, yet multiple inquiries had yielded no results. This time, having identified these individuals, doubt began to creep into his mind. What in the world is going on? Lu Yu couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Chapter 74, An Impossible Task Within the S.H.I.E.L.D branch of the virtual universe. Lu Yu's smile concealed a veil of caution. While matters remained under control, a slight sense of reassurance washed over him. Nonetheless, who exactly were those individuals? His curiosity ignited, distinct from the ordinary. He never shied away from uncovering the truth, instead confronting challenges head-on. From Lu Dan's memories, he pinpointed a particularly dubious agent's information and acted decisively. He rendered himself invisible as he entered the public sector of S.H.I.E.L.D, finding himself within a vast command center, quietly observing an apparently ordinary administrative agent. With a silent smile, he mused, not bad. Within the entire command center, a significant portion of the division comprised former Hydra members, with this individual being the sole exception, seemingly unscathed. Quite the feat. This also attested to the depth of his concealment. Lu Yu felt no need to hide from a fellow kind, controlling the invisibility device to reveal his presence while simultaneously locking onto the agent with his mental energy. Which organization do you belong to? Lu Yu inquired, addressing the puzzled gazes of those present as they regained their composure after his sudden appearance. Hydra, the man responded, somewhat dazed. Brother, you are under someone else's control, and you still dare to lie? Lu Yu remarked. Wait, that doesn't quite add up. If he were under control like the professor, perhaps he could break free, but lying while under control, can this administrative agent truly manage that? Lu Yu pondered. Let us be real, even if I were to lower my mental prowess, this fellow couldn't possibly resist. It's utterly impossible. Thus, it seemed what he said might indeed hold truth. Who are you, really? Lu Yu pressed again. Hydra. The man still responded in a stupor. I see. Lu Yu turned to the others, asking, do you know him? Are you aware of whose subordinate he is? The crowd exchanged glances, falling into silence. No one recognized him. Or perhaps, no one knew him intimately enough to uncover his secret affiliation with Hydra, rendering his identity a conundrum to them. How intriguing. Lu Yu gazed at the civil agent and demanded, reveal your origins, leaving no detail unspoken. Indeed, my name is Vincent, a member of Hydra. I am not part of an internal faction of S.H.I.E.L.D, but rather an external member of Hydra. My primary objective here is to gather intelligence and identify the weaknesses within S.H.I.E.L.D that can be exploited for control. Vincent stated with an unflinching demeanor. The surrounding former Hydra members were taken aback, astonished to learn that another Hydra operative had infiltrated their ranks, completely unaware of the truth. They presumed they were merely dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, toying with them as if they were simple fools, oblivious to the fact that the real fools were themselves. This situation was indeed perilous. Had Lu Yu not unveiled the truth, they would have remained oblivious. Should any complications arise, they would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The mere thought of this made them break into a cold sweat. Vincent disregarded their unease and continued calmly, simultaneously, I bear another mission. Should my identity be compromised and I observe that the Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot be subdued, I shall set a trap to retaliate against the internal Hydra. Shall I say that infighting within Hydra is unparalleled? Lu Yu mused after a moment of silence, resigned. Vincent's reasoning was straightforward, or rather, the logic of those behind him was, if subjugation proves impossible, they would frame others. Sacrificing them would expose the existence of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. This indeed contravened Hydra's principle of secrecy, yet if the Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. were revealed and acted recklessly, all leaders would face obliteration. At that juncture, it would be the opportune moment for those behind Vincent to act. While it may be unrealistic to eliminate the entirety of Hydra's internal strength within S.H.I.E.L.D., the annihilation of a portion would be achievable. Additionally, assimilating elite members to fortify their own ranks was a viable strategy. He was entirely capable of amassing a formidable force. As for the downfall of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., it bore no consequence for him. Even if other leaders aspired to make a mark, they would find themselves powerless. Sacrificing a small fraction of strength merely to bolster one's own, a testament to the truth behind Hydra's reputation for internal strife. Who sent you? Lu Yu inquired. Daniel Whitehall. Vincent replied, his tone as flat as ever. Is it he? Lu Yu paused momentarily, then swiftly grasped the implications. If it were indeed him, it would make sense. Daniel Whitehall, a disciple of Red Skull, could be considered one of the most authentic heirs of Hydra. Logically, his position should be quite secure. However, towards the end of World War II, Red Skull was frozen by the Captain America, sent into the cosmos to assist Thanos, while Whitehall was captured by the Howling Commandos led by the girlfriend of the frozen general, resulting in decades of imprisonment. By the time he emerged, the opportune moment had long passed. Even after Pierce released him, only a few loyalists to Red Skull's ideology followed him, and his forces remained significantly limited. Recently, he seemed to be under the oppression of Baron Strucker. Though Daniel Whitehall had missed his prime opportunity, he seized upon the current chaotic landscape. Rising to become the most prominent figure within Hydra, he had commandeered a considerable amount of power from Daniel Whitehall, which was precisely why Whitehall had been constrained. With such a substantial portion of his strength usurped, the Baron naturally feared retaliation, thus necessitating stringent control over this most legitimate heir. Consequently, he harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. At the precise moment when S.H.I.E.L.D. found itself lacking in definitive leadership within the ranks of Hydra, he took action. This individual, despite his reluctance, had indeed overreached. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. After pondering for a moment, he turned his gaze back to Vincent. Activating his mental energy to probe Vincent's mind for a list, the singular management structure of Hydra once again proved its utility. In Lu Yu's neural network, a few specific identifiers were stored. There were only a handful of them. In this virtual reality, Lu Yu found such a number alarmingly scarce. This is troublesome, everyone. Keep a close watch on him. Lu Yu commanded his companions, who were projected as holograms around him. At your service, leader. They responded in unison from the office's holographic display. Upon hearing their replies, Lu Yu instantly vanished from the virtual environment. Vincent's confusion quickly dissipated, and he resumed his work as if nothing had transpired. The others also redirected their focus, becoming engrossed in their tasks, as if the earlier scene had merely been a fleeting illusion. However, upon closer inspection, despite the constant shifts of attention within the office, at least 3 invisible quantum scans were persistently locked onto Vincent, unbeknownst to him. Lu Yu activated multidimensional communication once more. 2 pieces of information, he stated succinctly. One good and one bad. The good news was that the egghead had yet to discover their whereabouts. His actions were likely motivated by other suspects, possibly involving a faction of Hydra. Hearing this, the group's demeanor softened slightly, as this was indeed favorable news. Some couldn't help but smile, content with their current situation and reluctant to see it altered. Don't celebrate too soon. There is bad news. Lu Yu, having noticed their elation, continued. The individuals whom egghead suspects are also members of Hydra. Although they do not belong to our faction, they are affiliated with another branch of Hydra, tasked with sowing chaos and undermining our influence. The smiles faded from their faces. It was hardly surprising for Hydra to dispatch operatives. They were well aware of the ruthless internal strife within the organization. The crux of the matter was the mission of this group, which was indeed disheartening. How difficult it had been to establish this influence. Not only were they to be eradicated, but they were also to endure turmoil. This was clearly a calculated effort to instigate unrest. That person certainly needed to be eliminated. Who was the puppet master behind this? Asked Sylvie, posing a crucial question. Daniel Whitehall. This name was familiar to all. They had played a part in his earlier escape. At that time, Pierce had let him go. After much effort on their part. Now, he was repaying kindness with malice. Yet, the angriest among them was not just the group, but also Daisy. She had unearthed some secrets about her parents, including the origins of her departure from home, and the horrific incident of her mother being vivisected by Whitehall, who had used her organs and bone marrow to restore his youth. The name Daniel Whitehall had long since made Daisy seethe with rage. His reappearance now was utterly unsurprising. What should we do now? Daisy, suppressing her fury, directly inquired of Lu Yu. We have two options. The group immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Firstly, we shall gain control over S.H.I.E.L.D. to master the root of all troubles. Thus, even if Whitehall attempts any maneuvers, we shall remain unperturbed. Secondly, we must eliminate Whitehall entirely. These two options manifested within the collective quantum thoughts of the assembly. Before they could ponder deeply, Lu Yu's voice resonated once more as he cast a glance at Daisy and declared, in truth, I lean towards the latter. Of course, this is merely my personal suggestion. If you disagree, that is of no consequence. The assembly responded, now that you have expressed your stance, how could we dare to voice dissent? The second option is indeed commendable. Who are we? We are the indomitable Hydra. How can we remain passive in the face of provocation? The command of our leader is my supreme principle. Ah, what a resilient bunch of Hydra operatives. Lu Yu expressed his satisfaction. Next time, I shall bestow upon you greater accolades. You have performed admirably. Our current objective is to eliminate that devious Whitehall. However, prior to that, a pressing issue must be addressed. The Hydra members lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. under Whitehall's command? Daisy inquired, regaining her composure. Indeed, they are the ones. They may be elite under Whitehall's command. Otherwise, they would not be assigned such tasks. Yet, lacking our support, they were unmasked by our clever agent. They could incite even greater troubles. We must resolve this before they escalate further. With our agent already suspecting, allowing them to linger would only worsen the situation. Leader, do you intend for them all to meet their demise, or shall they vanish without a trace, thus alleviating our agent's suspicions? Sylvie queried Lu Yu. Certainly, the latter. Then leave it to me. Sylvie volunteered eagerly. She had dealt with such matters numerous times and was well versed in the intricacies involved. After all, how else could Hydra remain undiscovered until now? Sylvie brimmed with confidence. Then it is entrusted to you. I shall not interfere with the process or the methods employed. But you must ensure our agent remains untroubled. Absolutely. Sylvie responded without hesitation, for she was indeed a true expert in such matters. Now, the remaining task is the eradication of Whitehall. Lu Yu turned his gaze to Daisy, assigning this task to her, instructing everyone to cooperate fully. The assembly, naturally, dared not voice any objections, though Daisy appeared slightly hesitant. Fear not. They are merely a faction, nothing of great significance. If necessary, I shall recruit another batch. Lu Yu reassured Daisy. The assembly remarked, Boss, is it truly wise to express such sentiments in our presence? Their loyalty began to wane. Chapter 76. The prime suspect Lu Yu discerned this shift and added, as long as these steps proceed without error, we shall stabilize the situation. Although aware that Lu Yu was primarily soothing their apprehensions, this assurance did provide a measure of comfort to the assembly. The loyalty index had stabilized. I require some specialized auxiliary equipment. Daisy suddenly requested. Speak freely of your needs. I shall provide. I desire a batch of advanced weaponry. Not the conventional fare found in the market, but the kind you have developed. Not a problem. Compile a list, and I shall prepare it for you. 1,000 energy cannons, 1,000 plasma beam guns, 100 gravitational bombs, 20 spatial distortion devices, 10 magnetic field manipulation apparatuses, and 10 ultra-powerful electromagnetic pulse bombs, along with a set of reinforced battle armor equipped with a miniature wormhole generator. The audience. The initial items are comprehensible, but what are these latter high-tech devices? Is this all? Quite sufficient. I shall utilize them to conjure a grand surprise for you. I await with bated breath. Everyone sprang into action, and Hitler was no exception. Upon learning from Lu Yu about the identities and networks of potentially hazardous individuals, he too commenced his endeavors. Lu Yu had previously volunteered to assist in locating these individuals. Although Hitler was experienced in handling special affairs, Lu Yu did not believe he could identify all the problematic figures and thus intended to lend a helping hand. However, Hitler declared it unnecessary, claiming he was adept enough to discern. Armed with merely a list of names, he initiated his operations. Liu Yu watched with keen interest as Hitler set his plans into motion. Once arrangements were made, he arrived at a Hydra secret base to assume command. Everyone, halt your current tasks. Upon announcing his directives to those present at the secret base, he retrieved a tablet and disseminated information to all in attendance, stating, "Before you lies a list of individuals led by Subject 757, Vincent. I require you to utilize the S.H.I.E.L.D. internal network to trace their complete records from 3 years prior, particularly their detailed information post-employment." Yes, sir. No one questioned or hesitated. All immediately set to work, their fingers dancing across keyboards, employing the base's and Hydra's privileges to procure the information Hitler required. In this age of information, the process was swift. Within half an hour, the necessary data was prepared and transmitted to his tablet. There were 2 documents, one from S.H.I.E.L.D. and one from Hydra. Hitler chose not to examine the S.H.I.E.L.D. document first. Instead, he opened the Hydra file. It contained a staggering total of 1,245 individuals. Hydra had recruited 1,245 members over the past 3 years. A considerable figure indeed. In reality, these individuals had only joined S.H.I.E.L.D. in recent months. The 3-year trace was merely precautionary. Without unnecessary dialogue, Hitler called up another list of Hydra members who had been injected with the chip as mentioned by Liu Yu and compared it with the current list. 1,104 names matched successfully, vanishing from sight. The remaining 141 names still lingered on the tablet. Administer the chip to these 141 individuals, Hitler commanded coldly to his subordinate. Regardless of whether they posed a problem, suspicion warranted the injection. Those who remain alive are allies. Those who do not survive are enemies. As for those who might miraculously endure, they certainly exist. Only when loyalty diminishes to 0 will they perish, as some problematic elements may fortuitously evade capture. Yet now, as long as they live, they are allies, unless they wish for their demise. Thus, the internal issues of Hydra have been largely resolved. Indeed, Commander, the subordinates of Hitler will merely respond in accordance with Hydra's traditional style, devoid of much thought. Confirming that his subordinates have commenced execution, Hitler does not conclude. Instead, he accesses the data from S.H.I.E.L.D. The number of personnel here far exceeds that of Hydra. In the past 3 years, S.H.I.E.L.D. has augmented its ranks by over 3,400 members, of which more than 2,000 are agents, and the remainder consists of various administrative personnel. Hitler swiftly reviews the information, subsequently connecting to a preset algorithm, transmitting this list along with the data. A progress bar appears on the tablet, advancing at a relatively slow pace. After approximately half an hour, the progress bar completes, and the algorithm finalizes its verification of the data. At this juncture, nearly 3,000 names emerge on Hitler's tablet, as the algorithm selects 3,000 individuals from the pool of over 3,400. However, Hitler's attention is not on these nearly 3,000, but rather on the remaining 464. The algorithm on the tablet is not ordinary. It was developed by Zola to filter out those who harbor the strongest aversion to Hydra's rule. It analyzes a lifetime of data, such as academic performance, statements, preferences, and more, to identify underlying traits that even the individuals themselves may not be aware of, determining whether they would resist Hydra's governance. Clearly, the nearly 3,000 individuals just mentioned meet this criterion, as they would oppose Hydra's domination. Yet, considering they are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, this is quite typical. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. invariably possess a sense of defiance against Hydra. The remaining 464, however, raise significant suspicion. If anyone is likely to be spies planted by Whitehall, they undoubtedly belong to this group. In the face of the algorithm, typical disguises prove futile. Is there an issue? Certainly. They may subtly lean towards Hydra without realizing it, all while maintaining an outwardly principled stance against the regime. Hydra has previously recruited individuals of this nature. There is a problem, yet they remain the primary suspects sent by Whitehall. Chapter 77. Commencing action. Hitler issues orders to his subordinates. Place all individuals under strict surveillance. Avoiding arousing suspicion. Over the next month, assign them high-risk tasks to ensure their elimination. For those who cannot be directly dealt with, implant intelligent microchips. If they perish along the way, they will be placed within branches under our control, gradually phased out over 5 years. S.H.I.E.L.D. loses thousands of personnel annually, which is not particularly significant. Understood, Commander. His subordinates respond without hesitation, asking no questions and not mentioning the possibility of collateral damage. Are they not S.H.I.E.L.D? Should they still be concerned about such matters? They are, after all, Hydra. At most. Hydra will extend an apology to them afterward. Hydra's subordinates begin to take action. The effects from S.H.I.E.L.D will take a month to manifest, rendering immediate evaluation impossible. However, the situation on Hydra's side is entirely different. Among the 141 individuals marked with suspicion, aside from the one identified by the egg, within half a day, 120 have met with mysterious deaths, their souls shattered. Only 20 survive, having narrowly escaped due to the implantation of intelligent programs. However, among these 20 individuals, 2 exhibited wavering loyalty, as if their lives could be extinguished at any moment. Clearly, these 2 were also agents of Whitehall. After dealing with the deaths of the 120, disguised as casualties of the mission, S.H.I.E.L.D interrogated the 2 suspects. One, refusing to divulge information, saw their loyalty plummet to 0 and met a grim fate. The other survived and disclosed some information. Indeed, he was an operative of Whitehall and identified several deceased as accomplices. They all operated under the orders of Whitehall, infiltrating Hydra, and had joined in recent months. Through his testimony and the comparison with Vincent's statements obtained by Liu Yu, it became evident that Whitehall's conspiracy had been brewing over the last few months. The deceased 120 had also joined recently, and the situation within S.H.I.E.L.D was likely similar. Nonetheless, S.H.I.E.L.D made no alterations, proceeding with the original plan to eliminate or recruit everyone within the next month. Why the term almost? Because S.H.I.E.L.D feared that the sudden deaths of certain individuals identified by the egg would raise suspicions, intending to resolve matters gradually and cautiously, avoiding excessive exposure. As S.H.I.E.L.D executed his plans, Daisy began her own operations, albeit in a manner more subtle than S.H.I.E.L.'s, at least initially. The equipment you requested has been prepared for you, along with the latest tactical optics and gear. Liu Yu informed Daisy, who was collaborating with Ramlo and Garrett in researching the building's virtual projections. Indeed, they are sufficiently discreet. They did not act directly, but rather deliberated strategies, such as a blitzkrieg to clear the entire building or employing an electromagnetic pulse bomb to incapacitate communications across half the city. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, the trio paused their intense discussion and turned their gazes toward him. What is it? Well, we have some disagreements regarding certain plans, and your arrival is quite timely. Help us resolve this. Daisy sighed with relief, addressing Liu Yu. Help you resolve it? This is your matter. I've entrusted it to you, naturally. You are to handle everything. Liu Yu, intentionally cultivating Daisy, extricated himself from the situation entirely, placing the gear from his backpack at the base before silently disappearing. Fine. This is still our problem, Daisy remarked helplessly, glancing back at the 2. My stance remains unchanged. We must swiftly resolve all matters. Eliminate them with a blitzkrieg to avert complications. But that way, we cannot effectively control each other's sphere of influence. Why are you so insistent on this? Garrett could not refrain from questioning. Without this, we can still maintain control, but can you guarantee absolute dominance? The Baron is still closely monitoring. That is the crux of the matter, and we need not overly safeguard their personal safety, do we? What use are they? They are all die-hard loyalists of Whitehall. Daisy cited Ramlo, who had once pledged allegiance to Pierce and to Hydra. Ramlo felt no discomfort, while Garrett cast a glance at him and fell silent. To some extent, this was indeed difficult to assert. If Ramlo could betray, why not others? Ultimately, they chose silence. Ramlo understood his predicament, since Daisy had suggested it. The possibility of Liu Yu taking action was not out of the question. Considering this possibility, they all maintained their silence. Thus, it was decided. Daisy summarized, stating that the original plan remained unchanged, with the primary objective being the live capture of individuals. How can you ensure these people won't cause any issues? Employing anesthetics on such a large number poses significant risks, Rumlow inquired of Daisy. Certainly, Daisy retorted, picking up the firearm beside Liu Yu and scanning the room before leading 2 others to the hall. She fixed her aim on a busy Hydra member and fired. A continuous, distorted electric current erupted from the 5-centimeter barrel. In an instant, she was before the targeted Hydra member, and without any need for him to evade. A binding virtual mark formed upon him like a beam of energy. The unfortunate Hydra member collapsed, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, swiftly succumbing to unconsciousness. Excitement sparkled in Rumlow and Garrett's eyes. Marvelous. How long can this state be maintained? Even a powerhouse like Captain America would need to sleep for an entire day. The primary concern had been resolved, and the unfortunate soul was no longer a priority. Everyone was busy, with Liu Yu being the exception. While the sensation was pleasant, it soon grew monotonous, prompting him to seek tasks to occupy himself. He initially intended to take Lorna on a tour, but discovered her engrossed in a hefty holographic learning manual, unusually focused. Only Lu Yu found himself with nothing to do. Eventually, he reluctantly retrieved the game helmet he had previously crafted, intending to enhance it further. At Tony Stark's Technology Expo, he had promised to create one. While he had indeed completed it, the results were far from satisfactory, lacking in realism despite being a significant advance over existing devices. With some free time at hand, he planned to make substantial improvements. However, before he could commence, trouble once again presented itself, none other than Coulson. "Why are you here to see Warjin again?" Lu Yu asked, setting down the game helmet with a look of disdain. "Please, don't regard me with that expression. I mentioned I didn't wish to come. I merely had no choice," Coulson replied, internally grumbling as always, yet maintaining a facade of calm, even if his smile was strained. To Lu Yu, it could barely be deemed a smile. "Get to the point. I have many matters to attend to," Lu Yu retorted, still displaying his distaste. Coulson swore that had he been capable of overpowering Lu Yu, he would have shown him the consequences of his actions. "I'm here for 2 matters, Coulson said, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Lu Yu watched Coulson calmly, waiting for him to disclose the 2 matters. "Firstly, our director has identified some anomalous individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D, and he intends to eliminate them. He hopes you can confirm whether these individuals are linked to you, to avoid any collateral damage," Coulson stated, his eyes glimmering. The so-called confirmation was more of a probe. Regardless of acknowledgement, it could yield valuable information for research and uncover secrets. Although one may lie, such falsehoods can also unveil certain truths. Lu Yu understood this all too well. He replied, "They are my people. However, now that you have discovered them, let them self-destruct. They are of no use." "It seems you have yet to peruse the list of those individuals," Coulson remarked, his demeanor stiffening. "It matters not. It is better to eliminate them. One less is one less. They are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, not members of your organization," Coulson retorted. "Just earlier, you claimed that you were part of an organization that upholds world peace. What has changed?" Lu Yu was perplexed by his line of thinking. Had he known, he would have informed him that this was also a means of maintaining peace. In the Marvel Universe, the greatest threat to peace frequently emanates from S.H.I.E.L.D. Their absence would significantly alleviate many troubles. "Let us drop this matter." Sensing he could glean no further information from Lu Yu, Coulson pressed on. "The second issue pertains to some armor fragments we previously discovered. Are you referring to that scrap metal? Very well. Those armor pieces, are you certain you wish to focus on this matter? I believe you should be more concerned about Thor. If we are invested in this, would you be willing to share with us?" Coulson inquired softly. What Coulson did not articulate was their need to extract information from him. Thor's girlfriend, under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance, had utilized her connection to Thor to acquire considerable knowledge. Surely, it would not be less than what Lu Yu possessed. Most critically, the veracity of her information was the highest, aligning closely with the descriptions in Norse mythology, which, after all, had been disseminated by the Asgardians. "You truly do not wish to divulge anything? Very well, let us discuss the armor fragments. What have you uncovered?" "Indeed, we have discovered some." "Oh." Lu Yu's expression conveyed intrigue. Although he feigned interest, he was acutely aware that this material was nearly worthless, having been severely damaged, with only remnants remaining. The material is exceptionally unique, not belonging to any substance found on Earth, and its elemental arrangement. I must insist, can we dispense with the trivialities? This is clearly not a terrestrial product. Discovering similar materials would indeed be peculiar. Coulson appeared flustered. That is a valid point. We have also found numerous inscriptions among the fragments. These are rune inscriptions, imbued with power. Lu Yu interjected. You did not come merely to amuse me, did you? If so, I must warn you, your demise would be quite gruesome. Ahem. No, I certainly did not mean to jest. The crux lies ahead, Coulson awkwardly continued. Proceed. The inscriptions on those fragments are fragmented, so we conducted some research. While piecing together portions of the text, we stumbled upon some peculiar findings. You pieced together the inscriptions? Are you certain you are serious? It was merely a spontaneous idea from one of our researchers. That researcher ought to be reprimanded. Who dares to experiment recklessly? Wait. You haven't inadvertently conjured something during your research, have you? That is evident. Hence, I assert that you are the greatest threat in the public arena. Lu Yu paused for a moment, curiosity piqued as he inquired. What have you managed to produce? Chapter 79. The useful object. Lu Yu was entirely oblivious to the matter. On one hand, the S.H.I.E.L.D. had never disclosed whether they had developed anything prior, and now, with Lu Yu's arrival, numerous variables had emerged. The fragments of the destroyer appeared increasingly shattered, and any anomaly might give rise to unforeseen consequences. On the other hand, Lu Yu had not been keeping abreast of S.H.I.E.L.D's research advancements lately, having cast aside those discarded metallic remnants from his mind, rendering his ignorance quite natural. At this moment, he was indeed filled with intrigue. Actually, I have brought something, Coulson declared, bearing the weight of Lu Yu's scrutinizing gaze as he raised a box, placing it before Lu Yu. It was only then that Lu Yu noticed the box in Coulson's hands. He had been so preoccupied with disdain that he failed to observe it earlier. As Coulson lifted the box, Lu Yu's attention was finally captured. Without waiting for Coulson to leisurely unveil its contents, he seized it from Coulson's grip, activating his mental energy to trigger the mechanism and open the box. "Be careful," Coulson suddenly warned. But it was too late. With a snap, the box sprang open before Lu Yu. A black sphere, let us refer to it as a sphere, shot forth from beside Lu Yu's ear, moving with a lifelike quality, bouncing erratically around the room and wreaking havoc on fragile objects. "Is this an energy orb?" Lu Yu queried, casting a puzzled glance at Coulson. "Truth be told, we are equally uncertain. Once the special mechanism linked to that symbol is activated, this entity emerges, and even the slightest disturbance can cause it to continue its bouncing. We only managed to capture it after considerable effort," Coulson replied with a wry smile. Disregarding his rueful expression, Lu Yu extended his mental energy, ensnaring the bouncing orb. He harnessed his mental prowess to bring it into his palm. Testing it with approximately a gram of force, Lu Yu found its elasticity astonishing. As it shot away with a mere touch, just as it had moments earlier, ultimately being summoned back by Lu Yu's mental command. He began to comprehend why it had launched away earlier. A slight excess of force during its activation had caused vibrations that propelled it outward. "What about your writings? Let me see," Lu Yu commanded, fixing the orb in his palm with his mental energy as he addressed Coulson. Seemingly prepared, Coulson retrieved his phone and displayed an image. Lu Yu cast a fleeting glance and immediately furrowed his brow. It was utterly contrary to reason. 2 runic characters had been dismantled and reassembled, and astonishingly, they had succeeded. Lu Yu found himself at a loss to describe the fortune of that S.H.I.E.L.D. researcher. Yet, it undeniably posed an intriguing subject. Closing his eyes, Lu Yu mobilized all known disassemblable runic characters to engage in disassembly and recombination. Numerous new characters began to materialize. However, the results were far from satisfactory. The runic characters had undergone countless years of evolution, forming a perfected system, and Lu Yu's combinations yielded little effect, producing merely faint sparks at best. For the bouncing orb, that was the utmost limit. It appeared S.H.I.E.L.D. had realized this as well, which was likely why they were willing to entrust it to Lu Yu for research, hoping to gain an understanding of its substantial properties. Otherwise, it would be laughable. Understanding this, Lu Yu opened his eyes. "How did it go?" Coulson promptly inquired upon seeing Lu Yu's eyes flutter open. He was aware that Lu Yu had conducted his research in such a manner, and at this moment, closing his eyes was merely a gesture of politeness. This entity was merely a high-elasticity sphere in an energetic form, serving no other purpose. Any notion you have of utilizing it as a weapon is futile and utterly impossible. Coulson felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon hearing Lu Yu utter a particular term, he was liberated from his dismay and gazed at him with curiosity. It possesses no other function, yet it has certain derivative effects. For instance, it might serve as the foundation for a perpetual motion device. Its elasticity is so profound that once it is set in motion, halting it becomes exceedingly difficult. If one could impose constraints to maintain a certain influence, it could potentially become a perpetual motion machine. After listening, Coulson nodded. Indeed, there were similar views within S.H.I.E.L.D., though actualizing it posed significant challenges. The movement is chaotic, and there may be unknown taboos that render it difficult to truly master. The bouncy sphere might harbor mysteries yet undiscovered by them. For now, it remains a subject of research. Lu Yu chose not to dwell on it further. He had conveyed all that needed to be said. "Do you still require this?" Lu Yu raised his palm and inquired of Coulson. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu controlled the elastic sphere to return to its box, placing it back with utmost care before closing it and returning it to Coulson. "To be honest, you are fortunate. These combinations are of little use, and only produced this trinket," Lu Yu added casually. Coulson remained silent, stowing the box away as he departed. After bidding farewell to Coulson, Lu Yu lifted one hand, merging a fragment of runic text from Thor's hammer with a fragment from the destroyer, grasping them together. The powers of thunder and flame erupted from Lu Yu's palm, weaving through his fingers and expanding in all directions before gradually dissipating. This was one of Lu Yu's most remarkable achievements thus far. S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided him with an excellent direction for research, yet they themselves had yielded no substantial gains. a quintessential act of selfless contribution. Lu Yu had just attempted to combine the runic fragments possessed by S.H.I.E.L.D, but had been unable to forge anything of value. He was aware of numerous runic texts, and had managed to obtain one that was somewhat useful, albeit with significant flaws. Chapter 80. Are you afraid? The selfless actions of the Guardians of the Galaxy are worthy of commendation. The technological devices they provided to Lu Yu were equally exceptional. Yet this was not all. Lu Yu had also uncovered a critically important information gateway, a mysterious realm awaiting exploration. Perhaps his personal innovations would be even more astonishing. However, the strength of the Guardians of the Galaxy should not be underestimated, for their research team consistently produces remarkable inventions. Lu Yu believed he must take action. Subsequently, he put his thoughts into practice. After careful deliberation, he approached Daisy and the others, who were wrapping up their tasks, discussing details, and preparing to act at any moment. Lu Yu effortlessly activated the communication channel of S.H.I.E.L.D and the others. I seem to have no further requests, right? Or has a new situation arisen? Do you want us to act early? Daisy inquired, puzzled by Lu Yu's sudden appearance. Neither. Lu Yu replied earnestly. I have but one objective. I wish to intervene in the research department of the Guardians of the Galaxy and access copies of all their findings. You need to devise a method. The group fell into a state of hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D pondered his words and communicated with Lu Yu through encrypted channels. In the past, perhaps we could have accomplished this. But now, it is indeed rather challenging. After Pierce's demise, we lost our highest authority. Many of the Star Guard's research projects are safeguarded by such levels of protection. Even though several members of the research team are affiliated with us, they cannot grant you full access to the research outcomes. Scientific achievements cannot be fully obtained by one or two individuals. They typically only gain partial insight. Only department heads, directors, and a select few with the highest authority can grasp the entirety of the information. It is exceedingly tricky. Hence, I sought your assistance. Otherwise, I would not have invited you. Lu Yu naturally responded, understood. S.H.I.E.L.D contemplated for a moment and remarked, there are indeed ways to navigate this. Speak, Lu Yu urged. The most reliable method is to cultivate a highest authority holder. Too slow, Lu Yu countered. Indeed, attaining the highest authority is no simple feat. An ordinary agent might toil for decades without achieving it, at best reaching levels 7 or 8, much like S.H.I.E.L.D, Ramlo, and Garrett. Another approach is infiltration, leveraging the Star Guard's internal network, but this would only yield partial information. Much may remain inaccessible. The data within the Star Guard is not only stored on an unnetworked internal system, crucial parts are also preserved in paper document form. Furthermore, some information is retained solely by the egg himself, under his personal control. While this second plan was marginally better, it still left much to be desired. Lu Yu felt discontented with both options. Lost in thought, he mused. What if we attempt to control someone with the highest authority, or someone on the cusp of becoming a highest authority holder? That should be simpler, don't you think? Daisy suggested. If all else fails, we might have to resort to that. Lu Yu paused, then continued. However, the second plan must also be employed. Raising one hand, a multitude of green binary digits appeared in his palm, ultimately coalescing into a green, disc-like object before the astonished gazes of the assembly. After a brief computation, he placed the disc into S.H.I.E.L.D's pocket. You'll handle this. How do I use it? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired, feeling the disc's sudden presence in his pocket. Insert it into your internal network's computer. Then, each month, utilize the additional methods I provide to extract the data. S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes widened with realization. Once he ensured no one was watching, he approached a specialized computer and inserted the disc. The disc shimmered with a vibrant green light, initiating a disintegration process as the binary characters dispersed and integrated into the computer, infiltrating the Star Guard's internal network. It became intangible, lurking within every document, seemingly innocuous. But once new files or other information emerged, it would proliferate like a virus, ultimately seizing control over everything. Simultaneously, it would connect with the network that Lu Yu had previously implanted in the external world. Lu Yu had already embedded a program within the Star Guard, designed partially to siphon research outcomes, but primarily to facilitate task management. Thus, their combined functionality would yield greater efficacy. Excellent. S.H.I.E.L.D accomplished his task, and Lu Yu also felt its impact. As for the matter of the highest authority, Lu Yu had already formed some ideas. There were numerous candidates to consider, with two standing out as the most promising. One was S.H.I.E.L.D, the successor nurtured by Lu Dan, who currently appeared to be the most likely candidate to become the director of the Interstellar Guard. After eliminating Lu Dan in the future, she could rightfully assume control of the Interstellar Guard. The other candidate caught Lu Yu's eye was Daisy. Are you afraid of becoming the future director of the Interstellar Guard? He inquired. What are you staring at? You're giving me the creeps. Can we focus on the matter at hand? Daisy replied helplessly, making a gesture to wipe sweat from her brow. Certainly, of course. Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly and asked Daisy, "Are you interested in becoming an outstanding agent of the Interstellar Guard?" Daisy responded, "An agent of the Interstellar Guard? Outstanding." It wasn't just Daisy who was skeptical. Others present were also voicing their doubts. Those attending the meeting were all affiliated with Hydra, and the notion of an outstanding Interstellar Guard agent seemed to overlook their existence. They were internally ridiculing the suggestion. "Well, I'll pass. It's not that I don't want to help share the burden. I just don't think I'm suited for it." Daisy finally regained her composure after a moment and spoke to Lu Yu. "What's wrong?" Chapter 81. Act immediately, although I am merely your partner in public. You know my role within your organization is but a vague concept to them. After all, your record is already documented in S.H.I.E.L.D. archives. They want to genuinely repurpose me, so let us forget it, Daisy explained subtly. In other words, she was indeed reluctant to participate, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Daisy's concerns were not unfounded, so Lu Yu did not press too hard. After all, her control over Hydra was sufficient, indirectly granting her a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D's power. Let us consider another candidate. Maria Hill, another prospective director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't just a hope. She had actually served as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a time and had performed exceptionally well. However, her demeanor was excessively cold, stemming from her background. Nevertheless, her capabilities were formidable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have garnered Lu Dan's esteem and held the position of director. With Daisy only willing to covertly lead Hydra, Lu Yu was left with no choice but to contemplate Hill. Destructive measures akin to those for flowers? No, Lu Yu merely required a springboard. Indeed, just a springboard. Maria Hill was clearly not one to accept recruitment easily, but Lu Yu did not need her obedience. He simply needed to employ subtle methods on her. Once she encountered specific elements, he could directly replicate the information. There was no need to resort to tactics used against individuals like Rumlow, as they were threats that needed to be eradicated, while Maria Hill was not. Furthermore, Lu Yu could not treat Maria Hill as he did Rumlow. It wasn't that he was unwilling. Rather, he simply could not find an opportune moment. Her public exposure was too high, and the surrounding circumstances were unfavorable. Lu Yu had to settle for alternatives. Even if she did not comply with the arrangements later on, it mattered little. He would merely use her as a springboard, regardless of her previous thoughts or her unwavering loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. If you are unwilling, then seek another. Who? Daisy inquired with curiosity. Not only Daisy, but others were equally intrigued. Maria Hill. Her? The crowd paused in surprise. Then their expressions shifted to one of agreement. She is indeed an excellent choice, considering her abilities and other factors. Yet, a question lingered in their minds. If one intends to control her, why not directly control the egg? Wouldn't that be more efficient? They clearly overthought the matter, mistakenly believing that Lu Yu would handle Maria Hill as he did with Rumlow. Since Maria Hill is already a subordinate, why not deal with her superior directly? Would that not ensure S.H.I.E.L.D's complete submission? Would their time to command S.H.I.E.L.D. not finally arrive? Lu Yu discerned their thoughts and rolled his eyes. In truth, he had entertained a similar notion. However, it was simply unfeasible. Lu Yu had attempted to replicate the egg using a betrayal card, but it seemed utterly ineffective. The fellow appeared to have severed ties with his affiliations. Regarding this, Lu Yu could only conclude that this seemingly serious yet internally dark character had completely distanced himself from the World Security Council, existing outside their purview. The failure of the betrayal card to function only underscored this point. He was no ordinary individual. No wonder the World Security Council was at odds with him. Moreover, the methods applicable to Maria Hill were ineffective against the egg. He was far too afraid of death, too apprehensive of being controlled, with numerous distractions unlike Maria Hill, who lacked such complications. When do you plan to act? Lu Yu finally inquired. Soon, and you? Daisy retorted. Also soon. Seeking an opportune moment while striving to avoid public scrutiny, Lu Yu replied in kind. The voice on the other end, Hitweiler, seemed to have something to convey. What is it? Lu Yu asked Hitweiler, perplexed. Avoiding the public I may prove rather challenging. Lu Yu was bewildered. Maria Hill has been leading the implementation of the Insight program, residing entirely within S.H.I.E.L.D. Though Pierce is deceased, the Insight program was his final initiative, and the egg continues to push its execution. The egg, preoccupied with concealing Pierce's actions, naturally entrusted this matter to his deputy. Maria Hill. She lives at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters round the clock, mostly within the public's gaze. Most crucially, the location of the Insight program employs state-of-the-art equipment to prevent information leaks, rendering Lu Yu's usual methods potentially futile. Lu Yu was well aware of this. which is precisely why he refrained from employing betrayal tactics. Therefore, he did not intend to directly mimic the approach used against Ramlo, but rather planned to utilize her as a stepping stone. I understand this, rest assured. Nothing will go awry. I do not intend to pursue her. Lu Yu expressed his confusion. Let's clarify. I do not plan to recruit her. Just remember how to act when you encounter her in the future. They spoke of recent actions, yet it was indeed Lu Yu who would take the initiative. And truly, it was recent, for scarcely had he finished speaking than he acted without hesitation. Within the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, beneath the Trident building, the figure of Lu Yu suddenly materialized, his brow furrowed. He discerned that the security measures in place were more formidable than he had anticipated during his teleportation. He encountered a few complications, landing somewhat unsteadily and nearly overshooting into the subterranean spaces. The technology employed by S.H.I.E.L.D was indeed impressive. Chapter 82, The Superpowered Individuals. Indeed, it was Maria Hill. She appeared to be conducting an inspection of an interstellar vessel, continuously moving about the bridge while a technician elaborated on the new technologies. Her expression bore a hint of satisfaction, indicating that progress was exceedingly smooth. Who are you? Please present your identification for verification. Lu Yu observed as an electronic synthetic voice resonated in his ears. A fully armed guardian robot had detected this apparent outsider, whose attire starkly contrasted with that of the personnel around him, drawing attention. Most individuals donned standard uniforms or heavily soiled work attire, while Lu Yu's clothing was evidently ill-suited for this starship, thus attracting scrutiny. In truth, Lu Yu had no intention of concealing his presence. What if I say I lack identification? He shot a glance at the robot, responding nonchalantly. Click. A faint mechanical sound echoed as the robot disengaged the safety mechanism on its weapon. The weapon was aimed at Lu Yu, indicating a readiness to act. However, it hesitated, instead retrieving a device resembling a communicator to scan Lu Yu's face. After emitting a sharp alarm, it swiftly retracted and regarded Lu Yu with caution. Apologies. Please follow me. The robot instructed Lu Yu before activating the communicator to report. This is Zone 3. We have detected an unidentified entity, currently under control, requesting support. Throughout the report, the weapon remained trained on Lu Yu, its gaze unwavering, prepared for any sudden aggression from him. Clearly, the robot was overly cautious. Lu Yu had no intention of assaulting anyone, merely maintaining his gaze ahead. He sustained this demeanor until the reinforcements mentioned in the report arrived. Please proceed with us. The robot reiterated to Lu Yu. Very well. Having completed his preliminary assessment, Lu Yu no longer hesitated and moved in the direction indicated by the robot, which was closely followed by other robots. This scene drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Subsequently, a staff member, as if struck by a realization, appeared astonished and, regaining composure, immediately called out to the crowd. Stop. Commander, we have a situation. He lacks identification and his identity cannot be verified, reported the robot that had first intercepted Lu Yu to the bewildered commander. I am aware, but his circumstances are rather unique. The commander replied with a hint of resignation. But, do not worry, I shall explain to your superiors. Understood, Commander. The robots could only respond in compliance. However, they did not truly depart, remaining stationed at various corners and potential escape routes, still reluctant to allow Lu Yu to leave unmonitored. Lu Yu and the stunned commander paid them no mind. Please wait here for a moment. I will contact my superior immediately. Wait, do you seem to recognize me? It appears that I am also familiar with you. You have made appearances in certain locations alongside Coulson, in New Mexico, perhaps? Indeed, the commander replied. He had witnessed the formidable power of Lu Yu and understood that Lu Yu was not someone these individuals could contend with, thus opting for the most prudent course of action. Truly, it was the optimal strategy. This fellow possesses remarkable insight. Then, please reach out to your superior, preferably someone of higher rank. Otherwise, it may become quite troublesome, leading to chaos. The commander, firmly convinced, promptly contacted Maria Hill, the highest-ranking officer of the starship. Maria Hill arrived swiftly. She recognized Lu Yu as well, and upon seeing him, her lips twitched slightly. I must inform you, this is a top-secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D, Maria Hill stated earnestly to Lu Yu. I am well aware. It is the Insight program, after all. Maria Hill, are there any secrets regarding you that S.H.I.E.L.D is still withholding? Shall we discuss this in a different location? After taking a deep breath, Maria Hill proposed. Very well, and please prepare some food for me. A pizza, 2 hamburgers, 3 fried chicken legs, a large salad. And as for drinks, I would appreciate some soda, what you refer to as cola. I arrived in haste and have yet to have lunch. Maria Hill responded. This is S.H.I.E.L.D, not a restaurant. After a brief internal monologue of exasperation, Maria Hill ultimately instructed her subordinates to comply. There was no choice. If Lu Yu were to cause a scene, the consequences would be dire. It was better to acquiesce to his demands. However, Maria Hill's patience had been thoroughly tested by Lu Yu, and after escorting him to a room, she contacted specialists specifically trained to handle him. Coulson, let me clarify. I did not wish to come here. It was your insistence that compelled my visit. So please refrain from looking at me with disdain. Coulson, having finally arrived, stated promptly. Lu Yu remained silent, savoring a slice of shrimp pizza. Very well, let us discuss why you are here, Coulson said resignedly as he sat across from Lu Yu. If I were to say I came here for a meal, would you believe me? I would. Then I would be a fool, Coulson silently added. Lu Yu soon finished his rather sumptuous feast. Subsequently, he departed without any hindrance. Indeed, it was Coulson who granted him permission to leave. What else could he have done? Capture Lu Yu? Setting aside the question of who could manage to do so, even if captured, could he be contained? What prison could hold Lu Yu? S.H.I.E.L.D. does possess secret prisons housing numerous superpowered individuals, yet that does not provide a valid reason for capturing and containing Lu Yu. Such prisons are merely capable of confining ordinary superhumans. Lu Yu evidently does not fall within that category. If he were placed inside, there would be genuine concerns about the prison's ability to maintain security. What if Lu Yu were to demolish the prison, allowing those who were painstakingly captured to escape? Thus, the only recourse was to allow him to leave. Were you able to ascertain his true intentions? Shortly after Lu Yu's departure, Maria Hill reappeared before Coulson, inquiring. No, Coulson replied, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 83. Extraordinary Maria Hill furrowed her brows, stating gravely. Clearly, this is connected to our vision program. Vision program? The agent mentioned that Lu Yu was fixated on a starship currently under assembly. Coulson's tone brimmed with resignation. It seemed imperative that a thorough inspection of the vessel was necessary. Maria Hill concurred, firmly believing that Lu Yu could not have left any clues behind. In truth, their conjecture was not entirely erroneous. However, Lu Yu had not inscribed any traces upon the starship, but had instead entrusted information to Maria Hill, of which she remained blissfully unaware. Maria Hill, grasping her portable quantum tablet, issued a command for the search of the starship. Unbeknownst to her, as her finger grazed the tablet, a subtle particle within her soul commenced its operation, silently replicating the data contained within. Simultaneously, Lu Yu's consciousness distinctly registered the arrival of new information, precisely the contents from the tablet. A faint smile graced Lu Yu's lips. Although the information was not of paramount importance, largely consisting of the starship's parameters and control systems, it marked a promising beginning, granting Lu Yu a glimpse into future developments. With his spirits lifted, he resumed his unfinished task, organizing the gaming helmet. Time swiftly eluded him, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Daisy was now prepared, her subordinates mobilized and ready to act. Despite not having invited Lu Yu, he resolved to witness the events firsthand. Standing atop a skyscraper, he gazed down upon the myriad Hydra agents congregating through various means. A total of 500 individuals, the expansive view from above rendered their assembly unmistakably clear, resembling a dense cloud. This was but a fraction of their numbers. Approximately 2,500 more were dispersed across the various strongholds of Whitehall, with minor outposts disregarded as inconsequential. At headquarters, no more than 500 personnel were present. Rallying these agents was no simple feat for Hydra. Due to the unique nature of this operation, all registered S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra members were required to present valid justifications for their attendance. Hitwell had mobilized Hydra forces from over a dozen bases to finally gather this contingent, subsequently transporting them through various channels to this location. Before the edifice, a sea of dark figures amassed, poised for action. This building served as Whitehall's headquarters, seemingly acknowledging the presence of this armed force as its defense systems entered a state of readiness. What appeared to be an ordinary structure instantaneously transformed into a fortress, riddled with countless traps awaiting their arrival. However, Daisy did not immediately launch an offensive. Instead, she retrieved an electromagnetic pulse bomb and pressed the detonation button. A powerful electromagnetic pulse erupted from the bomb, extinguishing all lights and causing sparks to fly from electrical devices, one by one failing in succession. Half the city's power grid was affected, plunging the building into complete darkness, resulting in inevitable chaos within. At last, Daisy commanded the initiation of a full-scale assault. Simultaneously, other Whitehall strongholds were besieged, evidently a meticulously orchestrated plan. Gunfire, streaks of energy blasts, and electric currents intermingled. True to Hydra's reputation, their combat proficiency was exceptional. After a brief period of disarray, they swiftly regained their composure and retaliated, yet their efforts proved futile. Despite their high level of combat skill, Their equipment lagged several dimensions behind. Utilizing the specialized quantum goggles provided by Lu Yu, Daisy was able to perceive the enemy through the walls, while the explosive energy guns effortlessly penetrated barriers, eliminating foes with ease. Coupled with additional auxiliary equipment, it was a veritable slaughter. However, it would be an overstatement to deem it a comprehensive massacre, as some individuals, particularly the leaders, remained alive, rendered unconscious by electric shocks and unable to awaken for some time. Before long, Daisy's team had breached half of the floors. Overcoming the remaining levels was merely a matter of time. Yet, could there be a semblance of surprise? Lu Yu, holding a tub of popcorn and feeling somewhat resigned, remarked on the unfolding spectacle. He had prepared popcorn to witness a thrilling performance, only to be met with such overwhelming dominance. While satisfying, this relentless annihilation lacked excitement, and Lu Yu yearned for a twist. Daisy, too, anticipated surprises, albeit of a different nature. She wished for a smooth resolution without any unforeseen complications. Suddenly, a gunshot resounded, piercing the wall and striking a Whitehall henchman who attempted a surprise attack, leaving behind a charred void as Daisy advanced. Without warning, her expression shifted, and she retreated a considerable distance. At that moment, a bone-like spike materialized before her, embedding itself several centimeters into the wall. Daisy had to concede that her fears had indeed materialized. The S.H.I.E.L.D possessed enigmatic powers, and so did Hydra. How could Whitehall's Hydra lack such capabilities? Whitehall had spent his life in pursuit of arcane forces, seeking out Inhumans and delving into the secrets of the obelisk. In a world rife with mutants, how could he focus solely on Inhumans without seizing some mutants for study? Surely, he could not be that myopic, given Hydra's intelligence. Would those mutants truly escape unscathed if they fell into their hands? Even with prior expectations, the reality of the encounter left Daisy feeling disheartened. She evaded another bone spike, raised her palm, and fired a beam in a specific direction. The air rippled as space quivered, and a warrior wielding a bony energy blade was momentarily suspended against the energy barrier, losing his weapon, which clattered to the ground. "Commander, how shall we deal with him?" inquired a Hydra soldier. Daisy offered no reply. Instead, she raised her other hand and swiftly unleashed a beam of energy that struck the warrior's head. A gaping hole appeared on the unfortunate soldier's forehead, signifying the end of his life. Proceed forward and alert others to remain vigilant for mutant ambushes. Any abnormalities must be met with immediate action using energy guns for extermination. This includes targets of the first sequence. Daisy commanded. "Understood, Commander." The Hydra soldiers responded swiftly. Receiving the orders, over 200 energy guns were raised, their muzzles aimed at every corner and wall. As Daisy continued onward, she suddenly addressed a Hydra soldier behind her. "Report on casualties." The soldier produced a black miniature device, preserved before the electromagnetic pulse bomb was deployed, and after a brief examination stated, "For life signs have vanished. 13 are weakening. Aside from that, there are no further reports. We have killed many and captured several. Losses remain within manageable limits." Despite the formidable weaponry at their disposal, the adversaries were not mere sheep, but rather a mutated Hydra, and inevitably, sacrifices would be made, some deaths occurring in a manner that was lamentable. Nevertheless, it remained within the realm of the bearable. Daisy was acutely aware of this and felt no remorse. Battle always necessitates sacrifice. Before long, the toll would increase. Daisy encountered the mutated creatures, as would others in different locations. At this moment, weaponry ceased to be the decisive factor. Forward, they must advance. Daisy commanded the Hydra soldiers behind her. The warnings had been issued, yet they needed to press onward. Leading the Hydra soldiers, Daisy continued when suddenly, one of the soldiers discharged an energy beam towards the wall on the right. All Hydra soldiers turned in unison to face the same direction. Yet, nothing was visible. What transpired? Daisy inquired. A shadow, a fleeting shadow, a swiftly passing shadow, a speed-type mutated creature, or perhaps another variant. This posed a significant dilemma. Daisy furrowed her brow. Such entities were the most troublesome. The reaction speed of the Hydra soldiers was akin to that of ordinary humans, even with their weaponry, which constituted a serious issue. As Daisy pondered, a shadow abruptly appeared at the periphery of her vision, charging directly toward her, brandishing an energy blade. Daisy attempted to unleash a wave to intercept it. But time was not on her side. Without hesitation, she emanated a wave of energy, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. The Hydra soldiers were sent sprawling, and the speed-type mutated creature was likewise hurled backward, crashing against the wall before crumpling to the ground. At that moment, Daisy swiftly pressed a button on her glove. An apparatus on her arm activated with a hum. Daisy pressed her arm against the wall, the device adhering snugly, unleashing a peculiar force. From Daisy's position as the epicenter, everything within a 20-meter radius began to levitate slowly, including both Daisy and the speed-type mutated creature. Why not flee? Keep running. Daisy taunted the creature. Yet, it was unable to escape. Like a turtle, it flailed its limbs in a futile attempt to move, remaining stationary, ultimately succumbing to Daisy's energy beam. Having accomplished this, Daisy pressed the button again, silencing the device on the wall, and the other levitating objects descended once more. Daisy landed gracefully, though the Hydra soldiers behind her fared less well, tumbling down. Press on. After regaining their equipment, Daisy commanded the Hydra soldiers. Yes, Commander. What is the status? In a dimly lit office, Daniel Whitehall inquired darkly of his subordinate. Unclear, replied Whitehall's subordinate, a note of tension in their voice. Following the electromagnetic pulse bomb, all our equipment was destroyed, including the surveillance cameras, leaving us utterly incapacitated. Not to mention, we cannot ascertain the current situation. At present, only Daisy and her team possess functioning electronic devices, all of which were pre-saved. Have the test subjects been released? They have. It seemingly serves little purpose. The released mutated creatures did not even stir a ripple. There was absolutely no reaction. I dispatched individuals to observe, yet none returned. Much like the previously unleashed anomalies, they vanished without a trace. Undoubtedly, those who ventured forth have perished. So, we do not even know who the adversary is. Indeed, the identity of our opponent remains shrouded in mystery. From the outset, they deployed an electromagnetic pulse bomb, obliterating everything, rendering our devices ineffective and preventing us from discerning their identity. Before Whitehall could utter another word, his subordinate continued. Mr. Whitehall, I believe you should evacuate post-haste. Whitehall remained silent. It is utterly impossible to leave now. There was initially a helicopter on the rooftop, but upon inspection moments ago, it had been inexplicably destroyed, not by the electromagnetic pulse bomb, but through violent dismantling, rendering it inoperable. The building is swarming with Daisy's personnel, making escape exceedingly difficult. We still have a few individuals. Perhaps we can force our way out with their assistance. His subordinate suggested once more. Whitehall pondered, realizing this might be their best option at present. Let us proceed, Whitehall decisively declared, grabbing his suit jacket in preparation to depart. However, before they could truly escape, a beam of energy suddenly surged from outside, shattering the door latch and forcing the door open. Chapter 85. Instinctive reaction. Daisy materialized before them, her holographic image vividly lifelike. You would do well to stay. Do not attempt to leave. Whitehall's aide attempted to draw an energy weapon, but was struck by a surge of intertwining electromagnetic pulses, convulsing to the ground and swiftly lapsing into unconsciousness. Within the room, apart from Daisy and her entourage, only Whitehall remained standing, confronting the assembly. Who are you really? As Whitehall emerged from his initial terror, he seated himself upon a floating sofa, interrogating Daisy. Daisy followed suit, taking her place on the virtual sofa opposite him. Meeting his gaze directly, Hydra. A smile played at her lips as she softly replied. Impossible. Whitehall faltered for a moment, then quickly dismissed the notion. Daisy cast a sidelong glance at Whitehall and let out a low growl. Her followers stood at attention in unison, vociferously declaring. Outside, the same rallying cry echoed. Whitehall's expression turned frigid. While he knew little else, he understood this was their instinctive response. If it is instinct, then perhaps it is indeed genuine. He recognized that Hydra members' dedication to their rallying cries had become a conditioned reflex. Their reactions were so authentic, devoid of any signs of pretense. To which branch do you belong? S.H.I.E.L.D, perhaps? Whitehall grasped the implication immediately. Is it because you dispatched someone that you intend to eliminate me? Have you become too impulsive? Yet, Whitehall ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. Is that not sufficient? Daisy retorted. Whitehall fell silent, fixating his gaze on Daisy, attempting to discern her state of mind. Are you not concerned about the repercussions for my subordinates? Or the trepidation of the Baron and Madame Hydra? Leaving your subordinates behind is a precaution against such circumstances. After your demise, they will address these matters on our behalf. At that moment, with their assistance, the Baron and Madame Hydra found themselves powerless. Should a performance unfold, they might even welcome it. My subordinates will not submit to your control. Whitehall was utterly convinced of this. They will. Daisy shared the same firm conviction. Once again, Whitehall scrutinized Daisy, hoping to glean some insight from her expression. Yet, he was met with disappointment. Daisy exhibited nothing but steadfastness, indicating that there were clearly matters he had overlooked. Whitehall lost his composure, but regained it just as swiftly. He remained as composed as ever. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are branded as outlaws. I have long been aware of this. May I have a moment? I do not wish for my research to be interrupted in this manner. Surely, you too require my findings? Behind his glasses, Whitehall's eyes shimmered. He had not given up. Even in confinement, he clung to life. For him, existence equated to hope. He had once been trapped in the quantum vault of S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D, and regained his freedom after many years. Now he chose the same path. Even if he were to be imprisoned for decades more, he would wait. You are familiar with my records. I am not as old as you perceive. Do you not wish to uncover the secret to restoring youth? Whitehall pressed on. However, this particular gambit triggered a minefield. Daisy unleashed a shockwave, propelling Whitehall and the floating sofa across the room, where they collided with the wall and came to a halt. Whitehall had truly ventured into forbidden territory. Why resort to this? Changing the subject would at least alleviate the tension. In the unlikely chance, a 1-in-a-million opportunity could allow you to survive? Even if survival were not possible, at least you could endure less suffering before death, seeking a swift conclusion. Why must one seek death? Unbeknownst to him, Whitehall painfully crumpled to the floor alongside the sofa, bewildered and disoriented. He could not comprehend where he had erred. His expression, one of utter confusion. Help him up, Daisy commanded in a low voice. 2 Hydra soldiers promptly obeyed, approaching Whitehall. One seized an arm and roughly yanked him upright. Let him sit, Daisy ordered again. Without a word, the soldiers supported the sofa with one hand and foot, nudging Whitehall back onto it before stepping back. These 2 Hydra soldiers were astute. As soon as they retreated, Daisy's hand rose once more, and another shockwave erupted. Whitehall was lifted again, crashing against a wall. Thud. As the shockwave dissipated, Whitehall hit the ground with a resounding thump. Help him up, Daisy reiterated. The 2 Hydra soldiers once again assisted both him and the sofa. Daisy raised her hand, and yet another shockwave surged forth. Whitehall, unable to withstand it, coughed up blood. Staring vacantly at Daisy, he could not fathom why Daisy continued to torment him. I merely bowed my head. You may kill me, but you cannot strip me of my dignity. After all, I was once the leader of Hydra. As a member of Hydra, do you not grant me even the slightest shred of dignity? Whitehall gazed at Daisy, his expression darker than hers. Lift him again. Daisy continued to command. Enough. Chapter 86. Unbearable in this endless cycle, Whitehall teetered on the brink of collapse, time and again, showing no signs of cessation. At long last, his resilience had reached its limit. The figure of Whitehall was no longer pristine. His garments were wrinkled and stained with blood, while blood gushed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, a consequence of the high-frequency oscillation. Support him, Daisy commanded the 2 Hydra mechanical soldiers. Enough. Whitehall, his visage smeared with blood, resembled a demon from the abyss. Roaring in fury, do you now comprehend anger? This is merely a fraction of the agony I currently endure, Daisy coldly retorted. Despite his disheveled appearance, his vitality remained intact. As the organs, bone marrow, and neural fluids from Daisy's mother not only restored his youth, but also endowed him with extraordinary regenerative abilities. His injuries were trivial, yet it was Daisy's words that held significance. Your mother is? Whitehall sensed impending doom. You should remember her. You personally vivisected her, extracting her cells to reclaim your youth with her life force, thereby acquiring this self-healing capability. Surely, this rings a bell. Daisy's words pierced like icicles. Whitehall's countenance altered dramatically as he grasped the truth. I never imagined you were her daughter. A complex glimmer flickered across Whitehall's face, reminiscent of the moment he had first encountered Daisy's mother, with the same gaze and insatiable curiosity. However, the roles had now reversed. Do not regard me with those eyes. You have no chance left, Daisy stated indifferently. Whitehall maintained his expression, fixated upon Daisy. She raised her hand, unleashing another wave of oscillation that sent Whitehall hurtling once more. Yet, this brought Daisy no solace. Lu Yu, having observed the entire scene, finally stepped forward, offering Daisy a comforting embrace and softly saying, Leave this to me. I will ensure he comprehends his transgressions. Daisy felt a flicker of temptation, but ultimately shook her head. Some matters she resolved to handle herself. Lu Yu refrained from further discourse, merely inquiring, What assistance do you require? Prepare an operating table for me, and find 2 surgical experts capable of performing vivisection without anesthesia, yet not causing immediate death. Daisy cast a cold glance at Whitehall. This is straightforward. Hydra possesses similar personnel. While they may not be surgeons, the scientists should be competent. Very well. Daisy accepted without scrutiny. In the laboratory, the surgical lights flickered, and Whitehall's agonized screams echoed from the operating table. He was not bound, yet could not struggle. All nerves had been severed prior to the procedure, leaving him like a mass of lifeless flesh, his mournful wails reverberating through the air. 3 scientists clad in lab coats were conducting a thorough dissection. The operation had persisted for half an hour, and so had Whitehall's tormented cries. An increasing number of organs were extracted from him. Initially, those that were relatively easy to remove and would not result in immediate death, such as bone marrow and cerebrospinal fluid. Subsequently, other organs were taken, with efforts made to prolong his survival. Thus, Whitehall had not truly perished during the half hour of dissection. He was now experiencing the fate of Daisy's mother, yet could not endure as long as she had. After all, only a fragment of Daisy's mother resided within Whitehall, and their life forces differed greatly. Even so, the half-hour ordeal brought Whitehall to the brink of collapse. In agonizing wails, he repeatedly begged, "Let me die. I implore you, grant me release. Provide me with a swift end. I am a high-ranking member of Hydra. I beseech you." Such desperate entreaties echoed incessantly. Yet, the three scientists paid no heed, dismissing Whitehall's words as mere background noise, channeling all their years of expertise into his treatment. Whitehall's fate was tragic, enduring both physical and psychological torment. Surrounding him were numerous glass jars and specialized containers, filled with the organs extracted from his body, intensifying his mental anguish. How much longer could he endure? Within the operating room, Lu Yu's voice resonated through the speakers. He and Daisy had been closely monitoring the procedure. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that Lu Yu was attentive, for Daisy could hardly bear the sight. She sustained herself on hatred for the initial 5 minutes, but soon succumbed to waves of nausea. Nevertheless, she persevered, unwilling to depart. "We might last another 10 minutes. Although Mr. Whitehall's vitality is extraordinary, it wanes with each organ we remove. At most, 10 minutes. Then let us extract the final organ without delay." The urgency was palpable. Daisy truly could not withstand much more, and it was imperative to conclude swiftly. The three scientists, albeit regretful, did not object and set to work. The heart, the organ that sustains life, was removed, and with it, Whitehall breathed his last, a look of liberation gracing his features. Chapter 87. Resting in the room, Lu Yu observed the deceased Whitehall, his form flickering as he melded into the void. The alien particles permeating the air caused him to frown slightly. He then unleashed his mental prowess, grinding Whitehall's remaining shell to dust, shattering both body and soul. In the boundless multiverse, there are myriad ways to resurrect a person. Caution is never misplaced. Once Whitehall was dealt with, Lu Yu's gaze shifted to the samples extracted and contained within jars. "Boss, these samples possess immense research value. Entrust them to us, and we can unearth advanced technologies." One scientist, noticing Lu Yu's interest, eagerly proposed. However, Lu Yu was indifferent to such suggestions. Ignoring the scientist, he lifted the samples using his mental energy and instantaneously transported them to the laboratory where Daisy awaited. "How do you intend to handle these?" Lu Yu inquired of Daisy. "Destroy them. Keeping them will only invite trouble," Daisy replied, her complexion pale and her words labored. "Very well." Flames ignited in Lu Yu's hands, enveloping the containers as he incinerated them. The samples were reduced to ashes, which Lu Yu ultimately gathered into a new vessel. "Shall I bury them for you?" Lu Yu asked. "My mother is still here." Daisy gazed at Lu Yu with a hint of sorrow. Realizing his faux pas, Lu Yu cleared his throat and rephrased. "How about I dispose of them instead?" "Where do you intend to dispose of them? The sea? Or shall I just cast them into the sewer?" "Forget it. Let us toss them into the ocean." Understanding Daisy's concerns, Lu Yu opted for the safer choice and instantly teleported to the seaside, not allowing Daisy the chance to refuse. The domestic crisis was finally averted. With Lu Yu's intervention and the catharsis of revenge, Daisy gradually regained her composure, her expression softening, no longer appearing so haggard. Upon Lu Yu's return, Daisy's demeanor improved further. "I purchased some interstellar nutritional porridge, and since you have just vomited, why not have a little?" he said to Daisy, holding a thermos container. Daisy indeed felt hunger. After a moment's contemplation, she accepted the porridge and sipped it slowly, much like a bird pecking at its food. After much effort, she finished a bowl, but found herself too weak to continue. So under Lu Yu's care, she returned to her room to rest. Observing Daisy in a peaceful slumber, Lu Yu departed, for he still had matters to attend to. "How is everything progressing?" Lu Yu activated the communication device to inquire with Hitwell. Half the city's electronic devices had been rendered inoperative due to an electromagnetic storm, resulting in immeasurable economic losses, with subsequent impacts being self-evident. Furthermore, the building that incited the riot at Whitehall had its electronic devices destroyed, yet the sound of gunfire still echoed far and wide, necessitating careful handling of several follow-up matters. While Lu Yu and Daisy were attending to the surgery at Whitehall, these issues had been entrusted to Hitwell, who he intended to question about the progress. "It is largely complete. We have concealed the incident of the electromagnetic storm, and other matters are similarly managed. The stronghold of the attack has been relocated, leaving no trace behind, rendering it impossible for the police to find evidence. What of the intelligence organization? No issues there. I have led the agents to secure those locations, preventing any involvement from the intelligence agency under the guise of S.H.I.E.L.D. Daisy and the others had long since devised a plan, taking responsibility in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. They dispatched Hydra agents to handle the scene, erasing all potential clues to ensure complete secrecy. At present, the results appear promising. Various intelligence departments have been obstructed, and for the events that transpired, we will only need to provide processed files and outcomes in the future to essentially resolve everything. The independent operational capacity of S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite robust. What about other aspects? Those have also been managed quite well. All those captured have been secured and await your handling, boss. With no major issues arising thus far, H.I.E.L.D. stated. After a brief pause, he added, however, this matter must be expedited. News of our attack on Whitehall will soon reach the ears of other Hydra members, and we must complete our arrangements swiftly. Where are the personnel stationed? Liu Yu inquired. H.I.E.L.D. provided the coordinates. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu immediately took action, instantaneously transferring to a bustling warehouse. Some stood while most lay down. The armed sentinels remained vigilant. While those lying down were in a state of unconsciousness, occasionally, someone attempted to awaken, their bodies stirring, only to be shot by the standing guards, falling back into unconsciousness. Until now, no one had awakened. Boss. The guards on duty noticed Liu Yu and shouted in unison. Liu Yu nodded and instructed them, you may leave. I will handle this. Yes, boss. The armed individuals complied, departing and leaving Liu Yu alone to confront the multitude of captives. Count them. Liu Yu directed his gaze towards the captives on the ground. After a moment, he confirmed there were 343 individuals. He was uncertain of the exact number of subordinates and mid to high-ranking members, but all were valuable. With a wave of his hand, a stack of cards appeared before him, totaling 343, neither more nor less, perfectly corresponding to each individual. Liu Yu smiled, channeling his mental energy, and the 343 cards were bound into a wall of cards, aimed at the 343 individuals on the ground. Subsequently, he began to channel energy. In Chapter 88, he vanished instantaneously as 343 quantum chips transformed into beams of light, piercing the bodies of 343 experimental subjects on the ground. They penetrated into their forms, briefly residing within, before soaring out once more, coalescing behind Liu Yu to form a towering structure of data imagery. The confines of the space permitted only such a stack, yet that was inconsequential. It was adequately sufficient. After annihilating the 300 physical entities and their quantum consciousness, Liu Yu redirected his focus towards the aggregation of data imagery. He then employed a super quantum processor to forcibly awaken them. Waves of agonizing electronic sounds erupted, and one by one, they regained consciousness. Though their intense discomfort did not dissipate immediately, soon, their attention shifted, gazing towards Liu Yu. Boss. The crowd spoke in unison. Yes, next. You shall coordinate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to flawlessly execute the final operation. Liu Yu instructed. Without hesitation, they assented. After inputting the program and elucidating its functions, Liu Yu departed. His role in this affair had reached its conclusion. It was now incumbent upon S.H.I.E.L.D. to take over, who could adeptly manage everything. Indeed, this proved to be the case. The following day at the Quantum S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau headquarters, the long-absent figure of Egg returned, summoning the tirelessly occupied S.H.I.E.L.D. to inquire about the events of the previous night. What transpired last night? Half the city's quantum network collapsed, and armed conflicts erupted in multiple locations. Are there any leads? Egg questioned S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes. S.H.I.E.L.D. succinctly replied, adding, according to the quantum traces we discovered, the target is an organization endowed with formidable armed forces and advanced technology. And then, that's all. Egg retorted. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? The opposing party was exceedingly cautious, leaking scarcely any information. Our personnel could not unearth substantial intelligence. What about the attack locations? All were legitimate establishments, devoid of any anomalies. Concealment proved futile. Egg was not gullible, capable of analyzing certain intelligence independently. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s report adopted a strategy of 9 truths and 1 falsehood, endeavoring to downplay significant facts while reporting secondary information and obscuring key points, simultaneously directing attention towards the east as agreed. Nevertheless, Egg remained visibly troubled. He held no faith in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assertion that those locations were without issue. He could not fathom an organization launching unwarranted assaults on sites that were genuinely devoid of problems. We conducted an exhaustive investigation of the attacked locations, reviewed pertinent documents, particularly interrogating several survivors, finding no discrepancies. Is it merely hidden too deeply, or is it genuinely without issues? It is genuinely without issues. S.H.I.E.L.D. replied with a wry smile. This must be ensured, otherwise, exposure is easily attainable. Egg was evidently skeptical. S.H.I.E.L.D. had anticipated this, placing a substantial stack of documents upon the desk before Egg, detailing the operational status, asset conditions, and records from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau regarding those locations over recent years. This was not a preemptive preparation by S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather the culmination of Hydra's years of infiltration. Whitehall's Hydra had concealed itself adeptly, managing these cover industries as legitimate enterprises, rarely resorting to underhanded tactics. The S.H.I.E.L.D. could not identify the problem. Examining the data, particularly the intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D., even the most skeptical had no choice but to believe it. As of now, he had not reached a level of distrust towards S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he still harbored a question. Why would that organization target these locations? According to our simulated analysis, it is either that the heavily armed organization seeks to acquire something from them, or they are attacking sites where high-tech industries comprise a staggering 83, particularly some companies with notable achievements in the biotechnology field. The thought crossed his mind. Such actions could indeed be motivated by certain technological advancements. And what else? He inquired, maintaining his composure. Additionally, our think tank speculates that the adversary might have connections to these locations, suggesting that this is not merely a terrorist attack, but rather a purge targeting traitors. As he spoke, a fleeting evasion flickered in his eyes behind his glasses. Did you not claim there was no issue? He questioned, puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, he did not notice the fleeting glance of avoidance, only finding it odd that his statements contradicted each other. Director, if you perceive a problem with these locations, others share similar concerns. This is a possibility. This is not a fabrication by Westerville, but rather a conjecture he felt compelled to report. As he indicated, this is an alternative hypothesis proposed by an additional source. What is your perspective? After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly turned to Westerville. In principle, I am more inclined towards the third hypothesis. After all, these locations appear unproblematic and do not seem to involve any intricate conspiracy. What is the third one? He failed to notice Westerville as subsequent remarks and pressed on. They have obstructed certain individuals, or rather, their actions have led to some intelligence agencies. He seized upon this crucial point. While these locations may be without fault, our personnel have uncovered that the higher echelons of these sites maintain special ties with domestic intelligence agencies in the United States. Westerville revealed his trump card. That is merely normal interaction. Whitehall is quite capable, managing to engage in business to the extent of transactions with several domestic intelligence agencies in the U.S. Thus, Westerville deliberately steered the information towards ambiguity, provoking particular associations in him. For this seasoned conspiracy theorist, such clues were sufficient to spark a flurry of thoughts. Chapter 89. The thief shouts to catch the thief. The reality was far from simple. For him, the first hypothesis was naturally hard to accept, for he, a veteran conspiracy theorist, was already deeply ensnared. The second and third hypotheses, however, were entirely different and aligned perfectly with his inclinations. Especially the third, which lacked concrete evidence. After all, the second had nearly irrefutable proof indicating it was unrelated. The blankness of the third, conversely, stirred his imagination. In fact, there was another point that inclined him further towards the third theory. Westerville continued. Is there a fourth conjecture? No. It pertains to the status of the members of that organization. What? So many individuals, suddenly appearing in the thousands, is somewhat Westerville did not finish. Yet his words intensified the intrigue within him. What kind of secret organization could mobilize thousands so quietly? The Shadow Bureau? The Shadow Bureau remained under his vigilant watch. Even within their clandestine base, he failed to detect any signs of their mobilization, as all activities appeared routine. Who, then, could silently mobilize thousands within the United States? Aside from domestic intelligence agencies, who else could accomplish such a feat? The military? Such a significant troop movement would necessitate public announcement. Only an intelligence organization, equally covert and whose operatives remained unknown to the outside world, could operate in this manner. This realization lent credence to the presence of advanced equipment. With this thought, Hitwell departed, and Lou Dan powered on his computer. After navigating through an intricate and nearly impenetrable verification process, he accessed records regarding recent large-scale operations by American intelligence agencies. Indeed, records of personnel mobilization from various intelligence organizations in recent days were prominently listed. In that moment, Lou Dan comprehended the situation, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. They sought an explanation from me, yet they are clearly the thieves calling out to catch thieves. Lou Dan's return was not solely due to his discovery of anomalies affecting half the city, nor the armed assaults occurring in multiple locations. It was also because Hitwell had seized control of the situation, preventing intelligence agencies from intervening and compelling Lou Dan to return for answers. Initially, Lou Dan feared the emergence of serious issues, but it now seemed evident that they sought to ascertain whether they had been detected, intending to divert attention and portray themselves as victims concerned with the unfolding events. As the instigators, they endeavored to evade responsibility. Upon grasping this, Lou Dan's mind sparked with ideas, yet they swiftly dissipated. Firstly, He possessed no tangible evidence. Demanding benefits from thin air would yield no results. They were not an ordinary organization but intelligence agencies, for whom reputation held little significance. Without solid proof and absolute power, his efforts would be futile, much like his own circumstances. He had committed numerous transgressions, yet faced no repercussions. Instead of being ensnared, he had only grown more formidable. Who would dare to challenge the might of S.H.I.E.L.D? Secondly, he was no longer a child. Everyone held leverage over one another. What one might divulge, another could reciprocate. Each party had their own cards to play, necessitating a measure of restraint. Liu Dan resolved to swiftly conclude this matter, transforming it into a temporary unsolved case. Daisy and her team anticipated his decision, taking action at this critical juncture. They had invested considerable effort to operate during the large-scale maneuvers of American intelligence agencies. And at last, their labor bore fruit. The most challenging issue had been resolved, leaving only the matters concerning the other Hydra branches. Naturally, their response was quite commendable. Upon learning of Whitehall's subordinates' plans for insurrection, they verbally pledged support, offering equipment and funding, even boasting of supplying their own resources to assist. Whitehall's subordinates declared they would avenge their leader's grievances, merely requesting funds and equipment. Without taking any immediate action, they had already amassed substantial resources. And then, there was nothing further. These individuals chose to remain dormant for the time being. As they expressed, the Hydra influence within S.H.I.E.L.D was too extensive. They needed to ensure that no complications arose. The other Hydra members, though skeptical of being deceived, found the reasoning sound and decided to bide their time. The situation temporarily settled, yet all understood that the remaining Hydra was observing them, waiting for both sides to weaken each other, eager to profit from the chaos. It wasn't that they were unwilling to act immediately. Rather, everyone recognized that at this moment, their opponents were formidable. Whitehall had been captured and might even face death. However, his subordinates unexpectedly united, and with minimal loss of strength, they could easily sustain a leadership position. The Hydra's influence within S.H.I.E.L.D was slightly diminished. Yet they were backed by S.H.I.E.L.D and the World Security Council. If they acted rashly, could they still conceal their actions? Were they not fearful of a global manhunt? None of them were naive. They were also concerned about the potential connections between the two factions. If faced with a crisis of annihilation, no one could predict how the other would respond. Would Hydra's S.H.I.E.L.D branch kill Whitehall? Could they truly remain unconnected? Do not be overly naive. There are no eternal enemies. Only eternal interests. Those who have already gained will not care about the past, and they must understand this. If pushed to the brink, they would indeed join forces. Facing them individually may be feasible, but the saying without lips, the teeth wither holds true, and the West has similar adages. Chapter 90. Billions of wealth excluding those who truly live long lives. Most are overwhelmed by endless affairs, leading to significant energy depletion that is difficult to recover. Liu too had grown weary. Fortunately, Daisy had finally recovered and could take over the work, allowing Liu to once again become a somewhat hands-off manager. However, he began to ponder whether he should alleviate Daisy's burdens. If he himself could barely cope, how could she? Liu turned his gaze towards Lorna. Upon finding her, he temporarily interrupted her studies. Lorna, are you interested in participating in something? Liu asked with a smile. Absolutely not. Lorna immediately interjected. Can I finish what I was saying first? Without a doubt, I can tell from your smile that it is not a good thing. Liu replied. Whatever ill intentions you think I have, you are mistaken. I merely wish to help you find something to occupy your time. What is wrong with that? Look at Daisy. Isn't she enjoying herself? Liu's face twitched slightly as he patiently responded. Lorna, you are overthinking it. What I am about to propose is a good thing. A significant opportunity. You can do good things? Why should I believe that? Lorna looked at Liu with skepticism. Have we had any good experiences together? She continued. Feeding the dogs daily is one thing, but suddenly being expected to apply to an interstellar university? She doubted she had the capability. Most importantly, she would need to pursue a double degree, leaving her no time for leisure. Of course, Liu's intentions were for her benefit. She understood that and felt grateful. However, in other respects, particularly concerning the enigmatic watch on her wrist, the marks were already visible. Lorna clearly had grievances. Liu, feeling helpless, shifted the topic. Haven't you always been curious about what Daisy and I do in private? This was indeed a question that piqued Lorna's interest, prompting her to pay closer attention to Liu. What I am about to tell you is actually related to that. Without giving Lorna a chance to retort, Liu continued. Here's the situation. He quickly outlined the circumstances, appealing to her emotions and reasoning. Therefore, you intend for me to take over a portion of Hydra, specifically that segment recently vanquished in Whitehall? Liu spoke earnestly. But the question remains. Do you truly believe I possess the capability for such a task? Lorna posed a pointed inquiry. Well, That is indeed a complex matter, Lu Yu acknowledged. While Lorna exhibited considerable potential, she significantly lagged behind Daisy, who was destined to lead the Interstellar Protection Bureau. You need not exert yourself excessively. Merely organizing a few affairs should suffice, no? Lu Yu suggested, though even he harbored doubts. Nevertheless, he resolved to allow Lorna the opportunity. What if she could succeed? The Lorna of today was markedly transformed, and the undertaking was undeniably straightforward. Perhaps success was within reach. At worst, he would only lose a fraction of his power, which he could bear. Observing Lu Yu's confidence, Lorna refrained from further protest and ultimately acquiesced. Lu Yu elaborated on the matters she needed to address and instructed her to learn from Daisy. A recent successful operation had elevated Daisy's standing, and she had recently found her footing, making her well-equipped to mentor an apprentice. Entrusting this significant responsibility to his assistant filled Lu Yu with anticipation. This venture would have far-reaching ramifications, shaking the very foundations of the Earth Federation. The economic losses from the electromagnetic pulse bomb, which devastated half a city, the upheaval of the global network, and the ensuing chaos within the clandestine organization Hydra were unprecedented. In return, he had secured an opportunity to extract future technology. He had been preoccupied with crises lately and had yet to capitalize on this chance. Now, he intended to test his luck, hoping to acquire some practical high-tech equipment. Without hesitation, Lu Yu entered the virtual extraction chamber and positioned himself before the spinning wheel. The segments remained unchanged, yet the items had varied. Aside from weapons and special artifacts, nothing else was present. One segment shimmered with a faint glow, containing an object resembling a pill, yet unusually large, emanating a mysterious radiance that was particularly captivating. Especially that pill. A surge of curiosity welled within Lu Yu. Almost instantaneously, he pressed the extraction button, initiating the process. The pointer whirled rapidly, not pausing even for a moment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the summoning, Interstellar Sandflow, with the system's announcement. A point of light materialized before Lu Yu. Another gratifying technological summoning, Interstellar Sandflow. If his memory served him correctly, this was a technology for manipulating sand and dust. Highly practical and, when wielded adeptly, immensely powerful. However, a sense of regret was difficult to suppress. Gazing at the pointer halted over the pill segment. Lu Yu inquired of the system, could you enlighten me as to what that pill is? I am merely curious. This time, the system responded. 9 transformation star golden pill. The system replied dispassionately. You mean to say that is the 9 transformation star golden pill forged from primordial stardust? Lu Yu pressed. Confirmed without doubt. The system affirmed, as if reading his thoughts. Damn it. I didn't solicit your answer. Why do I always feel as though I've missed out on immense wealth? Wait, that's incorrect. I have indeed overlooked countless treasures of immeasurable worth, countless billions, and innumerable countless billions. Lu Yu could not suppress his sorrow, tears welling in his eyes. Had he obtained the 9-turn star golden pill, he might have ascended to the status of a cosmic powerhouse by now, resulting in an incalculable loss. System, are you certain that what I drew was indeed the interstellar sandflow? I cannot help but ponder that it might, perchance, be the 9-turn star golden pill. Please, host. Trust this system. It never errs in matters of such significance, as it is a fundamental principle. Lu Yu replied, I would rather you make a mistake. At least then I could possess it. He felt a profound sense of distress, almost on the verge of tears. What was that? It was the 9-turn star golden pill forged from the ancient stars. Though its precise effects remained a mystery, if it could enable one to instantaneously transcend evolutionary boundaries, he could defeat the world destroyer now. But alas, it was too late to lament. Lu Yu stood in place, engulfed in regret for a lengthy moment, eventually regaining his composure. Though his heart ached, the situation had crystallized. What could be done? Drawing another lot would be meaningless. After collecting himself, he departed from the extraction chamber. Lu Yu commenced testing his newfound ability. Summon, Interstellar Sandflow. He had accepted and gained a preliminary understanding of this technology and sought to further assess its actual potency. Although it was a sand manipulation ability, he did not venture into a true desert but instead arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York City, preparing to test this skill there. The area, devoid of life save for crumbling ruins and empty factory buildings, had been designated a no-go zone by the government, rendering it inhospitable for the average person. It was the perfect locale for testing Summon, Interstellar Sandflow. This technique was unique. Unlike conventional sand manipulation, it did not summon sand from Egypt or rely on nearby sand, but rather transformed matter into sand for control. Of course, this required raw materials. Any object containing sandy components, regardless of form, could be converted into sand. For instance, glass. Lu Yu activated his new ability. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of sharp sounds, the device collapsed completely, its form obliterated. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences if such power were to be applied to living beings. Having gained a rough understanding, Lu Yu shifted his focus to other areas. He cast his gaze upon the surrounding high-tech edifices. In contemporary times, buildings often incorporated luminous sand elements, and this location was no exception. Lu Yu extended his hand toward a wall, once more employing his ability. As anticipated, wisps of luminous sand materialized upon the target wall, swirling and rushing toward Lu Yu, coalescing in front of his palms. In an instant, it condensed into a massive clump, rendering the wall riddled with holes, easily destructible with minimal force. Lu Yu's power could be deemed a formidable weapon in modern society. Many structures, devoid of glass or luminous sand, could be effortlessly controlled by Lu Yu alone. Of course, Lu Yu's own strength was not to be underestimated. Bang! Just as he was pondering, the distant sound of gunfire interrupted Lu Yu's thoughts. To his astonishment, there were still people in the abandoned factory? A flicker of curiosity ignited within him as he approached the source of the gunfire. With each step, the cacophony of gunfire intensified. Upon arriving at the scene of the skirmish, bullets ricocheted, some even grazing Lu Yu and landing at his feet. The thrill was palpable. Lu Yu paid little attention, his focus directed towards a familiar figure being suppressed. "Hey, what brings you here?" He disregarded the crowd and directly questioned his acquaintance, drawing the attention of many, particularly that of the acquaintance's adversaries. Seeing Lu Yu's casual demeanor, they swiftly redirected their firearms, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards him. However, their efforts proved futile. Each bullet was intercepted mid-flight by a protective shield formed by the luminous sand rising from the ground, landing powerless with a series of thuds. "It's a mutant," someone exclaimed in terror. Lu Yu found the situation amusing yet exasperating. Though mutants faced much misunderstanding in society, it was rather ridiculous that others would label any superpowered individual as such. Disinterested in entangling himself with them, he conjured sharp blades of light from the sand, launching them at the fleeing foes. In an instant, none escaped. Those hiding behind cover or standing directly before Lu Yu were swiftly dispatched, their throats severed cleanly. Having concluded this grim task, Lu Yu turned to his old acquaintance once more. "Ailey, what are you doing here?" Finally, Ailey responded. "I've been busy with some matters." She hesitated, unable to reconcile Lu Yu's current ruthless demeanor with the person she once knew. This was not the Lu Yu she recognized. In truth, Lu Yu was not the same man she had once known. The term old acquaintance was somewhat misleading. This was their first encounter, though she was a friend of Lu Yu's previous incarnation. Coughing slightly, Lu Yu recalled that America was an open country, and his former self had indulged in certain liberties, leading to associations with such women. She was not unique in that regard. However, since his rebirth, he had not crossed paths with her again. An unexpected curiosity arose within Lu Yu regarding this former partner. In his recollections, Ailey did not seem to be the type to calmly wield a firearm and engage in combat, especially as she was merely an ordinary corporate employee. Quite peculiar. Lu Yu's gaze upon Ailey shifted subtly as he activated his quantum core, seeking to unveil her true identity. The quantum core swiftly retrieved Ailey's background information, and Lu Yu's expression grew increasingly intrigued. This Ailey was no ordinary employee. She hailed from a clandestine intelligence organization in America, initially engaged in clerical work, but recently transitioned to a field agent. What an interesting entanglement his previous self had with a secret agent. Lu Yu's interest was piqued. Ailey seemed to sense something. Her curiosity regarding Lu Yu's identity ignited. Initially, she viewed Lu Yu merely as a vessel for her own frustrations. But now she recognized a different facet of him. A mutant? Was he truly a mutant, or something else entirely? Though Ailey's rank was insufficient for handling significant matters, she was aware of the world's tumultuous state and questioned to which category Lu Yu belonged. Nevertheless, she resolved to remain cautious, choosing not to directly inquire, but rather seeking a different approach to glean information. "Shall we find another place to talk? It's been a while since we last met, and I remember a nice bar nearby." Ellie spoke, licking her lips with an air of seduction. Observing her alluring demeanor, Lu Yu could not help but acknowledge the sharpness of these agents, who relentlessly pursued the truth, oblivious to how exasperating it could be. Initially, encountering an old acquaintance had taken Lu Yu by surprise, a sensation quite peculiar. But now he merely chuckled. Lu Yu glanced indifferently at Ellie. "What's the matter?" Ellie noticed the shift in Lu Yu's mood and felt a twinge of unease, promptly inquiring. "Nothing, just that an old acquaintance has vanished before my eyes." Lu Yu's gaze grew even colder. Lu Yu's former self might have been easily deceived by her, unaware of her true identity, and would have divulged everything under her allure. Yet, the current Lu Yu was no longer the same. He would not be easily captivated by a woman, regardless of her voluptuous figure or enchanting beauty. He had no intention of indulging her, choosing instead to lay everything bare. Upon hearing his words, Ellie felt a tightening in her chest. Immediately realizing that Lu Yu was aware of her intentions, with a sigh, she ultimately abandoned her probing approach. On one hand, continuing after being exposed would only irritate Lu Yu. On the other, although she had shared feelings with Lu Yu's predecessor, the bond was more a result of prolonged acquaintance than genuine depth. More often than not, she had merely regarded Lu Yu's former self as an outlet for her frustrations. However, she resolved not to entangle herself further. Very well. Let this be the end of it. Regardless, I must thank you today. Let us dine together another day as a token of my appreciation, Ellie said, her charm fading, replaced by a hint of regret. Yet, Lu Yu clearly harbored no such sentiments. He was well aware of her change of heart, but still felt repulsed by her ulterior motives, choosing not to engage in any deeper interaction. After observing her for a moment and considering that she had ultimately shown remorse, Lu Yu decided against taking extreme measures against her. He pressed his hand to his temple, releasing his mental energy, which surged forth from his brow and infiltrated Ellie's mind, commencing the alteration of her memories. Upon completing the modifications concerning her recollections of him, Lu Yu instantaneously relocated to another place, leaving behind the bewildered Ellie, who, after a moment of confusion, awoke as if she had just escaped something terrifying. Her complexion pale as she dashed out of the abandoned factory. In Lu Yu's revised memory, a masked mutant had burst in during their battle, eliminating all her foes. Originally intent on killing her, the assailant refrained upon realizing she was a woman and turned to leave. Memories of her prior encounters with Lu Yu were also altered, morphing into entanglements with another individual. She was no longer an old acquaintance of Lu Yu. This handling of her remorse could be considered a relatively favorable resolution. Chapter 92. The existence of Odin. It was not fear of identity exposure, but rather an adaptation issue. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the lifestyle and other aspects of those he encountered in his predecessor's life, just as Lu Yu had not seen the former associates of his predecessor since his arrival. Severing ties with a troubled past was also a form of liberation. Lu Yu reined in his peculiar thoughts and shifted his gaze to a muscular man before him. Bang! Bang! With a resounding thud, the fist relentlessly hammered against the heavy bag, which stood over a meter tall and could be easily embraced. The bag shook violently, and the chains above clanked rhythmically, demonstrating an extraordinary display of strength, one that undoubtedly transcended the limits of ordinary human capability. Lu Yu, observing the scene, felt a profound sense of tedium. It was merely an exhibition of strength beyond the mundane, hardly deserving of his attention and utterly lacking in intrigue. He stifled a yawn. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the muscular man, whose lips twitched slightly. However, for reasons unknown, he refrained from uttering a word or reacting in any way, continuing instead to pummel the bag with fervor. With a powerful strike, he sent the bag flying against a wall, where it subsequently fell to the ground, the chains unable to bear the force of his assault. The man showed no surprise at this display. Instead, he effortlessly hoisted another bag onto the chain and resumed his routine, demonstrating a mastery born of repetition. Do you not find this monotonous? Lu Yu finally inquired. It is only through this that I can find my tranquility, the muscular man replied, unabashed, as he continued his relentless assault on the bag. True. You might find peace in this, but I cannot, Lu Yu retorted. Yet, I believe I did not invite you to watch me, the man replied. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so. How about sharing a drink instead, Captain? Lu Yu produced a bottle of liquor and 2 glasses. Addressing the muscular man as Captain, none other than the famed Captain America, Steve Rogers. You indeed recognize me, Steve remarked, without a hint of surprise. In America, your fame is such that it would be impossible not to. Come, let us share a drink. I wish to toast with a legendary hero and boast to others. Lu Yu responded enthusiastically. A legendary hero? Me? Steve shook his head, approaching Lu Yu with the intent to share a few drinks. Even though the liquor could not intoxicate him, I am aware you will not be intoxicated, hence I have prepared something special, Lu Yu declared as he opened the bottle and poured a glass for Steve. Something special? Steve questioned, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yet, recognizing that they were within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he decided against decline. They raised their glasses and drank deeply. Due to his physical constitution, Steve had developed immunity to ordinary alcohol. However, this particular drink elicited a long-forgotten thrill, a fiery sensation coursing through his body. After just 1 glass, he felt a slight buzz. What sort of alcohol is this? Steve instinctively asked. Excellent liquor, Lu Yu replied without elaboration, filling Steve's glass again. Savor this. It is rare to find a drink that can truly relax you. Indeed, Steve ceased his inquiries and lifted his glass for another sip. Subsequently, he took the initiative, pouring for himself, indulging in glass after glass. A profound urge to intoxicate himself surged within him. He felt the weight of his own burdens. Upon awakening, Time had traversed centuries, leaving remnants of the past weathered and worn. The girlfriend he had once promised a future now lay frail. Her existence as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, in danger of extinguishing at the slightest misstep. More poignantly, during his prolonged absence, she chose to remarry another. Legally speaking, he was considered dead, thus she bore no fault. Though he comprehended this, he could not erase the bitterness that lingered within him. Countless times, he yearned for a hearty drink, yet his desires remained unfulfilled. At last, the opportunity had arrived. Before Lu Yu could engage him in a profound conversation, he was already in a state of inebriation, intoxicated. Fortunately, he maintained his composure, refraining from uttering incoherent words or behaving inappropriately. I had intended to converse meaningfully. It is still possible to chat, Steve mumbled, deliberately letting out a belch. Never mind. Lu Yu shook his head. In that moment, he realized that this fellow was not extraordinary. He resembled a deity, with a somewhat sanctified demeanor, yet fundamentally, he remained human. He experienced troubles and felt despondent, even inebriated. He would lean on others' shoulders, calling them brothers. Brother, let me tell you. Steve's drunken state was indeed somewhat unseemly. To preserve the image of S.H.I.E.L.D, Lu Yu resolved to assist him. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the suddenly appearing Egg. He nervously inquired, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. The captain is drunk. I feared he might tarnish your heroic image, so I rendered him unconscious for you." "Don't mention it." Egg replied. "No one asked you to thank me, did they?" Sensing the situation, Egg refrained from further questioning, attempting to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth and smooth the furrows on his brow, instead asking, "How did you end up here? If I said I came to have a drink with Captain America, would you believe me?" "I believe you." Egg glanced at Lu Yu's youthful visage and responded accordingly. Many American teenagers idolize Captain America, and his subordinate, Coulson, is an ardent fan, nearly wishing to print Steve's likeness on his underwear. What is there to doubt? Nevertheless, Lu Yu's words left Egg somewhat perplexed. "You say that casually, and I'm supposed to believe it?" Lu Yu regarded Egg with a peculiar expression. Egg chose to believe him. Lu Yu, uninterested in further explanation, found this preferable, sparing himself the effort of persuasion. Looking at Egg, Lu Yu continued, "I leave the captain in your care." "All right." Egg naturally had no objections. He would only be displeased if Lu Yu were to intervene. To him, Steve was a precious asset he wished to protect personally. "Hey, how is your research on the Tesseract progressing?" Lu Yu suddenly asked Egg. "You know even our top secrets? Could you give me a little personal space?" Egg shot a resentful glance at Lu Yu. "How many times must I tell you not to look at me like that? That look makes me want to vomit, you know? It's truly disgusting." Lu Yu replied helplessly. "Fine, let us not discuss that. Let us talk about the Tesseract research. I am genuinely interested in your findings. In fact, I believe we should resume our previous topic." Clearly, Egg was reluctant to divulge research details to Lu Yu. "Have you considered that sharing your findings with me might be beneficial?" Lu Yu proposed suddenly, gazing at Egg. "What do you mean?" Egg asked, taken aback. "It holds little significance. I merely wish to convey that the cosmic cube is not something one can study at will, for its scope is far too vast." Vast indeed. Lu Dan grasped the critical point and was reminded of Odin. In Norse mythology, the cosmic cube is also known as the Dragon King's precious gem, one of Odin's weapons. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Lu Dan immediately thought of him, especially since Thor had recently made an appearance, indirectly affirming Odin's existence. Chapter 93. How is the progress? Lu Yu did not afford Lu Dan the opportunity to retort. He instantly teleported away, vanishing from sight. Though Lu Yu had departed, unease lingered in Lu Dan's heart. This matter was not easily articulated, particularly as it involved Lu Yu. After gathering his subordinates to send Steve back, he hurried to their base where they were studying the cosmic cube. Lu Dan believed that being present himself would perhaps instill greater confidence. Upon arriving at the site via a warplane, Lu Dan promptly sealed all entrances and activated all countermeasure devices. Simultaneously, he instructed everyone to prepare for potential mind control. Having completed these tasks, he surveyed the fortress-like underground base, and only then did a semblance of reassurance wash over him. He could now re-engage with the American representatives. This project was no trifling matter. It involved countering the potential arrival of extraterrestrial beings, with the World Security Council and the S.H.I.E.L.D. hierarchy also involved, particularly the Americans. They had persistently sought to take the lead, while he maneuvered to resist their interference. As he was managing affairs, these individuals reappeared. Director Nick, long time no see, greeted a familiar face, one he had encountered on numerous occasions, who was friendly right from the outset. Indeed, Lu Dan responded with an amiable demeanor, though inwardly he was cursing. "Rest assured, I am not here to entangle you this time. I don't trust you." Although those thoughts lingered in his mind, Lu Dan maintained his facade. "That is truly splendid. Shall we find a place to sit down and enjoy a cup of coffee?" Let us skip the coffee. Although I am not here for that matter, I have other engagements, so perhaps we should forego it. Oh, Liu Dan remained outwardly composed, but inwardly he was once again cursing. This was clearly another tactic from the Americans. Allow me to introduce you to Dr. Samuel Stern. The individual gestured towards a nearby man, scholarly in appearance, still engrossed in his tablet, seemingly absorbed in its contents. He displayed no reaction to their discussion. Dr. Stern is like that. His thirst for knowledge is exceedingly profound. The individual explained, somewhat awkwardly. Liu Dan dismissed these details, merely focusing on Samuel Stern. He was well acquainted with Stern, particularly regarding his recent unusual conduct. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives, this man was nothing short of a phenomenon, his thirst for knowledge and speed of comprehension far exceeding that of a mere genius. Liu Dan had even contemplated recruiting him, but had always found the opportunity elusive, as the American military kept him under tight surveillance. Unexpectedly, he had now appeared. Dr. Stern has recently developed a keen interest in energy studies and other related fields. Hence his presence here, the individual continued. At that moment, Samuel Stern finally looked up and replied perfunctorily, "Yes, indeed." Liu Dan retorted, "Could you not be a bit more sincere?" Sincere? Is sincerity really necessary? For Samuel Stern, sincerity holds little significance. His sole concern lies in the pursuit of new knowledge to satiate his insatiable curiosity. Additionally, he is focused on fulfilling the task assigned by Liu Yu, nothing more. Otherwise, he would not have come here today. Faced with such a Samuel Stern, the egg did not know how to respond, as he utterly despised the notion of a public rupture. Moreover, he was well aware of Samuel Stern's research background. This was a man who regarded technology as the essence of life, and on this point, the egg possessed a degree of tolerance. However, the situation was markedly different when it came to others, particularly the individual before him. "Director Nick, this is our unwavering bottom line," the man remarked, casting a glance at Samuel Stern. The egg sighed and turned towards Samuel Stern, fully cognizant that this was a trap, yet compelled to step into it. The S.H.I.E.L.D. still needed to rely on American influence. After all research results would eventually come to light. It was wiser to acquiesce now, allowing Samuel Stern to study these matters in advance. As long as the cosmic cube remained under their control, the issues at hand were inconsequential. "Dr. Stern, allow me to introduce you to the research team." Upon making his decision, the egg paid no further heed to the man. The individual, perceiving no impropriety, wore a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, leaving the two to oversee Samuel Stern while he himself departed. With the task accomplished, how could he not smile? As he exited, he privately marveled at General Ross's astuteness in swiftly identifying Nick Fury's Achilles heel, compelling him to acquiesce before he could even offer a rebuttal. Once outside, he promptly reported this favorable news. Ross, too, received the update. Subsequently, Ross sent a communication to Liu Yu, stating, "It's all set. I anticipated this." The egg believed that possessing the cosmic cube would ensure his success, and he undoubtedly would agree. Liu Yu replied nonchalantly. After a brief pause, Liu Yu inquired, "For this matter, you must owe quite a few favors, correct?" Indeed, the swift placement of Samuel Stern with the egg, even with Ross's current prominence, was no simple task and would inevitably involve some exchanges of interests and favors. "What tangible cost did you incur?" "I propose to send Stern over under the pretext that the Hulk serum users require weaponry, ensuring that any weapons developed by Stern in the future would at least return a portion to us, while we would also supply them with the Hulk serum." "That seems reasonable." Liu Yu nodded in agreement. Ross concurred as well. "However, what is it?" Liu Yu asked with curiosity. "Is it necessary? We could acquire the research results through some means. Why not simply take the results directly?" Ross expressed confusion. "What if I told you that I had already obtained those existing results?" Ross responded, "Are you serious?" Without delving into his own methods, Liu Yu noted that Hill had access to these results, which were already in his possession. Sending Samuel Stern was not for the sake of those outcomes. "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" "Nothing much. I merely wish for Stern to temporarily assist them in research, to see if he can delve deeper, while also allowing him to encounter new experiences, as he currently has little left to learn." Ross expressed understanding of the matter at hand, acknowledging that Samuel Stern had little new knowledge to acquire. While the average individual might feel a sense of liberation, for Samuel Stern, it was a source of torment. He required a new research topic, and the Tesseract was evidently an enticing choice, one sufficient to captivate his scholarly pursuits. Ross harbored an additional concern. Wasn't he this aiding them? Confusion enveloped him. Nevertheless, as long as the Tesseract remained in their possession, there were no issues. The so-called weapons relied entirely on the energy of the Tesseract. As long as it was in their grasp, no matter how formidable those weapons were, they would be rendered ineffective. Ross considered this to be true. Although he was not particularly invested in the matter, he understood that the weapons developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. were heavily reliant on energy. Without the Tesseract, those weapons would become mere sticks. As for the fact that the Tesseract was still in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ross had long chosen to deliberately overlook it. Samuel Stern had ventured to the other side, while Lu Yu remained ever watchful. The Tesseract was merely a temporary possession of S.H.I.E.L.D., soon to change hands. When that time arrived, everything would revert to the status quo. Setting aside these thoughts, how have things been progressing on your end lately? Chapter 94. Unnoticed, he has pledged his unwavering loyalty to me and deserves an opportunity. His ambitions are vast, and I trust he understands that this chip can amplify his power, ensuring his utmost fidelity. The decision rests with you. Lu Yu acquiesced. Recently, all has been rather tranquil, particularly after Lu Yu managed to attend to most matters. However, one particular area was anything but serene. Instead, it was in a state of turmoil. The reason was straightforward. The Tesseract had unexpectedly activated on its own, surging with energy to unprecedented levels, posing significant danger. The research base had begun evacuating personnel, resulting in the current hustle and bustle. Dr. Stern, you must leave immediately. One of the two individuals assigned to remain with Samuel Stern noticed his continued engrossment in the anomalous Tesseract and promptly alerted him. Their duty was to ensure Samuel Stern's safety, not that of the base. Observing the Tesseract's irregularities, they felt compelled to urgently escort the unperturbed Samuel Stern to safety. Samuel Stern appeared unaffected by the Tesseract's anomalies, remaining intently focused on it. As Lu Yu had predicted, the Tesseract's enigma had ensnared him, rendering him oblivious to his own peril. When urged, Samuel Stern remained silent. Dr. Stern, if this continues, we will have to take coercive measures. Another individual warned. Samuel Stern's insatiable curiosity raised concerns among the Americans, prompting them to empower the two to execute forceful actions. Of course, they were unaware that Samuel Stern was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, they would not have dared to speak so boldly. Upon hearing the others' insistence, Samuel Stern finally shifted his gaze from the Tesseract to the two men. After a brief moment, he spoke, "Let us depart." It was not that he did not wish to or could not utilize his mental abilities to remain, but rather that the base's interference equipment could not extend its coverage to this area. This was a high-precision zone, impervious to any disruptions, at most. It could only create a circular interference around it, preventing external intrusion without hindering the internal. Moreover, Lu Yu had issued a strict order that any research involving life-threatening risks must be temporarily abandoned, and he would be informed later to resolve the matter. Even Samuel Stern, no matter how curious, could not defy Lu Yu's command. Thus, he departed the base, accompanied by two jubilant assistants, glancing back with each step. Once outside, Samuel Stern suddenly signaled for a halt, proclaiming, "This distance is sufficiently safe. Let us pause here for a moment." The two exchanged glances, weighing the risks, and deemed it indeed harmless, nodding in agreement. Nevertheless, they instructed Samuel Stern not to leave the vehicle, while keeping the engine running, ready to evacuate at the first sign of anomaly. Unperturbed, Samuel Stern observed the surroundings from a distance. An hour later, the anticipated change finally manifested. First came the sound of an explosion. The upper ground housing the cosmic cube at the center of the base suddenly collapsed. The earth heaved, and the entire base began to disintegrate, with signs of further subsidence reaching them. "Quick drive," shouted the individual responsible for Samuel Stern's safety. The military off-road vehicle sped away, successfully navigating through the perilous zone. Although they were eventually shrouded in a cloud of dust, it posed little threat to them, leaving them merely disheveled and covered in grime. What transpired? Did the cosmic cube explode? No. The explosive force of the quantum cube is far beyond that. According to my simulations, the energy release alone could obliterate the entire Earth. It could be an entirely unknown chain reaction. Samuel Stern analyzed calmly. During this time, his research was not in vain. He had formulated a new theoretical framework. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around him, Samuel Stern closed his eyes, as if meditating, and began to communicate with Lu Yu through the quantum communication program. "Chief, we have a situation. The base has been destroyed, the interdimensional portal has opened, and the quantum cube has been stolen." Samuel Stern paused for a moment. "Have you been monitoring this location?" Upon considering this, Samuel Stern felt a sense of relief. "Indeed. Why the early warning?" Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Upon reflection, Samuel Stern realized that without his presence, their progress might have accelerated, thus rendering the situation less surprising. The activation of the portal depended on their research into the energy utilization of the quantum cube. Once a certain critical threshold was reached, it could attract attention from the other side and facilitate transportation. This all made sense. Samuel Stern, however, grasped little of this and felt perplexed by Lu Yu's words. "Are you safe?" Lu Yu did not afford him the opportunity to respond. Safe. Then let us set this matter aside for now. The research on the quantum cube can wait for another day. Understood, Chief. Samuel Stern severed the communication and truly entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yu once again embraced Daisy, resuming their previously interrupted endeavors. To be frank, Samuel Stern's communication had come at an inopportune moment, completely disrupting Lu Yu and Daisy's enthusiasm. Now they could finally continue. With a gasp, all came to an end. Daisy, like a languid kitten, nestled against Lu Yu, who gently closed his eyes, contemplating the plans ahead. At this moment, Daisy finally had the chance to regain her composure. What happened to you just now? She asked curiously, recalling Lu Yu's interruption. Nothing much. I received a communication indicating that a perilous extraterrestrial entity has arrived on Earth, poised to commence an interstellar invasion. Fear not, it is merely a trifling matter. Daisy instinctively responded, then widened her eyes. An alien invasion is a trifling matter? Are you certain this is not a misjudgment on your part? Daisy gazed at Lu Yu, harboring deep skepticism. Lu Yu met Daisy's scrutinizing gaze and chuckled. Rest assured, it truly is just a minor issue. If I so desire, I can resolve this predicament at any moment. Even if those aliens do come, it poses no concern. Ancient One has not sacrificed herself, and Odin has not entered his twilight. Even Thanos dares not easily infringe upon Earth. Only his minions would dare to venture here. Although the destruction of the Bifrost has rendered Asgard incapable of supporting Earth, Ancient One adheres to the principle of non-interference and will only act in dire circumstances. Nevertheless, Lu Yu is more than capable of handling it himself. These invading extraterrestrials are not formidable and possess a fatal weakness that Lu Yu can effortlessly exploit. There is no need for worry. While Lu Yu remains untroubled, Daisy still harbors some unease. Why have they come? Shouldn't the Earth be quite safe? Indeed, it should be. Earth is not a land devoid of resources, but it is becoming increasingly so. There is little here to warrant their attention, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. persists in its research of the quantum cube, drawing unwanted scrutiny. Furthermore, the destruction of Asgard's Bifrost has ushered in trouble. What does the Bifrost have to do with this? In the eyes of cosmic beings, Earth is under the protection of Asgard. Following the reckless destruction of the Bifrost, Asgard's capacity to support Earth has diminished, prompting some restless factions to stir. Thanos dares to send his subordinates here, one reason being this very circumstance. Another reason is his possession of Loki. After all, Loki is a prince of Asgard. He has led his forces to Earth, and combined with Thanos' own reputation, Odin finds it inconvenient to intervene or retaliate. Loki remains unwittingly manipulated by him. Thanos, the cosmic overlord, is indeed an extraordinary presence. Should we take any action? Daisy inquired of Lu Yu. Lu Yu fell into contemplation. Chapter 95. The impulse to act. Just as Daisy expressed her confusion, she suddenly felt her body being turned by a pair of fervent hands, lifted by Lu Yu and placed upon the bed. Understanding the situation, Daisy chose to relish an intimate moment with Lu Yu, dismissing her earlier concerns. The following day, Lu Yu convened everyone and initiated a multi-channel communication. This is the situation. Extraterrestrial beings are expected to arrive shortly. I intend to seize this opportunity. What are your thoughts? After outlining the circumstances and plans, Lu Yu inquired. It is indeed a splendid opportunity. Absolutely. It is worth seizing. Similar affirmations echoed around the room. Yet, there were dissenting voices. What if S.H.I.E.L.D. fills this void? No need for concern. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot fill it, not for lack of will, but simply because they are S.H.I.E.L.D. as the greatest source of chaos in the surface world. They lack the capacity to address such a gap, especially when the target is Thanos, against whom they cannot mount a defense. Hearing Lu Yu's unwavering confidence, the room fell silent, and the previous dissent dissipated entirely. They began to deliberate on the specific details. Organizing a game is no simple task. It requires a stage, an audience, equipment, and additional support, making it far from trivial. However, through their collective efforts, these challenges become manageable. With ample resources, money, personnel, and power, what problem remains unsolvable? Within less than an hour, a preliminary plan was established, ready for execution with minor adjustments. Should any issues arise on the day, they could easily be rectified with a buffer, making the distinction negligible. Lu Yu was prepared to make a decisive call. Yet, before he could do so, Coulson appeared once more, interrupting his resolution. I must clarify, I did not come here intentionally. It was out of necessity. Please refrain from regarding me with such disdain, Coulson declared upon entering. Lu Yu, visibly taken aback, allowed Coulson's mood to soften slightly as he announced, there has been an incident. Oh, Lu Yu responded with a look of intrigue. As you previously warned, the cosmic cube has encountered issues. and the director wishes to extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers. Before Coulson could finish, Lu Yu's mind began to wander. However, he was merely a consultant, tasked with helping resolve certain dilemmas. The notion of Lu Yu becoming an Avenger seemed utterly improbable. It was inconceivable for Lu Yu to be integrated into their ranks. Coulson, still unclear about Lu Yu's true nature, found it difficult to judge his character, whether good or bad, making the idea of inviting him to join the Avengers akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. For anyone, Coulson would never take such a risk. His genuine intention was to recruit Lu Yu as an advisor, for he believed Lu Yu possessed valuable insights that warranted further exploration. Are you considering attending? Lorna inquired curiously after seeing Lu Yu send Coulson off. Daisy, equally intrigued, turned her gaze towards Lu Yu. Why not go? Setting aside everything else, it would be an opportunity to witness the grandeur of interstellar events, and some phenomena can only be appreciated in person. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss out? While the two were unconcerned about others' opinions, they were nonetheless curious about the peculiarities Lu Yu had mentioned. However, Lu Yu remained oblivious to their intrigue and offered no explanation. Prepare yourselves and accompany me, he instructed. Are we also included? It seems they did not explicitly prohibit our participation. They interpreted correctly, exchanging glances that confirmed their understanding. You shall seize this opportunity to experience a monumental cosmic event. Daisy concurred. Shall we set off now? Let us wait until tomorrow. You are not adequately prepared, and there is no place for us to stay at the moment. This journey will not be brief. It may last several days. While the narrative may appear fleeting, assembling high-tech equipment and gathering allies, as Loki did, will take at least a few days. Even if the ensuing battles are resolved within a single day, the entire affair cannot be compressed into just a few days. Departing now would only invite trouble. Use this time to attend to your personal matters. We shall embark tomorrow. Understood, they both replied, proceeding to handle their minor errands. Of course, there was little to truly address, merely the need to prepare a couple of changes of clothes. They had little else to occupy their time. At most, two individuals brought along a few skincare products and cosmetics. Apart from that, there was nothing else. After a night of rest, the three of them set off with Lu Yu. In an instant, they found themselves aboard an aircraft carrier anchored in the vastness of space. The sudden appearance of Lu Yu startled the crew members, who were busy adjusting onboard equipment and transporting supplies. Instinctively, they raised their energy guns towards Lu Yu and his companions. How unfriendly, Lorna exclaimed, her hands shimmering with light, seemingly unable to suppress her urge to act. A gentle hand from Lu Yu rested on Lorna's shoulder, restraining her. His gaze locked onto Hit-Well, who had noticed the commotion. Lower your weapons, Hit-Well shouted urgently. Upon seeing Hit-Well on the deck, the tension among the crew dissipated, and they reluctantly lowered their weapons, though their eyes remained fixed on the trio. They were filled with curiosity regarding Lu Yu's identity. Return to your posts, Hit-Well commanded, surveying the crew with a demeanor that was authoritative yet composed. Although Lu Yu held a lower status compared to Hit-Well, the crew viewed him with a different lens. They scurried away like startled quail, no longer fixating on Lu Yu and his companions. I didn't expect you to actually arrive. The director has prepared rooms for you. I will lead you there. Lu Yu and his companions did not trouble Hit-Well and followed him into the interior of the aircraft carrier, traversing a long corridor until they reached three adjoining cabins. Undoubtedly, these three cabins were designated as their quarters. Without surprise, after each was assigned a room, they dismissed Hit-Well and began to familiarize themselves with and arrange their spaces. In truth, it was mainly Daisy and Lorna who busied themselves, as Lu Yu found no particular need for elaborate arrangements. He was already satisfied with the neatness of the cabin. After giving instructions to the two, Lu Yu wandered freely within what appeared to be an ordinary aircraft carrier. He focused on the armory, energy room, storage compartments, and other areas, even encountering weapons developed from the cosmic cube. Nothing could hinder Lu Yu's steps. Neither the seemingly elite agents nor the stringent security measures posed any obstacle. Moreover, Lu Yu deliberately showcased the energy weapon crafted from their painstaking research of the cosmic cube, strutting towards the deck while brandishing it before the crowd. By the time the egghead arrived with Hill, Lu Yu had already pulled the trigger towards the sea. With a buzz, the muzzle ignited, releasing an orange-yellow beam that struck the ocean's surface. With a thunderous sound, a massive crater resembling that of a depth charge explosion formed, sending water splashing and smoke billowing. The power was indeed astonishing. You egghead, he began to speak but halted. Just as he opened his mouth, Lu Yu's weapon began to transform. The nearly half-meter-long gun body abruptly shortened to half its size, its form no longer resembling a submachine gun. It became rounded, with a smooth black shell enveloping both the weapon and Lu Yu's hand. It appeared to resemble a cylindrical object. Chapter 96. 3 Cups. How much effort and money did S.H.I.E.L.D. invest in researching the cosmic cube? While the figure of 100 billion may be exaggerated, The preparation of the venue, equipment, manpower, and procurement of materials has undoubtedly consumed several tens of billions. There have been results, as evidenced by the weapon just demonstrated. However, that is where the triumph ends. How long did Lu Yu take to resolve this issue? Was it merely a minute? Or perhaps half that time? The disparity is indeed staggering. How much was spent? Not a single penny. Observing the weapon in Lu Yu's grasp, the corner of Egg's mouth twitched uncontrollably. His heart twisted in anguish. Tens of billions have thus been squandered. How many bases could have been established with that money? How many significant endeavors could have been accomplished? Had I known this would be the outcome, it would have been wiser to seek Lu Yu's research results. Offering him a mere 10 to 20 billion would have been far less than the tens of billions wasted, alleviating concerns over large-scale losses. Alas, it is too late to lament. The money has been squandered in vain. Egg, suppressing his pain, prepared to speak. Lu Yu regarded him, awaiting his words. Yet, before he could utter a sound, someone arrived. It was none other than Captain America. The voice in his earpiece announced that Steve had reached the vicinity of the aircraft carrier. Egg swallowed his previous thoughts with great difficulty. Hey, could you conceal your weapon? He inquired of Lu Yu. When summoning Steve and the other Avengers, Egg had refrained from disclosing details, wishing to keep Steve in the dark. Although Lu Yu's weapon had been modified, who could ascertain its safety? It is always prudent to exercise caution. Lu Yu understood Egg's concerns and graciously stowed the weapon into his backpack. Egg remarked, "Hill, this weapon doesn't seem to belong to you, does it? Never mind. It's preferable this way. At least we can retrieve the weapon. This is acceptable." Sighing, Egg gestured to Hill, signaling her to maintain discretion and ensure the matter of the weapon remained confidential, then turned to Lu Yu and suggested, "Shall we find another place to converse?" "There's no need. We can discuss whatever we wish right here." Before Egg could continue, Lu Yu raised his hand, and two sofas materialized behind them. Rising slowly from the ground, Lu Yu sat down without hesitation. Egg had no choice but to follow suit. As he sat, he curiously explored the sofa, seemingly intent on uncovering its secrets. The sudden appearance of the sofa piqued Egg's curiosity. It was akin to a divine act of creation. "Stop examining it. You won't discover anything." Egg remained unconvinced, his hands continuing to rub the sofa, clearly not ready to give up. "Hey, are you straying off topic? Didn't you mention wanting to discuss certain matters with me?" Lu Yu prompted. "Regarding the cosmic cube, have you known something about it for a while?" Egg began, speaking candidly. "Indeed, I have been aware for quite some time." With Egg's forthrightness, Lu Yu felt there was no need for concealment, responding with equal directness. "Then why didn't you mention it sooner? I recall reminding you last time, didn't I?" Egg paused. Indeed, Lu Yu had issued a reminder, albeit not particularly overt. Now, Egg regretted not heeding Lu Yu's words back then. "Do you have any further reminders now?" "Yes. Exercise caution, for extraterrestrial life may emerge at any moment." "And it would not bode well." Lu Dan inquired. "How dire could it possibly be?" "One must be prepared to confront formidable extraterrestrial powers." Lu Dan's countenance darkened further, the lines upon his forehead seemingly deepening. "Is there any way to circumvent this predicament?" he asked. "Reclaiming the cosmic cube would essentially allow us to temporarily avert disaster." "Only temporarily?" "The cosmic cube is intertwined with an immensely powerful entity. As long as it remains on Earth, peril is imminent. Thus, the resolution can only be fleeting. To truly resolve the issue, it must be removed from Earth." "Removed? Sent beyond Earth?" Lu Dan appeared quite reluctant. "It is no wonder. The cosmic cube ranks among his most prized possessions, and parting with it would be a grave loss. Another option would be to relinquish it to me." "To you?" "It would be more prudent to send it away entirely." Lu Dan mused inwardly. At least, sending it away would alleviate subsequent concerns. The uncertainty surrounding Lu Yu posed considerable danger. Coupled with the issues that the cosmic cube itself presented, it was wiser to send it off. "Giving it to me still means it remains ours. Spoiled meat stays in its own pot, does it not?" Lu Yu remarked coolly. Lu Dan ceased to speak further, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized Lu Yu. Seemingly weighing the pros and cons, Lu Yu remained unperturbed, reclining leisurely on the sofa. His apparent indifference was genuine. It mattered not whether Lu Dan acquiesced. Lu Yu had already resolved to obtain the cosmic cube, irrespective of Lu Dan's approval. It was all the same. Lu Yu merely mentioned it. Whether it was given or not was inconsequential. If wise words were offered, it would simplify matters for Lu Yu. If not, he had his own stratagems. Lu Dan was acutely aware of this. Thus he offered no response to Lu Yu and, citing pressing business, took his leave. Lu Dan departed. Yet, soon after, another visitor arrived. It was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers, accompanied by Coulson, who had finally arrived. "Hey, Captain." Lu Yu interrupted the conversation that Coulson and Steve were attempting to initiate, calling out to Steve. Upon hearing the voice, Steve's gaze brightened as he spotted Lu Yu. Lu Yu was a familiar face, and encountering a friend in an unfamiliar place was quite delightful. He approached Lu Yu. You've come as well? Yes, have a seat. Lu Yu smiled at Steve. Although Steve was puzzled as to why there were 2 sofas on the deck, he refrained from asking further, settling down while leaving Coulson standing awkwardly to the side. While it was certainly enjoyable to be near S.H.I.E.L.D, being so close yet persistently interrupted, thereby failing to secure an autograph, was rather disheartening. However, no one paid heed to his discontent. Captain, would you care for another drink? You barely had your fill last time before you were inebriated. Lu Yu proposed. There's still a mission to attend to, so perhaps not. Steve hesitated before replying. In truth, Steve was quite tempted. Lu Yu's liquor was remarkably exquisite, but with a mission at hand, he could not indulge. Perhaps next time. Next time? That sounds agreeable. For now, let us savor some tea. Tea should be perfectly acceptable. Steve was unperturbed. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that there appeared to be no tea leaves in sight. Without uttering a word, Lu Yu gently flicked his fingers. Between 2 sofas, a tea table gradually materialized, and as it fully manifested, a teapot along with 3 cups appeared atop it. Such a skill? What is the fuss about? Let us enjoy some tea. Lu Yu chuckled. Oh, Steve replied, picking up a cup brimming with tea. Just as he was about to sip, he suddenly halted, gazing at the 3rd cup. Why were there 3? Instinctively, Steve glanced around, noting the absence of any other individuals. Coulson, who had escorted him, had already departed to report, leaving the vicinity desolate. Curiosity piqued within Steve. Just then, a fighter jet descended, and Bruce Banner along with Natasha emerged from the aircraft, noticing their peculiar surroundings. Chapter 97. United Actions. Oh, how I've overlooked you. But never mind, don't sit down. We're about to take off, and we can't afford any delays. While Natasha's words held truth, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. Bruce Banner and Steve, however, were somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Lu Yu's statement. Take off. Could this colossal aircraft carrier truly ascend into the skies? As they pondered this question, dozens of individuals rushed from the entrance, donning breathing apparatuses. On either side of the carrier, for supersonic thrusters ignited, unleashing a torrent of steam that propelled the aircraft carrier skyward. The carrier was indeed airborne. Steve found himself at a loss for words. In his era, airplanes epitomized high technology, let alone such an extravagant flying vessel. Let us head inside, soon. The aerospace carrier will ascend to 10,000 meters, where it will be perilous. We should enter the cabin, Natasha urged the trio. Without dissent, they followed her into the interior of the aerospace carrier after Lu Yu retracted the floating sofas and tea table, ultimately arriving at the command center. So many familiar faces greeted them. Rumlow, Hill, Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D, and several members of Hydra, all engrossed in their tasks, hardly affording them a glance. Rumlow merely exchanged a brief greeting before returning to his duties. Rumlow and Hill were responsible for adjusting the aerospace carrier and piloting it, while Coulson managed the supplies. S.H.I.E.L.D oversaw global facial recognition, tracking Loki's whereabouts. Bruce Banner and Steve proceeded to the laboratory to develop an algorithm for locating the Tesseract, while Lu Yu retreated to his quarters. On the first day, all was tranquil until an unwelcome troublemaker arrived. What are you doing here? Tony Stark exclaimed incredulously upon seeing Lu Yu. Just like in the movie plot, he had been summoned to serve as a consultant. Lu Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to disregard his presence. Stark, slightly agitated, turned to Rumlow and questioned. Didn't you say the Avengers Initiative was launched to combat him? Why is he here? Lu Yu, Rumlow. Lu Yu cast a peculiar glance at Rumlow beside him. Is the Avengers Initiative truly for my benefit? I cannot bring myself to believe your deceitful words. Could you not be a tad more credible in your fabrications? I have no objections to Tony Stark joining the Avengers, but must you use me as a mere pretext? After all, I am a person of integrity. To treat me as though I were the ultimate villain, even in mere words, could very well lead to a defamation suit. Lu Yu was acutely aware of the true motives behind Rumlow's push for the Avengers Initiative, and it was this understanding that prompted his sardonic remarks. He was not the sole critic. Rumlow himself harbored grievances in private. The target, however, remained Tony Stark. Do you truly believe whatever you say? Such an astute individual would fall prey to such statements? You may profess your unwavering conviction, but why must you bring it to light? This complicates matters indeed. Lu Dan knew that Lu Yu was oblivious to the genuine intent behind the assembly of the Avengers, and thus anticipated that explaining it to Lu Yu would be exceedingly challenging, especially with the rather troublesome figure of Tony Stark involved. A dual dilemma had arisen. Indeed, Tony Stark was quite the troublemaker. As Lu Dan pondered this, he cast a troubled glance at the two, forgetting that he was the one who instigated the conflict. Lu Dan, must first attempt to elucidate matters to the formidable Lu Yu. I understand your original intention for assembling the Avengers. Lu Dan was uncertain of the veracity of Lu Yu's statements, but opted to believe them nonetheless. The troublesome issue was temporarily set aside. As he watched Lu Yu depart, he redirected his attention to the minor nuisance that is Tony Stark, his expression turning stern as he warned, "Do you realize that you nearly jeopardized my significant undertaking?" Tony Stark's expression hardened, suspicion flickering in his mind as he cautiously inquired, "Do you wish to engage with him, to comprehend him?" Lu Dan could not help but marvel at the cleverness of such a person. Just a single utterance from him, and the other had nearly discerned his needs, far surpassing the effectiveness of his own direct admission, and touching upon the depths of Stark's psyche. Suppressing a smile, Lu Dan replied with utmost seriousness, "Perhaps you are unaware, but our knowledge of him is exceedingly scant. Aside from his name, we possess nothing. All else is fabricated. Even this solitary name may well be a falsehood." Lu Dan intentionally exaggerated, yet Tony Stark nodded earnestly. He too had investigated Lu Yu, whose demeanor appeared overly innocent. So much so that it rendered Stark incapable of fathoming the secrets Lu Yu might conceal. Upon hearing that even Lu Yu's name could be fictitious, Stark unhesitatingly expressed his belief. "To acquire more intelligence, we have arranged for him to be here. Through our interaction with him, we aim to glean further insights." Tony Stark did not favor such tactics, yet he had to concede that at times, they proved remarkably effective. "Fortuitously, we had taken precautions prior to your arrival. He merely perceives you as our undercover agent." Initially, Lu Dan thought his statement would quell all doubts, but upon hearing it, Stark's suspicion only deepened. His gaze now laden with skepticism. "You haven't revealed the truth to him while deliberately withholding it from me, have you?" Stark scrutinized Lu Dan's face. Seeking answers within his expressions, Tony Stark was filled with disappointment. The face of the king of agents, Egg, exhibited no discernible expression, making it difficult to ascertain the authenticity of his demeanor. "Do you have nothing to say?" Tony Stark queried, his tone laced with reluctance. "Tony, I trust in your judgment." Egg replied earnestly. Stark, feeling a wave of inebriation wash over him, retorted, "You, the esteemed king of agents, with your cunning depths, dare to look at others with sincerity? Tell me, does the term sincerity truly suit your visage?" Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner discomfort, he thought, "Do not expect me to extend courtesy to him. It matters not. We shall handle it ourselves." Egg exhaled in relief. He had never anticipated that Tony Stark would set aside personal grievances to cooperate with his endeavors. Such an expectation was utterly unrealistic. Had Stark been willing, he might have even arrested him directly. Alas, Stark had been replaced. This notorious libertine would never consent to collaboration in his lifetime. With the troublesome Stark out of the way, Egg felt a sense of calm wash over him as he began to outline the current situation. It remained uncertain how much of this Tony absorbed, for he had already begun to maneuver covertly, seeking to validate his suspicions. Due to Lu Yu's intervention, the entire plan had been hastened, causing numerous details to shift. The aerial battleship had launched ahead of schedule, and Stark had arrived early, not alongside the captured Loki, but rather initiating his verification process beforehand. And this was not the entirety of the tale. On the third day, within the command room, the report came in, "Director, we have located Loki's position, with a match rate of 76 and a cross comparison of 89. Hill had reported, tasked with tracking Loki. The elusive figure, who would have taken days to find, had now made an early appearance. The entire battleship bustled with activity, and the Avengers began to move in pairs." Chapter 98. Increased trust. Lu Yu had also arrived on the scene, witnessing all that unfolded. This marked his first direct encounter with the Infinity Stone, which radiated a dazzling brilliance, exquisite beyond compare. However, the overwhelming psychic energy it emitted was intensely potent, even within the confines of the room. Lu Yu found himself momentarily holding his breath. Chapter 30. Though Loki is weak, the power of the Mind Stone is incredibly strong. Are you all right? Thor noticed Lu Yu's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. As scripted, he appeared at an opportune moment, engaging in a fierce battle with Tony Stark and Steve, thus establishing their acquaintance. He subsequently arrived at the scene, observing the peculiar behavior of his old friend Lu Yu and promptly expressing his concern. His worry was not isolated. Others shared the same sentiment. Most among them were familiar to Lu Yu, their relationships amicable, and upon witnessing Lu Yu's oddity, they instinctively offered their care. Particularly Daisy and Lorna. "Except for Tony Stark, of course. I'm fine," Lu Yu replied with a smile, addressing their concerns as he approached the scepter. "What are you doing?" Tony Stark called out warily. As an ordinary human, he was significantly affected. Upon seeing an enemy intent on interacting with their spoils, he reacted excessively. Lu Yu disregarded him, stopping before the stand that held the scepter and activating the analytical function of the core. As Lu Yu refrained from touching the scepter, Tony Stark could only divert his gaze to the display screen, observing the interrogation and threats directed at Loki by Egg. Others followed suit without exception. Daisy and Lorna exchanged curious glances, eager to hear what this individual, poised to lead an extraterrestrial army against Earth, would articulate. Yet, Lu Yu's attention remained steadfastly fixed upon the scepter, meticulously analyzing both the scepter and the Mind Stone it housed. The scepter itself was not particularly intricate. It was merely crafted from a special alloy, adorned with enigmatic engravings, imbued with the power of the Mind Stone. Though its power was feeble, it was sufficient for its wielder, especially someone as inept as Loki. The analysis was swift, completed within a second. However, the Mind Stone posed a significant challenge. As one of the universe's rarest artifacts, its analysis proved exceedingly complex. During Lu Yu's time beside the scepter, the progress bar remained utterly stagnant, far more formidable than any item he had previously encountered. The prospect of analyzing the Mind Stone in the short term was unattainable, unless Lu Yu directed his focus towards it. His strength emanated from the mind, and before him lay the Mind Stone. If he could harmonize the two, possibilities began to unfold in Lu Yu's mind. Yet, he could not foresee the consequences of such a fusion. Thus, feasibility analysis was temporarily shelved. Nevertheless, he contemplated its potential utility. Lu Yu reached out, grasping the scepter, placing his hand upon it. The collective attention of the group was riveted on the screen, rendering them oblivious to Lu Yu's actions until the scepter emitted a brilliant blue glow. Only then did they turn their gazes towards him, alert and vigilant. Lu Yu appeared to be in a precarious state, his actions abrupt, given that the scepter had previously controlled Hawkeye, coupled with its influence. Everyone except Lorna and Daisy regarded him with caution. Lu Yu disengaged the quantum scepter. Steve commanded, raising a hand in a gesture that simulated quantum waves. "Fear not. I am not affected by quantum incursion." Lu Yu assured the assembly, his demeanor steady, the quantum fluctuations around him stable. Upon hearing his words and observing his unperturbed quantum eyes, the group felt a modicum of relief. Quantum manipulation alters an individual's quantum eye color. Yet Lu Yu's eyes remained clear, evidently unhindered by control. Lu Yu relinquished the scepter. "This device may harbor immense risks." Steve persisted, his concern palpable, echoed by the anxiety of the others. "In terms of understanding this device, none of you can rival me. I am acutely aware of its dangers." Lu Yu replied with a smile, dismissing Steve's apprehensions. Having conducted prior analyses, he possessed a profound comprehension of the scepter itself and its operational methods. His skill in wielding the scepter even surpassed Loki's. Thus, any notion of danger was trivial to him. However, the others remained unconvinced, their vigilance unwavering. With a shrug of resignation, Lu Yu decisively extended his hand, seizing the blue crystal at the scepter's apex and twisting it forcefully. Crack! The blue crystal, embedded with the quantum Mind Stone, was forcibly detached from the scepter, separating it entirely. In that moment, the scepter resembled more of a quantum spear. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left utterly speechless. At first glance, the quantum Mind Stone appeared casually placed upon the scepter, yet in truth, its structural integrity was beyond imagination. Nearly impossible to forcibly detach. However, the onlookers silently observed Lu Yu, gaining a deeper understanding of his prowess. "See, I told you so," Lu Yu remarked with a faint smile, effortlessly juggling the quantum Mind Stone before the crowd. "Could you refrain from provoking us so?" The crowd collectively thought. Previously, when Lu Yu assured them of the scepter's safety, they were skeptical, but now, disbelief had transformed into reluctant acceptance. Still skeptical? This artifact has remained in Lu Yu's possession for an extended period without incident. Is it truly hazardous? Perhaps it posed a threat to others, yet for Lu Yu, it was exceedingly safe. The crowd was unwavering in their belief. "Can we trust this device's safety enough to set it aside?" Steve inquired of Lu Yu, still harboring doubts. "Best not to put it down, otherwise you may find yourselves in dire straits." Lu Yu cast a sidelong glance at the others, speaking softly. "Why is that?" Bruce Banner asked, curiosity piqued. "Only I can wield it without risk. Should it be released, it could lead to an even greater crisis." "How could that be?" "Why not?" Lu Yu replied, unwavering. "You fail to comprehend. When left uncontrolled, if quantum matter is indiscriminately introduced, it becomes exceedingly perilous." "Are you suggesting this device has been tampered with?" Tony Stark interjected, unable to contain his skepticism. Lu Yu did not respond with disdain, despite Stark's renowned reputation. Maintaining his steady tone, "It emanates a quantum confusion that incites anger, amplifies suspicion, and fosters conflict. I possess detection equipment." Stark reminded him. "That may be, but it depends on the level and nature of the opposing force. This energy is of a high caliber, a mind quantum, which your devices cannot easily disrupt." Stark remained unconvinced. Lu Yu was indifferent, having no intention to persuade him. It sufficed that others, particularly those close to Lu Yu, were already convinced. Although Natasha's relationship with Lu Yu was moderate, she chose to believe him, for she perceived no signs of deceit upon his countenance. How shall we resolve this? Steve pondered, directly addressing Lu Yu. Without uttering a word, Lu Yu gently clasped his hand, and the Infinity Stone was drawn into his quantum backpack, thus resolving the issue. The Infinity Stone, upon encountering Lu Yu's backpack, was ensnared within. The power released by the Quantum Mind Stone ceased. And although the crowd had not entirely shed the previous influence, they felt a sense of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. Their trust in Lu Yu deepened. Stark began to waver between belief and doubt. No one broached the topic of retrieving the Quantum Mind Stone. Not even someone of Stark's stature. Chapter 99. A frenzied assault, it's nothing. I merely felt that the absence of a sapphire rendered it incomplete. And this artifact may still possess some utility, thus I replicated one. After stating this, Lu Yu raised the scepter, gripping the handle with one hand and the tail with the other. As he pulled, the scepter emitted a peculiar radiance. The scepter elongated, transforming into a true energy scepter. Clang! Lu Yu wielded the scepter with one hand, twisting it and lightly striking the ground. A resonant sound, echoing like a great bell, reverberated within everyone's minds. And before they could fully comprehend, their negative thoughts had vanished entirely. A sense of relief washed over the crowd, liberating them from their earlier turmoil. They felt increasingly convinced of Lu Yu's prior assessment that the scepter indeed harbored issues. Well, your concerns have been addressed. Exercise caution henceforth, should you fall under influence again. I shall not extend my assistance lightly. Lu Yu spoke with an air of tranquility. The assembly fell into silence. After a moment, Bruce Banner, still shaken, inquired. The scepter should be free of issues now, right? He was the most apprehensive among them. If the influence were not entirely eradicated, he might have to remove his suppressor, with dire consequences looming. The problematic elements have been excised. The scepter's threat is temporarily neutralized. However, Lu Yu's gaze drifted toward one of the thrusters on the celestial mothership. What troubles you? Though the scepter's menace had been mitigated, other concerns persisted. Since Loki dared to approach, his methods were surely not limited to this. The group shared this sentiment, and Lu Yu's warning weighed heavily upon their hearts. At that moment, a peculiar electronic sound pierced the air, rousing everyone, particularly Tony Stark. It seemed his investigation had finally yielded results. Setting aside his heavy heart, Tony activated his computer to examine the newly discovered information. Moments later, he declared, "Guys, I might have uncovered the reason behind the aliens' arrival here." The others turned their attention to him. Without further elaboration, Tony pivoted his computer screen to reveal a weapon design based on the Tesseract, accompanied by succinct explanations that even non-scientists could comprehend. S.H.I.E.L.D. had conducted clandestine research on the Tesseract. Coupled with the issues surrounding the cube, the group began to piece together the truth, their expressions darkening, especially Thor's. Tony had amassed evidence, but the collection process was far from discreet. The Hulk inevitably learned of it. Ignoring Loki, he confronted Tony directly. "Tony, those are classified S.H.I.E.L.D. documents. You shouldn't be meddling." Faced with the collective gaze of the assembly, the Hulk expressed his frustration. He had long known that Tony was a source of trouble, but he had not anticipated the situation would be this convoluted. Now, certain secrets had inevitably come to light. Tony, unrepentant, met the Hulk's gaze. "If I hadn't delved into this, how would I have discovered the extent of your concealment, using the Tesseract to forge weapons? You are the true instigators of this incident." Listening to Tony, the Hulk felt a tumult of emotions. He had known from the outset that this matter should not be disclosed. Though Tony had shown some restraint, Bruce Banner had already begun to question. "We wish to understand why you utilized the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction." As the situation grew increasingly dire, the Hulk could no longer withstand the pressure. He raised a finger toward Thor and stated, "Because of him." "Me?" Thor responded, utterly bewildered. "Last year, the emissary from an alien civilization traversed the cosmic expanse to Earth, and Lu Yu's intervention mitigated the calamity. Although a nearby town suffered some losses, S.H.I.E.L.D. also endured the loss of several agents, ultimately revealing the existence of extraterrestrial beings in the universe. In comparison to extraterrestrial intelligent beings, our technology appears exceedingly fragile. We must prepare for unforeseen circumstances." The earnest declaration of Egg was met with applause from Lu Yu, who could not help but express his approval. To convince Thor of the existence of aliens? A farce indeed. Nevertheless, Thor acquiesced, responding that our people only wish to coexist peacefully with Earth and harbor no intentions of aggression. Yet, you are not the sole entity. There is no assurance that other extraterrestrial beings will not pose a threat to Earth. You may encounter adversaries more formidable than yourselves, at which point you may find yourselves unable to protect us. and we shall be compelled to seek self-defense," Egg asserted with unwavering conviction. This heartfelt statement was a rare instance of him speaking sincerely. His initial motivation for studying the cosmic cube was precisely this objective. However, transforming it into a weapon is not defense, but an act of war, signaling a readiness to engage in high-level conflict. Thor retorted gravely. Egg, now more serious, promptly replied. Ultimately, his actions were solely for the sake of billions of lives on Earth. Lu Yu acknowledged his stance, listening quietly and observing their debate. Having liberated themselves from the influence of the Mind Stone, the others no longer quarreled amongst themselves. With the exception of Natasha, all directed their focus outward. Launching an offensive against Egg, Egg seemed to be embroiled in a war of words, the pressure mounting as he sought allies. Lu Yu, you are aware of the situation. Please share your perspective. Instead of seeking Natasha, he turned to Lu Yu. Upon hearing Egg call for Lu Yu's support, the group ceased their accusations and turned their attention to him, eager to hear his elaboration, pausing their debate. My viewpoint is quite simple. Neither side is at fault. The crowd turned their gaze toward Lu Yu. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Egg bears the responsibility to protect the populace, and his actions are justified for the safety of billions of Earth's inhabitants. History teaches us that we cannot entrust our survival to others. However, Thor hesitated to speak, only to be interrupted directly by Lu Yu. Allow me to finish. You are not wrong either. Your understanding of the cosmic cube is profound, acknowledging that it cannot be studied indiscriminately. Neither of you is mistaken. The true root of the problem lies in the asymmetry of information. When information is equal, problems will not arise. This point garnered some agreement from both parties. Just as the group prepared to hear Lu Yu's further insights, he suddenly addressed both sides. That will suffice. That will suffice? At such a crucial moment, you choose to say this? The group was about to inquire why he would not continue. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion resounded, flames erupting beneath them, propelling everyone out of the room. Lu Yu, cradling Daisy and Lorna, landed gracefully, gazing deeply at everyone and saying, "Now do you understand why I said that?" The crowd exclaimed, "You could have mentioned it earlier to avoid danger." They endured their pain, internally grumbling. "I believe you should focus on the current enemy assault. Should you not?" Lu Yu addressed them. "Tony, quickly don your Iron Man suit. Natasha, ensure Banner's safety and prevent anyone from approaching him. Thor, you may act freely. And the rest of you, each to your respective duties." Steve promptly issued commands. At this moment, there was no dissent among the group. The arrangements were thorough. Without further ado, Egg made a beeline for the command room, while the others took their positions, with Daisy and Lorna springing into action. Only Lu Yu was an exception, vanishing in an instant and reappearing on the deck, vigilant of his surroundings, anxious about potential complications. However, it seemed that everything was under control. Apart from the fact that there were slightly more personnel than anticipated arriving with Hawkeye. Am I truly less significant than a mere butterfly? This thought flickered through Lu Yu's mind. At that moment, the fighter jets that had just escorted Hawkeye suddenly ascended once more, their mounted Gatling guns aimed at Lu Yu, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. The gun barrels spat flames, and bullets rained down upon Lu Yu like a tempest. Chapter 100. To cry or to laugh first. Sparks flared from the collision of shells and armor, followed by a violent tremor caused by the shockwave that sent the fighter jet's engine spewing smoke, rendering it uncontrollable as it plummeted towards the deck. Breaking through the inferno and smoke, the jet crashed violently, skidding to a halt just a few meters away from Lu Yu. Remarkably, the pilot had survived. What sheer luck. Yet, this was precisely what Lu Yu desired. He waved at the pilot, who was sheltered behind special protective glass, while simultaneously channeling his mental energy into the pilot's mind, probing his memories. Although there were certain aspects he was unaware of, he had gleaned the details of the operation. Lu Yu sought to ascertain whether there were any unforeseen factors at play. Moments later, Lu Yu found himself at a loss for words. Aside from the premature actions and the increased number of adversaries, there was nothing unexpected. He couldn't help but mock himself, realizing he was not even as notable as a butterfly, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. With a swift motion, he snapped the pilot's neck and proceeded into the depths of the aerial mothership. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Yu resolved to seek some amusement. It hardly mattered. There was nothing of significance to care about. As for whether the planned dramatic scene would still unfold, Lu Yu felt no concern. Even though Loki was present, that scientist who favored running about in the nude was not. He would accomplish what needed to be done. And Lu Yu had no intention of being courteous to Loki. Time to indulge. With a flicker of thought, Lu Yu set his plan into motion and soon encountered a member recruited by Hawkeye. Upon seeing Lu Yu, the individual recklessly opened fire. The outcome was predictably grim. Lu Yu closed the distance and delivered a crushing blow to the man's skull, ensuring his demise. The head spun around, lifeless beyond any doubt. Lu Yu continued onward, unimpeded. However, it was perplexing whether Hawkeye had taken all the others away or for some other reason. Lu Yu had not encountered anyone else apart from the two he had previously faced. This situation left Lu Yu feeling somewhat resigned. Just as he contemplated abandoning his search and using his mental abilities to detect others, a furious roar echoed from a distance, piercing Lu Yu's ears. This voice was familiar. It was the roar of the Hulk. It seemed he had been unleashed. Before Lu Yu could follow the sound, a shadow accompanied by a crashing noise appeared beside him. Hawkeye was hurled toward him, and the earlier impact noise was attributed to him. Now, he lay crumpled on the ground, akin to a puddle of mud. There was no need to inquire. He had undoubtedly attempted to seize Bruce Banner's inhibitor and had subsequently faced the wrath of the Hulk. He had overestimated his own abilities while underestimating the Hulk's strength. Of course, it was also possible that he had not contemplated the consequences. Merely releasing the Hulk as per Loki's directive. Boom. With Lu Yu lost in thought, two more resounding crashes reverberated through the air. Subsequently, akin to a domino effect, a series of resounding noises erupted, illuminating the darkness with countless sparks generated by the damaged equipment. Through the flickering light, Lu Yu discerned the green giant advancing toward him, evidently having taken notice of his presence and returning for a confrontation. With a thunderous crash, Hulk's energy form collided with the ground, shattering the specialized alloy flooring as if it were mere illusion, his energy form penetrating the lower levels, intruding into the secondary space in an inverted posture. Ultimately, this floor was left with nothing but the imprint of an energy silhouette. Even Hulk's resilient energy shield could not avert the brief chaos. As he did not immediately reconstitute his form, this fleeting moment granted Lu Yu an opportunity. He leapt through the shattered opening, seizing a mass of Hulk's energy, using it as a fulcrum to manipulate the electromagnetic waves, propelling him in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sound of impacts resonated, the alloy floor becoming riddled with craters. Everything touched by Hulk's energy was left in scathe, debris scattering in all directions. Hulk himself was disoriented by the onslaught. And when Lu Yu ceased his assault, he found himself unable to comprehend the situation. Previously, he had always treated others in this manner, but now the roles were reversed, and he could not accept such treatment. Upon regaining his senses, he unleashed an enraged roar at Lu Yu. The sound waves reverberated, even though Lu Yu maintained his distance. The force of Hulk's roar stirred the air, causing Lu Yu's hair to flutter, while he could not help but inhale the essence of Hulk's energy. Lu Yu promptly remarked, "Even if you are Hulk, you should understand the importance of clearing energy residue." Hulk roar. After a prolonged silence, Hulk finally responded with a furious bellow. "Do you not comprehend energy exchanges?" Lu Yu once more swung the energy he had captured from Hulk, making Hulk the target of his relentless strikes. One hit after another. Roar. Hulk's roar resounded again, but this time there was something different, perhaps even unusual. Lu Yu distinctly sensed that the energy he grasped had grown stronger, its volume slightly swelling. The energy writhed violently in Lu Yu's grasp, and with a moment's distraction, he was released, propelling toward a nearby structure. The structure crumbled under the impact of his charge, and he skidded across the ground like an uncontrollable energy beast, coming to a halt after colliding with a wall. Roar. Another furious roar erupted. Accompanied by the bellow, Hulk propelled himself off the energy wall behind him, lunging toward Lu Yu with an agility beyond reason. Like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, his immense energy form appeared particularly ferocious, radiating an intimidating presence. Hulk's nature finally revealed itself. His anger rendered him more formidable. Lu Yu was compelled to respond earnestly, and as he beheld the charging Hulk, he turned to grasp a steel column, swinging it toward Hulk as if he were playing baseball. The steel column struck Hulk, producing a dull thud, yet it twisted into a shape resembling the number 7. However, Hulk was not repelled. In an instant, he seized Lu Yu's steel column, seizing the moment when Lu Yu's old strength had waned and new strength had not yet emerged. He anchored himself firmly, clutching the steel column, twisting his body, and hurled Lu Yu toward a wall, attempting to initiate an energy explosion. At this juncture, the advantage of flight became evident. In the fleeting moment that the Hulk released his grip, Lu Yu harnessed his flight abilities to counteract the external impact, firmly clutching the steel pillar as he launched another assault upon the Hulk's back. This time, the Hulk could not evade as he had before. Helplessly, he soared through the air, his limbs flailing futilely, crashing through numerous energy walls before ultimately vanishing from sight. Lu Yu relinquished the steel pillar and pursued the direction in which the Hulk had flown. Eventually, he located the Hulk affixed to the 5th wall. At this juncture, the Hulk's energy state showed no signs of waning. On the contrary, his fury amplified his power. Once more, this creature was invigorated by rage, his energy volume noticeably swelling. If this continued, he would become even more formidable. The Hulk's nature dictates that the stronger his anger, the larger he becomes, and he had yet to reach his limits. Perhaps he possessed no limits at all. Given sufficient time, this being would grow exceedingly terrifying, and Lu Yu could not contend with him solely through physical strength. On Earth, if the Hulk were granted ample time and rage, few could oppose him on a physical level. However, in other respects, the outcome might differ. The energy rules of the Marvel Universe are exceedingly exaggerated. The Hulk commenced his actions anew, extricating his energy form from the wall. "I have Dr. Banner's inhibitor here." A faint voice echoed from afar. Both Lu Yu and the Hulk turned towards the source of the sound, where Natasha leaned weakly against a wall, clutching Bruce Banner's inhibitor. Chapter 101. The gaze of mini Natasha appeared unscathed, and Hawkeye seemed to be in a similar state. In contrast, Hawkeye's condition was far more dire, teetering on the brink of life and death. His demise was merely a matter of time, imminent and unavoidable. "I understand," Lu Yu assured Natasha. Upon hearing this, Natasha could no longer withstand the strain. Her vision faded to darkness, and she collapsed against the wall, her body limp. Nevertheless, her vital signs remained relatively stable. Hawkeye, however, was different. His life force flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment, death looming ever closer. Lu Yu lifted Natasha with his mental strength and instantaneously transported himself beside Hawkeye. Without administering aid, he teleported once more, bringing both individuals to the medical bay of the airborne carrier, entrusting them to the doctor's care. If salvation was possible, he would strive for it. If not, it was fate. Lu Yu had no intention of intervening further. At this point, he had done all he could. Lu Yu shifted his focus elsewhere to assess the condition of others. The situation for the group was largely favorable, consistent with the narrative. Tony Stark and Steve were collaboratively repairing the engine, while the others repelled the invaders. Alas, Thor had once again fallen victim to his brother Loki's machinations, plummeting from the sky like Bruce Banner. Coulson was not dead. Daisy and Lona, concerned about Loki's potential escape, arrived just in time to save him and subsequently apprehend Loki. Although Loki excelled in illusion, Daisy, having comprehended the motion of all things, frequently unleashed shockwaves that rendered Loki's illusions ineffective. As long as Loki remained, Daisy could sense his presence. Lona, endowed with enhanced physique, possessed heightened senses, allowing her to detect even the slightest movements. United, they ensured Loki's misfortune was inescapable. With his illusions nullified, he could only rely on his physical form, ultimately becoming ensnared tightly in steel by Lona, rendered immobile. Engaging in confrontation with Lorna in a steel-laden environment is evidently unwise, especially with Daisy, who is unrestrained by terrain and can unleash shockwaves at any moment. A tragic conclusion indeed. However, behind it all lies some intervention from Lu Yu. He once had the opportunity to escape, having surged to the deck due to his physical prowess, only to ultimately discover that the aircraft had been destroyed by Lu Yu. Subsequently, the two pursued him, with no time to search for the aircraft, leading to their eventual capture. Observing Loki's gaze filled with resentment, while the rest of him remained imprisoned by steel, Lu Yu remarked, "There is no need to bind you so tightly." This was a deliberate act, for this fellow spoke indiscriminately, referring to us as insignificant beings, inciting our wrath and resulting in this predicament. Such clarity. Upon understanding, Lu Yu continued, "Why not simply tear his mouth apart? Such a punishment would suffice, would it not?" Loki replied, "Perhaps next time." As Lorna seemed eager to act, Daisy swiftly intervened. This former prince of Asgard, Daisy inferred the sentiment of Asgard towards him from Thor's demeanor, wishing to avoid any unnecessary trouble for Lu Yu over trivial matters. The might of Asgard should not be underestimated. Lorna quickly grasped this point and tempered her impulsiveness. Loki, standing nearby, was acutely aware, feeling not joy but rather humiliation. Even if his lips were to be torn apart, he would not wish to rely on the protection of Asgard to remain unscathed. No one paid him any mind, which was perhaps for the best. "What is the situation?" Daisy shifted the topic to Lu Yu. "All is manageable. I have delved into the memories of Loki's subordinate, and everything remains under control. So there is no need for undue concern on the other side." With Loki present, Lu Yu refrained from elaborating further. Daisy and Lorna understood the full context, while Loki remained bewildered. "Very well, let us return Loki," he declared. Given that Loki was of little use now, there was no reason to keep him. It would be more efficient to leave him to S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle. This was intentional, for this individual had spoken with such disdain, labeling us as base creatures, and in a moment of anger, we acted accordingly. "Indeed," Lu Yu acknowledged, then inquired, "Why not directly tear his tongue out? Such a punishment seems justifiable, does it not?" Loki responded, "Perhaps next time." As Lorna appeared eager to act again, Daisy promptly intervened. This was a former prince of Asgard, From Thor's treatment of him, Daisy could surmise Asgard's perspective on Loki. She was unwilling to provoke excessive trouble for Luyu over such minor issues. The power of Asgard was not to be trifled with. Lorna quickly understood and restrained her impulsiveness. Loki, fully aware, felt no delight but rather humiliation. Even if his tongue were to be torn, he would not want to rely on Asgard's name for safety. The indifference of others sufficed. What is the situation? Daisy redirected the conversation towards Luyu. All is manageable. I have probed the memories of one of Loki's subordinates and learned that everything is still under control, with no need for excessive worry on the other side. Due to Loki's proximity, Luyu chose not to elaborate. Daisy and Lorna, being privy to the intricacies, understood, while Loki remained perplexed. Very well, let us return Loki, he asserted. Considering Loki's usefulness had come to an end, there was no reason to retain him any longer. It would be more prudent to entrust him to S.H.I.E.L.D. for efficient handling. Luyu had no objections. Grasping the iron ball that confined Loki, he led the two women towards the location of Egg and the others. The turmoil has largely subsided, and the individuals have gathered in a space resembling a conference room. It is unclear what method S.H.I.E.L.D. employed, but Natasha has miraculously awakened and made her presence known. Luyu and Daisy are the last to arrive. Egghead seems to have already been aware of Daisy and her companions capturing Loki and shows no surprise at Loki's appearance. He casts a calm glance at Loki by the entrance before shifting his gaze to the others. Luyu is intrigued by what will transpire next. Considering that Coulson has not perished this time, everyone knows that he stands boldly behind Egghead at this moment. Surely, he wouldn't use Hawkeye as an excuse? Is Hawkeye already dead? As Luyu contemplates this, he hears Egghead declare, "Barton sacrificed himself." Luyu gazes at Egghead in silence. Could he not find another reason? Either Coulson is dead or Hawkeye is dead. Must he resort to life and death to motivate others? Does he not realize how tiresome this is? Luyu rubs his temples in an attempt to alleviate his discomfort. Egghead, however, looks at Luyu with surprise. Is Hawkeye's sacrifice really such a dramatic affair? Were you two exceptionally close? Or are you simply feeling excessively guilty? Egghead has evidently misunderstood. Nonetheless, this notion slightly elevates his psychological assessment of Luyu, and his vigilance diminishes accordingly. After all, those who feel guilt are often the most reliable. With this thought, Egghead continues speaking. We could have saved him, but due to our dispersion and individual agendas, we failed to rescue him. Egghead pauses, and the atmosphere among the group softens as he continues. I know some of you may believe Barton was controlled and killed many, making him unworthy of rescue. But I assure you, he is worth our effort. He was merely under control, and in his final moments, he remained lucid and resolute, handing Banner's inhibitor to Natasha. Upon hearing this, the group turns their gaze towards Natasha. Faced with their scrutiny, Natasha solemnly nods. Luyu understands why Natasha, despite her severe injuries, remains present. It is quite simple. She serves as a witness for Egghead. He fears that his words, as the king of agents, may not suffice to convince the others. Hence he adds a witness. May we observe Banner's inhibitor? Egghead inquires of Luyu. Very well. A witness is still not enough. Egghead desires material evidence as well. Luyu's lips twitch slightly, yet he retrieves the evidence and tosses it onto the table. The inhibitor rolls a few times across the surface before coming to a halt, accompanied by a slight tremor, the dried bloodstains drawing the attention of all present. Chapter 102. The words of the Dr. Banner's inhibitor, stained with Barton's blood. May you not know that Barton once had a happy family, which now is far from blissful? Egghead drops this astonishing revelation. Everyone is moved, even Natasha, despite her awareness of the many falsehoods involved. Witnessing the emotional fluctuations among the group, Egghead suppresses a smile. Surveying the room as he states, the Avengers Initiative was originally intended to recruit extraordinary individuals, testing whether they could unite and achieve the unattainable. Barton's brief moment of clarity before his demise still believed this was possible. Luyu interjects. How familiar this sounds. With just a few alterations, can it be freely appropriated? Allow me to recount, dear brother, that when Hawkeye was brought to us, he was ensnared in a profound state of unconsciousness. How, then, can we rouse him? Natasha, on the other hand, remains in a lighter slumber, and with her enhanced physicality, her awakening is understandable, requiring but a special elixir. Yet, what of Hawkeye's condition? Can he truly awaken from such a state? I find it hard to believe that they could recover. Luyu, well-versed in various disciplines, was convinced that with his knowledge, there was no hope for Hawkeye's revival. He cast a wary glance at Egg, who felt a pang of anxiety, fearing an unforeseen turn of events from Luyu. Fortunately, someone intervened before such a moment could arise. Tony Stark appeared to be overwhelmed by psychological strain and quietly departed, followed shortly by Steve, who seemed concerned for Tony's well-being. At this moment, Only Lu Yu and his companions remained, along with their own colleagues, free from concern over Lu Yu's remarks. Yet, Lu Yu chose to remain silent. How dull. With the audience absent, his words held little significance, merely adding to the tedium. He turned to Daisy and Lorna, advising them to be vigilant and not to be deceived, for the words of this man are, in 9 out of 10 cases, mere fabrications. It is understood that the remaining statement must be taken with a grain of salt, for this is the craft of spies, and the master of spies even more so, further diminishing the veracity of what remains to mere trickery. Egg interjected, "So, if you assert that all my words are lies, would it not suffice to say so plainly? Why the need for such convoluted discourse? Such a conclusion is unwarranted." Lu Yu suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of the crowd. There are indeed some kernels of truth. Their curiosity heightened. As they pondered, Lu Yu continued, "Otherwise, no one would heed his words. This is the self-awareness of a spy that we must not overlook." His sincerity was palpable, yet it struck an odd note. Let us not linger on this, for it serves no purpose. Lu Yu shifted the conversation, stating, "We must now contemplate other matters. Let us not forget, the cosmic cube still exists, and that doctor is roaming free." A shiver ran through the crowd, and they nodded instinctively. This matter transcends identity. Everyone has their own considerations and reservations. Can we speculate on the potential locations of our adversary? Egg inquired of Lu Yu. Such a determination is indeed elusive. Lu Yu could not assure that. Who can say if that reckless doctor, upon witnessing Loki's capture, might not shift his position out of fear of exposure? It is not beyond possibility. He is merely under control, not a fool, should he indeed relocate. It would be entirely reasonable. No matter, we shall know in due time. Lu Yu's words served both as a response to Egg and as a form of self-reassurance. Egg, however, remained skeptical. Lu Yu's confidence in his command of the situation led him to dismiss the matter lightly. Regardless of where the reckless doctor may appear or how he may come forth, it seemed inconsequential. Yet Egg could not adopt such a stance. He must remain vigilant. He could not, as Lu Yu suggested, merely wait for the enemy to reveal themselves to ascertain their precise location. Such a notion was unacceptable to Egg and hardly convincing. Is there no alternative? Egg pressed. You might employ the identification system. It could yield success, though the adversary will undoubtedly have measures in place to conceal themselves. The S.H.I.E.L.D. identification system encompasses various methods, including facial recognition and gait analysis, utilizing a global surveillance network for identification. It can recognize the vast majority of individuals. However, even with such advanced tools, if the adversary employs cunning tactics or evades our sight, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s identification will be of no avail. Lu Yu's assertions were, in truth, rather absurd. Egg found himself at a loss for words in response. With a deep sigh, Lu Dan pressed Lu Yu. Is there no other way? Surely there must be a solution to this predicament? After speaking, Lu Dan gazed intently at Lu Yu, attempting to exert pressure through his stare. Yet, his hopes were ultimately in vain. Lu Yu remained as unyielding as a tranquil lake, steadfast and unmoved. Lu Yu replied calmly, "Do not regard me in such a manner, for it serves no purpose. If you remain undeterred, seek out a place rich in energy. Activating the cosmic cube requires preliminary heating, a process demanding immense energy. Should he manifest, it will likely be in a location abundant with resources, prepared for confrontation, which may enable us to respond effectively." His words, more forthright than before, resonated with Lu Dan. Without further inquiry, Lu Dan promptly commanded his subordinates to deploy spies throughout, surveilling locations that matched the specified criteria. Concurrently, he reached out to the World Security Council, recognizing that a single individual could not oversee everything. Assistance from the council was imperative. An invisible net was quietly cast. Would this lead to unforeseen changes? With Loki ensnared, the remaining adversaries were few. What if the aliens failed to emerge? Daisy returned to her room and immediately questioned Lu Yu. "Do not worry. They will inevitably appear," Lu Yu replied with a smile. Shrouded in mystery, Daisy and Lorna were momentarily taken aback by his words. Lorna, perplexed, asked, "What secrets do you know?" Just then, it became apparent that the doctor had reached the top floor of Stark Tower, bringing with him the apparatus he had constructed. As anticipated, within 10 minutes, the device was calibrated, and the aliens were poised to breach Earth through the portal. Although the doctor had a penchant for running around naked, his intellect was not to be underestimated. Even if he was a bit early, the preparations were already complete. At this juncture, only the final adjustments were required before activation. Truly, a man of talent. Hence, the doctor did not hesitate, acting swiftly to fulfill his mission. Daisy, undeterred by other concerns, inquired of Lu Yu, "Have you informed them?" "Fear not. I have relayed the message along the way. They are undoubtedly en route, and once the portal opens, they will arrive in time," Lu Yu assured. He had already instructed everyone to prepare. The location remained unchanged, and though it felt somewhat rushed, they would undoubtedly make it, perhaps with only a slight delay. At his words, Daisy felt reassured. When do we depart? Lorna asked directly. We shall wait for the portal to open. It is still too early. And we must not lose our composure, Lu Yu replied. Agreed. Lorna responded without dissent, then took her seat to conserve her energy for the impending battle. Lu Yu and Daisy, too, remained still, awaiting the confrontation. A quarter of an hour slipped by in an instant. Lu Yu stood, having sensed the device's activation. It was now too late to halt its progress. The moment had arrived. The Avengers seemed to have finally reacted and began to mobilize. Their armor and Tony Stark's old suit ascending from the airborne mothership. They have departed. We may also proceed, Lu Yu informed Daisy and Lorna. The two expressed no objections. In an instant, Lu Yu led them away, reappearing atop Stark Tower. They needed not to walk. They could teleport effortlessly. Lu Yu guided the two to the rotating device. Their eyes fixed on the shimmering cosmic cube within. Is this the cosmic cube that opens the portal to another realm, summoning the aliens? Lorna questioned, incredulous. The cosmic cube radiated light, yet its nature remained elusive. There were many luminous objects, but it was indeed this one. This assertion did not originate from Lu Yu, but rather from the unaware, naked doctor himself. Chapter 103. The Beautiful One. As Lu Yu and his companions arrived, the barefoot doctor did not exhibit the same frenzied behavior as the other controlled individuals. Instead, he gazed dreamily at the cosmic cube, his eyes filled with enchantment. Lu Yu, accompanied by Daisy, took the initiative to face the situation ahead. Go forth as you wish, Lu Yu declared, directing his gaze towards the skyward passage. Then glancing at the eager Daisy and Lorna. Upon hearing his words, the two immediately sprang into action, donning their respective gear. Lorna appeared unremarkable, save for a ring adorning her finger and some metallic ornaments crafted by Lu Yu. In contrast, Daisy was fully equipped. The gloves, wrist guards, and the shimmering lady's sword, along with the swift lightning cards he had previously fashioned for her, adorned her, enveloping her in a halo of electric energy. Standing alongside Lorna, she vividly showcased the disparity between a seasoned player and a novice. Noticing Daisy's impressive arsenal, Lorna cast a glance at her own gear, her eyes inadvertently seeking Lu Yu's, filled with a hint of resentment. While she had no objections to her husband's affection for his wife, she had never witnessed such lavish treatment before. Lu Yu, feeling somewhat awkward, produced an enhancement ring and handed it to Lorna, pairing it with her own. This gesture somewhat alleviated the melancholy in Lorna's expression. Redirecting their focus to the sky, Lu Yu raised his hand to unleash a radiant light, fixating his gaze on the heavens. Moments ago, the grotesque extraterrestrials finally materialized, falling into Lorna's line of sight. The initial wave of aliens was not numerous, approximately 20 in total, providing Lorna with ample opportunity for release. Huh. Lorna emitted an unusual sound, her hand seemingly twisting something. In an instant, the heads of the first batch of aliens twisted at a 90-degree angle, severing one by one. Why bother donning metallic armor and helmets, only to meet such misfortune? It should not have been so effortless. These aliens were indeed quite swift. However, Lu Yu had bestowed upon her an enhancement ring, amplifying her strength, thus facilitating this outcome. Currently, Lorna's power was nearly at the level of Magneto, making her dealings with these foes as simple as a flick of the wrist. Yet, could Lorna single-handedly seal this breach? As he watched the aliens descend like dumplings, Lu Yu could not help but ponder this question. Daisy, what troubles you? Lu Yu asked, glancing at her in confusion. If Lorna seals the passage alone, I cannot engage in the game or compete alongside you. Daisy expressed her frustration. Indeed, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood, responding with resignation. Shall I let a few out? Lorna turned to Lu Yu and Daisy with a proposal. No need. They have their own strategies. Do not underestimate them. As an extraterrestrial force transcending planetary limitations, they undoubtedly possess expertise in counteracting magnetism, and they will discern your weaknesses and deploy appropriate measures. Lorna grasped this concept well, showing no surprise at Lu Yu's words. It would indeed be peculiar for an alien force capable of crossing planetary boundaries not to possess such abilities. Here, take this. Lu Yu tossed Lorna an item, which was not a ring but rather a bracelet. Lorna caught it and slipped it onto her wrist, where no watch adorned it, inquiring, "What is this?" "It is an iron battlesuit crafted for you and Daisy. I had intended to gift it to you both on your birthdays, but since it is useful now, I present it to you ahead of time." Upon hearing this, Lorna was filled with excitement, having coveted it for a long time. Unbeknownst to me, I had already acquired a gift of profound significance. In the midst of my exhilaration, an indescribable wave of emotion surged within me, dissipating all prior grievances. Daisy, too, shared in this moment of jubilation, for she too possessed this remarkable treasure. Enough of such sentiments. We must swiftly confront this impending threat, for in mere moments, 200 to 300 foes from another world surged forth through the portal. This task was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Lorna extended her hand, intent on severing the necks of our adversaries, yet Daisy timely intervened. "Allow me to handle this." With that declaration, she raised her sword high, its blade crackling with electric energy as thunder roared and the sky darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds. Lightning cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Half of the approaching foes succumbed to the wrath of the storm. The remaining assailants continued to flood in. Daisy, undeterred by Lorna's potential assistance, became enveloped in arcs of electricity, her figure resembling a streak of lightning, vanishing instantaneously from the sight of Lu Yu and Lorna. The three extraterrestrial beings who ventured too close were met with a most unfortunate fate. Often, before they could react, a flash of electricity would either sever their heads or cleave their bodies in twain. In the blink of an eye, Daisy had dispatched over 20 foes. "Can Daisy truly traverse the air?" Lorna exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Lu Yu for clarification. "If she were to unleash a shockwave, it would be feasible. This moment differs from others. She merely employs electric arcs to temporarily negate gravity, assisting her in leaping, not true flight. Is her destination the enemy's ship?" Indeed. While Lorna failed to perceive the truth, Lu Yu understood all too well. "How far behind are you?" Lu Yu inquired, observing the twisted necks of dozens of extraterrestrials attempting to surge forward, his expression peculiar as he addressed Lorna. The two were indeed evenly matched. "It is indeed so." Lorna chuckled dismissively, her gaze returning to the portal above, her vigilance unwavering. With nothing else to occupy him, Lu Yu briefly scanned the situation of the extraterrestrials. His eyes drawn back to the portal, a flicker of eager anticipation dancing within them. Under the combined efforts of Lorna and Daisy, this place had transformed into an absolute vacuum. Onlookers near Stark Tower no longer feared for their lives, nor did they flee. Instead, they braved the peril of death, wielding their phones to capture images directed at Lu Yu. On Earth, Lu Yu felt liberated from inhibitions. His only concern lay with the circumstances at the other end of the portal, yet he believed he could manage it. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu addressed Daisy and Lorna. "You two shall collaborate here. I must venture to the other side of the portal." Both Daisy and Lorna paused in surprise. "To the other side of the portal? What a jest. That is the enemy's stronghold, where they possess genuine warships. A confrontation would not bode well." "Fear not. I have a plan in mind. Many threats are not as perilous as they seem, and besides, I am adept at wormhole navigation, should I be unable to overpower them. I can simply escape, cannot I?" Their expressions softened slightly at his reasoning. However, Lorna still harbored concerns. "But what if the Avengers come to close the Tesseract? If you become lost in enemy territory, what then?" "Do not worry. This device is connected to the power of the Tesseract. Unless attacked with force that surpasses that of the Tesseract or of equal strength, it cannot be shut down." "What if equal power were to assist them?" "The Avengers have yet to master such power." Lu Yu replied with a smile. Daisy and Lorna felt a sense of reassurance and ceased their objections. Lu Yu immediately set forth, soaring towards the portal. The cosmic cube's energy interference rendered the traversal through the wormhole at its periphery arduous, yet once within the passage, there were no impediments. This end of the corridor had been firmly under Lu Yu's control, presenting no issues whatsoever. Occasionally, stray enemies attempted to obstruct him, but Lu Yu effortlessly dispatched them. The minions posed no challenge. As soon as they revealed themselves, they were incinerated to ash by Lu Yu's electric flames. Lu Yu emerged triumphantly at the opposite end of the passage, greeted by a multitude of extraterrestrial beings. The throng was vast and boundless, with numerous bioweapons transporting soldiers, all poised for the corridor to expand for an invasion of Earth. Then, they beheld Lu Yu. Instantly, both sides stood in astonishment. Why such a gaze? Had they never encountered a figure of such striking beauty? Lu Yu communicated telepathically with his mental prowess. Beyond that, he displayed no excessive reaction. However, the aliens unleashed a cacophony of roars, launching an onslaught against Lu Yu, a veritable deluge of attacks. After countless strikes, the shield exhibited no signs of fracturing, not even a hairline crack. Witnessing this, the soldiers were profoundly shaken. Their assault was not feeble. Ignoring their emotional turmoil, Lu Yu seized the moment when their offensive slightly waned. His eyes flickered with electric brilliance. Countless arcs of electricity enveloped him, erupting with sudden ferocity. A series of formidable thunderbolts surged forth from his being, cascading from his raised arm. The unfortunate soldiers, grouped densely, faced calamity as the lightning struck the front ranks, piercing through to the rear like a string of beads, creating a chain of devastation. Beneath the pitch-black sky, a blinding white radiance erupted. In the aftermath of the thunder, Lu Yu surveyed the remnants of soldiers and machines before him. In a single maneuver, over 1,000 had perished, with many more rendered immobile. It was likely that if Lu Yu continued his onslaught, he could indeed decimate all the soldiers present. However, Lu Yu remained true to his principles, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter. Seizing the opportunity while the bulk of the soldiers had yet to recover, he teleported away from the entrance of the passage, vanishing from sight. He reappeared near a colossal warship's armory. Within this space, he beheld an array of weaponry. The peculiar firearms wielded by those soldiers were piled high, of considerable value. Other areas contained not such weapons, but rather advanced technological armaments, clearly of a different category and possessing even greater might. After conducting a brief scan of these weapons and transmitting the data to his database, Lu Yu resolved to proceed. These items were not his objective. Exiting the armory, he sought to capture an individual for inquiries regarding the situation in this place. The designation of the warship was not merely a title, but indicative of its immense size. The vessel's dimensions were extraordinary, making the search for what he needed exceedingly challenging, and Lu Yu had no time to meticulously explore every inch. Despite the ship's vastness, it was populated with numerous personnel. Before long, Lu Yu seized an individual who appeared to be a researcher, distinguishable by his garb, which was not armor but rather a robe. Unlike the mindless soldiers, this person did not rush at Lu Yu with reckless abandon. Instead, he sought to flee. It seemed there was no error in this assessment. Lu Yu's mental prowess delved into the man's mind, extracting the necessary information from his memories before proceeding with his plans. On one side of the earth, Daisy and Lorna sensed something amiss. The onslaught of the extraterrestrial soldiers had waned, and corpses were plummeting from the portal. It appeared that he had made his move. Lorna called out to Daisy, her voice carrying far. Even Tony Stark, who had just arrived in his battered armor, heard her, his mind racing with curiosity. Who had acted? Tony surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the spatial portal in the sky, where both Daisy and Lorna stood. Yet, the figure of Lu Yu was conspicuously absent. With both women present, could it not mean that Lu Yu had already arrived? As he watched the portal continuously disgorge remains, a thought struck Tony. Regardless of Lu Yu's intentions or past transgressions, in this moment, Tony could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Hovering in the air for a moment, he ascended and returned to Stark Tower. His iron suit was no longer suitable for combat. Lu Yu remained at that location, unable to close the tesseract. He had no choice but to don a new suit. With Loki absent to impede him, the task was considerably simpler. In the blink of an eye, he completed his change and approached the device guarded by Daisy, intent on studying it to attempt to close the tesseract and seal the portal. To end this ordeal once and for all. Futile. Daisy suddenly interjected. Tony turned to her, realizing he had already connected the tesseract to the device, and any closure was now beyond hope. Daisy pointed to the naked doctor on the ground and spoke to Tony. It is now 27 o'clock. Jarvis also confirmed with data. As she had said, the artifact, empowered by the tesseract, had activated, its surface enveloped in a defensive barrier formed by the cube's energy, potentially unbreakable. The extent of its hardness remained to be proven through experimentation. Tony glanced at the distance between Daisy and the machine, deciding to test it himself. He unleashed a shockwave from his palm, aimed directly at the apparatus. Trusting Lu Yu, Daisy did not intervene, stepping back to brace for impact. The shockwave struck the energy shield of the device. With a resounding bang, the energy shield erupted, sending Tony and the naked doctor reeling, one tumbling through the air, the other fleeing several miles away. Sir, it seems your weapon may struggle to breach this shield, Jarvis analyzed. Tony's expression darkened as he understood the implications. Do you have any strategies to counter the external extraterrestrial forces? Let us not worry about that for now, he inquired urgently. Is there a way? Tony pressed on, his demeanor slightly brightening. We must await Lu Yu's return to find out, Daisy implied subtly. Misunderstanding her, Tony assumed Lu Yu had ventured out for a solution and quickly informed everyone of the situation. The group unanimously pledged to hold their positions and await Lu Yu's return for further discussion. Tony, like Daisy and Lorna, kept a vigilant eye on the sky, anticipating the reappearance of the alien soldiers. He was certain they would return, and although Lu Yu was formidable, he was ultimately alone, unable to withstand all the extraterrestrial forces. This was not a solitary battle, but a clash of two armies. Subsequently, events further validated his suspicions. In the sky, the spatial portal revealed the return of the alien soldiers, now clad in armor, with metallic skeletons and floating biological weapons manifesting in the heavens. This new breed was exceptionally fearsome, starkly different from the previous ones. Tony's expression shifted slightly at the sight. Daisy looked toward Lorna. Lorna instantly comprehended the situation. A radiant light emanated from her hands as the magnetic field activated, intent on utilizing the advantage of her armor to annihilate the creature before her. However, the magnetic field, which had always proven effective, faltered this time, rendering the creature's armor uncontrollable indifferent to location. It became evidently clear that what Lu Yu had warned about was inescapable. It was now an undeniable reality. This creature was equipped with a countermagnetic device. Lorna furrowed her brow and turned to Daisy, exclaiming, "No, that creature possesses a countermagnetic device. And its coverage is extensive." Lorna was not astonished by the presence of the countermagnetic device. Even if it were absent, another would surely exist. It was nothing extraordinary, hardly worthy of her concern. The true dilemma lay in the fact that Lorna recognized the vast range of the countermagnetic device, which severely disrupted her abilities. She found herself incapable of manipulating any metal from the surrounding alien soldiers. It must be destroyed. Daisy almost immediately responded with fervor. "Leave it to me," Stark volunteered. Feeling that only he possessed the requisite strength for this task, Daisy merely offered him a glance, devoid of any intention to obstruct. Observing this, Stark provided Daisy with an in-ear headset for communication and soared toward the creature with the intent to eliminate it. However, the creature did not even spare Stark a glance, completely disregarding him as it advanced toward Lorna. "This is dire." Stark quickly realized its target was evidently Lorna, aiming to either eliminate her or interfere with her magnetic control to eradicate this nuisance. Without a moment's hesitation, Stark propelled himself toward the creature while relaying the situation to the other Avengers. The creature was not particularly swift, allowing Stark to close the distance rapidly. He raised his arm and unleashed a stream of red lasers at its armor. "Sir, the capabilities of your iron suit, even when fully charged, may struggle to penetrate its armor. You must seek alternative methods." Jarvis's voice chimed in. Stark issued a direct command: deploy all disruptive weapons to draw its attention. The armor of the iron suit opened, launching missiles and grappling projectiles aimed at the creature's head, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The blasts erupted around its head. The creature experienced a momentary disorientation but remained steadfast in its charge toward Lorna, encroaching upon her vicinity. Lorna hastily retreated to avoid being affected. Chapter 105. Near ruin over 100 yards away, he plummeted from the sky, his iron suit nearly in tatters. "All has been resolved," Tony Stark declared triumphantly through his communicator to Daisy. "I saw that, but you have overreached," Daisy replied, alluding to his limitations. "No need to worry about this matter." After responding to Daisy in such a manner, Tony Stark promptly instructed Jarvis, "Prepare a new suit at once." "As you command, sir." Within moments, a brand new iron suit abruptly soared from Stark's office and settled beside him, assisting him in shedding his damaged armor and donning the new one. Tony Stark stepped inside. "How many suits do you actually have hidden away?" Daisy inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "Thanks to certain individuals, there remains a considerable stock." Stark's concerns intensified, particularly due to Ivan Vanko, fearing that this individual might launch a surprise attack to take his life. The enmity between their factions was palpable, making such an occurrence plausible. Thus, he had concealed suits in various locations as a precaution. "There are plenty in each location. Assemble them all," Daisy commanded Stark. Tony Stark hesitated momentarily, only to witness a dozen of the previously encountered monstrous beasts re-emerging from the spatial rift, leading a horde straight towards the location of Lorna. Without delay, Tony commanded Jarvis to execute his orders. Subsequently, he donned his old armor and charged into the throng of creatures. In urgent need of assistance, he inquired of Steve and the others, "Where are you now?" "Right behind you." Upon glancing over his shoulder, Tony indeed spotted a fighter jet racing towards him, with Thor closely following, hammer in hand, soaring to his side. Feeling a slight sense of relief, Tony addressed them, stating, "Our current objective is clear: eliminate all monstrous entities without leaving a single survivor." No sooner had he spoken than a laser beam struck him, causing his head to jerk aside. Before Tony could regain his composure, a barrage of lasers surged towards him, obstructing his forward momentum. He turned to locate the source of the assault, only to find that around the beasts, numerous alien soldiers were attacking him, hindered by an anti-gravity device that prevented their removal. The spatial rift was equally obstructed, as creatures had taken residence, complicating their path to clearance. The situation was dire. If it continued, the alien soldiers would inundate the entirety of New York. The spectators, unable to contain their panic, suddenly remembered that they were amidst a battlefield and began to scatter in frantic flight. This could also be perceived as a hasty retreat. The police officers who had previously urged the crowd to evacuate finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been troubled by the populace's reluctance to leave when the situation appeared manageable. Now, their departure alleviated a significant burden. However, the ensuing predicament was no less daunting. With the vast number of New Yorkers, the notion of complete evacuation was utterly fanciful, particularly for the police, who were in desperate need of assistance. Yet, who could offer a helping hand? The officers patrolling the streets of New York found themselves engulfed in confusion. At that moment, the sounds of screeching brakes and the thunderous roar of propellers abruptly filled the air as military vehicles and armed helicopters materialized near Stark Tower. A formidable general, clad in military garb, emerged from a jeep, standing tall before the agitated officers. "Who is the commander?" "The general," Ross inquired. "This subordinate stands here," a burly sergeant with a thick beard proclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder. "Excellent. You will collaborate with the military leaders to evacuate the civilians, prioritizing the safety of the elderly, women, and children. Remember to convey that this is a wartime order. Those who defy it shall face immediate consequences." The resolute command did not instill fear in the bearded sergeant. Rather, it invigorated him, as if he had found a pillar of strength. He instinctively saluted, responding, "Understood, General." "Have you served in the military?" Ross scrutinized him and asked. "Indeed. Very well, proceed. We shall handle matters here." Ross instructed those behind him to prepare. Although the sergeant was filled with curiosity about the extent of Ross's capabilities, he dutifully set about evacuating the troublesome citizens. Ross then turned his attention to Blonsky behind him and commanded, "Initiate the operation." Blonsky, receiving the command, unhesitatingly aimed a specialized syringe at his arm and decisively injected himself. Those behind him followed suit. With the transformation of their physiques, they completed their metamorphosis. 500 formidable giants, clad in tight-fitting combat gear and towering at an impressive height, stood resolute before the crowd, brandishing Gatling guns and six-barreled launchers, exuding an aura of defiance that brooked no challenge. Silence enveloped the scene. Hesitation was non-existent as all surged toward the alien soldiers, swiftly pulling their triggers. The military apparatus, though perhaps rudimentary and inferior to the enemy's energy weapons, wielded a distinct advantage in their rapid rotation. This advantage, when coupled with sufficient penetrating power to annihilate foes, proved more than adequate. The weaponry wielded by these over 500 titans effectively suppressed the alien soldiers, leaving them gasping for breath. Even the occasional resistance was in vain, despite their heavy arms. They moved with surprising agility, retreating at an even swifter pace. The Avengers, witnessing this spectacle, fell into a contemplative silence. The might of these giants against the alien soldiers was awe-inspiring. A deluge of artillery rained down, with various auxiliary devices in concert, obliterating the enemy's flesh and presenting their astounding combat prowess in vivid detail. Had the Avengers been in their place, they might have struggled to gain the upper hand. Thankfully, they were not adversaries, at least, not for the moment. "Stay composed. We must persevere. Their weapons can only handle the cannon fodder. When confronting those biological weapons, we must unleash our full potential." Tony Stark rallied the troops. His encouragement invigorated the assembly, prompting them to regroup and prepare for the impending onslaught of the biological entities. At that moment, a distant howling echoed, heralding the arrival of a legion of gray-armored iron sentinels into the sight of the Avengers and all present, numbering in the hundreds. Despite their lackluster quality, their presence was undeniable. "Tony, are these yours?" Steve inquired of Stark. "Absolutely not," Stark retorted, his tone laced with irritation. Just as Steve voiced his concerns, the Iron Sentinels plunged into the fray, engaging additional alien soldiers and those biological entities. Their methods against the alien soldiers were unremarkable, yet their tactics against the biological threats caused Stark's expression to darken, as he had just recently employed the same strategy. Though each use of such tactics inevitably cost a suit of armor or an Iron Sentinel, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. The same suppressive tactics were being employed once more. "Ivan Vanko, do you merely imitate?" Stark could no longer contain his frustration, shouting at the sentinel wielding an electric whip. The crowd immediately grasped the situation. "Do you think this is solely your domain?" Vanko retorted sharply. "Now is not the time for disputes." Steve called out through the aircraft's loudspeaker to the two. Once they had settled somewhat, he continued, "If a competition is necessary, let it be a contest of who can eliminate more." Both Stark and Vanko, harboring their own reservations, tacitly agreed to this proposal. Diving eagerly into the hunt and eradication of the satellite soldiers and biological threats. Thanks to the multitude of capable allies, the battle progressed remarkably smoothly. Yet, this ease was merely a temporary reprieve. Although Lorna did not wear headphones, she discerned the situation from the gestures of Steve and Stark. "Is there any way to stop this?" Daisy inquired. "On the surface, there appears to be no strategy, yet beneath it lies a cunning plan. Our forces are already in position, making it relatively effortless to thwart their efforts. We merely need to feign action." However, this method contradicts the demands of Lu Yu, who has previously stated the necessity of demonstrating our might, as the current situation remains favorable. Lorna harbors concerns, and so does Daisy. For now, we must observe the developments. They may not possess a viable strategy after all. Daisy, resigned, finally spoke. Surrounding her, Electric sparks flickered as she returned to the equipment area to prevent any premature shutdown. Thus, should they wish to study, we shall allow them to proceed. While one faction engages in study, the conflict rages on. The prolonged warfare has given rise to numerous issues, such as the depletion of ammunition and artillery. With an increase in alien soldiers, our warriors have suffered significant ammunition losses. Even though each carries a substantial supply, the consumption is excessive. Although the army retains some stock, logistical support is still relatively adequate. Yet the overwhelming enemy numbers make resupply nearly impossible. Any ordinary soldier attempting to provide ammunition is instantly ambushed, unable to replenish in time. The enemy employs a strategy of sheer numbers, and the situation grows increasingly precarious. The front line continues to stretch, as many fight while retreating, and casualties begin to mount. Natasha, already severely injured, finds her condition worsening, though she remains fortunate. Some have even lost their lives, and even Steve, who could typically match anyone, has sustained minor injuries. The ironclad Ivan Vanko and his steel soldiers have suffered tremendous losses. Inferior quality is ultimately unserviceable. In this dire circumstance, a once reliable ally approaches quietly amid the relentless gunfire. Bruce Banner arrives, flamboyantly riding a dilapidated, rusty motorcycle. All eyes turn to him, eliciting varied reactions. Ross furrows his brow, remaining silent while communicating with military personnel. Bronski's eyes gleam with fervor, leaving other soldiers puzzled. The Avengers exhale a slight sigh of relief. Lorna and Daisy, however, feel a twinge of annoyance. Just as the battle seems to be waning, this individual arrives at an opportune moment. His combat prowess is indeed commendable. In a short span, he should be able to withstand the onslaught, rendering the aliens powerless against him, at least temporarily reversing the tide, which is contrary to Daisy and Lorna's expectations. Nevertheless, Daisy and Lorna harbor no intentions of obstruction, nor are their efforts entirely effective. The setback is merely a temporary reprieve. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming, and Hulk's impact is not particularly pronounced. Encouraged by the Avengers, Bruce Banner transforms, prompting the two to shift their focus elsewhere. However, this is limited to just the two of them, as no one else follows suit. Particularly, Bronski's gaze remains fervently fixed on the transformed Hulk. The desire concealed in his eyes sends chills down the spines of the nearby American soldiers, who constantly remind themselves to keep their distance from Bronski. This power is beyond what their frail bodies can endure. The American soldiers remain unaware of Bronski's yearning. His attention is wholly on Hulk. With immense strength, robust muscles, and a towering physique, Hulk halts a creature's advance through sheer force, rending its armor and piercing its brain with a sharp object, effortlessly slaying the beast. Bronski trembles, his every hair standing on end. His desire for this power is insatiable, longing for it to belong to him. Merely gazing at the Hulk, a shadow of gloom flickered in Bronski's eyes. This power, which should have belonged to him, instead fell into the hands of the least deserving, rendering him incapable of truly harnessing this divine gift and instead suppressing it. He was unworthy of such strength. Bronski's countenance darkened. "General, are you unwell?" A seasoned soldier, accustomed to the brutality of battle, cautiously inquired after noticing Bronski's altered expression. "No harm done," Bronski replied, his expression slightly clearing. "General, our supply of potions is dwindling. If we cannot replenish them, we must engage in close combat." Seeing Bronski's demeanor improve, the soldier conveyed the grim report. A soldier equipped with tremendous strength and corresponding speed would not falter in hand-to-hand combat. However, the current oppressive momentum would soon dissipate, and the extraterrestrial forces would undoubtedly retaliate. A situation not conducive to their needs. The 1st Brigade shall withdraw from the front line to resupply. The 4th, 5th, 3rd, and 2nd Brigades will assist the 1st Brigade in covering and launching a full offensive to suppress the enemy, buying time for the 1st Brigade. Bronski understood this necessity and commanded accordingly. At this moment, the situation had shifted slightly, with the Hulk's arrival, having annihilated numerous foes, and Lorna's decisive actions eliminating many alien soldiers. The enemy was beginning to show signs of fatigue, making this the opportune moment for action. The American soldier received orders and began disseminating the battle instructions. A mere 15 minutes later, the plan was set into motion. The large-scale maneuver attracted the enemy's attention, and their extraterrestrial soldiers launched a frenzied assault on the resupplying 1st Brigade. Bronski led the charge against them, and the battle intensified in an instant. One army fought fearlessly, while the other unleashed relentless artillery fire, and neither side could gain the upper hand in the short term, resulting in significant casualties. Witnessing the heavy losses from the sidelines, Ross furrowed his brow. Although most of the soldiers in this operation were not under his direct command, and he had few personal troops, the losses still weighed heavily on his heart. Moreover, it would be difficult to account for. with many lives drawn into the fray and the master already dissatisfied. Further casualties would be hard to justify. Yet, this was war. Life and death were commonplace and could not be evaded. Ross did not intervene. Instead, he pondered how to resolve this predicament, knowing that mere words would yield no benefit. Only by sharing in the glory of victory could he alleviate the situation. Ross silently resolved to act. No reward without merit, especially in the face of valor against external threats. With his decision made, Ross immediately ordered support for Blonsky and stepped forward himself, exuding calm amidst the smoke and fire, showcasing his commanding presence. In order for the world to recognize Ross as the leader, he was willing to protect those intrepid reporters, whose worth would now be realized. The effectiveness of this strategy was difficult to gauge at present, but in the future, his composed demeanor during the invasion would surely highlight his significance. Regardless of the outcome, the advantages were substantial. Of course, this was contingent upon a decisive victory, even at a heavy cost. The more brutal the conflict, the more it would underscore the greatness of this general. His identity as a soldier rendered him unafraid of the mixed reviews akin to a superhero. Major media outlets were well aware of how to navigate such situations. Ross envisioned the future ahead. At the other end of the passage, Lu Yu withdrew his demeanor, retracting the all-seeing gaze. He had finally acquired what he sought. The engine of lightspeed flight, the curvature engine, the design of the spacecraft's body, the blueprints of weaponry, and most importantly, the star charts. Especially the star charts. This item is of utmost significance. It is essential for cosmic navigation. Without it, even the finest spacecraft would be nothing more than an empty shell. At last, Lu Yu's desires have been fulfilled. He could leave. Lu Yu surveyed the field of corpses, stretched his muscles, and murmured to himself, "Leave? You shall never do so in this lifetime." A cold voice resonated. Lu Yu was not surprised. After all, where did the corpses on the ground come from? He had entered one of the many cockpits, a place bustling with activity, and his discovery was hardly unexpected. Moreover, having slain countless foes, this location had long since become a ghost town. To wish to remain undetected was akin to dreaming in folly. Lu Yu turned to face the one who had discovered him. His brow furrowed slightly. This individual was not an ordinary soldier, researcher, or pilot, but a humanoid being clad in remarkably exquisite attire. Clearly, his status was far from trivial. Chapter 107. The uninvited guest. Lu Yu's gaze naturally fell upon the tips of his fingers, and suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. This was a powerful general under Thanos, whose forces had perished at the hands of Ronan, and who was also responsible for escorting Loki. Yet what was his name? Lu Yu was unaware, only knowing him to be a supporting character of somewhat greater significance, possessing a few lines, yet his status held little weight. His demise would not elicit the slightest reaction from Thanos. How dare this individual appear before Lu Yu? Lu Yu truly wished to inquire if he understood the meaning of the word death. How audacious to intrude here. Do you comprehend the implications of such an act? The high-ranking supporting character questioned Lu Yu in a menacing tone. Lu Yu, while analyzing technology, had casually acquired a translator from an extraterrestrial researcher and had studied it. Thus, the words of this high-ranking supporting character posed no challenge for him. Lu Yu understood his intent. However, the situation seemed dire. This statement should have been uttered by him. And how unfortunate that it was not. Lu Yu could not help but lament. Who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Liang Jing, perhaps? While Thanos' direct words to Lu Yu were tolerable, it was intolerable that a mere supporting character felt emboldened to act so brazenly. Have you been swept away by Thanos, or do you believe me, Lu Yu, to be utterly defenseless? Unaware of the inappropriateness of his words, the high-ranking supporting character, seeing Lu Yu silent, mistakenly assumed him to be intimidated, and with a flourish of the staff-like object in his hand, unleashed a beam of light directly at Lu Yu's chest. Lu Yu made no attempt to evade it, allowing the beam to strike him squarely in the chest. The high-ranking supporting character, confident that Lu Yu could not escape, let out a sinister laugh, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu's chest. Eagerly anticipating the sight of it being torn apart, he was destined for disappointment. The beam struck Lu Yu's chest but did not rend the skin. Instead, it dissipated harmlessly against him, leaving not even a scar or crease in his clothing. At that moment, the high-ranking supporting character finally grasped the gravity of the situation. By the time he sought to take action, it was already too late. Lu Yu raised a hand and, without hesitation, grasped his throat, hurling him against the wall behind. Bang! The sound reverberated, and the high-ranking supporting character's vitality was extinguished. Before Lu Yu, stars danced in his vision, and his mind buzzed incessantly. Clearly having suffered a concussion, it was evident that concussions were not solely the plight of Earthlings. Extraterrestrials experienced this condition as well. Releasing his grip on the neck of the high-ranking supporting character, Lu Yu seized his staff. With the staff in hand, he swung it like a baseball bat, aiming for the character's head. There was no longer any need for concern over a concussion. The staff struck with such force that the character's skull shattered instantaneously, resembling a watermelon being crushed, utterly obliterated. There was no possibility of a concussion occurring. A cold laugh escaped Lu Yu's lips as he discarded the staff and departed from the warship. Outside the spatial passage, Lu Yu's figure reappeared, yet interference persisted, preventing him from directly teleporting through. Even so, the proximity was negligible. Surrounding the spatial passage, alien soldiers and creatures were densely populated, scattered like stars, almost filling every corner. Observing the alien soldiers and beings around him, Lu Yu acted without hesitation, but this time, he released a different kind of power instead of thunder. A fiery aura erupted around him, enveloping him entirely. With pure oxygen provided by the Xiongxin and the might endowed by the Wei Guang, he unleashed it without reservation. The terrifying waves of fire surged forth, consuming everything in their path. Soldiers and creatures alike vanished without a sound, leaving behind only remnants of equipment, fragments strewn across the cosmos. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around Lu Yu, not a single creature survived, all reduced to ashes. The survivors gazed at Lu Yu in panic, their fear palpable, though it was uncertain whether it was their own terror or that of their overlord. The carnage at the scene was beyond description. Lu Yu himself was astonished. He had not anticipated such power from his abilities. Although aided by the pure oxygen and being close to Earth, the magnitude of destruction should not have been so great. Yet, reality was as it was, instinctively. Lu Yu began to analyze the area. This place was not the universe in a strict sense, but rather a convergence of a planet's atmosphere and the cosmos. Devoid of oxygen, yet containing some special combustible gas that amplified the flames he had just unleashed. Lu Yu's blazing fire surged like a tempestuous sea, sweeping across miles, reducing everything to ash as countless enemies fell. Had he not been concerned for the lives aboard the warship, Lu Yu would have reignited the flames multiple times, turning the area outside the ship into scorched earth. Although the flames had subsided, the threat to the warship remained minimal. On a stone-carved throne, a giant with purple skin slowly opened his eyes, turning to face the source of the inferno. From a distance, the flames appeared as insignificant as fireflies, yet to him, they shone with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Unconsciously, the giant's gaze fixed upon the core of the flames, probing for the individual who had sparked such calamity, and he was soon struck with shock. His lineage? The purple figure's brow furrowed, the calm demeanor vanishing completely. The throne bore his form, propelling him swiftly toward the fiery source. In the blink of an eye, the vast distance was traversed, and the purple figure beheld the instigator of the flames. Lu Yu. Lu Yu, in turn, regarded the imposing figure on the throne, frowning as he scrutinized his unexpected guest, exclaiming without restraint, "Purple Yam Spirit?" At that moment, Lu Yu and Thanos stood near the edge of the spatial passage, their voices capable of reaching one another. Chapter 108. It is too late maintaining his ethereal state. Lu Yu quickly retrieved a red and white sphere from his backpack and hurled it with all his might toward Thanos' direction. Thanos sensed the movement, yet it was too late to evade. Raising his massive fist, akin to a cooking pot, he brought it down upon the sphere. Confident in his own strength, Thanos believed that nothing could harm him, especially since the sphere bore no semblance of advanced weaponry. Thanos' fist was poised to strike the sphere. Lu Yu would not allow this to transpire. With his mental prowess, he seized the sphere, suspending it before Thanos' fist, and subsequently activated it. Before Thanos could react, he felt an irresistible pull emanating from the sphere, propelling his body forward in conjunction with the suction, drawing him within. I almost forgot to mention. This is a Pokeball, adept at capturing even the purple sweet potato spirit. Lu Yu gazed at the Pokeball with an innocent smile. He then cast aside a black hole bomb and turned to depart. The Pokeball he had recently acquired could only temporarily contain Thanos, proving inadequate for the long term. And with death's protection behind him, he was virtually immortal. It was best to leave after discarding the black hole bomb. Indeed, as Lu Yu relinquished the Pokeball and the bomb, cracks appeared on the sphere, and a pair of purple little hands emerged. Subsequently, as if tearing through thin paper, the Pokeball was rent asunder, and Thanos' figure re-emerged. At that moment, the black hole bomb finally detonated. Thanos swiftly turned to flee. The minuscule black hole created by the explosion did little to hinder his escape. Free from the bonds of suction, he regained his liberty until the black hole dissipated into a mere point. Lu Yu's power had little effect on him. Once liberated, Thanos' foremost objective was to locate Lu Yu, but Lu Yu had already crossed the boundaries of Earth. Thanos hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to pursue. Odin was on the verge of falling, and Ancient One would not be far behind. Sooner or later, he would need to tread upon Earth, and he still had time. He believed Lu Yu posed no significant threat. However, reality would reveal a different tale in due course. On the other side of the spatial passage, Earth. You have finally returned. Daisy exclaimed with relief upon Lu Yu's arrival. She then began assessing whether Lu Yu had sustained any injuries, her gaze sweeping over his entire being. Suddenly, Daisy's eyes fixated on one of Lu Yu's hands. His hand was injured. Although it was in the process of healing, the recovery was slow. This was a wound inflicted by the purple sweet potato spirit, leaving a mark on his palm, but it was of no grave concern. Look, it is already healing. Lu Yu raised his hand before Daisy. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that the wound had indeed vanished without a trace, and the blood had been incinerated by Lu Yu's mental flame. Lu Yu had always cherished his genetic integrity, ensuring that any spilled blood was meticulously dealt with to prevent the revelation of his secrets. Your regenerative powers seem to have diminished? Daisy inquired, a mix of relief and curiosity in her tone. The scar on Lu Yu's hand was trivial and should have healed by now, yet the slow progress puzzled Daisy significantly. It is not my regenerative capacity that has waned, but rather the wound was tainted by foreign forces, hindering its healing. However, it is now completely well. Oh, we must conclude swiftly. Lu Yu's gaze shifted towards the equipment. Having scanned the battlefield upon his return, now was the opportune moment to wrap things up. If they did not close it quickly, the serum's efficacy would expire, and the situation could spiral into chaos. But how do we close it? Daisy questioned with uncertainty. Lu Yu remained silent, retrieving the Mind Stone concealed within his satchel, manipulating the core to control the computer adjacent to the equipment, extending the stone towards the protective shield. Sparks flew, and the blue protective barrier cracked open, Lu Yu's hand nearing the device, ready to shut it down. Don't move, Thor shouted from a distance, hurtling towards them. However, it was already too late. With a firm hand, Lu Yu pressed down on the energy output node, severing the device's energy transmission. The celestial beam emitted by the cosmic cube was abruptly interrupted, causing the spatial corridor in the sky to collapse. The supply of spatial energy ceased, and the channel was sealed, revealing a massive vortex that promptly closed. In that moment, all extraterrestrial soldiers fell to the ground as if bereft of their souls. And the alien creatures were no exception, crashing into several precariously balanced structures. In New York City, those witnessing the scene first froze in shock, only to erupt into thunderous cheers, marking the end of a tumultuous chapter. Yet, this was merely the perception of the masses, oblivious to the somberness of the battlefield. Lu Yu retracted his hand, using a special item to retrieve the cosmic cube along with the Mind Stone, stowing them away in his satchel, and cast a glance towards the equally melancholic Thor. Why did you obstruct me earlier? Might you enlighten me? Thor, disregarding Lu Yu's actions, urgently inquired. Just now? The World Security Council sought to launch an assault to obliterate this location. Tony intended to utilize the spatial corridor to send the enemy away. Yet your swift closure has rendered us in a precarious situation. Although his subsequent words remained unspoken, the implication was clear. He surmised that the survivors were few and far between. The hard-won victory had ended in such disarray. Is this all that troubles you? What is the matter? Lu Yu replied to Tony with a smile. I shall handle it. It is but a trifling issue. Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings, discerning the direction, and soared towards Tony Stark's location. As the narrative unfolded, Tony Stark still aimed to execute a plan involving a nuclear warhead aimed at the enemy's stronghold. However, with the spatial corridor now closed, he found himself disoriented, aimlessly drifting in the air. Lu Yu intercepted him. You have arrived just in time. Quickly remove your Iron Man suit and let it carry you far away from the impending explosion, he instructed. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Tony Stark instantaneously devised a strategy. A good plan, then present it to me, he urged. What is the causality behind this? Stark queried in confusion. Lu Yu chose to ignore his bewilderment, flying to his side, grasping the arm of his armor, and yanking him upwards before casting him away. Stark narrowly avoided a collision with a building, using the repulsors in his hands to adjust his trajectory just in time. Yet, Stark was not concerned with this near disaster. He gazed at Lu Yu and the nuclear warhead, eager to discern Lu Yu's intentions. However, contrary to his expectations, Lu Yu did not dismantle it or transport it elsewhere for detonation. Instead, he gently patted it, and then it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Where have you placed it? Stark inquired, utterly bewildered. There is no need for your concern. As long as all is well, Lu Yu reassured him. Indeed, Stark responded after a moment of silence. What a splendid conclusion. This matter must surely be at an end. Lu Yu smiled softly at Lu Yu's words. Tony Stark's spirits lifted. Such an outcome was indeed preferable. Spotting a Turkish kebab shop at the street corner, he invited Lu Yu. The aroma is delightful. Shall we partake together? Turkish kebabs? Not the finest fare. How about we visit a Hong Kong-style barbecue restaurant? The flavors are diverse, and I am certain there is something to your liking. Lu Yu did not decline. Listening to Lu Yu's words, Tony Stark had no objections. After all, It was merely about dining, and he readily agreed, subsequently reaching out to others to extend the invitation. In the end, Stark even invited Ivan Vanko, but Vanko declined, making only a brief appearance before the gathered reporters, accompanied by the remnants of his armored suit and steel soldiers to tidy up the aftermath before departing. Others did not refuse the invitation, including Thor and Bruce Banner. Chapter 109. Understanding a thing or two. This encounter was distinctly different. The current confrontation was unmistakably clear, as the military allied with others to suppress the enemy. In the long run, there might be setbacks, yet opportunities for victory remained. With the military still present and Ross among them, how could they dare to act recklessly? Such a notion was absurd. One might remark that this move was aimed at us. It was not directed at us. We had not exposed ourselves, perhaps aimed instead at you and the others. Could it be me? Ross pondered, realizing this was not without possibility. A glimmer of fierce determination crossed his eyes as he resolved to discuss this matter with others upon returning home. Continue with the aftermath. Liu Yu glanced at the newly appeared prompt and addressed Ross. Yes, my lord. Liu Yu refrained from further words, disconnecting the communication before swiftly appearing before the Avengers. At that moment, they had transformed into a celebratory team, including Daisy and Lorna. Where's the restaurant you mentioned? Shall we retrieve the car from my building's parking lot? Tony Stark inquired, having removed his armor. Is my presence here still necessary? Liu Yu surveyed the group before transporting everyone instantaneously to the aforementioned barbecue restaurant. As anticipated, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. The sudden appearance of those battling in New York on television in such a manner was indeed remarkable. Yet, no one seemed to mind this occurrence. Gazing at the glistening, mouth-watering barbecue dishes, inhaling the sweet aroma that filled the room, the group found themselves instinctively hungry, eagerly selecting their meals without the need for Liu Yu's introduction. Liu Yu was no exception. The restaurant staff, taken aback, personally attended to the group, demonstrating exceptional focus in slicing the barbecue, arranging the dishes beautifully, and exhibiting a remarkably courteous demeanor, all of which were nothing short of exemplary. Ultimately, the offerings on the dining table were transformed into works of art. Young master, our small establishment has exquisite dishes. Would you care to taste? The proprietor inquired of Liu Yu. What are they? Steve seemed quite intrigued. Duck heads, duck gizzards, chicken gizzards, duck intestines, chicken intestines, and large intestines. The proprietor described one by one. However, with each description, Steve's complexion grew paler, and he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his nausea. Even the Frost Warrior had trouble with such fare. Others shared similar sentiments, except for Daisy, who, being of Asian descent, felt slightly more at ease. Give me an order of duck gizzards, chicken intestines, and large intestines. Liu Yu, undeterred by the expressions of his companions, jested. Certainly. The proprietor promptly served the hero who saved New York, bringing forth Liu Yu's order on pristine porcelain plates, artfully presented. Even though they knew what the dishes were, no one could resist stealing glances. Especially with the rich aroma wafting through the air, the braised pork appeared less enticing compared to Liu Yu's selections. Yet, none dared to be as adventurous as Liu Yu, even when merely sampling their own dishes. It was truly a robust flavor. In contrast, Liu Yu's food was beyond reproach, sweet and pleasing to the group's palates. Ah, Thor's palate is not so discerning. Yet, since all partake of flesh, there is little need for excessive concern. Life in Asgard is rather rugged, and the quality of sustenance may be somewhat inferior, but what truly matters is abundance. The richness of flavor is indeed of superior quality. In that moment, silence enveloped the assembly, with only the symphonic clinking of cutlery against porcelain echoing through the hall. The remaining patrons in the establishment were equally intrigued. Unable to resist casting glances at Liu Yu and his companions, they had witnessed the formidable stances of superheroes, yet the sight of them dining was a rarity. Armed with devices, they sought to capture this scene, but disappointment swiftly followed. The act of recording faltered, as if an invisible force hindered their efforts. It was not until half an hour later that the meal concluded and spirits were lifted, allowing for the discussion of serious matters. The atmosphere remained pleasant, and all wished to seize this harmonious moment to address various concerns and ease the prevailing tension. I request that you surrender the Tesseract. Thor was the first to speak, fixing his gaze upon Liu Yu as he proclaimed. What is the basis of this request? The Tesseract should not exist in this world. It poses a grave threat to Earth. What of the past? Liu Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow. For centuries, Earth was powerless to explore the Tesseract. In recent decades, technology has surged. Earth is no longer a fitting abode for such a treasure. It must seek a more secure haven. Asgard, perhaps? Liu Yu suggested. Precisely. Thor saw no fault in this assertion and continued. Moreover, this object originally belongs to Asgard. Allow me to correct you. It is not solely Asgard's. Its history far predates your realm. Are you aware of the Tesseract's past? Steve curiously asked. Lu Yu merely smiled and remained silent. Nevertheless, the Tesseract is currently possessed by Asgard. Thor dismissed Lu Yu's previous words and addressed him directly. Then, may I infer that you are implying that, in both past and present, the Tesseract belongs to me, as it resides in my grasp at this moment? At this, Thor found himself at a loss for words. The existence of the Tesseract places Earth in peril. Do you not comprehend today's predicament? Were it not for our united efforts, Earth would have long since fallen into the hands of others. Thor shifted his argument to this point. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards him. This reasoning indeed stood tall. How well do you truly know Earth? Lu Yu casually posed the question. What do you mean by that? Thor responded, his expression one of confusion, while Tony Stark and the others appeared to ponder deeply. Despite the efforts of various nations to conceal certain truths, some clues are impossible to hide, especially when certain matters are devoid of any intention to conceal, such as the globally hunted Magneto and that formidable professor. They believed Lu Yu was alluding to such figures. The strength of Earth far surpasses your imagination. Setting aside ancient matters, you must have a profound understanding of your father. Odin, correct? Lu Yu spoke slowly to Thor. Indeed. Thor replied proudly. What if I were to tell you that your father should not easily tread upon Earth? How would you respond? Lu Yu's tone was indifferent, yet his words struck like a blade. That is utterly impossible. Thor instinctively denied. Disbelief etched across his face. The truth is as such. Earth is not without its own powerful beings, and today's crisis could indeed be resolved with a mere gesture. My organization can be the same, Lu Yu said calmly. Thor grew increasingly skeptical. Not only Thor, but the others shared the same doubts. If it were indeed true, why did they not intervene to alleviate the situation? If they did, wouldn't it reduce further casualties? Why must we be the ones to seek redemption? Tony Stark retorted with dissatisfaction, unwilling to see his achievements easily dismissed, for he had a more significant mission. What could be more important than the Earth being invaded by foreign entities? Many matters could be deemed more pressing, such as combating the dimensional demon Dormammu, the Lord of Hell Mephisto, or even orchestrating the world, aiding others in their struggles, or suppressing certain mutants capable of annihilating the universe. The group exchanged glances, bewildered by what they had just heard. They instinctively turned to Natasha, who had undertaken numerous missions and was a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, with vast experience that might hold answers. Seeing their collective gaze upon her, Natasha smiled wryly and shook her head, admitting her ignorance. Save for what she knew about Mephisto. Given the reality of magic, the existence of Asgard, Thor, and Odin were surely not mere fantasies. She felt compelled to learn more about Mephisto. Chapter 110. Quietly agreeing, Lu Yu's words swept through the gathering like an autumn breeze over a lake, drawing everyone's attention towards Thor, whose face bore a look of incredulity. This matter is debatable, Lu Yu stated, disregarding others as he addressed Thor directly. What needs to be debated? Thor inquired. Your desire for the Tesseract is merely to repair the Bifrost. I can provide sufficient energy so that you need not return with the Tesseract. What do you think? Lu Yu proposed earnestly. His suggestion was sincere. Had it been anyone else, he might not have been so forthcoming. However, as Odin's son, Lu Yu wished to avoid provoking Odin, who was even more formidable than Thanos. Nevertheless, Thor could not accept this offer and continued to ponder. Ultimately, he made a decision, though it was far from wise and indeed quite poor. Asgard can safeguard the Tesseract, thus I still wish to bring it back, Thor responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu fell silent, beginning to comprehend Odin's concerns. You are still far from the path of a true king, Lu Yu remarked calmly. Thor had no retort, left momentarily speechless. Do not look at me like that. Observe others, they feel the same, Lu Yu said softly. Thor glanced around, and indeed saw the varied expressions on their faces, seemingly conveying, you are still far behind. Steve's expression affirmed this sentiment. Am I truly so distant? Thor muttered to himself. If what Lu Yu says is true, and you remain obstinate, then that is a mistake. If not, it is an even greater folly, Natasha stated seriously. Thor remained silent. There is no need for your silence. Since you are unwilling, let us consider a more direct approach, Lu Yu suggested. What do you mean by direct? Thor asked in confusion. You are no match for me, nor is Loki. Together, the two of you are still not adversaries. Who else could pose a threat? Lu Yu paused before continuing. Do not mention the people of Asgard. Odin has gathered dark energy for an unknown duration to bring you here, and others find it difficult to venture into Asgard. Thor hesitated, his gaze sweeping over the group before shifting away. Except for Bruce Banner, no one possessed combat prowess, and Bruce seemed to share a close bond with Lu Yu. Thus, this route was unfeasible. Consequently, apart from himself, he had no means of resistance, and Loki could not be counted either. I had no intention of provoking Asgard. Yet circumstances have compelled me to this point, and for that, I express my regrets, Lu Yu stated indifferently. As his words fell, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. The onlookers exchanged glances between Lu Yu and Thor, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. Perhaps you two should converse further. There may be a chance for resolution. Steve suggested helplessly. Discussion proves futile. This man is obstinate. I shall resort to more straightforward methods, Lu Yu replied. Why go to such lengths? A mere glance at him reveals everything. Regardless, I must seize the Tesseract, Thor proclaimed, raising his mighty hammer and assuming a combative stance. Steve was rendered speechless, equally at a loss. Indeed, all present felt similarly. They yearned to intervene, but were unsure how to proceed. Without further hesitation, Lu Yu acted decisively. He left behind a modest sum, and the group vanished from the shop, reappearing amidst a vast desert. If you wish to strike, then by all means. Give it a try? Lu Yu challenged Thor from a distance, his tone unruffled. The spectators watched, unable to mediate. They were caught off guard, as mere moments ago. All seemed well, but now chaos loomed, and they were at a loss. Only the two principal figures remained unfazed. Thor fixed a deep gaze upon Lu Yu, swinging his hammer with ferocity, launching it towards him. This was his customary tactic, relying on the hammer's formidable might, should an adversary evade. He would swiftly follow with a relentless assault. Should they stand firm, the full force of thunder would crush them. No one had ever withstood such a blow. Yet today was an exception. Facing the hammer, Lu Yu did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he raised his hand to grasp it, astonishing Thor as he caught the hammer firmly, halting it in his palm. Thor stood momentarily dumbfounded, unable to mask the confusion and disbelief in his eyes. Despite his awareness that in battle, one must not lose focus. The others shared his astonishment. While their understanding of the hammer may not equate to Thor's, they recognized its extraordinary nature and the improbability of controlling it so easily. Daisy appeared unperturbed, seemingly enlightened. Yet her calmness did little to alleviate the tension in the air, as all eyes remained fixated on Lu Yu and the hammer, enveloping the scene in a profound silence. The atmosphere felt suspended in time, completely unaware that dark clouds had gathered ominously overhead, foreshadowing impending calamity. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning split the sky, erupting near Lu Yu. A warning? He murmured, sending a thread of consciousness into the hammer's core, once again gazing upon that familiar visage, conveying a message through his mental prowess. This is not an inquiry into the hammer itself. It pertains to your son's actions. He seeks to strike me, and you cannot discern right from wrong? Lu Yu faced Odin's power without trepidation. I am aware. Odin's voice echoed, laden with exasperation. The weariness of having such a wayward son weighed heavily upon him. Matters that could have been resolved amicably had spiraled out of control. Odin did not genuinely desire the Tesseract, for it was indeed a harbinger of doom. In his days of strength, it could have remained in Asgard without consequence. However, allowing it to linger there now was intolerable. He accepted Lu Yu's strategy as articulated by Heimdall, yet his offspring would not acquiesce, leaving him in a position of vulnerability. Odin was no longer the formidable figure of yore. His strength had waned, and he was not on Earth. Should the situation spiral beyond control, Thor would find himself unable to protect himself, and the hammer alone would not stave off misfortune. Even if an escape were possible, certainty was elusive. Could he ease the burdens of this aging god, if only slightly? Odin sighed softly, yet Lu Yu remained oblivious to his lament. There are certain matters that are best left unspoken. Your proposal is excellent. I acquiesce, Odin declared to Lu Yu. In simpler terms, it was a concession made out of necessity. Lu Yu, momentarily taken aback, soon realized that Odin had begun to retreat, delaying the exposure of vulnerabilities to avert unforeseen calamities. Should the situation worsen today, Thor's life would be in jeopardy. Odin must take action. However, whether Ancient One would permit Odin to act freely, or if his waning powers would suffice to vanquish Lu Yu, remained a profound uncertainty. Just as Thanos could perceive the anomalies within Lu Yu, so could Odin. In a genuine confrontation, the outcome was unpredictable. If he failed to eliminate Lu Yu, the revelation of his weakened state would undoubtedly attract numerous adversaries. In his youthful arrogance, he had left countless foes in his wake throughout the cosmos. Once news of his diminished strength leaked, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, with Thanos closely observing him, Odin still managed to retain his throne and exert influence over others. The Space Stone's absence from Asgard served a dual purpose, thus making his concession all the more understandable. Were time to rewind by 1,000 years, Odin might have dared to confront Lu Yu alone, and even Ancient One would be powerless to intervene, never choosing such a path. Perhaps this was for the best, sparing him from myriad troubles. A sentiment Lu Yu silently endorsed. Reaching a consensus, Lu Yu gazed skyward, as if to convey sincerity, and the ominous clouds dissipated, the tempestuous lightning fading from sight. Chapter 111. Inescapable fate, is this truly a comfort? Thor exhaled a sigh of relief, though he soon cast a wary glance towards Steve, who stood among the crowd. In his estimation, it seemed only Steve possessed the capability to lift Mjolnir. Others shared this sentiment. Steve appeared to embody all the requisite qualities for wielding the God of Thunder's hammer. I never aspired to lift Mjolnir, Steve replied, exasperated. Thor responded, so? Do you believe you can? In that moment, Thor's suspicion of Steve deepened. Steve found himself at a loss for words. What had he uttered? Fortunately, Natasha redirected the conversation. Inquiring of Luyu, have you ceased hostilities? We no longer fight. I just had a discussion with Odin. He expressed admiration for my proposal. Wait, how did you converse with my father? Thor interjected, unable to ignore the implication. Through Mjolnir, which contains his power, we communicated, and your father appreciated my suggestions. Impossible, Thor instinctively retorted. Do not be hasty. You may return and inquire with your father. This matter cannot be fabricated. You will learn the truth upon your return. Thor understood this. The hammer indeed contained his father's essence, which was reasonable, leading him to refrain from further argument. He did intend to seek clarification from his father regarding the situation. The others deemed this outcome satisfactory, as the conflict had subsided. Yet, concerns lingered about Lu Yu's possession of the cosmic cube and what intentions he might harbor with it. Having previously focused on their dispute, now that it had cooled, new questions emerged. Trust me, if I had ulterior motives, I wouldn't need the cosmic cube, Lu Yu earnestly assured them, though others found it hard to believe. Both Daisy and Lorna nodded gravely, affirming that if Lu Yu indeed had designs, he would not require the cosmic cube. However, this is merely their perspective. Lu Yu, disinterested in convincing others, retrieved the cosmic cube and proceeded to prepare the energy intended for Thor's return. He aimed to resolve the matter in one fell swoop. In the gaze of the onlookers, Lu Yu raised a hand and unleashed a mighty force upon the cosmic cube. Surrounding the cube, black particles surged forth, gradually enveloping it and extending outward, creating a peculiar apparatus resembling an octopus, which tightly grasped the cosmic cube. The spectators exchanged glances, perplexed. Was it truly this simple? Lu Yu said nothing, demonstrating through action that the task was not difficult, as he lightly pressed a button on the apparatus. With a hum, before the crowd could react, a resonant sound erupted. The apparatus encircling the cosmic cube activated, emitting a brilliant azure glow. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the previous one. Fortunately, it did not produce a beam shooting into the sky or open a spatial portal. Instead, a multitude of blue mist-like energies flowed forth. These energies entered the 8 tentacle-like appendages of the apparatus. The 8 tendrils converged upon the cosmic cube, transmitting the energy to it, continuously gathering until a minuscule energy sphere, akin to the cosmic cube, began to form, expanding gradually. Soon, it reached the size of 2 fists. Subsequently, the spherical cosmic energy began to morph, transforming into a cubic shape with distinct edges. A new cube emerged, nearly indistinguishable from the cosmic cube. As energy continued to pour in at an ever-accelerating pace, the onlookers could distinctly hear the rising hum, intensifying and weaving together. The entire process unfolded with remarkable stability, devoid of any disturbances, and the apparatus exhibited no signs of damage. How long have you been studying the cosmic cube? Steve inquired after a prolonged gaze. Only a matter of minutes, Lu Yu replied. The crowd murmured, is S.H.I.E.L.D. merely a figurehead, or are you truly a master? Both, I suppose, Lu Yu replied, perceiving their thoughts. As the energy transmission persisted, the spectators fell silent. They watched intently until, after 10 minutes, it finally ceased. Lu Yu reset his hand on the button, halting the energy transfer. At that moment, another replica materialized above the genuine cosmic cube, quietly suspended before the audience. Indistinguishable from the authentic article. Have you created another cosmic cube? Natasha queried on behalf of the group. Nay, it is merely a vessel for storing the energy of the cosmic cube, not the true cosmic cube itself. After all, the authentic one possesses boundless energy. While this has its limits, Lu Yu elucidated. Is this sufficient to repair the Bifrost? Thor posed the critical question. To a great extent, yes. While Lu Yu was uncertain of the precise energy required for the Bifrost's restoration, he was confident that this energy served merely as a catalyst for its revival. Otherwise, why did the Bifrost once operate without the cosmic cube? The energy he possessed here was more than adequate. Estimating the explosive potential, this device could theoretically obliterate half the Earth and should suffice to activate the Bifrost and complete its repair. Wait, did you just say this device could destroy half the Earth? Tony Stark suddenly called out to Lu Yu, pressing for answers. Upon hearing Lu Yu's affirmative response, a wave of unease washed over the crowd. They quickly realized that it would be more prudent to have Thor remove the Tesseract from their vicinity. Should it truly fall into Lu Yu's hands, it would spell disaster. Daisy and Lorna shared a similar sentiment. However, Lu Yu offered them no opportunity for further discussion, as he promptly gathered both the equipment and the tesseract into his satchel, leaving only the energy core capable of devastating half the Earth. Lu Yu scrutinized the energy core, making slight adjustments. The black particles re-emerged, enveloping the entire core and transforming it into a dark stone. He then tossed it to Thor, who caught it in a panic, nearly dropping it and drawing reproachful glances from everyone around. Do not worry, I have made the necessary adjustments. There is no risk of an explosion unless you dismantle the surrounding protective layer, Lu Yu reassured them. Yet, the group remained tense, keeping a vigilant eye on the energy core in Thor's hands. Its usage was akin to that of the Tesseract, as they belonged to the same energy tier, allowing for seamless transportation back to Asgard. With that, Lu Yu turned to the others and inquired. Thus, the transaction is complete. Is there anything further to discuss? Natasha appeared poised to speak, but her focus was directed at Thor. Have you considered when you will depart? She asked cautiously. Thor acknowledged the urgency regarding the energy core, expressing Natasha's concern that it should be removed from Earth swiftly to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. What if it were to explode? I still wish to remain for a couple more days, Thor replied, his lips twitching slightly. He longed to see Jane once more to express his feelings of longing. Would it not be better for you to leave sooner? If it were to detonate, Jane would be in danger as well, would she not? Natasha reasoned, understanding his intentions and offering candid advice. Thor pondered this, recognizing the validity of her words. However, he lamented that the construction of the transportation device would still require some time. There's no helping it, he said helplessly. Natasha turned her gaze toward Lu Yu. Very well. I shall take charge of this matter. Please describe your equipment in detail, Lu Yu said considerately. Thor elaborated on his equipment requirements, technical specifications, and various other details. Lu Yu then procured several runes inscribed with runescript, still intended for spatial transportation. Chapter 112. A reappearance based on Thor's description. Lu Yu crafted an apparatus from the material of the core. Once completed, it could function independently or in conjunction with others, presenting itself before Thor. Upon close inspection, Thor found it flawless, save for one thing. It required the presence of the bearer. Where's my brother Loki? Where's Loki? Thor inquired, realizing that Loki must be aboard the massive airship. Consequently, Lu Yu exerted himself once more, and the group was transported back to the deck of the colossal ship. Moments later, Loki reappeared, still trapped within an iron sphere. Like unwrapping a gift, Lu Yu dismantled the iron shell surrounding Loki, who emerged unscathed before Thor. Thor intended to counsel Loki, but Lu Yu interrupted his intention, swiftly binding Loki's hands and feet and gagging him to silence him. Words are futile. Let us take him back and educate him gradually. He need not listen to his brother. If he misbehaves, let us discipline him as our parents would. This troublesome child has been spoiled, Lu Yu stated bluntly, his actions direct and unrefined. Loki contemplated this, recognizing that Thor's method of exerting force aligned with his own philosophy. Enough talk, let us proceed swiftly. Upon hearing this, Thor set aside his distractions, placing the fragments of the cosmic cube into the device. Grasping its handle and gazing intently at Loki opposite him. Could Loki refuse? Just moments ago, Lu Yu had made it clear that non-compliance would result in punishment, a notion Thor firmly believed. Thus he prudently seized the other handle. My friends, until we meet again, he declared, and with that, Thor rotated the handle. The energy block overflowed with the power of the cosmic cube, and in an instant, the two were enveloped in blue light, vanishing from sight. The spatial transfer was complete. Lu Yu contemplated the residual echoes of the cosmic cube left on the ground, lost in thought. At that moment, at the far end of the Bifrost, the shadows of Thor and Loki re-emerged. The duo returned to Asgard, where guards awaited to seize Loki at once. The All-Father Odin had been waiting for this moment. Father, Thor began, but was interrupted by Odin raising his hand. Odin did not grant Thor the opportunity to inquire further. Instead, he turned his gaze to Loki and, after a prolonged silence, sighed, "Take him away." Loki was escorted to the dungeons, not subjected to harsh treatment, for the heart of the All-Father remains inscrutable. He still held the status of a prince. As Loki departed, Odin's attention shifted back to Thor, perhaps to the fragments of the cosmic cube contained within the device he held. Subsequently, Odin signaled Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, to insert the energy block into the transmission node of the Bifrost, in hopes of determining if it could restore the bridge. Heimdall complied, placing the black metal-encased fragments into the node, inserting his sword into the lock of the Bifrost's activation mechanism. With a twist, azure energy surged forth from the Bifrost, activating the bridge as blue radiance caused it to spin. Arcane electricity surrounded the three, though it was somewhat perilous, it did not instill fear within them. The trio focused intently on the vibrant passage gradually appearing behind them, crucial for the true restoration of the Bifrost. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The intermittent humming grew denser, ultimately forming a continuous sound. The continuous passage of the Bifrost revealed itself. The Bifrost had successfully rebooted. Simultaneously, a torrent of dark energy flowed into the open passage, replenishing the energy reserves of the Bifrost, and the restoration commenced in earnest. Accomplished. A shared sense of relief washed over the three as they exhaled deeply. Now, everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Unless unforeseen events transpired, the Bifrost would gather sufficient dark energy and complete its restoration shortly. The repair of the Bifrost was, in essence, an energy restoration. Externally, it had been mended, but what it required was merely energy. It needed only to activate the Bifrost once, allowing it to absorb dark energy, gathering ample power to achieve its self-rotation. Such was the case now. Father, I wish to hear more. Have you truly adopted Lu Yu's strategy? With matters settled, Thor could no longer restrain himself and posed the question to Odin. Indeed, Odin replied candidly. Why? As he stated, does Asgard truly face dual threats from Earth and the Cosmic Cube? Without a doubt, Odin did not conceal the truth. He believed it was time for his son to grasp certain realities. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Your friend's assertions are accurate. The world is rife with unknowns, all fraught with peril. This dilemma is merely the tip of the iceberg. The mastermind remains hidden. Thor, while harboring doubts about Lu Yu's words, found himself compelled to trust his father's assertions. For a moment, Thor was left speechless. Previously unspoken, it was not due to a lack of willingness to disclose, but rather because the moment had not yet arrived. Now, however, the circumstances have changed. Why? Thor instinctively inquired. Odin was unaware of the nature of his question. It is because you shall inherit the throne of the God King. Odin selected the answer he yearned to provide. My time is drawing to a close, and a greater crisis is imminent. You must grow swiftly. He silently added in his heart. For the sake of this naive son, he had exerted considerable effort. Listen to my words, lest you remain ignorant and become a subject of ridicule in the future. Odin instructed Thor. Agreed. Thor nodded earnestly. Earth, the celestial mother ship. What are you pondering? Daisy asked Lu Yu, perplexed. Nothing of great consequence. Merely contemplating the true significance of this object, he replied. Are you suggesting spatial transportation? Precisely. Combined with what I have gathered, it may prove to be remarkably useful. Lu Yu raised his hand to reveal a phantasmal sphere adorned with star-like points of light, captivating Daisy and the others. This was the answer to the questions that had been lingering in the minds of the group. The star map, indispensable for interstellar routes. The crowd gasped in amazement. Although they had some understanding of its utility, none had ever seen it in person, not even Natasha, a level 10 agent. If we possess this map, along with the appropriate apparatus and the cosmic cube, can we achieve interstellar traversal? Tony Stark inquired excitedly. This task is not simple. Thor's device requires 30 connection points to activate, or else it will be too rudimentary, risking entrapment in overlapping spaces or wandering aimlessly in the cosmic wilderness. The enthusiasm of the group waned significantly. No matter the outcome, it seemed unfavorable. Is improvement possible? Tony Stark asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. It is exceedingly difficult. This object has unique attributes that are hard to alter, and the destinations for transportation are often suboptimal. Tony Stark felt a pang of concern. However, Daisy and Rona exchanged subtle glances at Lu Yu. While the others remained oblivious, they were certainly aware that Lu Yu must possess some reservations. Very well. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Since the task is complete, we should return. After a prolonged battle, I long for a cleansing bath, Rona remarked, her eyes glinting with intent as she addressed Lu Yu. Indeed, it is not our affair, Daisy concurred, sharing an unspoken understanding. Lu Yu remained silent, gathering his belongings from the 3 compartments and bidding farewell to the group before his figure vanished from sight. I sense they are concealing something, Tony Stark remarked, gazing in the direction where the 3 had disappeared. Natasha's eyes flickered. She knew all too well, yet it was of no consequence. In truth, I am not particularly concerned about these matters, Bruce Banner added after receiving curious glances from the others. I merely wish to point out that they seem to have forgotten me. I would like to hitch a ride as well. The crowd responded. Is it appropriate to worry about this now? At Lu Yu's residence, in his room, entirely unaware of the absent individual, the 3 reappeared. Chapter 113, The Tome of Magic. The comfort of home could not be surpassed. Rona lazily stretched and reclined on the couch, then spoke to Lu Yu. It seems there was some concealment. Now that we are alone, may I speak candidly? Of course, Lu Yu replied as the star map re-emerged in his hand, while the cosmic cube also materialized in his other hand, hovering above his palm. In truth, the equipment can be adjusted in conjunction with the star map and the old items. allowing for arbitrary transportation when the time comes. To a certain extent, it is unnecessary to rely on apparatus. The cosmic cube alone suffices. Have you all forgotten that the cosmic cube harbors the power of space? Is it not possible to do without mechanical assistance? Daisy inquired with a hint of confusion. This is due to the inability to control it. If one could master it, the situation would indeed be different. The might of the space gem is not easily articulated. It is merely that mortals cannot harness it. Do you possess a method of control? At present, there is no viable strategy. Hence I assert that it is feasible to reach a certain realm. Albeit not at this moment. In the future, it shall surely come to fruition. Lu Yu felt a slight embarrassment. Yet, even now, apparatus is still required. However, I too can create such an item, combining newly acquired techniques to venture into interstellar travel. This may indeed be a splendid choice. Is it not so? Indeed. Lorna and Daisy had no further retorts, exchanging a few casual words before Lorna bid farewell to Lu Yu and returned to her chamber to rest, while Daisy proceeded to the bathing pool, as they both truly required a thorough cleansing. Although the previous discourse could serve as a facade, the essence of it had indeed become somewhat apparent. This is something women are particularly sensitive about. Lu Yu also felt a slight discomfort, thus refrained from intervening. Allowing the two to head to the bathing pool, Lu Yu remained on the couch, one hand grasping the cosmic cube, the other holding the mind gem. Activating the core analysis capabilities, he commenced the analysis of these two infinity gems. One infinity gem had already proven to be quite troublesome. How much more difficult would it be with two? Just as 713 had surmised, it was indeed more arduous, and the analysis yielded no clear direction. However, the research into the outer layer of the energy from the space gem advanced with remarkable speed, reaching an astonishing level of comprehension regarding this force. Though this layer of energy is infinite, it is ultimately not the space gem nor any of its components. After a brief estimation, Lu Yu anticipated that he would soon master this energy. The energy of the cosmic cube originates from the space gem, inevitably bearing some characteristics of the space gem. Thus, the energy generated from his analysis should also exhibit these traits. By creating energy from this source, he could also attempt spatial teleportation, potentially possessing some of the might of the space gem. Hey, is your gaze not yet satisfied? Daisy emerged from the bathing pool, wrapped in a towel. Noticing Lu Yu still scrutinizing the two objects. It is sufficient for now. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yu stowed the two infinity gems away, his figure flashing to stand beside Daisy, wrapping his arms around her waist. At this juncture, if he were still to regard the potential power with trepidation, he would no longer be a man. A night of joy ensued. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Lu Yu awoke from his dreams, lightly kissing Daisy on the cheek before stepping into the space extraction chamber. Having gained another opportunity for extraction the day prior, Lu Yu had no intention of withholding it. He wished to utilize it directly. As per usual, the environment remained unchanged, the extraction wheel identical, save for a slight variation in the items upon it. There were indeed changes, as new items emerged. A skill, a manual, a firearm, and a few miscellaneous objects. Several treasures remained. Perhaps he could extract something of practical use. Lu Yu comforted himself thus as he pressed the button representing extraction. The needle spun with the same swiftness as before, leaving no room for hesitation. Lu Yu had grown weary of complaints, and simply halted the pointer. It rested upon the position of the manual that had caught his attention earlier. Very well. Perhaps it contains records of something precious? Lu Yu consoled himself once more. As Lu Yu sought solace within himself, a brilliant flash of light flickered before him, revealing a manual-like object. He reached out to grasp it. Lu Yu's skin was rough, and the object in his hand was evidently made of an extraordinary material, reminiscent of ancient sheepskin, subtly emanating a faint ripple of magic. This was an artifact of sorcery, possibly akin to a magical tome. Its composition far superior to that of the tattered volume of Zhakong, while the content remained a mystery yet to be unveiled. Lu Yu attempted to turn the pages. The brown leather cover revealed itself upon being opened. What he beheld was not a complete manuscript. He tried again, but once more, only the cover appeared. Again he endeavored, and the cover re-emerged. After 6 attempts, Lu Yu finally unraveled the mystery. The manual transformed from a petite notebook into a hefty tome, capable of shattering stone and bone alike. As he turned another page, the book suddenly swelled in thickness by more than threefold. Such weight, if hurled, could easily claim a life. Nevertheless, Lu Yu had begun to discern its true nature. This was the manual of a sorcerer in the realm of apprentice magicians. An extraordinary compendium indeed. The system's subsequent notification affirmed his conjecture. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the Sorcerer's Manual. Hey, system, why not give a prompt sooner? I dare not, lest I eclipse the Master's glory, the system's voice replied languidly. Lu Yu remarked, Such glory is a burden I can scarcely bear. Suppressing his grievances, Lu Yu opened the manual and delved into its contents with keen attention. The magic of the apprentice magician's world, though slightly inferior, required rings and the iron-bottomed old man's shoes for assistance, yet it offered valuable insights. Particularly enticing were the realms of time and space, the art of transformation and resurrection, which captivated Lu Yu's imagination. The magic of the apprentice magician's world was vast and profound, aligning perfectly with Lu Yu's aspirations. Thus he felt an urgent need to explore further, especially the sections concerning time. His heart raced with anticipation. The manual was all-encompassing, detailing magical techniques, incantations, and the origins and peculiar arts of magic within the apprentice magician's world. Hence, its substantial weight. If one disregarded the trivialities, it could broadly be categorized into major domains such as time, space, necromancy, and elements. However, most of it lacked practical value. The ability to cast minor fire or water spells, or to perform tricks, was hardly noteworthy. The crux lay within the realms of time and space. Through understanding and studying various spells, both useful and otherwise, Lu Yu grasped the essence of magic in this realm. It was merely the stimulation of the brain through the electrical currents generated by one's nerves, culminating in wondrous effects. This constituted a different kind of science, perhaps even more scientific than the magic of the Marvel Universe. The ring amplified this peculiar current, forming the so-called magical energy. And when combined with incantations, it enabled the casting of spells. The old man's shoes facilitated the flow of this current, interacting with the Earth's magnetic field, thereby influencing the surrounding environment and driving magic into action. Lu Yu, possessing ambition, required no external aids. His ambition ignited the currents, and the interaction with the magnetic field was effortless, granting him the so-called magical power to wield the magic of this realm. He also mastered all spells, leaving nothing overlooked. The magic here was far simpler than elsewhere. Focus, calmness, and confidence were the prerequisites for casting spells, presenting no obstacles for Lu Yu. It was easily achieved. Yet, a faint sense of disappointment lingered within him. The temporal and spatial magic here seemed somewhat superficial. However, the difficulty of mastering magic in the realm of the ancient is a mixed bag, offering little more than a meager advantage. Having completed his studies, Lu Yu felt no need for further words, allowing himself a moment of reflection before exiting the lottery space. What do you mean by this? Are you planning to harm someone with that heavy book so early in the morning? Daisy lamented as she was roused from sleep by the weight of the tome pressing against her. This is a magical tome. How could it be used to injure anyone? Lu Yu defended. Magical tome? Daisy, aware of Lu Yu's identity as a mage, expressed a flicker of interest. Yet the thought of the extensive memorization required to learn magic swiftly extinguished her enthusiasm. My own abilities remain unrefined, and I have much to learn. How could I possibly study magic? She mused. Magic is the domain of the exceptionally gifted. It is better suited for Lu Yu to explore at his leisure. Chapter 114. A sense of calm. Lu Yu, unperturbed by her reaction, made no attempt to compel Daisy to embark on the magical path. Just as he was about to share a moment of enriching morning tranquility with her, Lona burst in, visibly irate, and demanded, "Why are only you two afforded this opportunity?" Lu Yu replied, "Do you wish to partake as well?" His mind was a tumult of thoughts, yet the instinct for survival kept him from speaking candidly. He buried his feelings deep within. However, this approach seemed ineffective, as Daisy had already discerned Lu Yu's intent, casting him a look of exasperation that provoked an awkward smile from him. He then turned his gaze towards Lona. "What troubles you so?" Daisy inquired, attempting to obscure her modesty beneath the covers. "Is it not those heartless individuals?" Lona, undeterred by Daisy's gestures, confronted her directly. She continued to express her grievances, revealing that her discontent stemmed from the events of the previous day's battle. In terms of yesterday's achievements, it was difficult to ascertain. Lona had anticipated the enemy's movements, while Lu Yu sealed the spatial portal, and the Avengers along with the U.S. military had thwarted the invasion, all contributing significantly. Determining whose contribution was greater proved elusive. Yet, regardless of the magnitude of their accomplishments, Lona's role was by no means negligible. Logically, those who contributed ought to be acknowledged. The U.S. military, the Avengers, and even Daisy and Lona had all received accolades, their praises echoing far and wide. Especially for the U.S. military, the accolades were boundless. Lu Yu and Daisy, given their unique status, along with Bruce Banner, received mentions, albeit slightly less prominent. Yet Lona remained entirely overlooked, with not even a semblance of recognition. The only glimpse she received was as a mere backdrop. Everyone seemed to willfully disregard her existence, as if she had not participated in the battle for New York. Lona seethed with indignation. These individuals have the audacity to exhibit racial discrimination, They must be dealt with. Lorna perceived the situation clearly. Indeed, Lorna's lack of recognition stemmed from her being a mutant. Although she had fought valiantly, the prevailing negative sentiment towards mutants rendered her efforts uncelebrated, leaving her efforts in obscurity. Thus, the current predicament arose. It was evident that all media had been subtly influenced. This was the source of Lorna's fury. She had never believed herself to be inferior due to her race, nor did she accept that her efforts could be dismissed solely because she was a mutant. Then go and eliminate them all, Lu Yu said with calm resolve. Lorna and Daisy responded in unison. Are you serious? Their gazes bore into Lu Yu. Enough. It was merely a jest. In truth, those orchestrating these actions are the unseen puppeteers, and it is they who ought to be held accountable. Can we not conduct ourselves with a modicum of seriousness? Daisy lamented. Naturally. Lu Yu turned to Lorna and inquired, what is it that you desire? I seek only what is rightfully mine. I do not covet what is not, but I shall reclaim what belongs to me. Lorna spoke with sharpness and unwavering spirit. Although Lorna's views had become somewhat extreme under Lu Yu's influence, her foundation remained intact, much like the aloofness depicted in a comic. Then allow me to recommend a lawyer to you, to sue those two media outlets for defaming your character with racial discrimination. Sue them for racial discrimination? Are you certain you are serious? Daisy could not help but probe further. Of course, One moment. There is a visitor. Let us postpone this discussion and attire ourselves. Lu Yu smoothly shifted the topic, addressing Daisy and Lorna. Upon hearing this, the two ceased their discourse, curiosity piquing their interest in the newcomer. Speaking of which, your curiosity is well noted, but might you step aside a little? Lu Yu said to Lorna with a touch of exasperation. Must I step aside? What have I not seen of you? Look at Daisy. She remains unfazed as well. This situation, can it even be compared? Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly. Lost in contemplation, he then summoned his inner strength, clearing his form, and his attire was instantly woven anew as he rose from the bed. Chapter 1. The arrival. Almost at the moment Lu Yu had composed himself, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The door swung open, and in walked a bald giant seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by a bespectacled man and a woman with long hair, resembling guardians. They were no ordinary individuals, particularly the woman, who caused Lu Yu considerable distress. This woman was none other than the bearer of the Phoenix Force, Jean Grey. Heaven knows when the Phoenix Force within her might spiral out of control, despite the seal appearing robust. Lu Yu did not act impudently, but instead turned his gaze toward the professor and the one with laser eyes, especially the professor, who had yet to secure formidable power for mutants. May I assist you? The professor's voice was gentle and refined. I am already well aware of your esteemed name. You are here for Lorna, the mutant, are you not? Your words ring true. The professor showed no surprise. His warm gaze fell upon Lorna, evoking a sense of fondness within her. I never imagined our kind could have a representative like you. Your actions will be inscribed in history, bearing significant meaning. The professor stated earnestly. Yet, there are still those who deliberately suppress us, are there not? Even in suppression, we do not cease to exist, do we? The two exchanged firm rebuttals, their perspectives clashing. While Lorna and the professor's viewpoints collided, ultimately, the professor's gentle aura prevailed, drawing Lorna in unwittingly. After a prolonged gaze into the professor's eyes, Lorna finally averted her eyes. May I take you to experience something? The professor asked Lorna. Experience what? Lorna instinctively glanced at Lu Yu, and upon seeing his nod, she provided a definitive response. All right. The moment she spoke, her surroundings abruptly transformed. In an instant, she was transported from the living room to the ruins of the battlefield in New York, where she seemed to witness people silently mourning their lost loved ones. Had you not thwarted the first wave of extraterrestrial invaders, the number of souls here would have been exponentially greater, perhaps by dozens or even hundreds. The professor's voice echoed like a distant reverberation, resonating from every direction. After a brief pause, Lorna's vision shifted once more, bringing her to a bustling square filled with laughter and excitement, where crowds gathered to discuss the recent battle in New York. Children imitated Iron Man, Captain America, and even her signature moves from the battlefield. Her achievements were undeniable. Though some may temporarily obscure the truth, there would always be those who comprehend the reality. The professor endeavored to prevent Lorna from veering towards extremism, striving tirelessly for the future of mutants. Unbeknownst to her, she had become crucially important. As the sole mutant actively engaged in the resistance, her symbolic significance had drastically transformed from the past. The professor had to ensure everything remained secure. As for the outcomes, he could not guarantee them, for he had not directly influenced Lorna, making the extent of effect unpredictable. Subsequently, the professor guided Lorna through various locales before finally bringing her back. Lorna's eyes were momentarily clouded, but soon clarity returned. In truth, she had not truly departed. She had merely undergone an experience akin to an illusion. Awakening from her confusion, Lorna's gaze regained its resolute strength. How do you feel? The professor, noting the determination in her eyes, felt a sense of relief and inquired. Lorna ignored the professor and turned her attention to Lu Yu. Who was the lawyer you mentioned earlier? With a chuckle, Lu Yu covered his mouth, an unexpected reaction. He had intended to use gentle words to enlighten Lorna, yet she was no ordinary woman. She inherited her father's resolve, and the imprint of radicalism was etched deeply in her bones. How could mere platitudes sway her heart? The professor was perplexed, casting a bewildered glance at Lu Yu, unsure of the reason behind his laughter. In truth, it was merely Lorna's desire to retaliate against those who slandered her. Lu Yu calmly addressed the professor. What is so strange about that? Cyclops appeared somewhat puzzled. He, too, was part of the radical faction, yet he did not share the same extremism as Lorna or Magneto. Earlier, the professor had advised Lorna to practice patience, but she was unwilling to appear weak and sought to make a difference. Cyclops suddenly understood. The professor's frown deepened. I merely wish to convey to the world that what belongs to me shall be reclaimed. Lorna looked towards the professor, pausing momentarily before continuing. Now, perhaps I should seek justice for the vast community of mutants. If I endure such a fate, what of them? I am willing to lead by example. To make it known that mutants shall not be bullied, and our existence must not be erased. Lorna's words resonated with a sacred cadence, echoing powerfully among the crowd, infused with a hint of incitement. This resonated deeply with Cyclops' ideals. However, the professor's furrowed brow deepened as he recognized that Lorna's demeanor, thoughts, and beliefs bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain departed individual. In every aspect, ability, will, and beyond, there were striking similarities. Upon reflecting on the actions of a departed acquaintance, who was known for his heartless deeds and numerous illegitimate offspring, the professor found his thoughts drifting into unsettling territory. His gaze upon Lorna transformed into something peculiar. Why do you look at me so? Lorna sensed the shift in atmosphere. It's nothing. The professor averted his eyes, hesitating before inquiring. What is your surname, my lady? What concern is it of yours? Lorna's tone revealed her displeasure. This only served to reinforce the professor's belief that Lorna bore a striking resemblance to his late friend. He could not help but shake his head, fearing that Lorna might tread the same path as his old companion. Given the current circumstances, such a possibility was not beyond the realm of reality. The others were perplexed. The conversation had been proceeding smoothly until this sudden turn. Aside from the parties involved and Lu Yu, everyone cast a questioning glance at the professor, who found himself unable to provide an explanation. Would you be willing to remain here for a while, in this shared space? After much contemplation, the professor finally posed the question to Lorna. He was aware that if he could discover this place, so too could his departed friend. He harbored no desire for the two to conspire. Nor did he wish to witness Lorna veering towards the darker path. Not in the slightest. Lorna firmly rejected the proposal. The professor's emotions became increasingly complex. Gazing at Lorna felt akin to riding a tumultuous roller coaster. Fortunately, his health remained intact, for otherwise, his predicament would be dire. Might you reconsider? The professor suggested once more. However, Lorna remained resolute in her denial. The professor then turned his attention to Lu Yu. Do not look at me. She will not heed my words. Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Lorna nodded with an air of seriousness. The professor felt utterly helpless. How could he forcibly take Lorna away? Such an action would only exacerbate the situation. For the time being, he could do nothing but hope that Lorna would not be swayed by his old friend. For the thought filled him with dread. Professor, are you well? Jean, standing beside him, inquired with concern. I am fine, the professor replied, unwilling to divulge the details. It was sufficient for him to bear this burden alone, and it was unwise to involve others. Sometimes, it is best not to force matters. Take your time. There will always be a path back, Lu Yu advised the professor calmly. Others may not comprehend the underlying meaning, but the professor understood all too well. He donned a pensive expression, realizing the truth in Lu Yu's words. Should it come to an irrevocable point, it would be a matter solely between the father and daughter. And if they genuinely wished to coexist, no one else could object, though the probability of this remained slim. Listening to Lu Yu's words, the professor was reminded that his old friend and Lorna might not be on amicable terms. A confrontation upon their meeting was not out of the question. This late acquaintance, while generally amiable, had exhibited extreme callousness, only knowing how to sow discord without regard for nurturing. Few could accept such a legacy. With these thoughts, the professor felt somewhat reassured. He then directed his gaze towards Lu Yu. What is it that you perceive in me? Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. To speak candidly, part of my purpose in this journey was to seek you out, the professor confessed. Seek me? Lu Yu questioned, puzzled by the professor's intent. He was not a mutant. Why would the professor be looking for him? The professor had always focused on matters pertaining to mutants, as he was not one of them. This inquiry seemed out of place. We have discovered some anomalies. The professor did not respond immediately but turned to Lu Yu with a serious demeanor. Oh. Lu Yu's interest piqued. You do not inquire about the nature of these anomalies? What are they? Lu Yu prompted, playing along. You possess formidable power, the professor remarked. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he addressed Lu Yu. Is this something that still requires your clarification? The matters of one's own self are self-evident. Indeed, the mastery of formidable spiritual power is a truth. Might you express your intentions candidly? Upon this visit, I sincerely hope for your assistance. Lu Yu, upon hearing the words, swiftly turned his gaze towards the nearby Qin, a flicker of light shimmering in his eyes. The dazzling flames danced before Lu Yu's vision, causing a sharp sting in his eyes, prompting him to avert his gaze and extinguish the light within, returning to a state of normalcy. Only now, with a closer inspection, did he discern the Qin's grave affliction. The seal could no longer withstand the onslaught of the phoenix power within. Lu Yu began to grasp the professor's request for assistance. The professor must be acutely aware that it is impossible to reseal the phoenix power in the alternate persona residing within the Qin, thus seeking out Lu Yu, who possesses extraordinary strength, in hopes of sealing it together. Is this something I should undertake? Lu Yu's lips curled slightly as he spoke. This task is not one for an ordinary individual. In truth, I too have contemplated seeking others, yet I fear that upon learning of the Qin's plight, they would not only refuse assistance, but potentially manipulate the situation. This is indeed a possibility. Would I act in such a manner? Lu Yu scoffed, uttering a dismissive remark. You are a good person, the professor declared sincerely. Me? A good person? Do you truly believe that? Lu Yu's expression was peculiar, mirrored by the same sentiment from Daisy and Lorna. Lu Yu a good person? What a humorous assertion of this century. Such power has never been revealed. During the battle in New York, to prevent the aliens from advancing, you even recklessly infiltrated the enemy camp. I do not perceive you as a villain. Lu Yu, Lorna, and Daisy. This misunderstanding runs deep. Daisy and Lorna gazed at Lu Yu, their eyes clearly conveying a message of acceptance. Lu Yu, displeased, rolled his eyes at the two. The title of good person cannot be claimed so casually. Once bestowed, it is not easily shed. You might as well consider me a villain. Lu Yu insisted earnestly to the professor. Professor, do you wish to witness the entire Earth plunge into crisis? Do not forget, you too are on this planet, as are they. No one can escape. Laser Eye interjected begrudgingly. As such, your assertion holds merit. Lu Yu, with a slight shift in thought, acknowledged this as true and viewed it as an opportunity. He feigned a hint of coldness and remarked, why not resolve this troubling matter once and for all? Professor, Laser Eye, Qin Gray, what do you mean by such words? Chapter 116, The Opportunity to Speak. Why must you be so forthright? Is this not excessively candid? The act of sealing is merely a short-term remedy, likely to spawn further calamities. For instance, I once imposed a seal on Banner. Had he not been unsealed, he could have remained at peace, but once released, it incited an even greater and more troublesome chaos. Lu Yu stated calmly. What chaos? The professor inquired. An even more frantic and vengeful disposition, upon unsealing. He would relentlessly pursue the one who sealed him. The professor and Laser Eye both turned their gaze towards the Qin, who mirrored their concern. With each sealing, she grew stronger, her thirst for vengeance more fervent, and the dark persona of the Black Phoenix surged forth. Therefore, sealing alone is insufficient. This matter must be resolved decisively. And I shall bear the burden of this villainous role, Lu Yu asserted coldly. Laser Eye's expression darkened, adjusting his glasses, clearly on guard. Are you jesting? The professor asked earnestly. Indeed not. Indeed not. At this moment, the professor seemed to feel as though everything had spiraled out of control. Enough. We do not require your assistance. The professor lamented, addressing Lu Yu. It may not be possible. Your companion has stated that should she erupt, the Earth would be in peril, and we are all subject to the same fate. How can we remain passive? It must be eradicated completely. Lu Yu spoke candidly. The professor, with laser-like intensity, and Qin Gu, stood by as Lu Yu, undeterred by the three of them, exuded a chilling aura, his malicious mental energy piercing through the void, aimed directly at Qin. A sense of dread enveloped Qin as she felt herself targeted by a formidable adversary. Her heartbeat quickened in terror. She was convinced that her demise was imminent. Qin's mental energy surged uncontrollably, erupting violently towards Lu Yu. However, her efforts proved futile. Her strength paled in comparison to the overwhelming force of Lu Yu's mental prowess. As Lu Yu's malevolence continued to radiate, Qin's suffering intensified, unable to bear it any longer. Laser Eye lightly pressed a button on the side of his glasses. Before he could unleash his power, the professor intervened, channeling his mental force to immediately immobilize Laser Eye, compelling him to close his eyes and withdraw his hand. Laser Eye stood frozen, his gaze vacant. The professor discerned the unfolding situation. With no obstacles in her path, Qin could no longer contain herself. the seal within her mind fractured and crumbled. A piercing scream erupted as she broke free from her restraints, crimson flames bursting forth. A tremendous force erupted from S.H.I.E.L.D, sending shockwaves that enveloped the surroundings, crushing all fragile objects in their wake. A sense of foreboding washed over everyone, including Lu Yu, who, with his superior mental energy, perceived even more. Without pausing, countless particles materialized, coalescing into a vessel-like form. Lu Yu grasped it, aiming it at the frenzied S.H.I.E.L.D, who was too consumed by her power to notice its presence. This provided Lu Yu with a golden opportunity. He inscribed dozens of pentagrams around the base of the vessel, shaking it towards S.H.I.E.L.D. The vessel's opening manifested a powerful suction, drawing the erupting energy from S.H.I.E.L.D as if magnetized, transforming it into particles that swirled towards the vessel's mouth. In an instant, all of it was absorbed within. In that fleeting moment, the flames surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D diminished significantly, and the wings forming behind her were likewise reduced. Realizing her strength was waning, S.H.I.E.L.D's complexion shifted dramatically, and her explosive power rapidly retracted. The vessel's attraction to her power weakened. Yet the energy accumulating inside threatened to burst forth, causing the vessel to tremble incessantly. Lu Yu observed, his feelings of regret unspoken. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. The particles recoalesced, forming a lid that sealed the vessel's mouth, upon which he inscribed yet another array. The golden glimmering formation sealed the vessel and its lid, rendering it completely impenetrable. The turbulence within gradually subsided, akin to a faint whisper of spirit. Seizing this fleeting moment, the professor fully activated his mental force, compelling the energy within S.H.I.E.L.D to return to its rightful place, dispelling the shadows in her heart, severing her connection to the Phoenix's power, and reconstructing the restraints deep within her consciousness. Simultaneously, Lu Yu poured all his efforts into the endeavor. He inscribed hundreds of talismans upon the lid, base, and walls of the vessel, using these formations as a pivot to construct a complete array, transforming the vessel into a formidable sealing artifact. Ultimately, he etched the ring of Meilin at the base, thoroughly suppressing the power of the Phoenix within the vessel. In the realm of Marvel, the confluence of magical knowledge. The professor's suppression of S.H.I.E.L.D and Lu Yu's intricate sealing culminated in a triumphant success, effectively confining the non-original powers of the Phoenix. Lu Yu accomplished the absorption of the Phoenix's strength. Such power, he yearned to explore. How could he let this fortuitous opportunity slip away? To disregard a heavenly gift would invite misfortune. Lu Yu reflected deeply. Indeed, a heart of compassion. Upon the completion of the professor's sealing, he gazed at Lu Yu, who was moved, and felt a similar sentiment. Lu Yu inquired, could we refrain from discussing this matter? He felt that the title of good person was akin to a shackle, difficult to escape. Just as he prepared to argue, Cyclops, having been released from S.H.I.E.L.D's dark persona's suppression, observed everything and chimed in. You are indeed a compassionate soul. Lu Yu replied, could we avoid touching upon this painful topic? Daisy and Lorna were astonished by this sudden turn of events, perplexed by the current situation, their minds swirling with doubts. Could it be that Lu Yu was truly a benevolent individual? That seemed implausible. Thus, they turned their gaze towards the urn in Lu Yu's hand. Perhaps the answer lay within. Reflecting on S.H.I.E.L.D's earlier fury, they reluctantly conceded that this might indeed be the solution. Lu Yu, perceiving their thoughts, nodded slightly in affirmation. He then raised his hand and secured the urn within his possession. In the face of the professor's and Cyclope's scrutiny, he spoke calmly. I have sealed a portion of her power. However, it is not the original source, merely a derivative. For her, this loss is inconsequential. And thus, Cyclops inquired with concern. And thus, in due course, she shall reach her zenith once more, challenging the seal imposed by the professor. Lu Yu declared. Cyclops sought confirmation from the professor, who, with a resigned nod, affirmed Lu Yu's assertion. The original source remained intact, and S.H.I.E.L.D's power was undiminished. Breaking the seal was merely a matter of time. Cannot you extract and seal S.H.I.E.L.D's original power? Cyclops asked anxiously. Do you think such power is commonplace? Sealing away the non-original source is already a formidable task, let alone the original. Lu Yu responded with a hint of irritation. Moreover, he feared the gaze of the Phoenix. As a psychic, being noticed by the Phoenix was an ill omen. While he harbored curiosity about its power, he had no desire to become its host. Now that it had chosen S.H.I.E.L.D, should the Phoenix take an interest in Lu Yu, the consequences could be dire. It was best to maintain distance. However, he did not voice this directly, instead stating, you need not worry excessively. Seize this moment to reforge the seal. Not to say it would last for decades, but barring unforeseen events, it should suffice for several years. Cyclops looked to the professor, who nodded, and felt a slight sense of relief. This was the best outcome they could hope for. Yet the professor could not share Cyclops' ease. Theoretically, the seal could endure for several years, but those years required tranquility. Any disturbance to S.H.I.E.L.D's emotional state, particularly significant upheavals, could shorten this time frame or even lead to instantaneous collapse. The professor, mindful of Cyclope's presence, refrained from elaborating, while Lu Yu did not afford him the opportunity to speak. The matter is resolved. I must take my leave, Lu Yu said, gently massaging his temples and addressing the three of them. Chapter 117. No further inquiry yet. It cannot be said so simply. Extricating oneself remains an easy task. Is escape the only recourse? Daisy and Lorna echoed in unison. Their eyes then fixed intently on Lu Yu, unable to believe he had no plan. Very well, if it is possible to impose sanctions upon her with certain uncontrollable elements, it would be wise to do so before she fully regains her strength. Indeed, it was so. Two pairs of eyes shot disdainfully at Lu Yu. I am troubled by the uncontrollable nature of these objects, for they are indeed not easily managed. Enough of this, let us swiftly tidy the residence. The three departed, leaving behind a scene of devastation, with numerous shattered items that must be restored. Otherwise, it would be uninhabitable. This task shall be entrusted to me. As soon as Lu Yu's words fell, fragments began to rise and swirl momentarily, akin to fledglings returning to their nests, each returning to its rightful place. The shards were formed into a vessel marred by cracks, which gradually vanished as the material reshaped itself, restoring everything to its original state, devoid of any disorder. Should you pursue this as your livelihood, those artisans of restoration would surely feel an overwhelming sense of shame. However, none are inclined to seek my services. Despite my generous fees, Lu Yu remarked nonchalantly. This is indeed accurate. Those capable of affording Lu Yu's talents are few and far between. Let us not dwell on this. What of the lawyer you mentioned? Lorna still harbored concerns regarding this matter. Lorna finally learned the details of the lawyer introduced by Lu Yu and eagerly set off to find him. Did you truly send her? Daisy was rendered speechless by Lu Yu. Why not? Pray, provide a reason. Are you not apprehensive about the situation escalating? And if it does? Even if she is an outlier, what fault lies in legally asserting one's rights? Who could possibly condemn such an endeavor? Nevertheless, the mainstream society continues to discriminate against those who are different. Is not this so-called mainstream a product of human influence? In days of yore, to slay an Indian was not only unpunished but rewarded.